Chapter 1, Sister Mikoto, please choose, for collection. Illustration is Uchiha Mikoto. Xiaoun, come and eat. A crisp cry came, and Lu Yun, who was practicing swords in the yard, slowly stopped. Okay, come over right now, sister. Taking off his sweat-soaked training clothes, Lu Yun, who was only 9 years old, changed into clean clothes and walked towards the room. Xiaoun, have you taken a shower? Uchiha Mikoto's soft voice came from the kitchen. Hurried footsteps sounded, and then a tall and beautiful beauty, Yu, walked out slowly with 2 dishes in her hands. His long, jet black hair was draped over his shoulders, his bright eyes were as moving as autumn water, and a touch of bright skin bullied frost and saishui. Uchiha Mikoto, 18 years old this year, is the most fragrant season in a woman's life. It combines youth and maturity. The slender waist and the lush fierceness form a graceful S-shaped curve. In addition to the ninja's years of training, that kind of just the right amount of slenderness and vitality makes people deeply attracted. Raoshi Liu Yun gets along with his sister day and night, and he is still a little short of breath at this moment. The name of the first beauty in Uchiha did not come out of thin air. Mikoto's suitors can form a ninja army. Look at. With her elder sister's snow-white collarbone, Lu Yun took a deep breath and was about to say something when the options appeared in front of him again. 1. Explain to her sister Uchiha Mikoto that she is a traveler, and the reward will be doubled. 2. Confess to her sister Uchiha Mikoto, shout that true love doesn't care about blood, and reward her physique by 1 level. 3. Kiss her sister Uchiha Mikoto and reward her physique by 3 times. Host, please choose. Looking at the options, Lu Yun couldn't help shaking his hands. Why is it such an outrageous option? Looking at her sister's gentle and virtuous appearance, Lu Yun didn't know where to start for a while. Although he has done it before, stealing her sister's fat times, peeking at her sister's bath, and a series of unknown options. Xiaoun, have you washed your hands? Ready to eat? Mikoto put the dishes on the table and was about to ask something when Lu Yun, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly stood up. Xiaoun, what's wrong? Sister, I want to talk to you about something. Lu Yun pretended to be naive and pulled Lamikan's hand, made her sister lean over, and then took advantage of her unpreparedness. Lu Yun hugged her directly to face her. A mouth is a mouthful. A wave of warmth came. Ding. My physique has tripled. Lu Yun clearly felt a warm current flowing through his body, and the fatigue of practicing the sword just now disappeared instantly. However, before he could get excited for a few seconds, his small body suddenly rose into the air and floated in the air. The teenage Uchiha Mikoto was taller than Lu Yun. Holding Lu Yun with one hand is completely stress-free. Uchiha Liu Yun. Do you know what you are doing? Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat. When his sister called his full name, he knew that things were definitely not easy. Really? Next, there is an hour-long ideological criticism education. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yun is only 9 years old now, Uchiha Mikoto would definitely be angry, very angry. Chuxiao was taken away by her younger brother like this, and Mikoto really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In her eyes, her younger brother just likes to play tricks and play such pranks. For example, Uchiha Mikoto knew all about it when she peeked at herself taking a bath and stole herself to change her fat times. But it never occurred to me that Xiaoun now lives in. Dare to kiss yourself. And the pro is still, too presumptuous. After a breakfast was eaten under the strict education of her sister Mikoto, Lu Yun put on his clothes and hurried away. Xiaoun, you have to study hard at school, don't mess with your classmates, and don't play tricks on the teacher. By the way, today is the ninja assessment, Xiaoun, you must. Don't worry, old lady, the ninja exam is just a mere ninja, no problem. Some classmates are waiting for me outside, go first. Hey Xiaoun, My sister hasn't finished speaking yet. Who finally came out? This choice. The choice is really getting more and more excessive. Lu Yun walked on the street and couldn't help but sigh. He is actually a traverser, a soul-pierced baby. He became the Uchiha family, Uchiha Mikato's younger brother, with a selection system attached to him. As long as you make a choice, you can get rewards. Rewards are all random, good and bad, and there are even things like fat times. It all depends on your character and face. It has been more than a year since Lu Yun came to this world. In 1 year, Lu Yun was completely integrated into this world and merged with his new identity. Uchiha. A member of the family, the younger brother of Uchiha Mikato. No father or mother, a sister, and a room. It is a standard start. Lu Yun is a very salty fish. He was an orphan in his previous life, and he has been busy for half his life without a good life. Now that he has crossed over, his family is happy, he has a beautiful sister, and he has a big family backed by Uchiha. He has no worries about eating or drinking. Well, occasionally picking up a girl, you still have to do what you choose. Although Lu Yun's idea is very good, he really wants to be a leisurely salted fish, but fate does not allow it. Now is the period of the 3 wars of the ninja world. It is the outbreak of the war, the most critical moment. If there is no strength, you may not know when you will die. And one more thing, he belongs to the Uchiha family. Uchiha, although it is a family that claims to have plug-ins, it is because of plug-ins that it is more dangerous. Uchiha was targeted by the insidious guy Danzo because of the powerful scene Huan blood following the boundary. The ghost knows that the war is over. Will Uchiha be exterminated like the original? Therefore, in order to protect himself, and also for the sake of his sister, Lu Yun will do it, even if it is a beastly option. It's definitely not because he's a gentleman himself. Just for the bonus. That's it? Chapter 2, Lu Yun's Rival in Love, for collection? The illustration is Rin Nohara. Liu Yun, why did you come so early today? Didn't Sister Mikan educate you? As soon as Lu Yun sat in his seat, a curious voice came from beside him. Nohara Rin, who was at the same table, looked at Lu Yun with watery eyes and asked. This is a cute girl with short chestnut hair, a row of clean teeth is very cute, and her white face shows the innocence and kindness unique to her age. She was staring at Lu Yun curiously. Logically speaking, in terms of Lu Yun's character as a little devil who messes with the world, Sister Mikato must be educated every day. Lu Yun waved his hand helplessly. Xiaolin, am I such a person in your eyes? Nohara Rin blinked her big eyes, as if she was thinking. After a while, she nodded seriously to Lu Yun. Yes. Lu Yun. The fact that Uchiha Mikato is the younger brother's control has long been spread throughout the ninja school, and Lu Yun arrived at the school late, and everyone in the class has long been surprised. On the contrary, Lu Yun came too early, which would surprise them. However, Lu Yun didn't dislike education like Sister Mikato. Say to teach. In fact, it is better to say that this is the control attribute of the younger brother. In the previous life, Lu Yun was an orphan and didn't even want a sister. In this life, with her sister, Lu Yun would enjoy the warmth of her sister more and would not feel bored at all. Just when Lu Yun was helpless. One sneak a glimpse of Nohara Rin's fierceness, and the reward will be doubled. 2 kiss Nohara Rin in front of rival Uchiha Obito. The number of rewarded chakras is doubled. 3 confess to Nohara Rin in front of the whole class, and the reward will be doubled. Host, please choose. Rival. Lu Yun paused slightly and tilted his head, only to realize that in a seat not far away, a young man was staring at him with a strange red light in his eyes. Wearing visors, sportswear, and a ninja backpack on the table, this is the guy at the tail of the crane that belongs to the Uchiha clan like Lu Yun, Uchiha Obito. Yes, he is Obito in the original book, Lord too. But now he's still just a guy at the tail of a crane, far worse than Lu Yun. Lu Yun's previous talent was also average, he was almost the tail of a crane, but the difference was that he had golden fingers. In just 1 year, Lu Yun counterattacked. Although he has done a lot of gentlemanly things and has a bad reputation, his strength is among the best. There are even rumors in the school that Lu Yun is even more powerful than the first place Kakashi. But it's just a rumor. So far, no one has seen the two fight, and they don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. However, as a Uchiha family, Lu Yun was born with a plug-in. As long as he opened his eyes, his strength skyrocketed and he directly crushed Kakashi. This is the benefit of the plug-in family. Damn, this guy has such a good relationship with Lin. Lin has never laughed at me like this. Uchiha Obito looked at Nohara Rin and Uchiha Liu Yun talking and laughing, and was a little jealous. Obito has been secretly in love with Nohara Rin for a long time, but Nohara Rin also knows Obito, but she has no feelings between men and women for Obito. Lu Yun looked at Obito's eyes, raised his brows, and suddenly grinned, revealing a row of clean and tidy teeth, a very refreshing smile. Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment, wondering why Lu Yun, his rival in love, would laugh at him. But he sorted out his mood and prepared to return a smile. Although he is jealous of Liu Yun, Obito is not a careful person, and he will not put a jealous heart. Love is added to the relationship with Lu Yun. Obito was jealous of Lu Yun, but he also admired Lu Yun's strength. He was able to fight Kakashi's evildoer without opening his eyes. Lu Yun still has strength. However, just as Obito was tidying up his mood and was about to show a smile, Lu Yun's next action made him stunned. No, not only Uchiha Obito was stunned, even the other students in the class were stunned when they saw this scene. Lu Yun actually hugged Nohara Rin and kissed him directly. Although ninjas are all precocious, no matter how precocious they are usually only 8 or 9 years old at this time. Lu Yun, a 9-year-old little genkai, actually hugged a little loli and kissed. This scene made a group of little kids in the class instantly silent. Nohara Rin, the party involved, was also stunned for a while, and then her face was like a green apple in June, and it slowly turned red in August and September. Uchiha Liu Yun, Nohara Rin, what are you doing? Suddenly, a deafening scream came, and Nohara Rin was so frightened that she pushed Lu Yun away, lowered her head, her little face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look at the teacher who entered the classroom, not even Lu Yun. Lu Yunbo pursed his lips, as if he was still reminiscing about something. Mr. Ninja looked. By this time, his face turned completely black. Uchiha Liu Yun. Did you know that today is the time for your ninja exam, and you are still doing this kind of thing in the classroom? No, notify the parents. The parents must be notified. Liu Yun, come out with me now, right now. Lu Yun coughed lightly and reminded kindly, Teacher, should we go to the assessment first? It won't be too late to notify when the ninja assessment is over. Chapter 3, Ninja Assessment, for Collection? Xiaolin, cough, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it just now, how could I do this to you? No, Xiaolin, I don't mean you're not beautiful, it's just that I don't like you. No, Ba. I'm not worthy of you. Lin, forgive me, please. Little Lin. On the way to the training ground, Lu Yun tried his best to apologize. But Rin Nohara, who seemed to be just shy originally, turned black now. Lu Yun was at a loss. Did he say something wrong? Although the reason for making the choice just now was for reward, but most of the reason was because Lu Yun also had a good impression of this kind and cute little roommate. Otherwise, if you choose to appear on other dinosaur girls, see if Lu Yun will kiss him. Not to mention the reward for doubling the number of chakras, even if it is a reward for writing round eyes, no. Even the reincarnation eye? Nor will he give in. So, straight men are just annoying. Obviously, at this time, it's enough to coax him with kind words, but listen to what Lu Yun said. Are these human words? No Hararin glared at Lu Yun angrily. Walk away quickly and ignore him. Lu Yun sighed helplessly. Let's pass the test first. Graduation exam. That's right, a year has passed, and it's time for an assessment. If you pass the graduation assessment and become a genin, you can continue to go to school and continue to obtain the resources of the family and the village. If you fail the assessment, you will not be able to continue to go to school, and the resources of the family will not continue to be wasted on a waste. Yes, this era is so cruel. Konoha is still in a time of war. There is no peace, only. In war, you cannot pass the assessment. If you want to obtain resources, you must go to the battlefield. Even if you are doing auxiliary tasks, you cannot waste a soldier or a soldier. It is not without reason that the children of this age are mature. Under the oppression of war, even the innocent and pure girl will eventually become mature. Just like No Hararin, she has already understood a lot of things at a young age. Compared to the earth where Lu Yun was before, a child of No Hararin's age is probably still in elementary school, and she doesn't understand anything, right? No Hararin, on the other hand, had to be ready to go to the battlefield at any time. Time made them. The graduation assessment has not started yet, standing on the school training ground. Many students are gearing up, waiting for the assessment to begin. Of course, there are also exceptions. For example, some students with poor talent, or students who don't usually train hard, all showed worried expressions at this time, for fear that they would not pass the assessment. Failure to pass the examination means that there is no future. The assessment is very simple. If you stick with me for 1 minute, you will pass the assessment. A Chunin stepped forward, exuding a fierce killing intent, which is an aura that can only be cultivated after being tempered on the battlefield. For these ninja school students. In other words, everyone felt a great sense of oppression. The current assessment is not as bells and whistles as in Konoha in peacetime. The content of the assessment is very simple. As long as you can persist under the Master of Chunin teacher for 1 minute, you will pass the assessment. Of course, it's basically impossible for a primary school student who is not even a shinobi to hold on for a minute in the hands of a Chunin, so the Chunin instructor who took the test said one more sentence. Teacher will suppress his strength and will not use his full strength to fight. Also, you don't have to persist for a minute. If I decide that you are qualified to become a genin, then it will be considered a pass. Chunin instructor's words. The students around him were obviously relieved, even No Hararin. Fortunately, in this case, I should have a chance to pass the examination. Pass it together with Lu Yunjun. No Hararin clenched her small fists to cheer herself up. There should be no problem with Lu Yun's strength. Although he usually hangs around, his performance is good. No matter what, he should be fine for 1 minute. However, Lu Yun on the side was lost in thought. Because the options appeared in front of him again. 1. Defeat Chunin Sensei within a minute and make him unable to stand up. The reward physique has tripled. 2. First use the seduction technique to tempt the teacher, then take the opportunity to defeat him, and reward the awakened Sharingan Yugoyu. 3. Row the water, insist on not falling to the ground under the teacher's hand for 1 minute, and the reward will be doubled. Host, please choose. Oops, this choice is really hard to make. 3 times the physique. Lu Yun's current physique is already much stronger than that of ordinary genin. If it tripled, it would indeed be very useful. But in comparison, the second option is still better. Awakened riding wheel. Yes, Lu Yun hasn't awakened to Sharingan. Although he belongs to the Uchiha family, if he wants to open his eyes, he must lose a loved one or be abused. And Lu Yun has always been smooth sailing, and it is impossible to experience such feelings, so at the age of 7, he has not opened the writing wheel. And Lu Yun didn't want to open his eyes in that way. Since there is a shortcut, choose the second option. At the same time, the teacher held the roster, nodded with the Chinen examiner, and then said, "The next one, Sarabi Asma, step forward to test." After a minute, "Asma Sarabi, pass." Next one, Mat K, step up and test. Midi, pass. The next one, Uchiha Liu Yun, step forward to test. Is anyone watching? Squeak. I don't know whether readers like this type or not. To be honest, the author is very flustered. Am afraid of being hit on the street. I have already prepared a 50,000 word manuscript. If I hit the street, it will be uncomfortable. Therefore, the author would like to ask, if you like this book, please take the initiative to place a collection, vote for flowers, comment on votes, etc., please. If the grades are good, update to 20,000 words today. That's right, from 4,000 directly to 20,000. Chapter 4, Awakening of the Will Eyes, for collection. One student after another came forward to accept the assessment, some passed and some failed. But most of the students passed. Even No Hararin passed without much pressure. Lu Yun has been staring at the assessment Chinen from the beginning to the end. Chinen is worthy of being Chinen, he has a lot of fighting experience, and every move is very powerful in Lu Yun's eyes. The Chinen during the war is much stronger than the Konoha Chinen in the peacetime. The Chinen at this time may be on a par with the Jonin in the peacetime. At this time, the ninja level content is higher. The next one, Uchiha Liu Yun, step forward to test. Lu Yun slowly stepped into the arena, and Chinen, who was in charge of the assessment, also looked at the genius of the Uchiha clan. Although he hasn't opened his eyes yet, Uchiha Liu Yun's strength is already very strong, and he should be included in the list of passing. Uchiha Liu Yun. Uchiha Obito, who was preparing for the examination later, clenched his fists when he saw Lu Yun. He wants to see how strong this guy is and what the gap between them is. Let's get started. Follow. As the voice fell, Lu Yun's face that always wore a mischievous smile finally closed. Is he serious? After having known each other for so long, this was the first time everyone saw Lu Yun seriously. All the students stared at the scene closely, Michael Kate, Uchiha Obito, No Hararin, Sarutobi Asma, etc. The students of this era all take Lu Yun as an example. Of course, I'm talking about ninjutsu and taijutsu, but the character is to be determined. Come and attack me. Chinen teacher said with blinking eyes. Lu Yun is also not polite. With a serious expression, he raised his hand and instantly began to seal. The art of seduction. After the printing was completed, a white mist flashed past, and a black-haired beauty with misty fog in key parts suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Tall, sexy, and charming, especially that smile, she is so charming. Seeing this scene, the surrounding group of ninjas all sprayed nosebleeds and fell to the ground. Even the Chinen teacher who was assessed was no exception. This Nima is too exciting. Not even a teacher, even Uchiha Obito. Miki, Sarutobi Asma and other famous students also fell to the ground by Lei's blood spurting. The only ones still standing were the girls covering their eyes. Ding. Awaken a goose jade writing will I? Huh? Is this done? Lu Yun lowered his head and glanced. I didn't expect that the teacher of the Chinen assessment could not help but fall to the ground. For the ninja, falling to the ground is a failure, so Lu Yun's choice is complete. Seduction is so bullish. Uchiha Liu Yun, pass, pass. Chinen. The assessment teacher clutched his bleeding nose and stood up. Never expected, really never expected, that the people of the Uchiha clan would actually use such nasty ninjutsu. Sure enough, No matter how serious this guy is, he is still that little jerk Lu Yun. At the same time, as the voice of choice fell, the chakra in Lu Yun's body gradually spread to the limbs and bones, and even directly spread to Lu Yun's eyes. He looked at the people on the opposite side. Lu Yun felt that the other party's movements seemed to slow down. No. It is you who see it more clearly. The power of the writing wheel is gradually stimulated, and the eyes of Liu Yun. In each of them, a Hokage slowly emerged. This is the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, writing round eyes. The expressions of the ninjas who were still complaining about Liu Yun suddenly became serious. Have you opened your eyes? I didn't expect to open your eyes at such a time. No. Lu Yun seems to be only 9 years old, doesn't he? And he hasn't experienced a life and death battle yet, so inexplicably opened his eyes. The entire Uchiha clan, he seems to be the first. Ah! Lu Yun, your eyes are writing wheels. No Hararin. Surprised, he ran over. Awakening the writing wheel eye, this proves Lu Yun's talent and strength. No way, I'm obviously better than him. Why did he wake up to Sharingan so quickly? I'm the man who wants to become Hokage. How can I repair it? How can I lose to him? Uchiha Obito said angrily. Lu Yun suddenly awakened Sharingan, which made Uchiha Obito even more envious and jealous. I kissed Lin just now, and now I have a will eye. How can I fix it? How can this guy have such good luck? Youth is always unexpected. Ho ho. Double the training today. Must try harder than you. Motki is as hot as ever. These eyes are really enviable. Asma said with emotion. Uchiha Liu Yun turned his eyes slightly, looked at No Hararin, and said with a smile, Xiaorin, have you forgiven me? No Hararin's original surprise expression instantly disappeared. She pursed her lips, turned her head, and looked like I would never forgive you. Lin. I'll ask you to pull noodles, please forgive me? It's you who wants to eat ramen, right? Lu Yun always lies like this. No. No. This time, I promise, I'm definitely going to eat ramen for Linke. No, it was for Rin to eat ramen. In the dark corner where no one noticed, several Umbu stared at the back of Lu Yun and No Hararin for a while, looked at each other, and disappeared in place in an instant. Chapter 5, The Attention of the Three Generations of Hokage for Collection. Naruto Office Building. The three generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hyozan were dealing with numerous documents while listening to Umbu's report. Uchiha Liu Yun has awakened Sharingan? I remember, he seems to be only 9 years old, and he has not experienced the special training of the Uchiha family, so he has awakened. Sarutobi Hyozan raised his head and took a heavy breath. Seems to be a little troubled. The Uchiha family is about to appear a genius. How is it possible to open eyes without special training? Should not be. But after thinking about it, Sarutobi Hyozan couldn't think of anything. The special reason. Is it really because he is a genius? Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Liu Yun, he is also Uchiha Mikato's younger brother. Umbu on the side reminded. Well, I know this, I knew it a year ago. Sarutobi Hyjindeo, the girl from the Uchiha clan, is a rare beauty in herself, coupled with her outstanding ninja talent. In the new generation of the Uchiha clan, it firmly occupies the #1 female ninja #1's position. Sarutobi Hidden has seen Uchiha Mikato many times, compared to the arrogant Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikato. Apparently humble and polite, Sarutobi Hyozan had a good impression of her. And Sarutobi Hyozan knew about Uchiha Liu Yun. It was also a year ago that his talent suddenly became stronger. Not only did he refine more chakra than ordinary ninjas, but he also far surpassed his peers in physical skills. Therefore, Liu Yun entered the market. In the eyes of the three generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Hyozan. Geniuses are always easy to spot. However, The only bad thing is that Uchiha Ryuyun is Uchiha Mikoto's younger brother. Why is it bad? Because Uchiha Mikoto is the young patriarch of the Uchiha family and the fiancé of Uchiha Fuyu. The two have a marriage contract. In this way, Uchiha Ryuyun will definitely become the core figure of the Uchiha family, and Uchiha Ryuyun has such a powerful talent, which is what makes the three generations a headache. While it's good to have such a powerful genius in times of war, the Uchiha clan is too difficult to control, and most of them are arrogant, proud, and arrogant, making it difficult to get along. Although occasionally a very small number of excellent ninjas are born, such as the former companion of the three generations of Hokage, Uchiha Mirror, although in such a family, he has unparalleled fraternity, confidence, and gentleness. But that was only occasionally. Now Hokage, who is Konoha Sarutobi Hyozan, knew very well that if the strength of the Uchiha clan continued to expand, very bad things might happen. Perhaps, this is also the reason why the three generations of Hokage later acquiesced in Danzo's shot against the Uchiha family. Peace can always be bought with blood. In that case, maybe take a good look at it. The three generations of Hokage pondered a little. His eyes were very far, and he did not ignore Lu Yun because of his age. If his talent is just an ordinary genius, it's fine. If he continues to grow, then he has to make special arrangements. Of course, it depends on Lu Yun's personality. If he advocates the will of fire, like Uchiha Mirror, three generations are acceptable. After thinking for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "Assign Lu Yun and Asuma to a team and let Asuma contact him." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Umbu's figure disappeared with a sigh. In a short period of time, the three generations of Hokage have properly arranged Lu Yun, or perhaps the entire Uchiha clan has been properly calculated. Although the three generations of Naruto are not as good as the previous two generations, their political means are definitely the first. Even in the future, Ren Hokage will not surpass him. However, no matter how high his methods are, it is impossible to guess that Lu Yun is a traveler, and he already knows everyone's characters and plots. Even more do not know, Lu Yun actually hides a lot of secrets. Genius. That's just the talent he wants people to see. If Lu Yun exerts his full strength, I am afraid that the three generations of Hokage will not be able to sit still at this time. I'm so full. Walking out of the ramen shop, Lu Yun stretched out for a long time and patted his stretched stomach. At this, it's not easy to eat ramen that tastes so good in an era of war. No, Harolyn couldn't help laughing. She covered her mouth and said with a smile, "If you eat like this, you will definitely become a big fat man, and it will be ugly then." "It's alright, Lin won't dislike me for being fat anyway, right?" Lu Yun looked at Nohararin's cute expression and laughed. It's no wonder that Uchiha Obito is mad for Rin, and even wants to destroy the world. Such a kind, innocent, and lovely girl is really rare. The innocence is amazing without a bit of a snack machine. Where? I'm afraid that it's been a year since Lu Yun crossed over, and he can't help but be moved by her innocence, and can't help but want to protect her. Nohararin blushed brightly, and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's words, "Are you confessing to yourself?" "No, not right." This would, Lu Yun, is really, often saying such misleading words. Nohararin is very innocent, but girls are very sensitive in terms of emotions. Lu Yun has a good impression of her, and Nohararin knows it. But it definitely didn't achieve the kind of love between men and women she imagined. Lu Yun-jun, then. Break up here, I'm home. Chapter 6, My Sister's Wish Choice, for Collection. Sunset is on the West Mountain, dusk slowly falls, the whole world is slowly shrouded, and there is an unexpected trace of peace. After Lu Yun said goodbye to Nohararin, they walked to the Uchiha clan's clan. It has been a year since he came to this world, and Lu Yun has already completely integrated into the Uchiha clan, and he knows every part of the Uchiha clan very well. There are many ninjas standing guard at the entrance, and the wall next to the entrance and the fan on the tree that symbolize Uchiha status exudes a majestic style. Shen. Today's Uchiha family is well deserved. Konoha's first wealthy family. Although the Hyuga clan is prosperous, it is still a little worse than Uchiha. The Qianshao family is nominally the number one wealthy family in Konoha, but in fact, since the two Hokage passed away one after another, there has never been a ninja on their own. The title of the first giant is nothing more than that. In contrast, Uchiha has always been prosperous, and many powerful ninjas have emerged in each generation. Yo, isn't this Lu Yun? I heard that you not only passed the Genin test, but also awakened the writing wheel. Well done. As expected of the genius of my Uchiha clan. When a Uchiha clansman saw Lu Yun, he gave a thumbs up. The Uchiha clan is a conceited clan, and they highly respect the writing wheel eye. As long as the writing wheel eye is awakened, even if it is useless, it will be recognized by others in the clan. On the contrary, if they reach a certain age and still haven't awakened the Uchiha clan of Sharingan, they will be looked down upon and thought that they cannot be called Uchiha. Like Lu Yun's awakening of Sharingan today, it can be known by the 3 generations of Hokage at the first time, and in the same way, it can also be known by the Uchiha clan who are always concerned about it. Originally did not awaken the flow of Sharingan. Yundu was called a genius by the Uchiha clan, and he valued it very much. Now that he has awakened the Sharingan, I am afraid that his status will be improved to a higher level. And status corresponds to resources. Ninja training requires various resources, whether it is ninjutsu cheats, or herbs to improve chakra, etc., these are resources. After casually saying hello to someone he knew, Lu Yun went straight home. To be honest, he didn't like the atmosphere like Uchiha. Except for her elder sister Mikoto, everyone in Uchiha values interests very much, and there are very few friends to make. Lu Yun understood clearly from memory. Before he was not a genius, Uchiha almost made his existence dispensable, didn't feel anything, and even treated him coldly. The Uchiha family is very realistic. This is also the reason why Lu Yun deliberately showed a little genius strength. Although I really want to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, it doesn't feel good to be looked down upon by others. Walking along a path to the north, Lu Yun's house faces south, located in the northernmost part of the Uchiha clan, which is a good location. The house covers an area of more than 300 square meters, which is considered a luxury residence among the Uchiha family. After all, he is a genius, and his treatment and accommodation are naturally very good. However, only Lu Yun and his sister depended on each other at home, and the mansion seemed a bit empty. "Sister, I'm back." Lu Yun walked into the house, as always. "Little Cloud." Mikoto heard the voice and went to sleep in pink, and quickly came out of the bedroom. Sister Mikoto seemed to be very happy today. With a happy smile on her face, she walked over and hugged Lu Yun in her arms when Lu Yun didn't react. Sister, your ferocity is pressing me down. Can't breathe now?" Lu Yun said. "Xiaoun, you are so naughty." Mikoto's face turned slightly red, she let go of him, lightly tapped Dan Liu Yun's forehead, and then said in a gentle tone, "I heard about today's events, you opened your eyes, really?" "Of course it's true." Lu Yundao said, the guyu in his eyes slowly spun. "As expected of my brother." Mikoto was happy. The owner Lu Yun involuntarily hugged her tighter, and was pressed by her sister's terrifying murderous part. Lu Yun was almost out of breath. "I read a news before saying that someone died of suffocation because of being crushed by his girlfriend's murderous part. At the time, Lu Yun thought it was impossible. How could such a thing happen in reality? However, today he finally believed it. What is fierce and ambitious? However, This time Lu Yun did not protest against being suppressed, and let Mikoto hug her and cheer, experiencing the joy of her sister. Sister's excitement is genuine, how could Lu Yun not know? After a long time, Mikoto let go of Lu Yun, and there were still tears of excitement in the corners of her eyes. Xiao Yun, elder sister has. I told you that as long as you can complete the Genin test, my sister can grant you a wish. Tell me, what wish you want? Desire? Lu Yun paused for a while, thinking that a few months ago, when he was training hard, his sister did say such a thing, and Lu Yun didn't take it seriously at that time. Because the lower-end assessment is really easy for him. But the older sister at the time didn't know that Lu Yun was hiding many secrets, so she used this to inspire him. However, since there is a wish, what kind of wish should be made? He is not short of money, nor is he short of delicious food. What resources are there? What's the clan's giving is very sufficient. It seems that he, the rich second generation, is not short of anything. When Lu Yun was tangled, options appeared in front of him again. 1. The wish is for my sister to kiss herself, and she must kiss her for more than 1 minute, and the number of chakras will be tripled. 2. The wish is that my sister will cook a delicious meal for herself and reward the fat times of different dimensions. 3. The wish is to be able to sleep with my sister tonight, and the reward will be tripled. Reward. Chapter 7, What a Sin for Collection. Seeing these 3 options, Lu Yun was stunned for a moment. The second one ignores it directly. What is the fat time from another dimension? Does he need such a perverted thing as a big man? Lu Yun has no fetishes. If it was my sister's fat times, it would be different. But, even if it's my sister's, he's definitely not such a gentleman. In short, it seems that the first choice and the third one are better. Whether it is a wish or a reward, Lu Yun is very excited. I slept with my sister for 1 night, since going to school, Lu Yun has. After a long time, I haven't slept in the same room with my sister. After all, I am old and Lu Yun's body is mature. Every morning, I have morning erections, so my sister slept separately from him. Now I have a wish to experience the feeling of sleeping together with my sister again. Lu Yun is a little tempted. However, seeing his elder sister's smiling face, he didn't know whether this wish could come true. Although elder sister can say whatever she wishes, if Lu Yun is too much, I am afraid that elder sister will not agree. But it seems that the first option is more excessive. Lu Yun was obviously doing it on purpose. And find a perfect excuse, real gentleman. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Yun still chose one, grabbing her sister's hand and looking awkward. Mikoto was also amused by Lu Yun's appearance, because she knew that every time her brother looked naive like this, something terrible was going to happen. For example, the last time I peeked at myself taking a bath, I ran into the bathtub and insisted on taking a bath with me. At that time, he saw all the women who were in the hot spring. Mikoto will never forget that day Lu Yun was chased by a group of women for a whole day, although it seemed that he only caught a shadow clone in the end. And suddenly kissing myself in the morning, and a month ago. In short, with this expression on my brother, something bad is definitely going to happen. Xiaoun, what do you wish for? Sister can tell you in advance, you can't play pranks. Uchiha Mikoto said seriously. Although the younger brother is very competitive in terms of ninja talent, his personality is really too bad. In the entire Konoha village, I am afraid that except for his own sister who can control him, there is no one who he dares to tease and play with. Even the third generation Hokage was called an old man by his younger brother. You must know that although the Sarutobi Hyuuzan at this time was a bit old, he was definitely not an old man. And today? With my brother? The strength of the ninja can pass the ninja assessment normally, but he uses some kind of seduction technique to get a bunch of ninjas to spit nosebleeds. Lu Yun rolled his eyes, took Sister Mikoto's hand, and said, Sister, Do you remember that when I was young, as long as I finished training, you would hug me and give me a kiss? Now that I've grown up, my sister doesn't hug me, Lu Yun's words, coupled with her cute expression, made Mikoto soften. Yes, since growing up, the relationship between the two brothers and sisters has become a bit rusty. It's not that they are rusty, or they have already been educated about sex. They have to sleep separately, and they have to distinguish clearly what can be done, what cannot be done. After all, my brother is already 9 years old. However, Mikoto didn't think of this for the first time. She was induced by Lu Yun's pitiful expression, and she thought it was true that their relationship was estranged. This made the soft-hearted Mikoto feel even more uncomfortable. Sister, my wish is to kiss my sister. Just like when I was a child. Hearing this sentence, Mikoto was stunned for a moment. She was about to refuse, but she looked down and saw her brother's expectant expression, her big eyes blinking, very innocent eyes, very innocent expressions. At once. It's like it's really reminiscent of childhood. This made Mikoto soften for a while. Sister, if you can't, forget it, it's already very late. I'll take a shower and rest first. I have class tomorrow. Lu Yun sighed slightly in his heart. Since his sister didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. In fact, when he chose one, Lu Yun had already made up his mind that his sister would not agree. Although it is a pity to lose 3 times the number of chakras, but there will be more choices in the future, so there is no need to struggle with an option. But just as Lu Yun gave up and turned to leave, sister. Suddenly hugging him from behind, Lu Yun was stunned, and before he could react, his sister kissed him. However, the kiss is the face. Yes, when I was a child, my sister always kissed her face. After all, she was a brother and sister, so she wouldn't be so heavy on taste. Lu Yun didn't move, and Mikoto didn't move either, so she closed her eyes and kissed Lu Yun's cute face dotingly. Lu Yun's eyes moved slightly, and when he saw his sister didn't move, he slowly moved his face. His little mouth gradually matched with his sister. At the same time, 1 minute has finally come to an end. Ding! Triple the amount of chakra? A strange force spread all over the body, and the number of chakras that Lu Yun originally had to endure tripled. 3 times the number of chakras, you can use a lot more ninjutsu, so beautiful. However, it will not be beautiful after that. Because of Lu Yun's deliberate movement, he and his sister finally got together. Mikoto was probably immersed in her memories. She didn't respond when Lu Yun started to move her little face just now. Until, a warm touch came, Uchiha Mikoto seemed to be electrocuted, this wonderful feeling. Not coming to enjoy this feeling, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly opened her eyes. Uchiha Liu Yun. A deafening cry came from the residents of the Uchiha clan, and the patrolling ninja covered his ears and was not surprised at all. It's Mikoto again. It's that genius again, Uchiha Liu Yun's name. Did you make my sister angry again? Familiarity of the ninjas with Uchiha Liu Yun, the noisy little guy. Uchiha Mikoto is such a gentle and virtuous girl. It's really a sin to come to such a little devil brother in the world. P.S. Chapter 8, another day full of vitality for collection. The next morning, Lu Yun got up early and began to pack up. Today is Lu Yun's first day as a genin, of course he must be full of energy. Before going to school, Lu Yun also specifically asked Sister Mikoto some things about writing round eyes. Uchiha Mikoto is a jounin, and she has already awakened to write round eyes. She definitely knows more than Lu Yun. She must ask for advice humbly in this regard. To have such a knowledgeable and capable elder sister of Shangnan is really a peace of mind. Xiaoun, even if you don't ask, sister, I'm going to give this to you. Will eyes, you can touch the real power of our family. You will feel more and more powerful in the future. You must cherish these eyes, Uchiha Mikoto said, and took out a scroll from under the table. This scroll mainly records Uchiha's fire escape ninjutsu, as well as the use skills of Sharingan. Among them, fire escape ninjutsu are some very difficult escape techniques that can only be mastered by Chunin and Shangnin, but as long as with a wheel shaker, even now you can practice in advance. This is the unique advantage of our Uchiha clan. Lu Yun couldn't wait to take the scroll. Thank you, sister. I will work hard to become a ninja on my own. Actually, my sister doesn't want you to become a ninja, Xiaoun. Mikoto touched Lu Yun's head, and for some reason she said this. Lu Yun may understand. Because Mikoto-san's parents were ninjas and died during the mission. The position of ninja is too dangerous. However, in Lu Yun's view, the so-called danger is only because he is not strong enough. If you have enough strength and the power to crush all enemies, you won't think about it. Sister, I will definitely become stronger, then it will be my turn to protect my sister. Lu Yun said seriously. Getting stronger is not just for enjoying a good life, but for protection. Protect himself, protect his sister, and even protect everything he has. Lu Yun was not brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. Whether he wanted to protect or destroy, he must have equal power, otherwise it would be a joke. It was the first time Uchiha Mikoto saw her younger brother's serious expression, like a promise from an adult. After a while, she turned back. God, I am a little moved. Okay, it's good to be ambitious. Big sister doesn't have many tasks these days. If you encounter something you don't understand, just ask big sister. Mikoto smiled. Yeah. Lu Yun looked at it for a while, and put the scroll down temporarily. It's not overnight to learn these difficult ninjutsu, so let's work hard in the future. I don't have time today. Putting on the new clothes specially prepared by her sister, Lu Yun hurried to the school. It seemed that she was going to be late again today. In ninja school, all the students came early. The teacher is also waiting for everyone. Today is the day when all students officially graduate and are placed into classes. After some small talk, when all the students arrived, especially after the last Uchiha Liu Yun arrived, the teacher took out the group list. The whole class held their breath and listened carefully, hoping to get a few. A great teammate. Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, you and Kakashi's class. After the teacher in front reported the name, Obito in the distance made a victory gesture and was very excited. He was able to be in the same group as Nohara Rin, and Obito felt self-conscious. He really hit the jackpot. On the other hand, there was an imperceptible gloom in Nohara Rin's brows. Quietly glanced at Lu Yun, Nohara Rin's face suddenly turned a little red, and she secretly thought to herself what was going on, that she felt a little lost. Asma Sarutobi, Kurane Yoi, Ryuun Uchiha, you are a group of 3. Soon after, Lu Yun also got information from his group members. Asma, Lu Yun is very familiar, the son of 3 generations of Hokage, is a very talented ninja. Red Yoi, although there is not much contact on weekdays, but there are also a few. According to the impression, she and Nohara Rin are the 2 most popular girls in the class. In comparison, Xiaolin is more lively and cheerful, while Yui Hong is more shy and quiet, but both of them are rare beauties. Although they are not on the same team as Lin, there is a beautiful woman in their team. Lu Yun is still in a good mood. Moreover, if Lu Yun guessed correctly, this team is probably also deliberately arranged by the 3 generations of Hokage. It is definitely not random, there must be a special reason. Although Lu Yun was a bit salty on weekdays, he was a fool, but that didn't mean he was stupid. I believe that people who have read the original Naruto will not be stupid. I feel that the world is very safe. Anime and reality are completely 2 concepts. After the classification ceremony, all the team members dispersed. Lu Yun, Sarabi Asma, and Yui Kane arrived at the place where the team was concentrated. By the way, do you know who our teacher is? Sarutobi Asma said, his eyes involuntarily looked at Lu Yun. He seemed to prefer Lu Yun's answer. A person's subconscious actions can prove many problems. Lu Yun spread out his hands helplessly, this. How did we guess? However, it seems that you are the son of Hokage. You should know more about the inside story than we do. The inside story? Ha, the old man rarely discloses this information to me. He said that he must uphold impartiality and selflessness, even Hokage is no exception. In fact, this kind of thing is not a secret, and they like to be mysterious. Really, the third generation is too stingy, there is no Hokage bearing. Lu Yun said. That's right, that old man's hateful place doesn't stop here, Asma continued. Asma, Lu Yun, you can't say that, 3 generations of adults. On one side, Hong Yui was a little indignant, with a hint of helplessness on her delicate little face. For ninjas, shadow is the strongest symbol and spiritual support. How come the 2 people in his team have no scruples? Although my team is very strong, I feel like, it will be very unusual in the future. Okay, don't talk about it. Lu Yun and Asma shrugged and stopped the topic of slandering the 3 generations. However, Lu Yun found a problem. When Sarutobi Asma was silent just now, he glanced at Lu Yun 40 times. If it weren't for his strong mental strength, I'm afraid he would. Asma Sarutobi's small movements cannot be seen. Lu Yun is very clear that he and Asma have only known each other not long ago. Although they have known each other before, but they have no intersection, and Asma should not be gay, so. Oops, the 3 generations of Hokage are really caring. Do you specially arrange for your son to come in contact with you? I just woke up with a hook of jade riding round eyes, is it so valued? Several people were chatting, and when they knew each other, a strong wind swept in front of the 3 of them. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front. P.S. Chapter 9, The Stubborn Temper of the Little Girl came up for collection. The illustration is Uzumaki Kushina. A touch of magnificent red hair fluttered, like a rose, and with a little pleasant girla fragrance, it caught the eyes of the 3 of Liu Yun. Then a slender girl has appeared in front of several people. High speed. When Sarutobi Asma found out, the other party had already appeared in front of him. If it is an enemy, I am afraid that I will be killed without noticing anything. Hong Yui on one side did the same, and subconsciously took a step back. Come very strong. In areas they simply cannot reach. Even if it is more powerful than those elite jounin. The girl who suddenly appeared behind her was not ordinary strength. However, when they looked at Lu Yun, they found that he didn't look surprised at all, as if they had discovered this woman in advance. How is this possible? It's also a lower endure. Even if Lu Yun has a writing will and is a genius, it is impossible to have such a perception in the face of elite upper endure. They didn't know how strong Lu Yun's spiritual perception was. Under normal circumstances, he won't find out, but as long as there is trouble, his spiritual perception will instantly capture people. That is to say, unless the opponent's speed reaches the speed of sound, or moves in space, he will never be able to escape Lu Yun's perception. Hello everyone, I'm Uzumaki Kushina, your leader is me, that one. I'm sorry, I got up late this morning. It's my first time as a teacher. I was so nervous last night that I didn't sleep well. The girl took the initiative to introduce herself, with a bright smile on her pretty face. He looked only 16 or 17 years old, not much older than Lu Yun and the others. However, the year. Although Ji was young, the girl was already very mature. Lu Yun glanced at the scale of Ju Xi and Nai's fierceness, and he was on a par with his sister. I haven't seen each other for a few months, but she looks even more beautiful. Lu Yun slightly raised his brows and looked at the red-haired beauty in front of him. The magnificent waist-length hair, the beautiful enchanting figure, and the cheerful and lively girly temperament. Lu Yun knew her. At the same time, options appeared in front of him again. 1. Confess to Uzumaki Kushina, shouting that I like the teacher. Reward spirit power doubled. 2. Be a polite and good student, introduce yourself to Uzumaki Kushina, and reward your physique twice. 3. Provoking Uzumaki Kushina, saying things that make her angry, and rewarding the seal speed is doubled. Host, please choose. Double the printing speed. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes swept across the faces of Lu Yun and the three of them. Just as they were about to say something, Lu Yun walked out first. It's Lu Yun, is there something wrong? Uzumaki Kushina asked with a smile. She knows Lu Yun, Uzumaki Kushina, and Lu Yun's sister Uchiha Mikoto are best friends. People often perform tasks together, and occasionally visit Mikoto's house, so it is natural to know Mikoto's younger brother, Uchiha Liu Yun. Kushina, how can you be our teacher? Ha? Xiao Liu Yun, what's your tone? I'm joinin'. It's perfectly fine to be your teacher. Also, call me Sister Kushina. Kushina said, patted fiercely, and said with a shudder. However, Lu Yun showed an expression of disbelief. Junin? If I remember correctly, Sister Mikoto once said, Kushina, your chakra control is very poor, and every time you do a mission, something will happen. And there is no experience as a teacher at all, is this really okay? Of course no problem. Kushina said, grabbed Lu Yun's neck, pulled him aside, and used a voice that Asma and Hong couldn't hear. I said, Xiao Liu Yun, you didn't mean to demolish my stage, right? No, I'm just telling the truth, Kushina, you really are not suitable to be a teacher. Lu Yun spread his hands and looked innocent. But with this expression, Uzumaki Kushina is so angry. This little bastard is definitely tearing down his own platform. Feel the extra quick knots in the brain. Lu Yun knew that Vortex Kushina was absolutely angry. Okay, Lu Yun. Now, immediately, stand back in the team. Uzumaki Kushina's smiling face changed instantly, and she pushed Lu Yun away without saying a word, as if she and he didn't know each other at all. Mom. It seems that he directly offended Kushina. I didn't expect to make her angry so easily. It seems that Kushina did come to be a teacher with great determination, otherwise Lu Yun wouldn't be so angry because of Lu Yun's despised remarks. Then let the teacher test first. Check out your strength. It starts with the clouds. Juxina looked at the three, especially Lu Yun, a sneer flashed in her moving eyes. Little bastard, the matter of peeking at his bath before has not been settled, but now he dares to demolish his own platform in front of outsiders. He must be educated. Uzumaki Kushina had even thought about it. No matter how good Lu Yun's performance was, he would deliberately give him a bad review and then punish him severely. Although it's not good to use the public and personal as a teacher, but who makes this little bastard so hateful? Cough, cough, Mr. Kushina, at this time, we should first introduce ourselves and get to know each other. Come on. Lu Yun coughed and corrected. Ah, what? That's what I said, I almost forgot. I remember when I was in school. Hey, I'm already starting to worry about our future. Same feeling. Same feeling. A black line appeared on Kushina's forehead. Looking at the three students who seriously doubted her, her pretty face darkened. The stubborn temper of the little girl has come up. Anyway, I don't care, I let you test your strength, you must test it first. Don't you guys? Don't listen to the teacher? Chapter 10, this is definitely intentional, for collection? Lu Yun has a black line, this teacher is too willful, right? Sure enough, even if she became a teacher, Kushina was still that child's temperament. Because of Mikato's sister, Lu Yun and Kushina have known each other for a long time, and they know her character very well. Just like Naruto. It's no wonder that Naruto's character is so lively. With such a mother, how can he not be lively? The test is very simple. Lu Yun, you come to attack me, as long as you can touch my bell, you will be qualified, and you will be the captain of the squad in the future. Said in advance. Well, if you meet the bell, you are considered qualified. If you can't, Xiao Liu Yun, don't blame the teacher for the punishment. Uzumaki Kushina said, tossing a bell in the air, making a crisp sound. Then she put the bell into the clothes, and the clothes, in. What the hell? Lu Yun and Sarutobi Asuma, Yui Kane all widened their eyes. This is cheating. Absolutely cheating. Originally, even if the bell was hung around his waist, Lu Yun might not be able to touch it. After all, the three of them had seen the speed of Kushina at the beginning, and they couldn't catch up at all. The strength of Shangnan is not just talking about it, especially since Kushina is a special Shangnan. Chakra is very terrifying. Jun Liu Yun, I wish you good luck. Sarutobi Asuma patted Lu Yun's shoulder with a serious look. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied when he heard that Mr. Kusuna made the decision without authorization and let Lu Yun be the captain when he touched the bell, but after seeing the teacher put the bell directly in his clothes, where he couldn't even see it, he felt dissatisfied for a moment. Dissipated. Teacher, this is not eccentric Liu Yun, this is clearly to rectify the cloud. It must be because of what Lu Yun said at the beginning. Well, I didn't expect this new teacher's character to be so bad. However, it seems that Lu Yun is also very bad, so he needs such a bad teacher to treat him. Hong Yui also cast an expression of helplessness. She knew that Lu Yun would be unlucky for anything today, and this punishment could not be escaped. Shinin grabbed something from Shangyan's arms, even if it was Lu Yun, who had a high talent for ninjutsu. Yuhaka couldn't believe it. Especially when she saw Mr. Kushina's rubbing her fists, she wasn't really going to fight Lu Yun, was she? This. Lu Yun patted his forehead, but he didn't expect that Juzingna would be so willful. Planting level. Hey. I said, Kushina-sensei, are you a little too strong? Although Lu Yun was very strong, he was not sure that he could find the bell hidden in Kushina's arms. This rule is completely to force Liu Yun to defeat Juxina, otherwise he will not be able to get it at all. But Lu Yun really couldn't beat her. Although Ziwipao said just now that Kushina's ninjutsu was not very good, Lu Yun still admired Kushina very much. Because she has 9 tails sealed in her body, the ninjutsu is not accurate, and it is also because the number of 9 tails chakra is too large. It's too big to control. Otherwise, if Kushina can control the chakra of the 9 tails, I am afraid she is not just joinin'. Liu Yun. Don't question the teacher's decision, I will give you 1 minute to prepare, come right away. Otherwise, you will be judged as a failure and you will be punished. Otherwise, I will notify Mikoto immediately and ask her to take you back to education. As Kushina said, she deliberately moved Mikoto out. Because she knew very well that only Mikoto could manage Lu Yun. This threat made Asuma and Hong on the side look at them with pity again. I hope you are safe. Who let the clouds come up? It is very impolite to provoke the teacher and say that Kushina is not suitable to be a teacher in person. Okay, it seems that there is no way out, so I can only bite the bullet. Lu Yun sighed. He actually didn't want to reveal too much power and talent. It is true that Lu Yun can't beat Kushina, but it does not mean that he only has the strength of Jinan. After this year's selection reward, Lu Yun's physique and number of chakras have already reached Jinan. And he knows a lot of ninjutsu, and he is very proficient in each one, because the reward will also appear as a reward for improving ninjutsu proficiency. Humph, Xiao Liu Yun, it's too late to admit defeat. As long as you circle Konoha and run upside down 50, no, 100 laps, the teacher will forgive you. Kushina said, very generous. 100 laps upside down? You are so generous. No need, Kushina-sensei, I'm ready. Lu Yun raised his head, and his expression gradually became serious. It's this serious expression again. He came. He came. That terrifying cloud appeared again. Asma and Hong stared at Lu Yun, not knowing what he would do to deal with it. When dealing with Jonin, Lu Yun still did not show a frightened expression, which made the two of them a little puzzled. So confident. At the same time, Lu Yun was dumbfounded, staring at the options in front of him. 1. Act like a spoiled brat, take the initiative to admit your mistake, call her sister Uzumaki Kushina, and the reward will be doubled. 2. As a little devil in the world, even if you make a mistake, you can't admit it, just don't admit your mistake, and take the initiative to provoke Uzumaki Kushina again, making her even more angry, reward a random D-rank ninjutsu, and double the physique. 3. Use the reverse harem technique to tempt Uzumaki Kushina, make her shy and touch the bell. Dang, reward Thunder Attribute Chakra, Shuriken Throwing Proficient. Host, please choose. This option is really confusing. However, if you think about it comprehensively, the third one is better. Kushina was already very angry, and if she provokes her again, she might cause trouble. There is a limit to joking. Liu Yun, are you ready? Ah, wait a minute, alright. P.S. Ask for a reward. Chapter 11, Touch, for collection? Now that you're ready, come on. Uzumaki Kushina squeezed his fist, and there was a creaking sound. This sound, are you going to beat Lu Yun to death? Hey. One upper ninja to deal with lower ninja, do you want to be so serious? Asma and Hong couldn't stand it anymore. This teacher is really not ordinary. They didn't know that Kushina lived by manpower and had never left the village. He was almost always under surveillance by Umbu. Even doing tasks was always a small task, a task that did not leave the village. Juksen. Nai's daily life is just learning to control the tailed beast, eating, sleeping, and repeating these things over and over again. It's boring, really boring. Originally thought that such days would last forever, but yesterday, the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly found her, and unexpectedly gave her a place to instruct the upper ninja and let her lead the 3 lower ninjas. Of course Kushina knows what this means. For example, you can leave Konoha village with 3 genin to train. When Lu Yun and the 3 of them are on a mission, if they want to leave the village, Kushina can also accompany them. After a long-term imprisonment-like life as a human Zuri, after becoming a Jonin teacher, there has finally been some improvement. What is it like outside Konoha village? Kushina has not seen it for a long time. When she heard about this task yesterday, she was so excited that she stayed up all night. This shows how happy it is. As for Kushina's current test of Lu Yun, although it is indeed a bit targeted, Kushina just wants to experience this feeling. Perhaps, only those who have seen Hokage and who know the plot can understand Kushina's mood, otherwise, he would not have chosen the third item he was not sure about. Juksen Nai's eyes stared at Lu Yun and smiled, as Mikato's younger brother, don't let the teacher down. Of course. Not only will I hit the bell, but I'll try to beat you. Lu Yun has a serious expression. Beat me. Kushina shook her head and smiled. So stupid, so naive. Even if Lu Yun is really a genius, could it be that he, a ninja who has just passed the genin test, can still beat himself, a Shangren? Joke. Not to mention Kushina, even Asma and Hong Xian didn't dare to see each other at all. Letter. Then, Kushina-sensei, please keep your eyes open and watch carefully, I will end the battle with one blow. Lu Yun said, his hands began to seal. Yukina really didn't move for a while, so she opened her eyes wide to see what powerful skills he had. However, I don't know if I don't see it, and I was a little surprised when I saw Kushina. Lu Yun's printing speed is so fast. It doesn't look like a genin at all. This speed is almost catching up with himself. Although I didn't understand what ninjutsu was at first, but the speed. Really fast. Asma and Hong's expressions also became serious, staring at Lu Yun. They also didn't expect Lu Yun to have such a speed to seal with one hand. They didn't expect this guy to have such a hand. It really wasn't easy. Bang. A seal was completed in an instant, and 10 identical flowing clouds appeared around. Clone Jutsu? No, this is Shadow Clone Jutsu? When did you learn this kind of ninjutsu, Lu Yun? Kushina's pretty face showed a hint of shock. This is a ninjutsu that can only be learned by Shangren, and can't be learned at all. It is impossible to learn. In the technique of shadow avatars, each of the separated shadow avatars is an entity, and the knowledge, information, and all things that are learned can be restored to the main body. It can be regarded as a practice plug-in. However, the shadow avatar technique is listed as a forbidden technique, because each shadow avatar needs to distribute chakra equally. If one is not used properly, it may cause the ninja to run out of chakra and die. Moreover, ordinary people do not dare to train in this way, such as training with 10 shadow clones, and then returning all the results to the main body, and all the fatigue of the 10 shadow clones is returned in that instant, and the consequences can be imagined. It is also the reason why genin and most genin cannot learn the technique of shadow clone, because the number of chakras is too small, people will die, and they cannot bear the information and knowledge returned, so it is a forbidden technique. And even if genin learns the technique of shadow avatar, it is impossible to divide so much, because the number of chakras needed is very large. But Lu Yun not only knew this ninjutsu, but also divided into 10 in an instant. Does this little guy have that much chakra? Kushina's expression was a little serious, and Kyo had already held it in his hand. How is this possible? He actually knows this ninjutsu. Asma's indifferent expression was gone. Also shocked. As the son of 3 generations of Hokage, he also knows this ninjutsu. However, how could Lu Yun learn the art of shadow clone? This is impossible. Liu Yun-kun, he really is a genius. Yui Hong's eyes showed a hint of surprise and admiration. She hadn't even mastered the avatar technique yet, but Lu Yun was able to split into 10 avatars in an instant, and she felt that she still had extra chakra. This gap was too big. Okay, Xiao Liu Yun, although I am a little surprised that you can do this ninjutsu, but that's all. Do you think you can defeat your elder sister if you have many clones? Shocked by shock, Kushina was still not afraid at all. At most, it is just a few more clones. Although it is an entity, the quantity cannot change the quality. Lu Yun raised his hand again, and 10 Lu Yun raised his hand together, again in the form of a knot. Kushina-sensei, it's not over yet, look good, I'm coming. Ninja, reverse harem technique. Boom. As a flash of fog flashed by, all 10 flowing clouds instantly turned into a misty, red fruit state. The lovely and normal type of Liu Yun, the elegant temperament type of Liu Yun, the domineering side leakage type of Liu Yun. Yun, the muscular Lu Yun, the handsome Lu Yun. At present, Lu Yun can't do the powerful reverse harem technique that Naruto will be like in the future, so the people who are transformed are processed based on their own appearance. But even so, the opposite Kushina is only a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Kushina, who had never been exposed to these things, turned red all of a sudden on her snow-white face, hot steam seemed to come out of her head, and her nose bleeds wildly. Yeah. Kushina let out an exclamation and hurriedly reached out to cover it. His eyes were both startled and ashamed, and his brain went blank for a moment. It's now. With a squeak, Lu Yun rushed over directly. He didn't care about other thoughts, so he grabbed the murderous mouth where Kushina just put the bell. The rule is, just hit it. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 12, Squad Captain, Uchiha Liu-yun, for collection. Jingle. With a crisp light sound, Liu Yun's hand touched the bell. At the same time, he encountered something as terrifying as Mikoto-san. Ah, so soft. There was no time to enjoy it. Liu Yun hurriedly took a step back and released the reverse harem technique. Kushina in front of her looked lively and cheerful, but her heart was even more shy than Liu Yun imagined. It was unexpected that this technique would actually work. At the beginning, Liu Yun just wanted to try it out. Although he had a choice, Liu Yun was not 100% sure about the temptation to Kushina. However, I seem to have overestimated Kushina. A mere trick against the harem actually knocked her down. It seemed that he had never left the village and had never performed a life and death mission, otherwise he would not have been tempted so easily. Kushina-sensei, I won. Liu Yun's fluttering voice came, and Asma and Hong, who were on the side, opened their eyes. For the first time, the two were not shocked that Liu Yun won, but stared at this guy with glaring eyes. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I thought there would be an earth-shattering battle, but why did you come here? Especially poor Hong Yui, at a young age, she saw things she shouldn't see. Asma is okay, after all, he is a man, and he has no feelings except for the anger in his heart. But the most unlucky, the most angry, is the Uzumaki Kushina. She never imagined that Liu Yun reminded herself to look at him twice in a row, and she actually saw such a scene. This nasty little bastard. Really not at ease. Obviously I have been adjusted many times, why do I look at it? Looking at Liu Yun's serious expression, he couldn't have guessed that this little bastard was going to do something outrageous again. Kushina raised her head and stared at Liu Yun, with angry fire flashing in her eyes. Not only did he use the sturdy method, but he actually met her there. Hateful. Teacher, am I qualified? Liu Yun waved his hand and took 2 steps back at the same time. A wise light flashed in Asma's eyes. Is this even an escape route ready? This guy? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Liu Yun, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed her anger. Although this method is very dirty, for the ninja, as long as the mission is successful, even a more dirty method than this can be done. Since someone created the ninjutsu of excellent lure, it must have its usefulness, and it cannot be avoided just because it is indecent. Just like Liu Yun, the previous seduction technique easily passed the genin test, and the current reverse harem technique easily defeats Kushina. If this is in actual combat, a distraction may be killed. It was really humiliating to say that Shangnan was defeated by the lower one. This time, you are considered qualified? Ju Xian Nai took a deep breath, Meimu glared at Liu Yun, and said, however, in the future, you are not allowed to use this nasty ninjutsu, and, what happened just now, you are not allowed to tell your sister. As for what happened just now, only Kushina and Liu Yun knew. That touch is both soft and soft. Asma and Kurane Yui looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Bumped into. He actually hit the bell. Although the ninjutsu used was excessive, Asma and Hong. But have to admit, they can't do it. The two of them are just the ninja who just passed the assessment. Even if they know how to use this ninjutsu, the number of chakras is not enough to squander. Asma is also the son of the 3 generations of Hokage, naturally he is more powerful than Hong, but even so, he has not learned the art of shadow clone. Even if it is a clone technique, he can't separate 10 at a time. At most, 3 to 5 clones. There is a big gap between the technique of shadow avatar and the technique of avatar. Shadow avatar is entity, avatar is incorporeal, phantom, which shows how terrifying the number of chakras in Liu Yun. Especially the flow. After Yun used up his clone, he didn't catch his breath at all, as if he had extra chakra, which was not much the same just now. The more she thought about it, the more shocked Asma felt. I didn't expect that this dude who didn't play cards according to the routine was actually so powerful. No wonder his father let him get in touch with Lu Yun, he really is not a simple guy. Uchiha Liu Yun should be the number one in the school's newcomers. Even Kakashi is far from being his opponent. However, with such a powerful talent and chakra, he is always lazy, salted fish, and a vile attitude, so that the students of the same period have not seen his true strength. Everyone thinks Lu Yun is a genius and learns ninjutsu very quickly, but they don't know that this guy is not only a genius, but a monster. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 generations of Hokage had deliberately put Asma and Lu Yun on the same team, I'm afraid he would have thought the same in his heart, thinking that Lu Yun was at most a genius and a good student. Having the boundary of blood, and such a powerful ninjutsu talent and number of chakras, how did this happen? While Asma was shocked, she was also a little uncomfortable. As the son of 3 generations of Hokage, he is also a being called a genius. But there are too many geniuses this year. One Hatake Kakashi and one Uchiha Liu Yun are all above Sarutobi Asma's head, which makes his genius somewhat bleak. After experiencing today's events, Asma was only afraid that she would feel more uncomfortable. After all, as long as the genius Kakashi works harder, there is still hope of catching up. And this guy Lu Yun. Asma felt that even if he worked 10 times harder, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Maybe this is also the reason why the old man let him contact Lu Yun. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 13, Leisurely Training, for Collection? Okay, the test is over now. Lu Yun will be the captain of your team in the future. If you have any opinions, you can say it in advance. Kusuna's voice fell. Asma and Hong looked at each other, but did not speak. Lu Yun's strength just now has been proved, he has the strength to be the captain. But the squad leader not only needs strength, but also command and other abilities. For now, strength is only the first step. Well, now should we introduce each other first? Lu Yun spread his hands. Said. Self-introduction was supposed to be the first step, but Mr. Kusuna arbitrarily dragged it to the second step. Hey. Then start with the teacher and introduce yourself. Kusuna nodded with a smile. Teacher's name is Uzumaki Kusuna, his favorite food is ramen, he hates bitter things, and he hates tomatoes. He is good at sealing. Kusuna said with a smile that could not be concealed on her beautiful face, and her voice was light and agile, like a lark. It can be seen that she is very happy to be a teacher, even if it is the first time. Still full of enthusiasm. Asma and Lu Yun looked at each other and took a step forward. My name is Sarutobi Asma, I'm good at fire escape and earth escape. I hate troublesome things, I like a leisurely life, and I like smoking, but the old man won't let me smoke, saying it's not good for children to smoke. Hearing that Asma said he likes smoking, Lu Yun couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It seemed that he was born to 3 generations, and the habit of smoking was inherited. Next was Hong, who also introduced himself in a soft voice. My name is Hong Yui, I'm good at illusions, I like to eat ramen noodles, I hate green peppers, I like beautiful things. At this time, Hong was only 8 or 9 years old, and her personality was a little soft. Well, Asma, Hong. Then, finally, Xiao Liu Yun will also introduce you. Uzumaki Kusuna nodded slightly and said. My name is Uchiha Liu Yun. Like Asma, I like to live a leisurely life, but in order to enjoy a leisurely life, I must improve my strength. At present, the first task is to make myself stronger. I like to eat a lot of things. Especially green peppers, the only thing I hate to eat is tofu, especially sweet tofu. Flowing clouds are rare, seriously. Introduced himself. Hong Yui couldn't help turning her head to look at Lu Yun. She hates eating Qinglian, but Liu Yun likes to eat it? Is it really the opposite of her personality? After a few people's self-introductions, Kushina took Lin Fei and the three to the training ground. As a guide to Shangnan, Kushina is the first time to be a teacher, but she has also been taught before, and naturally she has experience in this area. It is definitely no problem to teach students to draw a gourd according to the scoop, otherwise the 3 generations of Hokage will not send her. The training is simple, and the original. In the same way, it is to grab the bell, and to train without hands on trees, treading water, etc. It is said that this is the method of training and controlling chakra handed down from the previous 2 generations of Hokage, and it is very effective. Anyone who has read the original Hokage knows that this training is really effective for chakra's control. However, Lu Yun has already mastered the chakra perfectly, let alone climbing a tree, even walking on the water or on the hot spring, there is no problem at all. Although Lu Yun wanted a leisurely life, he never gave up training just because he wanted a leisurely life. With golden fingers who know the future. Of course he couldn't waste it. Lu Yun passed the 2 tests of Kushina with ease. Seeing that Asma and Kushina were still practicing hard, how to evenly distribute the chakra on the soles of his feet, and then climb the tree without his hands, he did not follow "it's not necessary to practice, it's better to sleep." In fact, Lu Yun did the same, lying directly under the shade of a tree, thinking about it, and fell asleep. Not far away, Kushina sighed slightly when she saw Lu Yun. Lu Yun's foundation is very strong, even stronger than her, especially in chakra control, very powerful, this simple training, whether you participate in it or not. On the other hand, Hong Yui has the worst control of chakra among the 3. How could it be so difficult? Yui Hong gasped, looking at the tree in front of her, she couldn't help biting her silver teeth. Mingming Liu Yun had never been trained, but he climbed to the top of the tree at once, and it looked very relaxed. And although Asma is not as good as Lu Yun, but it can be considered to be able to walk a few steps for a short time. Among the 3 members of the team, Yuhahika is the worst, dragging him down. However, Hong Yui did not give up, even if she fell covered with dust and even had some small scars. She was still in the practice hard. Okay, I'm almost here today, you go back to rest first, and continue to climb trees tomorrow. The teacher is going back too. Uzumaki Kushina said something, and with a flash, he disappeared directly in place. Asma and Hong greeted each other and left with a tired body. Today he was hit, and he was hit by both mind and body. I didn't expect Lu Yun to be so strong. And the huge number of chakras doesn't look like a forbearance at all. How did this guy do it? Asma even wanted to ask Lu Yun, but he is a big man and the son of 3 generations of Hokage, and in front of his childhood sweetheart Yuri Hong, he couldn't help himself. Men, they are all creatures that want face. Even Asma Sarutobi, who has a somewhat honest personality, is very face-saving. Hong Yui packed up and was about to leave when she suddenly saw Lu Yun, who was still resting under the tree. Hong came over and patted Lu Yun's shoulder lightly. Lu Yun woke up in a daze. Jun Liu Yun, the training is over. Ha, is it over? It's getting dark. Well, Lu Yun Jun, I'll go back first. Chapter 14, Lei Dun Chidori, for collection. The next day, it was still tree climbing training. Lu Yun took a look and continued to take a nap. Last night, he was studying some special ninjutsu in the scrolls given by his sister, as well as the use of Sharingan, and he was very sleepy during the day. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Asma and Hong are training hard, while Lu Yun, the team leader, is sleeping lazy. Kushina didn't ask Lu Yun why he was sleeping. After all, he knew the basic methods of using chakra, so there was no need to ask. It's just that Hong's control of chakra is too bad, it's been 2 days. There is no progress. Kushina frowned, thinking for a while, how to teach her. Asma has made a little progress, not as good as Lu Yun, but he can still see progress. Fast forward to the 3rd day. It was still a familiar trio, 2 were training hard and 1 was sleeping leisurely. Kushina had something to do today, so he just came to the scene, let the 3 train by themselves, and then left. Hong Yui watched Asma become more powerful day by day, but he made no progress, and the pressure in his heart doubled. Train harder. But, it seems that she is indeed inferior to Asma and Lu Yun in controlling chakra. Even if she works hard, she can only make a little progress. This makes Yuhi read more and more pressure. 4th day, still the same. On the 5th day, after a day of tiring training, Hong Yui finally had a visible growth, at least able to climb halfway up the tree, and Asma had already reached the top immediately. Under the enormous pressure, Yuri Hong finally couldn't help it and asked Lu Yun for advice. If she doesn't take the initiative to ask for advice, I'm afraid she will really become a drag on the team. Hong Yui is also a very strong loli, otherwise she wouldn't have waited for 5 days to ask other people for advice. Kushina and Asma left, and Hong Yui came to the tree and woke up Lu Yun. Lu Yun stretched his waist. Have you finished training? It's time to go home again. Jun Liu Yun, please wait a moment. Seeing Lu Yun standing up, Yui Hong hurriedly called out. What's wrong? That, Lu Yun Jun, can I ask you a question? On how to control chakra? I have been practicing tree climbing for 5 days, and although there is a little progress, I still feel that there is no way to fully control it. Hong Yui's face was slightly red, but she still asked for advice seriously. Actually, I should have asked Mr. Kushina for this kind of thing, but Hong didn't want to be considered by the teacher as untalented and looked down upon, so she waited until the end of the training and secretly asked Lu Yun for advice. If it was Lu Yun, he would definitely not look down on him, because his character was relatively mild, which made people subconsciously feel that he was not lethal. Although Lu Yun likes to make jokes, he always makes some funny jokes. It's a joke, but that's exactly how it makes people feel more approachable, without any bad intentions. Some people just bring their own aura of affinity. Climbing a tree. Just as Lu Yun was about to say something, a long-lost option suddenly appeared in front of him. One refused to help Yuhika, and said, your talent is too bad. The bonus physique is doubled. 2. Ignore Yuri Hong, be a cold male god, leave directly, and double the reward for chakra. 3. Help Yuhika learn to climb trees, and reward a level ninjutsu, Thunder Escape Chidori. Host, please choose. Lu Yun glanced at it, and directly chose 3. A level ninjutsu. Apart from the shadow clone jutsu that he chose to obtain before, Lu Yun still does not have a level ninjutsu. Moreover, Chidori's attack power is very strong, and it can directly penetrate the human body. Such a powerful skill can be used in conjunction with the thunder attribute chakra obtained before. Lu Yun raised his head, looked at Yuri Hong, and said with a smile, try to climb the tree again and let me see. Lu Yun's eyes slowly turned, and a hook of jade appeared. He needs to see where the red is under the wrong control of chakra, and then. Only then can the remedy be prescribed. Thank you Lu Yun-jun. Little Lolita nodded, her head moved. Unexpectedly, Lu Yun agreed to teach himself without even thinking about it. Sure enough, although he likes to play pranks, his personality is really good. Next, after Lu Yongxuanyan's observation, he began to seriously teach Red to control chakra. In fact, Hong's aptitude is not bad, but it is relatively poor in controlling chakra, which may be the reason why he has never contacted it before. Through Lu Yun's thoughtful teaching, after Hong Yuri tried 7 or 8 times in a row, she was able to move flexibly. The tree is up. Ah, Lord Lu Yun. I succeeded. The little loli stood on the top of the tree and shouted excitedly. As long as you listen to Lu Yun and run the chakra according to the method he said, you can easily climb the tree, which is too simple. If I had known it earlier, she should have put down her face earlier and asked Lu Yun for advice. I didn't expect that I would be quite suitable to be a teacher. Lu Yun smiled. With a sound from the system, in Lu Yun's mind, Lei Dun Chidori, Kakashi Future's original A-level ninjutsu, appeared directly and clearly. From how to seal the seal to how to release it, it is as if it has been practiced countless times, and it is directly consummated. The current Kakashi is still a little kid, that is to say, the only person who owns Chidori is me, right? Lu Yun raised his palm, and a small, visible lightning flashed across the center of the palm, very miraculous. The chakra materializes and is visible to the naked eye. Although it looks very cool, and the power is indeed large enough. However, the requirements for the number of chakras are also extremely high. If Lu Yun is not currently the number of chakras in Chunin, I am afraid that Chidori will not be released. It seems. It is urgent to increase the number of chakras. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 15, Asma is jealous for collection. The illustration shows the appearance of the UI red little Lolita. Is this Hong's voice? She didn't go back, is she still training? Asma frowned slightly and looked towards the training ground. He and Hong UI are childhood sweethearts, and the relationship between the two is not bad. Seeing Hong being depressed recently, Asma wanted to help her. Although he still can't control chakra perfectly, it is better than Hong, so he should be able to help her. But when Asma came over, he found that the red was gone, but following the sound, Asma slowly. Looking up, I saw the petite figure on the top of the tree dozens of meters high. What? Red actually went up? Asma couldn't help widening her eyes, showing a shocked expression. How is this possible? It was clear that in the daytime, Hong could only climb 7 or 8 meters at most. How could he make such rapid progress? Before Asma's shocked expression fell, she saw Hong and walked down easily. She didn't need a hand, so she just walked down. This scene once again shocked Asma, and the control of red chakra is so perfect. What's going on, that's it? After a while, how could her progress be so terrifying? However, immediately after seeing the next scene, Asma was stunned. After Hong jumped down, he actually rushed over and hugged Lu Yun. What's going on? Lu Yun is here too. Asma's face was full of disbelief. Is the relationship between Hong and Lu Yun so good? Hug directly? But he didn't know how excited Hong was at this time. 5 days, the huge pressure of the whole 5 days made her almost breathless. While flow. It only took Yun less than an hour to teach her to control chakra perfectly, which made Hong's excited feelings nowhere to vent, and hugged Lu Yun directly. When she came back to her senses, Hong seemed to have sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly let go of Lu Yun. Her little face turned red slowly, her head bowed, and a twisted look, completely different from just now. Lu Yun Jun, sorry, I'm too excited. But, Lu Yun Jun, thank you very much. Hong was a little shy, but the emotion and gratitude in her voice could be clearly heard. Lu Yun smiled casually. It's a small matter, after all, we are in a team, we will help in the future. You can also come to me. Lu Yun also probably figured out the situation of the choice. Generally, as long as someone asks him for help, the choice will appear. The options are deny, ignore, and help. If it was a troublesome matter, Lu Yun would simply refuse it, so Bailey was harmless. Besides, Hong Yui is also a very cute little loli. Lu Yun is the least resistant to cute things. Hey, the older you get, the less resistant you are to Lolita. It's no wonder that most of the people who like Lolita are uncles. Lu Yun couldn't help sighing in his heart. Although he is only 9 years old on the outside, Lu Yun's heart is already in his 30s, and of course he has no resistance to Loli. Then, that Liu Yunjun, I'll go back first, see you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. After saying hello to Lu Yun, Hong Yui left shyly. Girls in the Lolita period are cute. Lu Yun sighed again, turned around, hummed a leisurely tune, and went home. As for Asma, who was peeking from a distance, Lu Yun had discovered it long ago, and opened the writing wheel. In addition to Lu Yun's powerful spiritual power, Asma did not understand. The ordinary Jinan, who covered his breath, caught him in minutes. It's just that Lu Yun was too lazy to say hello. Lu Yun just wanted to be a salted fish, and didn't like to deal with the 3 generations of Hokage, and Asma was the son of the 3 generations of Hokage, and he certainly wasn't just friends with himself, so he didn't bother to contact Asma. How can Hong and Lu Yun have such a good relationship? They have only known each other for a few days. Asma turned around and leaned against the tree with a somewhat embarrassed expression. He and Hong have always had a good relationship since childhood, and they originally developed according to this situation. Ma must be able to come together with Hong, and it is true in the original book. Originally, Asma had been preparing for a few years, and when Hong grew up, she would confess to Hong. The children of Naruto world are mature, and they already have some ideas when they are only 8 or 9 years old. If Lu Yun knew that Asma was inexplicably jealous, he might have laughed out loud. Yes, Lu Yun will only laugh, and will not have any other feelings. Your childhood sweetheart has a crush on me, do you blame me? It can only be said that Asma is too straight. Also, the food made by my sister is delicious. Lu Yun couldn't help but admire while eating. As expected of Mikoto, who has the attributes of a good wife and a good mother, the taste of the dishes is truly outstanding. Mikoto is really good at this. Kusina's mouth was full of food, as if someone was robbing her. Lu Yun smiled helplessly. Kusina had been coming to guest for the past few days. In fact, it was just a meal. From this, it could be seen that Sister Mikoto's craftsmanship was so good that Kusina was full of praise. Xiaoun, I heard Kusina say, haven't you been training hard recently? See the clouds. When she was almost done eating, Mikoto spoke slowly. Lu Yun's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and his eyes slowly glanced at Kusina, but she actually buried herself in eating, as if she hadn't heard. This teacher is still making a small report. Didn't you agree not to tell Sister Mikoto? It's not that I didn't train hard, even sister, you know, I'm already fully proficient in the basics of treading water and climbing trees, so there's no need to practice at all. The main exercise of climbing trees and treading water is the control of chakra, and Lu Yun has already been proficient in it, so naturally he does not need to practice. Mikoto also knew this, she nodded her head slightly, but didn't say anything. The younger brother is indeed very talented in chakra control, much more powerful than himself. However, Xiaoun, it's not right for you to contradict the teacher during training. As I said before, you can't prank the teacher. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. No. Update address. OO Group 10130 82776, Everyday Update Text, Welcome to Communicate. Click the link to join the group chat Fanfiction Novel TXT Comprehensive Group. Support the original works of Fanfiction Novel Network b.faloo.com and enjoy the joy of reading. Chapter 16, A Smell of Milk, for Collection. Xiaoun, it's wrong to prank the teacher and contradict the teacher. Although you and Sister Kusina know each other, she is your Shangnan teacher in class and training, so you can't disrespect Kusina as usual. Teacher. Also, Xiaoun, I've said it many times, You can't call Kushina's name directly, you have to call Kushina's sister, you are much younger than Kushina, it's a matter of courtesy, and... Next, Mikato's sister's scolding education lasted for more than an hour. Lu Yun listened quietly. But his eyes were always on the side of Kushina, who was eating and sitting there waiting to hear Lu Yun being taught a lesson. Hateful. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He actually made a small report, and how many things have been said in the end, it has made my sister talk about it for so long. If it were anyone else, Lu Yun probably wouldn't dump her, but Sister Mikato was different. She was his only relative, and Lu Yun's only obedient person. Kushina also knew this, and only Mikato could control this little devil king, so she came here to make a small report. Who let Lu Yun make him angry? And the last time I took the bell and touched my place, I actually looked smug, now I know it's wrong. Do you really think I can't take you? Seeing Lu Yun's well-behaved appearance, Kushina almost laughed out loud. How uncomfortable it was before, how happy it is now. But she didn't know that Lu Yun lowered his head at this time, not because he was uncomfortable, but because he was thinking. Think about how to choose. 1. Obediently listen to your sister's reprimand, don't talk, don't make your sister angry, and the reward is doubled. 2. Pretend to be angry, slap the table angrily, get up, cover your face and run into the bedroom, reward your physique twice. 3. As a bear child, you must not play cards according to the routine, age is your biggest advantage, rush over and bite the whirlpool Kushina, and the number of rewarded chakras will triple. When Kushina made a small report, Lu Yun was going to keep it in his heart first, and he was looking for a place later, but now that there is a choice. 3 times the chakra, triple the number of chakras in the Chunin, although it cannot reach the upper end, it can definitely increase a wave of strength. Cast Lei Dun Qian. Birds can also relax a lot. Therefore, Lu Yun slowly raised his little head, and while his sister was clearing the table and entering the kitchen, Lu Yun smiled at the whirlpool Ju Xian Nai opposite, and there were 2 cute little tiger teeth, which made Ju Xian Nai feel chills. It's that cute look again. Wrong. Not right? Kushina hurriedly wanted to get up and leave the table, but it was too late. Lu Yun rushed over from the table, hugged her tightly with both hands, and bit down on Kushina's shoulder. Huya, at this time, Kushina felt severe pain. Can't help it, just called out. Sounded. Wow wow wow. Liu Yun. Let go. Let go. You let me go. You. Royal translation, just not loose. Mikato. Mikato, come out and help. Uchiha Mikato. Mikato, who was still washing dishes, was slightly stunned when she heard the sound. Why was there a scream? And this voice seems to be Kushina? Is it? Mikato hurried out. Then, I saw my brother Lu Yun sitting by the side wiping his mouth, I don't know. What did you eat just now? And her best friend Uzumaki Juxina clutched her shoulders with tears in her eyes, as if she had been bullied badly by someone. With a voice of grievance and grief, Kushina looked at Mikato. Mikato, you don't care about your stinky brother. He was like a dog just now, he rushed over and bit me, and the bite was bleeding. Woohoo, it hurts. What? I'll take a look. Mikato hurried over and checked Kushina's shoulders. Sure enough, it was really a row of very conspicuous tooth marks, extremely red, leaving marks directly, and the most obvious one was that there were 2 teeth marks on them. The cute and prominent little tiger teeth, this is my brother's little tiger teeth, Mikato remembers it clearly. Kushina, don't move, I'll get some medicine for you to apply. Also, Uchiha Liu Yun. Don't run, just stand there for me and don't move. How dare you listen to your sister at such a time? The misfortune of the bear child has come, hurry up and escape. Lu Yun didn't say a word, and ran directly outside. Yigilu ran out of the station of the Uchiha clan, and then stopped. Although this approach is a bit too childish, but how to say it? It's really cool to be a child. Lu Yun leaned against the tree and couldn't help laughing. The age and body of 9 years old are the biggest capital for him to do whatever he wants. Well, I just took a bite on Kushina's shoulder. What's the matter with this milky smell? It's a little fragrant. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Yun slowly raised his head and looked at the night sky. It was cloudless and the sky was full of stars, and it looked very beautiful. If only this leisurely life could go on forever. Lu Yun couldn't help but sighed. However, that's just thinking. Even if Lu Yun hadn't specifically inquired about it, Lu Yun had heard her sister say something about the frontline battlefield. At present, the ninjas of Konoha, the land of fire, seem to be at a disadvantage. If this continues, the war may fail. If it really fails, then it will be troublesome. Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Let's find a place first, cultivate for a night, and improve your strength. Lu Yun took out the scroll, looked at it, and walked towards his friend's house. After living in Konoha village for so long, Lu Yun still has 2 friends who are well connected. Nohararin is one, and Uzuki Yuyan is the other. For some reason, Lu Yun's female predestined relationship is better than that of men. P.S. Chapter 17, The Darkness Under Politics, for collection. The illustration is Uzuki Zian? Okay, that's alright. Xiaoun, this troublemaker, I'll give him a good lesson when I get back. Mikoto gently applied the medicine to Kushina. Seeing Mikoto's considerate appearance, Kushina was stunned for a while, not knowing what to think in her mind. She couldn't help sighing softly. Mikoto, what are you going to do about that? Mikoto's hand that had been collecting the herbs froze for a moment, as if it were stiff in place. After a long pause, she continued to pack up. Just say nothing. From this attitude, she definitely has something to hide. Kushina suddenly stood up and said, Mikoto, that guy Uchiha Fuyu doesn't like you at all, and they married you only because of your talent and Lu Yun's talent. Talent, you should know this, right? Why don't you refuse? Kushina is a straightforward person. If he doesn't like it, he doesn't like it. There is no reason, even if he is the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan. She didn't want to see Mikoto, her only friend, get hurt. Who is Uchiha Fuyu? She knows no more. After that, it's not worthy of Mikoto at all. Mikoto put the herbs away, sat opposite Kushina, raised her head, looked at her, and let out a light breath. Some things, you know. It's not that I don't want to refuse, it's that there is no way. Xiaoun still needs Uchiha's help, we don't have the strength to resist at all. Kushina opened her eyes slightly, grabbed Mikoto's hand, and said, if you really don't want to, we can ask Hokage-sama to help. Hokage-sama won't help, and there's no way to help. Mikoto shook her head helplessly. Uchiha clan now. The power of the whole Konoha is the strongest, and it is also the backbone of the battlefield. Even the 3 generations of Hokage dare not turn against the Uchiha family, at least not because of Uchiha Mikoto. Therefore, even if Mikoto asks for the help of the 3 generations of Hokage, he will choose to ignore it because of the interests of Konoha village. From the overall point of view, the 3 generations of Hokage are indeed very kind, but his kindness is so great that some small people can only endure oppression. Kushina was silent. As a 9-tailed man, Kushina is also one of the little people who suffers greatly. She doesn't even have time for her own activities. There was no time, every day, every moment, Umbu followed, protecting her. It is said to be protection, but in fact it is the same as surveillance. How can it be comfortable to be watched every day? Does Xiaoun know about this? After a while of silence, Kushina asked. Mikoto shook her head. Don't tell Xiaoun about this for now. He is learning new ninjutsu recently and needs to concentrate. Don't distract him because of this. Kushina looked at Mikoto and sighed slightly. This sister really cares about her brother too much. Sina was a little envious. Lunyunjun, tea. In a small cozy room, a little loli with long purple hair put a cup of hot tea in front of Lu Yun. Thank you. Lu Yun smiled at her without being polite, and took the teacup. They are also childhood sweethearts, not too unfamiliar. Jun Lu Yun made trouble again and was driven out by Sister Mikan. Xiaoluli asked, tilting her head. From this sentence, it can be seen that Lu Yun should often come to Xian. Flowing cloud light. He coughed lightly. It doesn't count as being kicked out, it's just that a little thing happened. Thinking of the act of biting Kushina so hard just now, Lu Yun felt that if he didn't flee quickly, he might not be able to avoid an education. Sister preaching is really terrible. Just talking to Tang Seng, although he can't do it, the mouth cannon is too strong, and Lu Yun can't stand it at all. Then Liu Yunjun will rest here today. After Xian Xiaoluli finished speaking, she hugged her quilt and went to another room. Xian's parents are also ninjas, and they are quite powerful. Forbearance, she just died because of the war. And now she is the only one living here. Little Loli is also very strong. Although she lives alone, her house is well organized and she knows a little about food. She is a little adult. However, no matter how strong she is only an 8-year-old Loli, so she will definitely be lonely. And Lu Yun is also aware of Xian's lonely character, so she often comes to play with her, and even every time she gets into trouble, she stays at Xian's house for a day or two, which is why they have a good relationship. Xian went into the bedroom and fell asleep. Liu Yun continues to start training. He took out the scroll in his arms, opened it, and Lu Yun carefully watched the ninjutsu above. The first technique, the technique of the fireball, is Uchiha's signature ninjutsu. Suzuki Uchiha knows how to use it in the original book. After all, he is also a member of the Uchiha family. And Lu Yun has learned how to use the fireball technique a long time ago. However, this technique requires a large number of chakras, and Lu Yun generally does not use it. Sighing lightly, Lu Yun now envies Naruto's bottomless chakra. Although his choice can also double the chakra, he wants to catch up with the 9. The powerful chakra of the tail, I am afraid it will take a long time. However, as long as you work hard to choose, chakra can still be improved. Lu Yun shook his head and continued to read. The second technique, the technique of Phoenix Immortal Fire. It is also Uchiha's signature ninjutsu. The order of the seals is Zi, Yin, Su, Jo, Mao, and Yin. Multiple fireballs are sent out to attack the opponent at a time, and the fireballs are continuously spit out from the mouth, and the attack trajectory is like the fruit of balsam. The trajectory of the fireball can be manipulated using chakra. Compared with the fireball technique, this ninjutsu tests the ninja's ability to control chakra. It is more suitable to use with the writing will I. This technique is not bad. Zi, Yin, Su, Ugly, Mao, Yin. When chakra control, you need to pay attention to the coordination of the writing will I, which can launch attacks more accurately. Lu Yun whispered, writing down the main points of the technique. Then, thinking about the main points of the technique in the back of his head, his hands slowly formed imprints, and as the imprints in his hands changed, the chakra of the flowing clouds also flowed. Huo done, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Whoops! A small flame spewed out of Lu Yun's mouth. The flame is only the size of 2 fists, and it flew out of the air. After 2 meters, it went out with a puff. Sure enough, I'm not a genius like Ataka. It's too difficult to learn at once. Lu Yun whispered. However, he did not give up. Although Lu Yun's expression is very relaxed, in his bones, he is more vigilant about this world than anyone else. The Third Ninja World War, the Fourth Ninja World War, Madara Uchiha, Kagaya, this one crisis after another, if you don't have a strong strength, you will die if you are not careful. Must be strong enough. Not just for easy living, but also in order to let myself and my sister live happily. Huo Dun, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Lu Yun tried again, this time, the flame was slightly bigger than the first time. Huo Dun, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Huo Dun, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 18, the first B-level mission for collection. Okay. Read, Asma, you've done a good job. Although it took a long time for 5 days, now you have been able to control the chakra better, which is not bad. Kushina said with a smile. However, there was something wrong with Lu Yun's eyes when he looked at Kushina. Today's Kushina is a bit special. Today, she specially put on the most popular dress for female ninjas this year. The upper body is a light blue uniform, and a small delicate leather bag is straddled on her shoulders. A slender jade arm is exposed in the air, gently swaying, moving and graceful. Wearing a pair of knee-length shorts with a mesh-like long tube of silk under the shorts, the white jade legs are looming and showing, which is quite moving. Because of the special nature of the ninja profession, female ninjas rarely have the opportunity to wear skirts, but women's beauty-loving nature is difficult to stop, and various types of dresses are renovated every year. Kushina is obviously not a woman who likes to dress up, as can be seen from the unchanging dress a few days ago. But today she actually dressed up specially, because of what? It couldn't be because Lu Yun bid her yesterday that she changed her clothes. If she guessed right, I'm afraid it's her heart. If you are in a good mood, you will change into new clothes and dress up specially. Sure enough, Kushina's next sentence made Lu Yun understand. Today, Hokage-sama said that he has a mission to send to us, so please prepare yourself. Hey? We just passed the Jinan exam not long ago, and we actually have a mission? Asma was obviously surprised. He is relatively lazy and likes a leisurely life. He has never thought about participating in tasks. Hong Yui didn't speak, but from the little hand she clenched slightly, it could be seen that the little girl was also a little nervous. After all, this is the first mission. Only Lu Yun did not show any extreme expression, narrowed his eyes slightly, lowered his head, and did not know what he was thinking. Kushina smiled, don't worry everyone, Hokage-sama also knows our strength, so it shouldn't be too strong a task. A few people chatted, and soon came to the Hokage office building. Lu Yun and Hong entered the building, came to the Hokage office, and saw the 3 generations of Hokage in front of them at first glance. He was eating a big pipe in his hand, and he was puffing out the clouds one by one. Today's 3 generations of Hokage, there is no sign of old age, although sitting smoking in front of a desk full of documents, but without the slightest smoker's decadence, gives people a sense of oppression looking down on the world. The current 3 generations of Hokage are still very strong. 3 generations of adults. Kushina greeted with honorifics. Well, it's Kushina, have your team arrived? Yes, Hokage-sama. Kushina nodded her head, the smile on her pretty face remained the same, it seemed that her teacher was more looking forward to the task than Lu Yun's 3 students. Since everyone is here, let me tell you about the mission. Sandai Hokage put away his pipe and picked up a document from the table. Lu Yun glanced at it and saw some words on it. Escort mission. Task level, B. Task goal, escort the daimyo. B-level mission. Lu Yun was a little bit clearer. The current Konoha is not peaceful, so there are no small tasks like catching cats and dogs in the original book. Generally there is a special bloodline limit, the ability is relatively strong. Forbearance, will go to the battlefield. They will also go to terrorist Flowing Cloud, but they have to be tested in actual combat first. Therefore, a B-level escort mission was dispatched. B-level tasks generally encounter opponents and experience actual combat. The 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hidden opened the task book, and continued. It was the first time you performed a mission, and it was absolutely impossible for you to be assigned a B-level mission, but because of the recent tension ahead, there are no more ninjas in the village. Considering that the 3 people in your team are all good, there are still more accompanied by Teacher Shinobi, I will assign you a B-level mission this time. The goal of the mission is not in the village. This time, the escort is the daimyo of our country of fire. As for the place where the daimyo is going, it is in the quest. Because it is a B-level mission, you are likely to encounter ninja killers, so you have the opportunity to choose. If you are unwilling to go, you can say in advance that if you go to the battlefield, there is no way out. Hearing Sarutobi Hyozan's words, Lu Yun and the 3 fell silent for a while. In fact, Lu Yun himself did not expect that the actual combat would be so soon. At the same time, the options in front of him appeared again. 1. Reject the B-level mission of the 3rd Hokage, and the reward will be doubled. 2. Actively accept. Quest, if your teammates don't go, go to the quest with Mr. Kushina, and the reward will be tripled. 3. Be silent, be a good student, wait for arrangements, and double your mental strength. Host, please choose. Lu Yun raised his head, took a step forward, looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, and said seriously, Old man, I accepted the task and trained in school for so long, it is time to do my part for Konoha. Sarutobi Hyozan couldn't help coughing, as if he was choking on the smoke. No, he was actually annoyed by Lu Yun's old man's name. Flowing Clouds. How to talk to Hokage-sama. Juxina sighed helplessly, this little guy, she can't control it at all. I touched my shoulder, the tooth marks that Lu Yun bited yesterday were still a little painful. It's good to have this determination. 3 generations of Hokage looked at Lu Yun and nodded with a smile. 3 generations of Hokage were very satisfied with this determination to be able to think about the village at the age of 9. And after Asma's recent contact, Sarutobi Hyozan probably also understood Lu Yun's character, which is still very different from other members of the Uchiha clan. As expected of Mikato's younger brother, the same warm, soft and kind. I want to participate in the mission too. Hong heard Lu Yun's words, and chose to participate in the mission without hesitation. In the end, Asma was left. Needless to say, as the son of 3 generations of Hokage, he has no right to refuse. If Asma gets scared, she will lose Hokage's face. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. About Jiazhan, must see? This book has 40,000 words before I knew it. And because I was sorting out the outline at the beginning, it might be a little slow to update. Then, the author has saved some manuscripts recently and is ready to start updating. And then, I have a small requirement, that is, the grades are a bit poor, it feels like most of them are dead collections, because the recent results of Feilu are very exaggerated, I can't believe it. So, I hope you can vote for flowers, comment, or leave a message in the comment area. From today and now to 00.00 minutes tomorrow, if you can break through 8,000 flowers, there will be 10 changes. Or, from today and now to tomorrow at 00.00 points, if you can break through 2,000 evaluation votes, it will be 10 more. Or, the comments can break through 350, and the same 10. I want to explode, and I hope that readers who are watching must be active. Chapter 19, Thunder Escape Chidori, 4 Collection? After the 3 generations gave orders, the 4 of Kushina's team set off on the same day. The daimyo was already on the way, and at this time they were responsible for meeting them and escorting them to the designated location. After preparing the ninja props, the four of them greeted their relatives in the village, then left Konoha village and moved quickly all the way to the north. After leaving the village, Lu Yun, Asma, and Hong raised their vigilance. During the war, even if you stay in the village, you may be targeted by local ninjas, let alone leave the village. If you can be careful, you must be careful. But let a few. What people didn't expect was that the students were more vigilant than each other, but the teacher, Kushina, looked around with a bloody look on his face, and from time to time pointed to something not far away and shouted, more excited than the students. The appearance of Juxina made Lu Yun and the others speechless for a while. According to the agreement, it should meet here. About 3 hours later, Kushina and Lu Yun stopped under a tree. This is still the territory of the Fire Nation, but it is far away from Konoha village. The surroundings are desolate and the cold wind is rustling. This bleak scene, let the flow. There is a bad premonition in Yun's heart. Now is the time of war. As long as it is far away from Konoha village, the possibility of danger is not ruled out. Wait here, the teacher will check with the number of investigators. Kushina said something, took a few steps forward, and started to seal. Investigating ninjutsu, Lu Yun has not learned it yet, this is the first time I have seen it, so I can't help but take a serious look. In terms of investigation, the strongest one at present is Hyagazubian, who is much more powerful than Charanyan in terms of investigation. The second is some special reconnaissance ninjutsu, each village has different ninjas. The investigation method is not much worse than that of Bian, otherwise Konoha would have already defeated several other ninja villages with Bian's investigation. Kushina's reconnaissance ninjutsu was completed quickly. Sensing forward, very soon, in the distance, Kushina's reconnaissance ninjutsu saw several fighting figures. An elderly man sat in the carriage, looking out worriedly, as his guard was fighting several masked ninjas from an unknown village. There were several corpses lying on the ground, and the terrain was destroyed and messed up. It seemed that the battle had started for some time, and it was quite tragic. Liu Yun, SMA, red, go. Daimyo's carriage was just ahead and was intercepted. Kushina's tone suddenly became serious. Hearing Kushina's words, Lu Yun and the others' expressions became equally serious. Is it finally coming, battle? I didn't expect the first mission to be so dangerous, a life and death battle. Hurry up. It's too late. Kushina's voice fell, and her movement speed increased again. Lu Yun and the others hurriedly followed. Just like the 3 generations of Hokage said, there is no way out when you go to the battlefield. Soon, when we arrived at the destination, the battle was coming to an end, and 6 ninjas were fighting with the last guard. The guard was badly wounded and was about to be killed. Be careful. Kushina jumped up, and the snow-white jade hand threw out a few kunao, directly knocking the ninja who wanted to kill the guard flying out. The 3 kunao directly penetrated the ninja's body, instantly killing the ninja with precision and saving the seriously injured guard. Joinin of Konoha village. Damn. How could they do this? Coming soon? The remaining 5 people stepped back and looked at Kushina cautiously. Although it was the first time for Kushina to be a teacher, her strength was definitely strong enough to be a proper jonin. And the 5 ninjas are all just chunin, and they still don't have much confidence in Shangjunin. However, several people looked at each other and thought of their mission. At this time, they couldn't back down, and they didn't dare to back down. The situation in the battle is changing rapidly. There are many examples in the ninja world where the weak win the strong and the less win the more. Compared with strength, strategy in battle is also very important. In the case of a large number of people, even if the opponent is strong, it is possible to win. Go. Even if you can't kill her, you have to complete the mission. Several ninjas gritted their teeth and rushed towards Kushina. The voice fell, and the 5 ninjas launched an attack on Kushina at the same time. Swish! Bang bang bang! However, a crisp sound came out, and a few people took a closer look and couldn't help but open their eyes slightly. It's a substitute technique. As soon as the ninja finished speaking, a few kunai flew over behind him. Hit him directly. However, this ninja's body actually turned into a mass of mud. Soil clone. Juxina's face condensed, and suddenly he felt a powerful chakra coming from behind. Then, a roar came. Too done, long spear. Earth thorns protrude from the ground, attacking Tsunade in all directions. The ground here is damp and the soil is loose, and the earth escape ninjutsu has a great advantage. The other ninjas also cooperated and launched their own ninjutsu. The wind, the water, and the earth slammed into Juxina from all directions. Earth escape, earth formation wall. The crystal clear jade handbrake completed the seal in an instant, and Kushina blocked the next wave of attacks and retreated to the carriage. However, the other 5 had already made desperate preparations and did not give Kushina a chance to breathe. In particular, they found that Kushina's combat experience was not very strong. Hope to win. Can hit. Too done, Earth Dragon Bomb. A ninja formed a seal with both hands, chakra condensed. And a huge Earth Dragon condensed, roared out, and smashed directly at Kushina's back. Kushina! Come here, it's too late. It's too late to seal, she can escape, but the daimyo in the carriage will die. That's too late. At this moment, suddenly, a harsh bird chirping sounded. After the first bird song sounded, the next continuous bird song sounded in an instant, as if 1,000 birds were singing. Thunderbolt Chidori. A loud voice sounded from behind, as if countless birds chirped in unison. P.S. Beg. Flowers. Chapter 20, Inexplicable Sense of Security, subscribe. A cloud of thunder-type chakra visible to the naked eye bloomed behind Kushina, and the frantically beating arcs all showed the power of this ninjutsu. In an instant, the Tulong egg, which was about to hit Kushina, was directly hit and collapsed, and the thunder and lightning were still there, and a figure rushed directly in front of the ninja with the seal. Bang! A stream of blood spurted out. Chidori directly pierced the ninja's chest. And the person standing in front of him was Lu Yun. The ninja opened his eyes wide and lowered his head slowly, he never thought of it. Such a small child can actually perform such a powerful ninjutsu. As the blood slowly flowed out of his mouth, the ninja fell to the ground. Pawn. Lu Yun retracted his palm, an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes, he glanced at his palm, and his heart beat a little faster. This is Lu Yun's first time killing someone. Unexpectedly, there is not much fear. Yes, he wasn't afraid, because he saw that Kushina was almost seriously injured just now, and Lu Yun had no fear in his heart at all. Perhaps, at this time, Lu Yun understood why he wanted more power. If you just didn't power, then you can only watch Kushina be hit or even killed. At this moment, Lu Yun's mentality completely changed. No wonder the 3 generations of Hokage said that only after experiencing a real war can one become strong enough. Kushina, are you alright? Lu Yun tilted his head slightly and glanced at Kushina. Kushina was still sluggish, or rather, the audience was stunned, even the 4 ninjas on the opposite side were the same. Sluggish. What speed and power was that just now? It's so close to the eye that it can't be caught, and it's a direct hit. It penetrated the Earth Dragon bullet and killed the ninja. This power. No one has seen this ninjutsu before, how can it be so strong? At first, the 4 ninjas thought that some powerful Kana Hakamoto was coming, but they looked at it and were stunned again. A small child. Yes, this is a child. How can it be so strong? Liu Yun, just now, what was that ninjutsu? Kushina's slightly shocked voice came. As Lu Yun's teacher, she didn't know that Lu Yun had such a powerful ninjutsu. This power and speed, at least it is B-level ninjutsu. Looking at Lu Yun's back, Kushina was dumbfounded for a while. She found that she didn't seem to understand Lu Yun at all. The strong foundation at the beginning, as well as the number of chakras, and even the technique of shadow avatar. Up to now, such a powerful ninjutsu has actually emerged. When did this little guy become so powerful? Moreover, Lu Yun's small back, standing in front of him, actually makes people feel so safe. It was as if no one could hurt themselves. Kushina shook it vigorously. Head, what the hell is she thinking? This is her own student, she is dignified, and she has to rely on her students to protect her. And still feel safe? This is just a little ninjutsu created by me. Lu Yun smiled. Little ninjutsu? Kushina's forehead jumped, she was really humble. This power, the lowest B level, even Kushina thinks, A level is very likely. After all, she still doesn't know whether Lu Yun used all his strength just now. Was only 9 years old, actually created a level ninjutsu. If this is said, I am afraid that ninja be shocked. In fact, Lu Yun thought so too. He just wanted to get his name out there. No one doesn't want fame, especially a powerful one. Since the 3 generations of Hokage are now sending their own team to do B-level missions, then it is estimated that they will soon be on the battlefield, and they will not be able to hide at that time, so it is better to make a name on their own. This guy, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The ninjutsu created by Lu Yun-kun, as expected of Lu Yun-kun. Asma and Hong also just arrived with Lu Yun, and they kiss. Seeing Lu Yun activate Thunder Escape Chidori, his surprise was no worse than Kushina's. Create your own ninjutsu? What a joke. What a fool to be so young. A masked ninja couldn't help but shouted. I don't know if I'm scared or I can't believe it. Lu Yun raised his head, looked at him, and smiled lightly, then, let me see if your strength is as stinky as your mouth. Ah! You bastard! Come and attack me if you can. The ninja said angrily, and there was already a kunao in his hand. By a small. The child is taunting, can't bear it. Lu Yun slowly raised his head, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. The rich chakra gathered together. Fire escape, the art of fireball. Lu Yun opened his mouth and spat out. Chakra roared into a raging flame, and a huge fireball with a diameter of 5 meters spewed out, shooting towards the mask quickly. The air scorched and crackled. The ninja on the other side was surprised. The fireball technique is the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha family. Yes, in terms of the amount of chakra of the following shinobi, it should not be used at all. The little boy in front of him actually used it easily. However, the masked ninja did not panic, and quickly cast a water escape to extinguish the fire. Fire escape, the art of fireball. Just after the masked ninja extinguished Lu Yun's fire with a water jet, Lu Yun cast a second fire again, and the power was not weaker than the first fire. Damn, such a little bastard, how can there be so many chakras? The masked ninja said angrily, but still quickly cast a water escape to stop it. Fire escape, the art of fireball. Lu Yun smiled and continued to use his third fireball technique. Afraid of chakra consumption? In the recent period of time, I have made a choice, and I have doubled the chakra several times in a row. There is not much pressure to use a few flamboyant fireball techniques. Lu Yun is going to play him to death. Fire escape, the art of fireball. Lu Yun once again performed a flamboyant fireball technique. At this moment, the forehead of the ninja on the opposite side was already dripping with sweat, and it was obvious that he couldn't bear it. Even if he is a Chunin, he can't stop Lu Yun's attack. The number of chakras of his own is not as good as that of a little kid. Fire escape, The art of fireball. Mask began to gasp for breath, too tired to move. Huo done, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. With the crushing of a more powerful attack, this ninja with a stinky mouth was directly buried in the sea of fire. P.S. Ask for the moon. Ticket. Chapter 21, This is a Monster, for collection? Kushina was stunned. The remaining 3 masked ninjas were also stunned. Even Sarutobi Asuma and Kurane Yoi were also stunned. A genin effortlessly smashed the Chunin to death with the fireball technique. This is smashed to death. What the hell is this? In general, it is very powerful to use one arrogant fireball technique at most, and Lu Yun used 5 arrogant fireball techniques in a row just now. Moreover, a more powerful Phoenix Immortal Fire technique was added at the back. The number of chakras of this guy is so terrifying. He also used a powerful Thunder Escape Chidori. In this way, Lu Yun's chakra is far more than Chunin. Even, it is very likely that it is already a Jonin. In addition to his fast sealing speed, the 9-year-old Lu Yun is already so terrifying. The 3 masked ninjas looked at each other with horror in their eyes. Before they could think about it, they threw a smoke and ran away. A Konoha Jonin, plus a monster, they have no chance of winning. Lu Yun and Asuma wanted to chase after him, but Kushina hurriedly stopped him. Our task is to escort the daimyo, there is no need to chase them. Kushina took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, looked at Lu Yun, and said, "Okay." Lu Yun waved his hand casually, just as his chakra consumption was a bit large. "Let's talk about recovery." "Little guy, thank you." The big name in the carriage looked at Lu Yun, put away his shocked expression, and thanked him solemnly. He never thought that the person who saved his life would be a little boy. Child. Although several other ninjas also contributed, Daimyo's eyes were always on Lu Yun. He would never have imagined that a child was actually the most powerful of the group of ninjas. In fact, Kushina is also very powerful, but she has too little actual combat experience. She has a powerful chakra, and if she fights a few more ninjas, she is at a loss when she is beaten. If Lu Yun hadn't arrived in time, Kushina might have been injured. As for Asuma and Hong, it was too late to make a move. They were also on the battlefield for the first time, let alone making a move in time. Trembling without fear is considered powerful. You know, even in the original work, the 2 protagonists, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, were scared to kneel by the enemy's murderous aura in their first actual combat. The performances of Asuma and Hong were much better than theirs. At least not afraid, just a little slower to react. Children in wartime are different from children in peacetime. However, the fact that Lu Yun was able to get such a solemn thanks and respect for the great name of a country also shows that his strength has been recognized. The first mission is Lu Yun's solo show and the famous battle. Believe that the 3 escape. It is impossible for the ninja not to spread the reputation of Lu Yun. Moreover, the name will also be passed on here. Lu Yun will definitely become famous, it's just a matter of time. Next, there were no strong assassins on the way to escort, and the daimyo was sent back safely. When Lu Yun and the others were leaving, the daimyo's admiration for Lu Yun made Juzune and Asuma a little bit unbearable. Complimenting along the way, and complimenting when leaving, this is too kind. Perhaps, it is because Lu Yun is the reason why children are so powerful, so the big name is so important. I didn't expect this B-level mission to be completed so easily. Walking on the road, Kushina couldn't help saying aloud. Her eyes always lingered on Lu Yun, and since Lu Yun saved her, Ju Xi and Nai's eyes have become a lot strange. Red Yoi's little loli is full of adoring expressions on her face. From the time when Lu Yun taught her to control chakra, Hong had already worshipped Lu Yun, and this time, this emotion was even more intense. Asuma's eyes also showed some admiration, and some unwillingness. The same boy, the same 9 years old. also has the same amount of resources. The gap between him and Lu Yun is actually so big. When he saw Lu Yuning's clone technique before, he was shocked once. At that time, there was still a little thought in his heart that surpassed Lu Yun. Now, when Lu Yun actually created his own ninjutsu, and it was such a powerful ninjutsu, Asma's thought was completely shattered. This guy is no longer a genius, this is simply a monster. Asma believed that Lu Yun definitely did not become so powerful overnight. He must have been very powerful since he was a child, and he has been hiding his strength since then, but they just didn't see it. Asma understands more and more why the old man wants to contact Lu Yun. Such a monster really needs to be contacted. Lu Yun smiled casually, with a calm and unconcerned look on the surface. In fact, he was very happy. Don't say it's uncomfortable to be looked at with awe. I believe most people like this feeling, and it's really comfortable. Jun Liu Yun, Dad, can you please teach me how to increase the number of chakras? Hong Yui approached Lu Yun and asked for advice in a low voice. Since the first consultation, Hong can. She completely put down her face and asked Lu Yun for advice. She became more and more close to Lu Yun and became dependent on him. This is the case with little Loli. It is easy to depend on someone. As long as she is a little better to her, she will have such emotions. Well, this is. Lu Yun did not hesitate to explain. If you want to increase the number of chakras, there is no other way except hard training. At least not yet. There is only one person with golden fingers like Lu Yun, so he can only teach Hong from other aspects. There is no shortcut to becoming stronger. Just, back. On the way home, Lu Yun and Juxina's eyes flashed across the distance from time to time, not knowing what they were thinking. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 22, Gradually Rising Ambition, for collection? Lord Hokage, please take a look at this information. An UMBU member gasped slightly and handed the information recorded in his hand to the third Hokage. The above record is the battle situation before Lu Yun, and even the process is clearly recorded. The self-created ninjutsu he used, his huge number of chakras, etc., were recorded very clearly. In fact, UMBU members have been following the team of Kushina and Liu Yun along the way. This is not to protect a few people, but to monitor Kushina. As the nine-tailed Manzoli, Kushina time. He was being watched all the time, even when he was out of the village. The third Hokage smoked a cigarette and began to browse the records, but the more he looked back, the more solemn his expression became, and he even forgot to smoke. Danzo, who was sitting opposite, seemed to have thought of something, got up and walked over, and also picked up the record and read it. But he only looked at it for a while before his eyes widened slightly. Create your own A-level ninjutsu. And after using so many ninjutsu in a battle, there is still extra chakra? Uchiha Liu Yun, is he from the Uchiha clan? The first two are easy to accept, and the last one is for Danzo. His face darkened. Uchiha clan. It's actually the Uchiha family again. Danzo looked up at Sandai Hokage, and his expression was equally serious. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village has always been bad, and the root of it has been planted a long time ago. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for Danzo to watch the people of the Uchiha family become stronger and stronger. If this continues, they will not be able to maintain balance. Let him go to the battlefield with those selected by the Uchiha clan. It just so happens that the front line is under a lot of pressure recently. Danzo said directly. This is a cutting weak strength method. Now on the battlefield, the Uchiha clan has more ninjas than other clans. This is the conspiracy of Danzo. No, it should be said to be conspiracy. After all, whether it is the 3 generations of Hokage or the elders of the Uchiha clan, they all understand this. The 3 generations of Hokage took a deep breath. Although his strength is very good, he is only 9 years old. On the battlefield. Sarutobi. Don't hesitate anymore. Don't you know the current strength of the Uchiha clan? If this continues, Konoha will be in civil strife. Danzo's voice was very firm, and he didn't give his and Sarutobi the possibility of rejecting it. Several other Konoha elders on the side looked at each other, and finally fell to Konoha and Danzo, nodding in agreement. They can accept the sacrifice of a small number of people for peace, for tranquility. In times of war, don't think about winning without sacrificing, that's impossible. Even Qianshao and the Hinata clan have lost a lot of powerhouses. Then, well, I will communicate with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hizen thought about it for a long time, but in the end, he chose the bigger picture. Weakening Uchiha strength is a must. The sky was getting dark. Juxina, Lu Yun and his party returned to the village. It was already evening. Kusina took Asma and Hong Yui to the Hokage office building to report on today's task. And Lu Yun went home to rest on the grounds that the chakra consumption was too high. He didn't want to see the three-generation Hokage old man and Danzo. With his outstanding performance today, I'm afraid something big will happen soon. However, everything is being calculated, and Lu Yun doesn't want to hide the things that will be revealed sooner or later. Only by gaining a real name and gaining strength can we protect sister, and protect yourself. Oh, my original intention was to be a salted fish. Lu Yun looked up at the starry sky. Lu Yun, who had no ambitions at first, was forced by this world to have ambitions. Don't get stronger, can't do it. Time passed slowly in the peaceful days. Lu Yun spends most of his time studying Uchiha's special ninjutsu, as well as writing round eyes, and occasionally takes up a few B-level missions. Most of them are escorting the daimyo, or the task of the princess. Seems to be intentional. In order to test Kusina's group, they can encounter enemy ninjas in every mission and experience blood. Lu Yun and Asma, and even Hong gradually became numb. Now they can easily kill the enemy. In times of war, even a child cannot rest in peace. However, as the front-line battles intensified, batches of ninjas were dispatched to the front line. Even if it is Lu Yun's subordination, it is difficult to continue to relax. A few days later, Lu Yun, Asma, Yui Kane, and Kusina were summoned to the Hokage office building. You don't have to think about it to know that they have passed the basic training and are about to officially enter the battlefield. You could hear it in Hokage's voice. I read the report submitted by Kusina. Uchiha Liu Yun of the Uchiha clan created his own A-level ninjutsu, and the number of chakras far exceeds that of genin. Is it true? The three generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiezan, wearing a Hokage hat, sitting on the Hokage desk, looked at Lu Yun with a serious look. Besides Sarutobi Hizen, there are also two elders of Konoha, who can be regarded as advisors to Hokage, the wife of 3 generations of Hokage, Pipako, and the minister of Konoha Shimura Danzo. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. Speaking of the report submitted by Kusina, it's not that Lu Yun didn't know that he was also being watched by Umbu. These 3 generations of old men are really proper politicians. It's no wonder that when Lu Yun watched Hokage in his previous life, many protagonists were reluctant to get close to the 3 generations. Politicians like this, with a friendly appearance on the surface, will sell you in minutes. Then, Uchiha Liu Yun, are you willing to go to the front line to protect Konoha? Sarutobi Hizen asked. What? Before the others could speak, Kusina's exclamation came. Lord Hokage, go to the battlefield? But Lu Yun is only 9 years old. Uzumaki Kusina. I hope you can understand that although he is only 9 years old, his strength is already much stronger than ordinary Chunin. Now the war is tense, such a powerful ninja should fight for Konoha. Sande didn't speak. Danzo patted the table and interrupted Kusina with a gloomy expression. Kusina looked at the third Hokage unwillingly, but no matter how nervous you are, You don't need a 9-year-old child to go to the battlefield. P.S. Chapter 23, Writing Will Eyes Urgujade, for collection? Enough. Uzumaki Kushina, although Lu Yun is your student and we know you are worried about his safety, Konoha's peace is above everything else. If you want to protect students, you can go to the front line with Uchiha Liu Yun. Duinzo. What else did Danzo say? Sarutobi Hizen frowned sharply and interrupted him. Is this dizzy? How could Kushina go to the battlefield? He is the pillar force of the nine-tailed man. If something happens, it will be more terrifying than losing the war. Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Day. Jean also seemed to realize that his tone was too aggressive. He snorted heavily, and sat back again. However, his opinion is doomed. Lu Yun must go to the battlefield. And even the other elders may have already decided this way. Danzo just sang a black face and expressed this matter. Kushina's angry little hands clenched into fists. She understands more and more why Mikoto doesn't ask for help from the 3 generations of Hokage, because the 3 generations of Hokage can also sacrifice a lot for the peace of Konoha. Even a 9-year-old child is the same. This kind of conspiracy. It can be seen that Kushina's brain is dull, targeting the Uchiha family and Lu Yun. The silence of the 3 generations of Hokage at the beginning represented his acquiescence, the acquiescence of Danzo's words. Asuma and Hong couldn't help but look at Lu Yun. Having been teammates for so long, the 3 of them have also developed some friendships, especially Hong. She feels that Lu Yun is both a teacher and a friend, and there is a little inexplicable affection. The 2 wanted to say something for Lu Yun, but Lu Yun interrupted them with a wave, looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, and said seriously. No problem, Hokage-sama, I am willing to do my part for Konoha. What? Juxina was stunned for a moment, and all looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at the options in front of him and did not hesitate. 1. Take the initiative to accept the opinions of the 3 generations of Hokage, go to the battlefield, and reward the evolutionary writing Will I Urgujade. 2. If you refuse to go to the battlefield, the reward will be doubled. 3. Be silent, wait for arrangements, and reward a random C-level ninjutsu. With 3 choices, Lu Yun glanced at it and chose the first without hesitation. Lu Yun was already preparing to go to the battlefield. If he wanted to improve his strength and become famous, he would definitely need a bloody battle. And, see. From the expressions of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiezan, Lu Yun also knew very well that he could not refuse their proposal at present. Konoha has a solid background, and the war has only begun, so there is no reason to fall into a disadvantage so quickly. Today's Konoha, Sanrin is still there, White Fang is still there, plus Sarutobi Hizen and Shiba Danzo, all of a sudden there are 5 shadow-level masters. Therefore, it is said that the battle ahead is urgent, and a sub-nin is needed to go to the front line. Lu Yun does not believe anything. This is obviously because he wants to go to the front line to deliberately make excuses. Since you are going to Liu Yun to go to the battlefield, then I am going too. He is my student. I have to be responsible to my students. Kushina said seriously, with a very serious expression. Lu Yun turned his head and looked over, looking at Juxina, but he didn't expect her to still have such determination. No. As soon as Kushina's voice fell, Hizen Sarutobi interrupted her. You can't go on the battlefield, you should know your physique. If something happens on the battlefield, the consequences will be disastrous. But, Hokage-sama, I can't watch my students have an accident. If they don't come back by then, how can I, a teacher, survive? Kushina's tone was unprecedentedly firm, and he didn't even care about the orders of the 3 generations of Hokage. Lu Yun, Asuma, and Hong were also moved by Kushina's words. Although he is usually a fool, but when it is really dangerous, Kushina looks like a teacher. The 3 generations of Hokage fell silent, looked at Kushina's firm expression, and took a deep breath. Indeed, if Kushina heard that her student died on the battlefield, her emotions would be absolutely riotous, and the seal would be out of control at that time, which would also be a trouble. But if Lu Yun is not allowed to go to the battlefield, it seems that it will not work, because this matter has already been decided. It's too late to change it now. Even Asma and Kurane Yoi have to go to the battlefield. The 3 generations of Hokage have paid a bit more this time. After all, his own son is about to go to war. Danzo didn't say anything this time, and he still didn't want to get involved in the matter of Ranzolai. Let Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is good at political rhetoric, deal with this matter. The Hokage office fell silent for a while. Silence, silence, silence. I do not know that after 10 minutes of silence, the 3 generations of Hokage thought a lot, and finally asked Kushina twice, but in the end there was nothing. Nai agreed. There is no other way, what has been decided cannot be easily changed. When Kushina and Lu Yun left and there were only 3 generations of Hokage and Shimura Danzo left in the Hokage office, Danzo spoke up. I will send a few Umbu to follow to protect her, and I will also notify Orochimaru and others on the front line to pay more attention to her. After Danzo finished speaking, he got up and left without giving the 3 generations of Hokage a chance to speak. He will only pay attention to Ranzolai. As for the others, Danzo doesn't care. Whether you die or not is not your business. Trouble. From the very beginning of sending Uchiha Liu Yun and the Uchiha clan to the battlefield, they had already planned to kill some of them. Konoha's peace is built under such darkness and blood. The more Lu Yun experienced personally, the more ambitious he became. Some people's ambitions are forced out. Liu Yun, I'll set off with you tomorrow. Hey, the leisurely life is gone. Jun Liu Yun, I'll be with you too, see you tomorrow. Sarabi Asma and Yuhaka say goodbye to Liu Yun. Afterwards, they went home to prepare. Going to the battlefield is not a trivial matter, you must prepare well, and you will be leaving tomorrow. In the end, only Lu Yun and Kushina were left on the street. Kushina kept her head down, she didn't know what she was thinking, her expression looked a bit strange, it seemed like self-blame. She felt that her report might have harmed Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun is famous and has the title of enchanting evildoer, after all, he is only 9 years old, and he is about to go to the battlefield of life and death, which is really too much. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is aimed at Liu Yun and Yuji Wave family. If I had helped to hide Lu Yun's talent and strength before, maybe this would not have happened. At least not so soon. Kushina's heart is very complicated now, and she doesn't know how to explain this to Mikoto. She had sworn to Mikoto before that she would never let Lu Yun have an accident. And now, in the blink of an eye, he was about to enter the battlefield. P.S. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 24, Prepare to go to the battlefield, for collection. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Sarutobi Hizen family, the Yuihong family, or the Lu Yun family, they were all brightly lit. Before going to the battlefield, there are still many things to arrange. At least the elders in the family have to settle a lot of things, such as Sarutobi Asma, who is listening carefully to the instructions of his father, the 3 generations of Hokage. The 3rd Hokage is also worried that Asma will have an accident. Kurane Yui's parents, too. Time passed, and soon, the sky lit up. Exist. At the entrance of Konoha village, hundreds of ninjas have already assembled. At a glance, most of them are ninjas dressed in the service of the Uchiha clan. There are only a small number of ninjas from other races. From this, it can be seen that the current strength of the Uchiha family in Konoha. Lu Yun greeted her sister, and together with Kushina, set off with the ninja army. Followed by Asma and Hong, her parents never let her go to the battlefield, but when Hong became stubborn, her parents couldn't stop her. Xiaoun, you must come back safely. Uchiha Mikoto stood behind the crowd with eyes full of is the color of worry. On the other side, there were also a lot of people from the Uchiha clan. They glanced at Sarutobi Hizen, their expressions were not good, and they left without saying hello. At present, the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan already have a lot of grievances. In addition to the fact that the Sarutobi Region and Danzo training have consumed Uchiha's strength, it is no wonder that they have a good face. You are very young, you shouldn't be on the battlefield, I blame the old man for my incompetence. For Konoha, I can only wrong you. Hey, if you want to blame the old man. While walking on the road, the words of Hiezan Sarutobi flashed in Lu Yun's mind. When Shisande Hokage had a helpless look, as if he was blaming his own powerlessness. If it wasn't for Lu Yun having the heart of an adult, he would have been really moved by Sarutobi Hiezan's true feelings. This is the difference between Sarutobi Hipsan and Shimura Danzo. Danzo will only give orders to people at this time and strictly implement the standards, while Sarutobi Hizen has a kind of warmth, to warm, confuse, people's hearts, the charisma of the so-called leader. Such people are more suitable to be Hokage. Xiaoun, I will protect you. Kushina approached Lu Yun and whispered. Mikoto said a lot to Kushina last night. Much talk, most of it is about how to protect Liu Yun and so on. And Kushina originally treated Lu Yun as his own younger brother, so he would naturally protect him seriously. It's okay. Lu Yun smiled. This time on the battlefield, at the border, Konoha village is the country of fire and the ninjas of the country of thunder are fighting. I heard that the front line is currently weak, so I sent ninjas from the Uchiha clan to support. As for whether it is really weak, this can only be known on the battlefield. At the same time, in the residence of the Uchiha clan, the elders of Uchiha gathered and held a clan meeting. The Uchiha family finally appeared, another genius. I didn't expect Danzo and the third Hokage to be so cruel. They actually let a 9-year-old child go to the battlefield, and they also took away some of Uchiha's ninjas. This made the elders it's hot. There is even the urge to make trouble. This time the Uchiha clan will discuss how to fight against Hokage and Konoha. If Hinzaki Sarutobi continues to weaken the strength of his family like this, Uchiha will perish sooner or later. But they didn't know that when the elders held the clan meeting, there were still many pairs of eyes and ears staring at them. And most people are Shiha's own bodyguard. Just that they have another code name called Umbu, and a mysterious and powerful organization called Root. In fact, spies have already been planted in Uchiha, but they don't know it yet. The arrogant Uchiha clan may not have thought that their clansmen would betray them. Perhaps, this is also a foreshadowing for Itaka to destroy the Uchiha family in the future. If Itaka is alone, even a genius cannot be the opponent of the entire Uchiha clan. There is definitely a deep secret in this. Time flows like this. Turn. The contradictions within Konoha are getting bigger and bigger, and the fire on the battlefield is getting more and more vigorous. P.S. Chapter 25, The Three-Party Plan, for Collection. Konoha village is very secretive, known as the base of Konohagen. Is the Uchiha clan's plan? Do you still want to attack Konoha? Got the spy information for the first time, squinted his eyes, the Uchiha family killed themselves, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It seems that the calamity that Tobirama-sensei has not been able to solve will eventually be completed in my hands. Uchiha's cancer, it's time to clear it? There was a fierce killing intent in Danzo's eyes. Danzo, like Sarutobi Hizen, both hope that Konoha will be unified and have peace. Only his methods are more ruthless than Hiruzen Sarutobi. What he wants is to completely remove Uchiha. Calculating Uchiha Liu Yun is just a link in Danzo's promotion of Uchiha. Or even if there is no Liu Yun, Danzo will find other ways to start with Uchiha. However, Liu Yun just appeared, and he also has a strong talent, which is very suitable for this plan. Danzo even felt that this was a great opportunity for God to let him destroy Uchiha. What Sarutobi Hizen dared not do, Shimura Danzo dared to do. Moreover, Danzo didn't even tell Hiruzen Sarutobi in this action, to kill first and then play. Of course, the premise is that the Uchiha family will do it first. Although Danzo is ruthless, he is not stupid, and he will not be stupid enough to do it first. He just deliberately angered the Uchiha clan, made them rebel, and then suppressed it. However, does Sarutobi Hizen really not know what Danzo is doing? As Naruto, Konoha's strongest ninja, Sarutobi Hizenkai doesn't know about Danzo's little tricks. The information that Danzo can receive, he can also receive, and it is definitely more detailed than Danzo. Sarutobi Hizen knew everything, but he didn't care. Or should I say, he is the default Danzo. Action. The Uchiha family is too dark and selfish, and as Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi will also use dark means to deal with them. All of this is for the prosperity and peace of Konoha. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a breath, and an unfathomable face gradually emerged. The third generation does not need to take action, from the beginning to the end, everything, he only needs to fuel the flames, and he can carry out everything according to his own ideas, step by step, to build his ideal brilliant Konoha. This is why Lu Yun is reluctant to see 3 generations. He's just a salt fish, do not like to deal with such scheming people. But Lu Yun didn't want to deal with it. It didn't mean he was stupid, and it didn't mean he didn't know about the conspiracy of the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo, just too lazy to care about it. Since he has to calculate now, Liu Yun will not salt the fish anymore. It was urgent, although Lu Yun did not have the strength of Konoha, but it was still easy to be a betrayal and lead his sister and Kusina to live a dashing life in the wandering world. Kusina is a human pillar. If he had nothing to do with Lu Yun, he might not care. But Kusina is now about herself. The relationship is very good, and Lu Yun will naturally not let her repeat the same mistakes and die in Konoha. The Uchiha family, the 3 generations of Hokage, and Shimura Danzo, all 3 parties have their own calculations. And Lu Yun, who is the most important part of the tripartite plan, is now rapidly advancing towards the border of the Land of Fire with the ninja army. In the evening, we finally arrived at our destination. The border of the Country of Fire, the Konoha Ninja Army camp. Numerous ninjas looked tired, apparently having experienced a fierce battle. Uzumaki Kusina, Uchiha Liu Yun, Sarabi Asma, Yui Hong. Come and report. Kusina handed over Hokage's warrant, and a gatekeeper ninja took it and was stunned, because he found that among the 4 people in front of him, there were actually 3 genin? And you don't even have to look at the genin logo, you can confirm just by looking at the appearance of the age, these 3 genin, they are completely children. When will the next child be able to go to the battlefield? Doubt returned to doubt, the warrant was not false, the ninja quickly went to the front camp to report. Not long after, the order came. Uzumaki Kusina, Uchiha Liu Yun, please enter the tent. The ninja said. What about us? Asma and Hong looked at the ninja in front of them suspiciously. Aren't they together? Why are we still separated? Asma Shimonin Sarutobi, Kurane Yoi Shimonin, please go to the rear to meet up with the troops. Your mission has already been arranged, and you are in charge of logistical support. As for Lu Yun, he has another mission and will not act with you. The ninja explained in detail that in a protracted battle, all aspects must be taken into account. Logistics troops, communication troops, reconnaissance troops, and various types of ninjas are all needed for a successful battle. But the discerning. It can be seen at a glance that this is obviously protecting Asma and Hong. Logistics, although important, are much safer than the battlefield ahead. And Lu Yun is also stubborn, but he wants to participate in the war, which is really cruel. We are in the same class and cannot be separated. Hong Yui frowned, glanced at Lu Yun, and said firmly. Asma also nodded in agreement. However, the ninja frowned and interrupted them directly. Your mission was specially arranged by Hokage-sama. Don't underestimate the logistics, the front is fighting, and the logistics is also very important. Important. Hearing the ninja's words, Kushina was even more certain that all this was the arrangement of the 3 generations of Hokage. This guy is really ruthless. He protects his own children and puts Uchiha's children on the front line. Juxin Naiu clenched her hands tightly, and she was already holding a bunch of anger in her heart. With such an eccentric treatment, Lu Yun couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. 3 Hokage. To be honest, Lu Yun didn't hate Konoha before, and even wanted peace to come earlier. But now he understands everything. Konoha's so-called peace, is it really peace? Perhaps Lu Yun understood why Orochimaru would betray Konoha. If you continue to be forced like this, Lu Yun is likely to become a more terrifying betrayal than Orochimaru. Who would want to be a betrayal if it wasn't forced by the situation? Chapter 26, Juzina is angry for collection. Okay, let's go to the rear to prepare first. The ninja uncle is right, logistics is also very important. Lu Yun smiled at Asma and Hong. Sorry, Lu Yun. After being silent for a while, Asma looked up at Lu Yun and said seriously. Asma is a smart person, he naturally knows the meaning of the old man's arrangement. The 3 generations of Hokage are Asma's father, and Lu Yun is his teammate, which makes Asma feel a little uncomfortable. Hong looked at Lu Yun silently, was silent for a while, then suddenly ran over, hugged Lu Yun, and lifted picked up a small head and stuck it up. Boo! A crisp sound. Kushina and Chinin were stunned, and even Lu Yun was stunned. Red actually took the initiative to kiss herself? And in front of so many people. Jun Liu Yun, you must come back safely. Hong slowly retracted her head, her pretty face was a little red, but her tone was very serious. Is this a confession? Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, then smiled, rubbed his red head, and said with a smile, don't worry, you still have my strength. Do not you know? Yeah. Lord Lu Yun is the most powerful. Asma and Kushina were so fed up with this piece of dog food that they couldn't stand it any longer. A few people chatted for a while and then separated. Then, Kushina's upper endure, Liu Yun's lower endure, please come inside. After Asma and Hong left, Lu Yun and Kushina walked to the central camp under the leadership of the ninja. This is the head coach's tent of the Thunder Country front. The ninja in charge of this war is the apprentice of Jiraiya, the grandson of the 3rd generation, Minato Namikaze. And this battle is to allow Minato Namikaze to accumulate merit and prestige and prepare for taking over the position of the 4th Hokage. Lu Yun and Kushina quickly saw Minato Namifeng. This is a young man with blonde hair, with a kind face and bright eyes, as if full of confidence in the future, which makes people unable to help but want to unite with this person. This is a unique charisma that only the best ninjas have. Just like the 3 generations of Hokage, the friendly smile makes people feel that there is no lethality. Uzumaki Kushina, you. Zhibo Liu Yun, come to report. The voices of Lu Yun and Kushina made Minato, who was processing the file, raise his head, and he saw Lu Yun at first glance. Are you, the Uchiha Liu Yun known as the Thunder and Lightning Demon? Lu Yun was slightly taken aback. What is the name of the Thunder Demon? I'm especially the King of Thunder and Lightning. Come to think of it, this name was probably spread by the 3 ninjas who ran away some time ago, Thunder and Lightning Demon. Why do I want to laugh the more I hear it? Cough, just call me Lu Yun. Liu Yun coughed lightly. One sound. Yeah. You can create your own A-level ninjutsu at the age of 9, and have more chakras than Chunin. Uchiha has created another evildoer. Namikaze Minato praised without hesitation. Lu Yun smiled, not being too polite. He was still struggling with why he was given such an ugly name as Thunder and Lightning Demon. With a smile on his face, Namikaze Minami turned to look at Kushina. He and Kushina were already acquaintances. But what Namikaze Minato did not expect was that the 3 generations of Hokage actually put Kushina on the front line. Don't you know Kushina? 9. Sina, how did you get here? Minato stood up, walked over, and asked. Uzumaki Kushina stared at Minato Namikaze for a while. She was thinking, did Minato get involved in dealing with Lu Yun? You know about Lu Yun? Kushina asked. Namikaze Minato looked at her, was silent for a while, then glanced at Liu Yun again, and nodded slightly. Kushina closed her eyes slightly, and now it seems that even if Minato Namikaze didn't participate, it would definitely be irrelevant. This made Kushina feel very uncomfortable. Why all of them? For Liu Yun? Danzo itself is a bad guy, so I won't say it, but the 3 generations of Hokage, Minato Namikaze, all of them claiming to be for peace, are all targeting Lu Yun. He is a 9-year-old boy. Could it be that Konoha's peace must be obtained by sacrificing a 9-year-old child? What is the meaning of such peace? Namikaze Minato also seemed to see that Kushina was in a bad mood, so he was silent for a while, and said, I'm a little tired since I arrived tonight. You guys go and rest first, come back tomorrow. Kushina took a deep breath and pulled Lu Yun away. Along the way, Lu Yun was still a little confused. I don't know why Kushina is so angry all of a sudden. It seems that from the moment they saw Minato Namikaze, the 2 of them said a few words and suddenly became angry. Lu Yun remembered that Kushina seemed to know Minato, and they seemed to have a good relationship. How could she be so angry? Juxina had a gloomy face along the way, not knowing what she was thinking. This was the first time Lu Yun had seen her so angry and in a bad mood. Just when Lu Yun was helpless, an option appeared in front of him. 1. While the whirlpool Kushina was not paying attention, secretly kissed her mouth. A random B-level physical technique will be rewarded. 2. Be a sensible child and ask why Uzumaki Kushina is angry. Ask the reason, and the reward will be doubled. 3. Sleeping in the same bed with the whirlpool Kushina at night, the reward is the 8-door Dungia. Hiss. This. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 27, Sister is the Best in the World, for collection. 1. While the whirlpool Kushina was not paying attention, secretly kissed her. A random C-level physique will be rewarded. 2. Be a sensible child and ask why Uzumaki Kushina is angry. Ask the reason, and the reward will be doubled. 3. Sleeping in the same bed with the whirlpool Kushina at night, the reward is the 8-door Dungia. This choice, Lu Yun read it several times. 8 Dungia. This is a taijutsu skill created by Matei, and the 8-door Dungia is very powerful, but few people know about it. Even the 3rd generation Hokage doesn't know it. Random B-level body arts and 8 Dungia, of course, choose 8 Dungia. Although Bayman Dungia has high physical requirements, Lu Yun has been choosing to increase the reward of doubling his physique. Even though he is only 9 years old, his physique is definitely much stronger than those of Chunin. Even Shangnan doesn't necessarily have Lu Yun's physical fitness. It is estimated that only those ninjas who specialize in physical fitness can compete with Lu Yun. Everyone only knows Liu Yun Chakurado, who has a high talent for ninjutsu, but they don't know that his physique is even more powerful. What is missing now is just a physical technique. And Bayman Dungia is the best choice. Lu Yun was thinking about how to get the 8 Gates Dungia a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to be delivered to his door now. However, this choice is a bit tricky. Sleeping in the same bed with Kushina for one night, this. Lu Yun raised his head slightly, looked at Kushina, thought for a moment, and spoke slowly. Sister Kusina, can we sleep together tonight? It's the first time I'm going out, and I'm a little scared. Lu Yun's expression is very innocent and cute. His 9-year-old body is his greatest strength. If it were a little bigger, Lu Yun himself would not be able to. Good luck to be cute. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Ju Xinna was slightly taken aback. He originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Lu Yun's pitiful expression, he thought of going to the battlefield to kill the enemy tomorrow. A 9-year-old child was about to enter the battlefield. Juxina felt inexplicably sour in her heart, and couldn't help touching Lu Yun's head. It's okay, Xiaoun, just sleep with my sister tonight. My sister will protect you. Juxina really felt sorry for Lu Yun. In addition to his young age, he didn't think about other aspects. He just thought that Lu Yun was going to the battlefield for the first time and felt that he was afraid. After all, no matter how high the ninjutsu talent is. But Lu Yun is only a 9-year-old child. Kusina took Lu Yun and quickly returned to the residence arranged by Minato. Minato had specially arranged a quiet and comfortable room for Kusina. Lu Yun could naturally see his thoughts on Kusina. Minato must have liked Kusina, and Kusina had not yet reached the level of boyfriend and girlfriend for Minato, otherwise the two would not be so unfamiliar when they met for the first time. Of course, there must be Lu Yun mixed in it. For example, when Kusina arrived in Konoha when she was a child, she was kidnapped by Sand Ninja once. It was Lu Yun who took Sister Mikoto to rescue her in time and let Minato miss the hero to save beauty. This also caused Kusina to have an average relationship with Minato, but a better relationship with Mikoto, even better than the best friend in the original book. After all, it is definitely not easy to have a life-saving grace. Xiaoun, sister, go take a bath first, you can rest here for a while. After Kusina finished speaking, she took the towel and left. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, but he didn't seem to react. Didn't expect to share the bed with Kusina so easily. Originally, Lu Yun still thought this task was difficult, but I didn't expect, it doesn't seem to be. How difficult is it? Sure enough, there are benefits to being young. While changing clothes, Lu Yun glanced at his younger brother. Although he is small, it seems that because his physique often doubles, his younger brother is surprisingly big. Even Lu Yun himself was surprised by his younger brother many times. Every time his physique doubles, his younger brother also grows up. This kind of situation, Lu Yun can't avoid it. He was even a little scared. If his younger brother was too big and his body didn't grow big, it would be too pitiful. Fortunately, Lu Yun's body has been growing during this time, although it is not skyrocketing, but much higher than before. Lu Yun changed his clothes and waited for 10 minutes before Ju Xinna came in. However, at this time, Kusina changed into a yukata similar to the one that often appears in Japanese movies. It was very loose and did not wear underwear inside. Liu Yun, do you want to take a shower? Kusina was wiping her hair and approaching Lu Yun. A fragrant fragrance came from her nostrils. Good, good. Hearing Lu Yun's voice, Kusina opened his eyes slightly, only to find that this little guy was staring at him. It's huge. So white? Lu Yun stared at the inside of the yukata, which was white. This is bigger than my sister. Lu Yun once peeked at Juxina taking a bath because of her choice, but she didn't seem to be that old at the time. How could she have grown so big in just 1 year? He grows faster than his brother. Sure enough, people in this world are irregular. Oops. Juxina flicked Lu Yun's forehead, and her pretty face couldn't help blushing, but for some reason, she couldn't get angry. After all, he's just a child. How do you tell Lu Yun about this kind of thing? If it was an adult old pervert staring at him, Kusina would definitely punch him and knock him out, but a child like Lu Yun peeked at him, and Kusina really couldn't be angry. Sister Kushina is really a beauty. Lu Yun retracted his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. There are many beauties in the original book, but Kushina is definitely the beauties among beauties. She looks beautiful, has a kind heart, and has a lively and lovely personality. This is a good woman. Of course, compared with her sister Uchiha Mikoto, it is still a little worse. In Lu Yun's heart, elder sister is number one in the world. Okay, go to sleep, there are big things to do tomorrow. Yeah. Liu Yun. You, where are you putting your hands? Snoring. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 28, 8 Gates Dungia, for collection. The next morning, Kushina woke up first. She was awakened by touch, yes, it was awakened by touch. At first, Kushina always felt that something was wrong and uncomfortable. Later, when he opened his eyes in a daze, he realized that Lu Yun was still in his arms. Moreover, the two hands are holding their two little rabbits, and they are still snoring, but their movements are very animal. Bah! You little bastard, why are you so lustful? Juxina gently took Lu Yun's hand away, and the little white rabbit turned into a little red rabbit. This little bastard. It really is. Kushina sighed helplessly, got up, and started to pack up. Although I always feel a little ashamed in my heart, after all Lu Yun is not big, but he is not too young. He will be 10 years old soon. But Kushina looked at Lu Yun's sleeping cute face, and in the end did not settle the account with him, but quietly walked out. But Kushina didn't know that, just as she walked out, Lu Yun suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at the back of Kushina leaving, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief. I finally got the reward. However, it turns out that this thing is so soft. Touch it all night. It's so comfortable, I can't stand it. After talking to himself for a while, Lu Yun slowly closed his eyes and started to suppress the fire. Sometimes it's not a good thing for my younger brother to be too big. Every morning, Lu Yun spends half an hour to treat his younger brother. There is no way, young people, they are just angry. If it weren't for the fact that he was too young now, Lu Yun would want to seriously talk about a little girlfriend. In this regard, the fire must be relieved. As a normal man, Lu Yun wants to live a salted fish life, but he still wants to talk about his girlfriend. Well, this is the man. Speaking of which, the red girl is good, and Xian is also good. They are all cute loli, do you want to cultivate them? It's better for Kushina, mature and sensible. Lu Yun thought about it, but he was still tangled up for a while. Hey. Other girls haven't agreed yet, what are you doing to yourself? Sitting on the bed and thinking for a long time, Lu Yun studied his reward. 8 Dungia. The 8 gates refer to the gate of opening, the gate of closing, the gate of life, the gate of injury, the gate of do, the gate of jing, the gate of shock, and the gate of death. Every time a door is opened, the strength will be greatly increased. Especially the most. The latter dead door can almost make a person's strength appear dozens of times stronger. Of course, the last door, Liu Yun, will not be used. After all, it will kill people. If he can get the body of a fairy in the future, Lu Yun can try to open the 8th door. The first gate, the gate of life, removes the limitation of the brain domain, in order to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the physical ability, overloading the body energy to increase the strength and speed. Lu Yun observed the experience in his mind. Table lotus, inner lotus, facing peacock, day tiger, evening elephant, night K. Choice award. The rewards are all direct, and all the experience and usage methods are perfectly passed on to Lu Yun, and Lu Yun can even directly open the first door. No problem with the 8th door. And these skills are naturally passed down perfectly. Then let's try it first. Lu Yun stood up and looked at the round wooden table in front of him. The gate of life, open. As the gentle voice fell, Lu Yun's chakra seemed to have lifted some kind of restriction, and his strength continued to rise. This moment, speed, reaction, strength, all with significant uptick. Lu Yun tried it out, and the speed was several times faster than before. It's pure speed, you can do it without any chakra. No ba whirlwind. Lu Yun's figure jumped up like a rabbit, his legs danced like a whirlwind, and he kicked the round table in front of him in an instant. If you don't know Lu Yun, you might think that Lu Yun is a ninja specializing in physique. Boom. The blow of pure power fell outrageously, and Lu Yun directly kicked the garden wooden table into several pieces. With a single step, there is such a powerful power, if you use it more. With a little strength, Lu Yun felt that it was easy for him to kick a genin to death. As for genin, it's certainly not that easy to deal with, but it's not too difficult to deal with either. And this is pure physique. What Lu Yun said is that without using ninjutsu, pure physique can be done in seconds. It seems pretty good. Lu Yun stood up slowly. Suddenly, his body stopped, and he turned his head slightly. There was a man standing at the door, a woman. It's not that Kusina is back, it's a strange woman. However, she looks very beautiful, especially her fierceness, big terror. This person is. Huan Cancan's hair is like a waterfall behind her head, as gorgeous as brocade. A beautiful face is delicate and moving, as white as jade, without the slightest blemish, showing healthy colors, a little red lips, a delicate nose, bright eyes, and curvy eyebrows. Every organ is almost perfect and put together is simply beautiful. However, none of these are the most attractive. The scale of this woman's murder is simply the most majestic among the people Lu Yun has ever seen. It is the most terrifying one in the entire Hokage world so far. Liu Yun's writing will I don't know when it has been turned on, exhausting all the pupil power, staring at her horror, as if to calculate its size. F. No, it's bigger, G, yes, it's G. Lu Yun couldn't help it, and even screamed. How can there be such an irregular thing? This is not in line with reality at all. Thousand hands Tsunade. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 29, Tsunade is really big, for collection? You are the Uchiha Liu Yun known as the Thunder Genius Demon. Tsunade frowned and looked at Lu Yun, who was only 9 years old. Just this little kid who created a powerful A-level ninjutsu? And what kind of thunder and lightning monster is also called? But I don't know if I don't look at it. Tsunade's eyes widened after looking at it. Shock. This guy, is he really only 9 years old? How can there be such a big thing? Tsunade studied medicine, so he understands that children shouldn't be that big, even if they are. Adults should also have a standard size, but Lu Yun this is simply. That, you, are. Lu Yun was about to say something when suddenly a cool wind blew by, he slowly lowered his head, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the hell? I woke up too smart just now. I was in a hurry to experiment with the 8-door dungeon, and I forgot to put on my clothes. Lu Yun has had the habit of sleeping with fruit since he was a child, which is good for his health. Although Kushina insisted last night not to let him fall asleep, Lu Yun still took off his clothes in a daze in the middle of the night. And when I woke up this morning, Lu Yun didn't even notice. Time to get dressed. As for why he couldn't feel the cold, maybe his physique had improved too high. As long as it wasn't a big winter, even if there was a wind blowing, Lu Yun wouldn't feel the cold. But I never thought that Tsunade would suddenly appear, and I just saw the scene of myself. No, and before Lu Yun, Chiguo used the 8 gates of Dunjia, she must have seen it. How can it be repaired? I was actually seen by an old woman. Lost this time. Hey hey hey. Close your eyes. Look. Lu Yun hurriedly brought his clothes over and put on his clothes. But who knew that Tsunade was not only not shy, but also opened his eyes to look at Lu Yun, especially his younger brother, who was paid too much attention by Tsunade. Fortunately, Lu Yun dressed quickly, otherwise he felt that his virginity would be lost here today. Cough, the body of a little kid, do you think I like to see it? Tsunade saw that Lu Yun was already dressed, so he couldn't help coughing, talking nonsense in a serious manner. It was obvious that her eyes were about to pop out just now, but now she actually said she didn't like watching it? Ghosts believe it? Lu Yun stared at Tsunade with a gloomy face. She recognized Tsunade, but she never thought that this old woman was so erotic, staring at her all the time. Did he suffer? Absolutely at a loss. At the same time, options appeared in front of him again. 1. Sit down and calmly ask Tsunade what is wrong with him. The bonus physique is doubled. 2. Ask Tsunade to see himself, is he responsible? Then let her be successfully responsible, and reward a level ninjutsu, lay dun Chidori Ryu, and double the chakra. 3. Covered his face, turned and ran away from the room. How wronged, how wronged. Reward B rank ninjutsu, 1 random. Host, please choose. You've seen me all, shouldn't you be responsible? The soft voice of Lu Yun came, Tsunade couldn't help but widen his eyes. Huh? What are you saying, you brat? Responsible? How old are you? A brat, take a look at what happened to my sister. My brother is older than you, and he's not so pretentious. The younger brother Tsunade referred to was the Senjorope tree. Originally, Lu Yun only said these words for the mission, but Tsunade's tone of voice was like this. I can't stand it anymore. What is a little kid? Also see what happened? Still hypocritical? Lu Yun is angry. Really pissed. Aren't you responsible? Good. Then I'll go and tell the Commander Watergate now, saying that you molested me, looked down on me, and wanted to do that kind of thing. If I hadn't dressed quickly, you would have done it? I want to report you. The old cow eats the tender grass. Lu Yun said loudly, and was about to leave. His voice was deliberately amplified, as if he wanted people outside to hear it. However, before Lu Yun stepped out of the door, there was a sudden bang, and the door was directly locked. Tsunade grabbed Lu Yun's neck and stopped him from yelling. Little brat! What are you talking about? How can I be so lewd? Bah! I've never been lewd. In the beginning, it was you who didn't get dressed. Little brat, promise me not to tell me what happened today, or I won't let you out of here today. Speak. Why don't you speak? Tsunade rubbed Lu Yun's neck and said a lot, but he didn't realize that Lu Yun's face had turned red. She didn't react until she heard the sound of mum. Anxious, the power has been used too much, Lu Yun can't make a sound. Seeing Lu Yun's face blushing, Tsunade hurriedly let go of him, and if he continued, he was going to die. Cough, cough cough. Just as Tsunade let go, Lu Yun coughed directly. Finally able to breathe air. The strength of this old woman is so great. At that moment just now, Lu Yun felt a powerful power, it was a power stronger than his physique. It should be Tsunade's strange power. I didn't expect Tsunade to have such power. No wonder it is called one of the 3 ninjas, Lu Yun. At this moment, I understand why Shangren is stronger than Chiran. Especially an elite Jonin like Tsunade, who is close to the shadow level Jonin. Are you alright? Tsunade also knew that he had gone too far just now. He used so much power on a 9-year-old child. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been killed just now. No kidding, really die. Thanks to Lu Yun's metamorphosis, he just suffocated. Tsunade hurriedly patted Lu Yun's back and checked it. However, this inspection, she was stunned again. Lu Yun, it's alright? Yes, this little guy has been squeezed so much, and he has nothing at all? How is this possible? A little kid, even if ninjutsu is more powerful, but his physique can't be so strong, and he is so powerful that he is not injured at all. At this moment, Tsunade's expression suddenly became serious. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 30, Thunder Escape, Chidori Flow, for collection? Lu Yun is actually fine under such pressure from himself. Tsunade recalled that as soon as he entered the door, he saw Lu Yun kicked a hard wooden table to pieces. His expression gradually became serious. Impossible. He is only so young, could it be that his physique is already? This possibility is even more shocking to Tsunade than Lu Yun is now as Shangnin. Old woman, do you want to kill me? Just tell me if you don't want to be responsible, do you need to kill someone to silence me? Lu Yun returned to normal and glared at Tsunade fiercely. Ha 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 ha. How is that possible? I was careless just now. Accidental? Do you know that the power just now, even the Chunin can't stand it, you just want to kill. I wasn't scared by you. Me? I scare you? I'm just telling the truth. And it was you who looked down on me. Could it be that I took advantage? Huh. Really, such a big man, he doesn't even have such a little control. If there was a Konoha ninja here now, I will definitely drop my jaw in shock when I see this scene. Princess Konoha, who is not afraid of heaven and earth, Tsunade Thousand Hands, was actually pointed at the nose by a child who was so much smaller than herself and a little shorter. The point is, Tsunade didn't refute or get angry, but just listened obediently. This scene is so shocking. After reprimanding for more than half an hour, Lu Yun's mouth was dry, and then he stopped. And Tsunade seems to have just reacted, how could he be reprimanded by a child? And she didn't resist just now? What are you doing? Hey, you little. Tell me, what are you going to do? Are you responsible? Tsunade was about to say something when Lu Yun interrupted him. She widened her eyes again. This little brat is still up. If you are not responsible, I will definitely speak out about this matter. And let everyone in Konoha know, including the 3 generations of Hokage. Lu Yun glanced at it, the reward had not come yet, so he could only continue talking. It seems that if Tsunade is not held responsible today, or if he admits his mistake, he will not be able to get this reward. A-level ninjutsu, and its Chidori style, Lu Yun really doesn't want to let it go, this ninjutsu is really good. Not to mention, there is also a double chakra. Now Lu Yun's chakra has not doubled, but it has grown a lot. You threaten me? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Liu Yun, didn't expect this little guy to dare to threaten him. Don't you know who she is, Qian Xiao Tsunade? Will she be afraid of threats? If it was someone else, Tsunade would slap him to death with a single slap. However, it was Lu Yun who threatened her, a 9-year-old child. What? This Nima. How to start? Moreover, he is still a very cute child. When Lu Yun performed the reverse harem technique, Kushina had a nosebleed, which shows how cute he looks. If it's not cute, it's not a nosebleed, but Liu Yun's nosebleed. Tsunade also looked at Lu Yun cute, and he was too young, so there was no way to start. Also, just now, she almost accidentally slapped that Liu Yun. Although it seems to be alright now, Tsunade is still a little embarrassed. Otherwise, she wouldn't listen at first. With Lu Yun reprimanded himself. With Tsunade's temper, can you listen? Tsunade didn't fight either, nor did he walk, staring at Lu Yun. For a while, there was nothing he could do. Could it be that he is really responsible for a 9-year-old kid? If Lu Yun heard this, he would definitely tell Tsunade seriously that in 3 days, he would be 10 years old. Serious face. Silence, silent silence. The room was quiet for a while. No matter how Tsunade hid, he seemed to be able to see Lu Yun's eyes staring at him. And if she doesn't move, the thing she just saw will appear in her mind. A terrifying thing named, Lu Yun's younger brother. How can a 9-year-old kid grow so big? This is simply perverted. Too early. After thinking for a while, Tsunade was really entangled in the clouds, so he waved casually, okay, big sister is responsible for you, okay. She's just a little kid anyway, so Tsunade is afraid she won't be able to handle him. Maybe Lu Yun will forget about it tomorrow. Ding, reward A level ninjutsu, Thunder Escape Chidori, style. Ding, the number of chakras is doubled. In Lu Yun's mind, the printing process of Chidori flow clearly appeared, as well as various detailed introductions. Chidori Ryu can instantly fill the whole body with Chidori lightning, which means that it is not used with the hands of Chidori, but with the whole body, which can make people paralyzed. This is an absolute defense technique launched by the body, as well as an attack technique. At the same time, the chakra in Lu Yun's body doubled again, breaking through to the number of chakras in Shangnan. 9-year-old Joinin. Well, by the way, are you here to find me? Lu Yun looked at Tsunade. He naturally heard. It was the perfunctory in Tsunade's words, but Lu Yun was also perfunctory for the sake of choice. Of course, Lu Yun still wanted to say, Tsunade's murder is really big. Totally against the laws of nature. Lu Yun was still talking about Kushina's greatness last night, but he didn't expect to see Big Mac today, crushing Kushina's existence. One of the things that Lu Yun couldn't figure out the most was Tsunade's murder. She is obviously an old woman, but the fierceness doesn't sag at all, and she's still so big, so pretty. While Lu Yun's mind was running wild, Tsunade opened his mouth. You pack up and prepare, there may be arrangements today. Tsunade glanced at Lu Yun and couldn't help but sighed slightly, without using a heavy tone. If other ninjas dared not get up at this time, Tsunade would have taught him hundreds of times. But in Tsunade's eyes, Lu Yun was just a child. It was too much for the village to let such a child go to the front line. Tsunade is not a fierce and brainless person, and she also knows what Sarutobi-sensei meant by sending Lu Yun to the front line. However, knowing is one thing, and being unacceptable is another. If this child, who is about the same age as his younger brother, really died on the battlefield, Tsunade would never accept it. This is not the peace Tsunade seeks. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 31, Wind Attribute Chakra, for collection? Xiao Liu Yun, since Mr. Sarutobi, that is, the 3 generations of Hokage sent you to the battlefield, then you should have some strength, right? Apart from physical skills, how strong is your chakra? Also, apart from the Chidori you created, do you have any other ninjutsu skills? Tsunade asked earnestly. Going to the battlefield is no joke. Just as Lu Yun was about to answer seriously, a choice suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment. There seemed to be a lot of options recently. Perhaps even the system knew that Lu Yun was going to the battlefield to face a powerful enemy. Yes, so let's give Lu Yun some more rewards. Well, that's how Lu Yun made up his mind anyway. It's good, don't take it for nothing. 1. Hide your strength, don't tell Qian Xiao Tsunade your own strength, and reward your physique by 1 level. 2. Ignore Qian Xiao Tsunade's question, leave the room on the grounds of looking for Uzumaki Kushina, reward, 1 chakra pill. Note, chakra pill, after taking it, can slightly increase the amount of chakra. 3. Hide some of your strength from Qian Xiao Tsunade, tell her some of your strength, and let her know that you are the strength of Shangnan. Reward, Wind Attribute Chakra. Lu Yun paused for a while. Originally, he still liked the first one, but when he turned down the page, the third option was to reward the wind attribute chakra. Does this mean that he can have dual attributes? Lu Yun raised his head and looked at Tsunade, who was staring at him seriously, slowly raised his small hand, and a substantial chakra visible to the naked eye appeared in the center of his palm. Thunder escaped Chidori. Tsunade stared at the substantive chakra in Lu Yun's hand, and was stunned for a moment. To be able to materialize chakra, how strong is the number of chakras? However, Chidori can grow bigger and bigger in Lu Yun's hands, as if his chuk. There are more rabbis than Chinin. Only 9 years old, how can there be so many chakras? There is no seal-tailed beast in Lu Yun's body. At the age of 9, even if he began to cultivate from birth, it is impossible to have the number of chakras in Shangnan. But how is this possible? It is impossible to cultivate from birth. Ordinary children, at the very least, can only start to cultivate at the age of 4, and the amount of practice should not be too large, otherwise it will affect the body. However, with Lu Yun's steady stream of chakras, Tsunade, who is infinitely close to the shadow-level powerhouse, can naturally recognize it. This is definitely the number of chakras only available in Join. Thunder Escape Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu. Even if it is Chunin, if you want to use Chidori, you will definitely be taken out of chakra in an instant. Tsunade took a slight breath. Your chakra count should be in the upper ninja. And this ninjutsu is also a powerful A-level ninjutsu. Just a glance, without Lu Yun explaining, Tsunade knew the approximate strength of Lu Yun. A powerhouse close to the shadow level, his insight is also very powerful. Wait. No. Tsunade suddenly made a sound. Yundu was stunned, tilted his head, and looked at her suspiciously. But Tsunade didn't make a sound, but walked over and touched Lu Yun's body. And in the center of her palm, there seems to be chakra flowing, and she doesn't know what she is looking at. Hey, what are you doing? You take advantage of me. Although you promised to be responsible to me, we haven't reached this kind of relationship yet. Lu Yun said hurriedly. Tsunade is also quite old, so he won't be really hungry, will he? Thinking of this, Lu Yun couldn't help being surprised. This old woman wouldn't want to drain herself, right? This little body can't hold up. Bah! Brat boy! Don't talk nonsense. Tsunade tapped Lu Yun's head, and then withdrew his palm. Okay, let's go out first. There should be a wait at the water gate. Tsunade walked behind Lu Yun, looking at Lu Yun's back. Her face gradually became serious. This little guy is not an ordinary genius, not even a genius, but an evildoer. I heard before that the Uchiha family had a 9-year-old monster who created a level ninjutsu by himself, and he defeated several Chunin by himself. Too much to believe. No, perhaps, she didn't believe it at all. This is also the reason why Tsunade came to Lu Yun early in the morning. She wanted to see the so-called evildoer with her own eyes. The Qianshao clan has always been at odds with the Uchiha clan. Although Tsunade would not reject a 9-year-old child, she still came to see the genius of the Uchiha clan. The truth turned out to be even scarier than the rumors. Not only does Lu Yun have the number of chakras in Shangnan, but just now Tsunade deliberately used chakra to check Lu Yun's body and found that although he is only 9 years old, his physique is stronger than many Shangren. Tsunade is a medical ninja. The research on the human body is very clear. When I touched Lu Yun just now, I was checking Lu Yun's physique. Although I don't want to believe it, the 9-year-old kid in front of me really has the strength of Shangnin. Not only the number of chakras, but also the physique, all aspects are the elite Jonin who have reached the standard. What kind of monster is this? To be able to practice chakra together with physique. Tsunade can't figure it out, really can't figure it out. He has seen many geniuses, and now the commander of the front line, Namikaze Minato is one of them. Wave Wind Watergate is very. Talent is also a very famous genius of Konoha. But when Minato was 9 years old, he definitely didn't have the number of chakras that Lu Yun had, and he created his own A-level ninjutsu. What is even more terrifying is that Lu Yun's physique, even the current Minato, is not as good as Lu Yun's physique. How long is this body? Or, did he train? There is one more point that Tsunade is most puzzled about. She remembered that when she had just opened the door, she saw Lu Yun using a physical technique, and he kicked the solid log table to pieces with just one kick. Powerful. In other words, while Lu Yun created his own ninjutsu, he also practiced taijutsu, and he also practiced very well. The shock in Tsunade's heart at this time is beyond words. However, if she knew that Lu Yun still had hidden strength, I'm afraid she would be really shocked at that time, right? Ding, reward Wind Attribute Chakra? Wind Attribute Chakra, get it? The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly, and he could feel Tsunade's gaze. Such fiery eyes are really unbearable. By the way, this old woman seems to be pretty good too. Although she is a little older, she seems to have some kind of beauty-preserving technique, which can keep her from getting old, which is quite good. Plus her fierceness is really great. It would be great to have such a girlfriend. Fierce in the world. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 32, The Recalled Watergate, for collection? What? You said Sarutobi-sensei told you to go back. But the war is about to start, what's going on? I don't know, I heard that something happened in the village and I need to go back. Namikaze Minato shook his head. He didn't know what was going on, but now that he was carrying a heavy responsibility, he suddenly called him back at this time, and Minato himself was a little confused. What does Sarabi-sensei mean? Jiraiya and Orochimaru on the side also frowned, and at a critical moment, they actually transferred Minato. Watergate's ability is not in this war. Indispensable. And if the enemy knew that Minato had left, the Kingdom of Thunder would definitely take the opportunity to attack them. Anyway, Mr. Jiraiya, I will rely on you to help command the front line for the time being. If the village affairs are finished, I will rush over as soon as possible. Minato has the technique of Flying Thunder God, and he can come back in an instant. However, he always felt that something bad was going to happen when he returned to the village this time. It's an intuition. By the way, Kushina, Hokage-sama wants me to take you back with me. Namikaze Minato said, looking at Uzumaki Kushina beside him. No need, you can go back by yourself. Talk to Hokage-sama and say that Kushina wants to protect Liu Yun. If the war is not over, I will not go back. Kushina's tone was very serious. She promised Mikoto to take care of Lu Yun, and she could not leave Lu Yun alone on the battlefield. Okay then. Minato Namikaze sighed helplessly, and he seemed to know that he couldn't call Kushina back. After everything was settled, Minato left, his figure flashed and disappeared directly into the barracks. Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique has been used so well that even Jiraiya couldn't help but nod his head when he saw it. As expected of my apprentice. Jiraiya, what happened to your apprentice? Why is he narcissistic again? While Zilla also boasted to himself, a rather heroic female voice came from outside. Soon, two figures appeared at the door. It's Tsunade, you're finally here. Orochimaru raised his head, and a hoarse voice came out. His eyes are calm, his breath is cold, and the murderous aura around him is like a cloak wrapped around his body, and it makes people feel bone-chilling cold from a few meters away. He seems to be deliberately letting out murderous aura. Not against Tsunade, but against Lu Yun's murderous aura. His eyes were on Lu Yun for the first time. Orochimaru, put away your murderous aura. Tsunade raised a slender brow and said, blocking Lu Yun, and said quite dissatisfied with Orochimaru. This subconscious protective action made Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and even Kushina startled. It seems that Tsunade is not such a kind person, right? Will it actually take the initiative to protect Lu Yun? Is this the one who Sarutobi-sensei said was extremely tolerant, Uchiha Liu Yun? Zilla also looked over. This time, the 3 generations of Hokage specially sent a genin to the battlefield. At first, let alone Tsunade, even the usual Jiraiya was stunned for a while. To actually let genin go to the battlefield? No matter how talented he is, he's just a 9-year-old genin, does he need to go to the battlefield? This is also the reason why Orochimaru released his murderous aura when he saw Lu Yun for the first time. He was also curious about Lu Yun's inferior forbearance, and wanted to know what was so powerful about Lu Yun's inferior forbearance. Although it was only a small test, Orochimaru has tested it out. This little guy is very conscious. Just now, his murderous aura was overwhelming, but he didn't change his face at all. He has already killed people, and not just 1 or 2 people. Ordinary tolerance, but not such a strong state of mind. Even Orochimaru himself would not be so powerful when he was young. It's me. Lu Yun nodded his head. At the same time, he was also looking at Orochimaru and Jiraiya. These 2 are also very powerful beings, stronger than Tsunade. After all, Tsunade is a medical ninja, proficient in medical treatment, and fighting is not as good as Orochimaru and Jiraiya. After Jiraiya confirmed Lu Yun's identity, he probably understood why Sarutobi-sensei sent him here. Uchiha clan. It seems that the relationship between Uchiha and the village is very tense. Maybe Minato went back this time because of Uchiha. After thinking about it for a while, Jiraiya also looked at Tsunade. Minato has left for something, and you will be the commander of the battlefield this time. Of the 3 of us, only you can take this position. Orochimaru didn't speak, it was a default. They fight better than Tsunade, but in terms of command, or Tsunade is better. Minato left? What's the reason? Tsunade frowned. At this critical moment, how could Watergate leave the battlefield? It was Mr. Sarutobi's order. It seems that something happened in the village. Who knows the reason? Jiraiya waved his hand and said helplessly. Well, that's fine. Tsunade paused for a while, but accepted Jiraiya's request and temporarily replaced command of the army. Not good. The enemy army is approaching the front. Suddenly, there was a loud cry from outside. Soon. A Junin ran in with a nervous expression on his face. Is it coming so soon? Tsunade took a slight breath, glanced at Lu Yun behind him, took a step, and sat in the commanding position. Next, is to deal with the arrangement of the war. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and several other Junin gathered together, stared at the map, and began to discuss strategic countermeasures. Lu Yun was just a stubborn man, he didn't have the right to interject at this time. Kushina glanced at Lu Yun and quietly pulled him out of the tent. P.S. Chapter 33, The War Begins for Collection. How did you and Tsunade-sama meet? Kushina looked at Lu Yun suspiciously. Just now, Orochimaru let out a murderous aura. Tsunade subconsciously protected Lu Yun in front of him, and his expression was very strange. The woman's intuition told Kushina that Tsunade seemed to know Lu Yun, and the relationship was a bit unusual. Her? Not long after you went out, I was about to change clothes, and then she broke in and almost killed me. Ah! What's the matter? Kushina couldn't help but hurriedly asked. Strangle Lu Yun? What's the situation? Lu Yun explained all the things that happened between him and Tsunade just now, including the fact that he asked Tsunade to be responsible. In short, the secret that Tsunade was most worried about was exposed by Lu Yun. Kushina was worried at first, for fear that Lu Yun and Tsunade would have a fight or something. Because she is also very aware of Lu Yun's mischievous character, especially every time he sees a beautiful woman, he will be tempted by others. For example, when Lu Yun saw him for the first time, he peeked at him taking a bath, and even stole her underwear. Actually, Lu Yun didn't want to be such a gentleman either. But the reward is too rich, he can't refuse it at all. Moreover, after doing this kind of gentleman's business a lot, Lu Yun gradually discovered that he actually liked it. That's probably the case. She said she would be responsible for me, so it's right to protect me. Lu Yun nodded solemnly. However, when Kushina heard the sentence, her little face changed inexplicably. In other words, Tsunade-sama is your girlfriend? Kushina looked at Lu Yun with a strange expression. Are you kidding me? How could Tsunade-sama do such a thing? Lu Yun is just a kid, Tsunade-sama is in his 20s, would he be boyfriend and girlfriend with a kid? Kushina didn't believe it at all. However, seeing Lu Yun's serious expression, Ju Xi and Nai felt that Lu Yun should not be lying to himself. In fact, there is no need to lie to her. After all, Tsunade is in the room. If Kushina wants to confirm whether Lu Yun is lying, just go in and ask. But, how could Tsunade-sama do such a thing? Kushina muttered to herself, looking in disbelief. Huh. Flowing Cloud tilted her head and looked at Kushina. Why can't I do such a thing? She has seen all of my body, even that. Kushina's face slowly turned red. Lu Yun looked at Kushina in confusion. What happened? Does she seem angry? Kushina's face flushed, and after holding it for a long time, she uttered a sentence. But I also saw it. Sister Kushina, what did you say? Clouds full of black question marks. But he seems. What a great secret. Kushina's expression, and this tone. Isn't this jealous? Heck, probably not. Kushina is much older than himself, and the two have no emotional experience, how could they be jealous? Lu Yun must have thought too much. Sure enough, when Lu Yun looked at Kushina again, her expression had returned to normal. It's okay, Lu Yun, let's go prepare some ninja tools. Kushina said with a smile. Lu Yun and Kushina walked to the logistics office. Along the way, many ninjas were carrying supplies, and some injured ninjas were being treated by medical ninjas. In some corners, the tired ninja fell to the ground and fell asleep, ignoring the rain. The war has entered a white-hot stage, and every ninja is trying his best to adjust his state to meet the next wave of attacks at any time. War is cruel. Lu Yun couldn't help but sighed. Injured, dead, maimed, these terrible things, are all brought about by war. Kushina's rare. He didn't speak, he kept his head down all the way, not knowing what he was thinking. Soon, coming to the rear, Lu Yun and Kushina began to prepare their own ninja tools. There are also many ninjas here. When they saw Lu Yun for the first time, they were stunned for a moment. It seemed that they did not expect ninjas so young to be able to enter the battlefield. The battle report came from the front line just now, and the enemy army was pressing down. These ninjas were all about to go to the battlefield. The fact is also true, Lu Yun and Juxina are also going to the battlefield, and they are going to do so soon. However, it is not certain that the war will start. Next, set the time. Is the war finally going to begin? Time flies, and soon, a week has passed. This week, the fighting on the front line has been completely opened. Lu Yun also went to the battlefield, and in just a few days, his reputation spread. Thunder Ninja, Uchiha Liu Yun, is good at using thunder and lightning, killing one person with one blow, even Shangren can't stand it. Lu Yun killed 46 Chunin and 17 Shangnan in battle. Such a brilliant record has completely made his name resound across the entire front. More than fire. On the national front, even the enemy knew that there was a young child in the Konoha ninja who didn't seem to be 10 years old. However, he has more strength than Joinin. Create your own 2 ninjutsu. Thunder Escape Chidori. Thunder Escape Chidori Flow. 1 Attack Ninjutsu, 1 Defensive Ninjutsu, both are A-level ninjutsu. This is a little monster. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 34, Raid in Union Village, for collection. While Lu Yun became famous, there was also an accident at the border of the Land of Thunder. It's been so many days, and our attack has not been counterattacked at all. It seems that the news of the investigation is true. AI, the son of the third generation of Hokage, was looking at Konoha's camp from a distance. Yo brother, what's the news? Asked Kirabi, who was wearing sunglasses. You shouldn't even know about this news, and Konoha also kept it secret. AI said, raised his head slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This is the news that our brave warrior who has been lurking for a long time is fighting for his life. Not sure at first, but should be sure by now. The content of the news is, I heard that the original commander of Konoha is a man named Minato Namikaze. He is the apprentice of Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, and even, proficient in time and space ninjutsu. But for some reason, this Namikaze Minato suddenly left the battlefield more than a week ago, and the commander-in-chief was replaced by Senjutsu Nade. Speaking of this, AI's face gradually became solemn. At first, it was not certain whether the news was true or not, and then the warrior who had been lurking in Konoha for a long time confirmed it with his life. The commander-in-chief of Konoha is indeed gone. Shimaru and Jiraiya were also transferred to the Cheyenne village front line in the distance. Now, in front of the Konoha front line, there is only one Senjutsu Nade whose combat power is not particularly terrifying. Big brother, this is the chance, our chance. Kirabi danced and rapped with a weird melody. Kirabi, a master of rap, raps every word, even more powerful than Mukan. Yes, this is an opportunity. Although Tsunade is also one of the 3 ninjas, their EPUB combination is not afraid of one of the 3 ninjas. If the 3 ninjas appeared together, maybe they would not dare to attack, but now. After Orochimaru and Jiraiya were led by the front line next door, Minato Namikaze disappeared inexplicably. This is the best opportunity to attack. Perhaps, the Konoha line of defense can be defeated in one fell swoop. Victory seemed to be on the horizon. I looked at the Konoha camp in the distance, turned around suddenly, looked at the large number of ninjas behind him, and said loudly, "The warriors of Union Village, today is the moment for our decisive victory." After so many trials, Konoha has been unable to attack. As I expected, they have a lack of combat power. Victory is at hand. We must seize this opportunity and crush them in one go. AI is strong in stature and has a rough voice. Although he has a short temper and lacks patience, this kind of rough and heroic character is especially respected by people in the Land of Thunder, especially in the army. Those iron-blooded men are all wrong to this 3rd generation Lei. The Shadow Child is adored. AI has a very high popularity, second only to the 3 generations of Hokage. A large number of ninjas immediately shouted, "Break them down! Break them down! Break them down!" AI made a gesture, and everyone calmed down immediately. The vanguard follow me. Keep a distance of 5 miles with Kirabi and attack the Konoha camp. Yes. Taking advantage of the darkness, the army of Union Village came to Konoha base in an orderly manner. EPUB combination is most afraid of Minato's space ninjutsu. If Minato is not there, plus Konoha is now facing several enemies, they can attack at night and attack. You can even beat Konoha. Can't both Jiraiya and Orochimaru escape? Yes, Tsunade-sama. There is a lot of war between Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya, and the other party also has shadow-level powerhouses, and Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya cannot escape. In the Konoha army tent, a Jonin is reporting the situation. Hearing the news, Tsunade lowered his head and tapped the table with his fingers, feeling an inexplicable foreboding in his heart. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were not there. Minato went for a week, but she still hadn't come back. Now the entire front is being commanded by Tsunade, which made her a little stressed. Especially tonight, I always feel that something is not right. It was an indescribable hunch, as if something big was about to happen. What's wrong? At this moment, Lu Yun and Kushina walked in, interrupting Tsunade's thinking. Yo, our little Raiden ninja is here. Tsunade greeted with a smile. Lu Yun's brows couldn't help but pick, what the hell is Thunder Ninja? Why do you have to add a small print? Instantly out of style. The other ninjas in the room couldn't help but laugh. However, these Junin looks at Lu Yun with respect and admiration. A 9-year-old child, no, Lu Yun said he was 10 years old, a 10-year-old child, on the battlefield, is actually even more powerful than their Shang in killing the enemy. Moreover, the number of chakras in Liu Yun is shocking, and it is not an ordinary Jonin at all. How did he do it at such a young age and with such a powerful strength? But no matter how Lu Yun did it, it didn't stop them from admiring Lu Yun. From the suspicion of Lu Yun's age at the beginning to the worship now, the changes of these ninjas are really not that big. Tsunade-sama, what happened? Lu Yun asked, ignoring the gazes around him, sitting on a chair next to Tsunade, and asked. It's okay, I just felt a little uncomfortable just now. Tsunade waved his hand, and the other ninjas understood, got up and left the military tent. I don't feel well? Could it be? Lu Yun paused for a moment, looked left and right, but couldn't see any blood. Because of the last war, the death of his younger brother Rasha caused Tsunade to suffer from hyperphobia. I am afraid when I see blood, such a disease can no longer participate in the war. Originally Tsunade was about to leave the battlefield. The reason why he temporarily became the commander-in-chief this time was because of the request of the 3 generations of Hokage, Mr. Sarabi and Minato Konoha. The situation on the front line was critical, so he had no choice but to stay. But Lu Yun looked around, and there was no blood, so why was she uncomfortable? Tsunade touched Lu Yun's head and smiled helplessly, I feel uncomfortable, not because of this. Although Lu Yun was only 10 years old, he was really sensible. After spending a week together, Tsunade experienced a warm feeling. If it weren't for his young age, Tsunade might have agreed to date Lu Yun. After all, Lu Yun has strength, looks cute, and cares about people, so he is the best boyfriend's choice. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 35, Tenfold Chakra, for collection? Kushina sat on the side, watching Tsunade-sama and Lu Yun chatting intimately, feeling uncomfortable for a while. Also, she felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if something that belonged to him had been taken away. Originally, Lu Yun slept with him, but since the last time, Lu Yun stopped sticking to himself, and even didn't sleep with him at night, but slept with Tsunade-sama. Juxina didn't think she liked Liu Yun, after all Liu Yun was just a little kid, how could she like a little kid? Kushina is not so perverted. The reason why Kushina felt uncomfortable might be because she was not used to it. Because when Lu Yun saw her before, he liked to chat with her, occasionally joking, pranking or something. And now, besides fighting, Lu Yun spends most of the time chatting with Tsunade, almost ignoring the existence of Kushina. Maybe that's why she feels uncomfortable? Maybe because of that. Don't touch my head, I've said it several times. Lu Yun reluctantly pushed Tsunade's hand away. Although her little hands are soft. But Lu Yun didn't like being treated like a child by rubbing his face, touching his head, etc. On the surface, he is a child, but in fact Lu Yun has already. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Little Liu Yun, what do you think we should fight next? Tsunade looked at the map and asked. At the beginning, Tsunade still called Lu Yun the little boy, but after getting along with Lu Yun during this time, Seeing the strength of Lu Yun, Tsunade not only changed the name, but also took the initiative to ask Lu Yun how to arrange the ninja, the how to fight and so on. Perhaps in Tsunade's eyes, Lu Yun is no longer a child, but a real adult. Although Lu Yun has never been on the battlefield, he has not learned ninjutsu in vain over the years, and there is no problem with discussing a few words with Tsunade. The two were chatting and discussing tomorrow's war. Suddenly, there was a violent turmoil outside. It didn't take long for a ninja to burst into the camp. "It's not good, it's not good. Sir Tsunade. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Master Tsunade. The EPUB group of Union Village has come in person, and we can't hold it anymore. Master Tsunade, please hurry up and preside over the battle." Tsunade suddenly raised his head and said in surprise, "EPUB combination? It's them." Ai and Kairobi's reputation is already quite famous at this moment. The former is the son of 3 generations of Hokage, and he is powerful and the best choice for the next Hokage. And the latter, it is said that it is the power of the 8 tails, and even, it is the power of the man who can completely control the power of the 8 tails. There is a tacit understanding between the two, and together, not to mention the current Tsunade, even the former Tsunade, is not sure of victory. Yes, this is the surprise attack of Union Village. Tsunade-sama, please go to battle, the offensive is too fierce, we can't take it anymore. If you want to deal with the EPUB combination, only you are one of the 3 ninjas. The ninja on the opposite side hurriedly. Can. Yes. Tsunade paused, she also had something to hide. As I said before, Tsunade is afraid of blood, let alone going to the battlefield. Even if you see blood normally, Tsunade will be afraid. Sure enough, she had an ominous premonition in her heart just now, but she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun as if he couldn't help but ask for help, his eyes were a bit wronged. What the hell? Lu Yun was shocked for a moment, he didn't expect Tsunade to have such an expression. Really, kinda cute. As a man, this time. Really can't back down. Moreover, Lu Yun is not one to back down. Well, the options appeared again. 1. As a man, you can't back down at this time, take the initiative to help hold off the EPUB group and buy time. Reward, 10 times the amount of chakra. 2. Little life matters. If you don't go to war, be a tortoise with a shrunken head. The tortoise can live for a long time. 1 chakra pill will be rewarded. 3. Take Uzumaki Kushina and Kishou Tsunade as deserters, abandon everyone, leave the battlefield, and reward a random C-rank ninjutsu. Host. Please choose. Let me hold them, you as soon as possible. Call Orochimaru back, these two are not easy to deal with. Lu Yun stood up and said. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Tsunade felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. If it wasn't for Lu Yun being a child, I'm afraid Tsunade wouldn't be able to hold back his excitement, rushed over to hug him, and kissed him heavily. Be careful, don't make an accident. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun and said seriously. Don't worry. Lu Yun smiled. Liu Yun, I'll go with you. Kushina came over and said, the EPUB combination is very powerful. I will protect you. Even though he knew that Lu Yun was very powerful, Kushina had always been adhering to this sentence and this promise. Lu Yun stared at her and smiled slowly. Kushina was inexplicably panicked. I didn't know why, but I felt a little strange just now. Could it be, this is love? Looking at the back of Lu Yun and Kushina leaving, Tsunade's jade hand clenched slightly, clenching it tightly into a fist. Seeing what Kushina said to protect Lu Yun just now, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Damn it! Obviously she has more power than Kushina, why can't she play at this time? Although Lu Yun is very powerful, he is only a 10-year-old child. She had to be protected by a child. Obviously, at this time, he should protect Lu Yun himself. Tsunade suddenly hated himself a little bit. Why did he have hyperphobia? Why did he drop the chain every time at a critical moment? However, at this time, it was too late to even hate myself, and I had to get Orochimaru or Jiraiya to support him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happened to Lu Yunzan, Tsunade would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Texts sent out are all abridged versions, and more chapters are all in the group. OO Group 101-308-2776, there are many big brothers to exchange and share text. TXTs, which are updated every day. Welcome to exchange novels and help you find books. Need to download text? Private chat with me QQ3248445139. The group updates 10 unpublished books every day. Posted, updated every month. Text you want, provide the website and get text for free. The content is not a picture. Is it a picture? See if you can copy the words. Chapter 36, Battle AI, for collection? 10 times the amount of chakra, how cool. Feeling the chakra swelling in the body, Lu Yun couldn't help but want to shout out and let out Maimei. Originally, he had already had the number of chakras in Shangnan, but now it has increased tenfold, and the number of chakras in Shangnan has increased tenfold. Lu Yun feels that he can play Chidori as a flamboyant fireball technique. Although it is still not comparable to the terrifying number of chakras of the Nine Tails, Lu Yun feels that it is not a problem to surpass the Nine Tails, even the Six-Path Immortals, and Kaguya Otsutsuki. It's not inflation, it's confidence. Liu Yun, be careful when you wait. Seeing Lu Yun's expression a little excited, Kushina said in a low voice. UP group. It is very difficult. Although Liu Yun is also very powerful, after all. Don't worry, hold them for a while, it's fine. Hearing the sound of the explosion on the battlefield in front of him, a light flashed in Lu Yun's eyes, and the thunder-type chakra in his hand slowly lit up. The entire body was slowly enveloped by lightning. Chidori flow. On the battlefield. The combination of AI and Kiribi was unstoppable. More than a dozen Konoha Kamijin restrained the two, but they were only able to restrain them, and the disadvantage became more and more obvious. I can't stand it anymore. AI and Kyra are very strong, they are both close to the shadow-level powerhouse. Ordinary Jounin, even elite Jounin are not their opponents. Not long after, with the joint attack of Kiribi and AI, more than 10 Konoha ninjas were all defeated. It's time to give you the final blow. Heavy flow. Wrapping around his body like a python. In the violent thunder and lightning, AI's figure turned into a black lightning that could not be caught by the naked eye, and attacked forward. Raise your right fist and smash it at a few people in the distance. Seeing that it is about to kill several people with one blow. At this time, a crisp bird chirping sounded from behind, accompanied by a powerful light. Brother, be careful. Kiribi's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly reminded loudly. What? AI Sunja turned around due to the instinctive awareness of the crisis. The trajectory of the attack in his hand changed instantly, and he jumped up, the heavy attacking Konoha ninja. The storm is coming towards the thunder and lightning attack behind it. Boom. Two powerful forces collided together, and a powerful air wave scattered around the impact point. AI's arm trembled, and she stepped back suddenly. So hard. What a heavy force. The powerful force made AI do back several steps in a row before he could stabilize his body. And that thunder and lightning did not retreat. AI raised her head and looked at the person in front of her with a serious face. In terms of strength, he was completely suppressed. But when he saw the person in the center of thunder and lightning, he was stunned. On the battlefield, AI was stunned for the first time. Not to mention AI, even Kiribi and many of the Konoha ninjas and Union ninjas who were fighting, were stunned. Because the owner of the thunder and lightning repelled AI, He did not retreat even an inch. However, what is even more unbelievable is that the owner of that thunderbolt is actually a child much shorter than AI. A child who repelled AI who was close to the shadow level? AI was stunned. As if not expecting such a thing. A child? How is that possible? Could it be? Could it be him? Raiden Ninja, Uchiha Ryuyun. After being stunned for a while, he heard the shocked voices of the ninjas around him, and then he raised his head and looked at the child in front of him again. You are Konoha's 9-year-old thunder and lightning evil ninja, Uchiha Ryuyun. As the commander of Union Village, AI naturally heard the legend about Ryuyun. Although Ryuyun was just a kid who appeared out of nowhere a week ago, his strength was enough for AI to remember. Book. AI also does not believe how strong a 9-year-old child can be. But only after he personally faced a move did he know that this is not strong, it is simply too strong. The blow just now, Ryuyun did not retreat. Prove what? He is not only powerful in ninjutsu, but also in taijutsu, otherwise it would be impossible to fight a blow head-on without taking a step back. Come on, let me see your strength. Ryuyun slowly raised his palm, and the substantial thunder and lightning gathered again. AI's expression instantly became solemn. Substantial chakra. It's exactly like the legend. His own ninjutsu is so powerful. This is a 9-year-old child. How much IQ and talent does it take to create ninjutsu at this age? Can't figure it out? Totally incomprehensible. But that's all. Although he was surprised that Ryuyun was so talented at such a young age, he was a ninja close to the shadow level. Even if any one of the 3 ninjas came, he would not be afraid, not to mention the one from Konoha. Let's go. However, next, I'm going to decide you. Yi Lei Shen Furious Thunder X. AI focused Lei Dun Chakra on his feet, stared at Ryuyun, and in an instant, rushed towards him. Jumping up, in the air, Abuman Chakra kicked directly towards Ryuyun's bottom plate. If this blow hits, it will make all the Jounin lose their mobility. AI has already used this ninjutsu to deal with several Jounin just now. Union Village is a ninja who specializes in taijutsu. Ryuyun was able to block AI's attack in the first place because he opened the 5th door of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Du Men. Ryuyun's original physique is very strong. But if you don't open the 8 gates Dunjia, you really can't stop that attack. Seeing AI kicking over, the 2 Hokages in Ryuyun's eyes slowly turned. Boom. With a loud bang, the smoke was everywhere, and everyone couldn't see the blow from AI and Ryuyun just now, who was winning and who was losing. However, AI is a ninja close to the shadow level, and specializes in physical skills. Ryuyun is only a 9-year-old child. If they meet head-on, he will definitely die. Even if you don't die, you have to be disabled. As the smoke dissipated, everyone stared at the center of the smoke, trying to see what was inside. However, when they saw the situation clearly, everyone was stunned. No one. Only AI alone, Uchiha Ryuyun is not there. What happened? Oh, this power is really big. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 37, The Speed That Cannot Be Captured, for collection? Oh, this power is really big. Ryuyun's voice came from behind, and AI's pupils shrank suddenly. Didn't hit him. How can it be? This. What speed is this? People's eyes can't keep up. Kusina breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Ryuyun was intact. But at the same time, I was also a little shocked. I was shocked by AI's attack power just now, and even more shocked by Ryuyun's speed. AI immediately kicked the ground out. A deep pit of several meters, if it kicks on someone, it will be disabled even if it doesn't die. And Ryuyun's speed, she didn't even see it. It has exceeded the speed of the naked eye, and the eye cannot catch it? How can this guy be so fast? Kirabi's expression gradually became serious. What their power-type taijutsu ninjas fear most is speed. That's why AI and Kirabi attacked when Watergate was not around. Minato's Flying Thunder God's technique is space ninjutsu and can move instantaneously. No matter how strong they are, it is futile not to hit anyone. And the flowing cloud in front of me does not need space ninjutsu, just moving speed, has broken through the limit of normal ninja, can't catch it at all. It seems that I underestimated you, Raiden Ninja really lives up to its reputation. AI stood up and took a slight breath. After fighting for a long time in a row, his chakra consumption was also a bit large. Before Lu Yun came, AI had been fighting Konoha's ninja for a long time, and because of the night attack, he tried to use the strongest tricks, which was very stamina and chakra. AI looked at Lu Yun, and the darker complexion gradually became serious. If it continues to drag on, there may be an accident. Originally, AI wanted to end Lu Yun, the lightning ninja, with one blow, but he didn't expect to be too big, and he didn't even touch him. You are a worthy opponent, I just underestimated you. After AI stared at Lu Yun for a long time, his fighting spirit was fierce and authentic. As the son of the third generation of Hokage, AI has his own pride and self-confidence. The Lu Yun in front of him is indeed very strong, but AI will not admit defeat. And admit defeat to a 9-year-old child, what a joke, so he has no face to go back alive. Although, it seems to beat a 9-year-old. The kids have nothing to show off either. However, this time AI really regarded Lu Yun as an opponent of the same level. Even as an opponent stronger than himself. Really? But then, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to underestimate me again. Lu Yun's voice was still ringing in the air, as if it had just entered everyone's ears. In an instant, he disappeared on the spot, only to see a lightning-like phantom attacking AI's back. Before AI could react, he was knocked out and slammed into the stone in front of him. If he hadn't defended with the earth escape in time, he would have been seriously injured. What a great speed! AI stood up and looked at Lu Yun, who disappeared again in front of him, his face sank. He doesn't even need to fight with himself. This kind of speed that cannot be captured, coupled with the attack of lightning ninjutsu, AI will soon be unable to hold on. Next, hit you in the stomach. Lu Yun's voice fell, and before AI had time to defend, he was hit hard in the abdomen and flew out again. The consciousness can keep up, but the body can't keep up, Lu Yun's speed is too fast. This guy is obviously a child, how can he be so powerful? The ninjas around were stunned. Mr. AI was pressed and beaten. It's just. Union Village was shocked. While the Konoha ninjas were excited. I didn't expect Lu Yun to be so powerful. No, he should be called Lord Liu Yun. This kind of strength is already beyond the strength of Shangnin, and calling him by his name would be disrespectful. Next, the left leg. Right leg. Neck. In the air, only the flow is heard. Yun Qingliang's voice came out, and AI was attacked again and again, even though he was already using all his strength to defend, but the speed was too fast for Jian to have time. Lu Yun didn't use ninjutsu, he used pure physical skills, and he could attack without the need for seals. The repeated attacks left AI with scars all over his body, and he couldn't even control his anger. Especially every time Lu Yun attacks, he will tell him the location of the attack in advance, which makes the arrogant AI unable to bear it. Damn! How dare you underestimate me? AI said angrily, the thunder attribute chakra in his body burst out. The armor of thunder escape instantly covered AI's body surface, forming an armor like thunder light. Ninjutsu with extremely strong destructive power. It concentrates Lei Dun chakra on the whole body, which can activate the physical body. Strength, speed, reaction power, defense power, recovery power, all aspects of power are terrifying. Sex boost. With the increase of the Thunder Attribute Chakra, all aspects of the attribute will be improved, and AI will also become stronger. The Thunder Attribute Chakra of AI's whole body is more than 5 or 6 times stronger than just now. Big Brother actually entered the ultimate form directly. Kirabi is shocked. AI. It is the first time in history to fight against others, and to show the strongest form from the very beginning. It seems that the eldest brother is not purely angry, but really attaches great importance to this opponent. Belly. Lei Shunchi. Lu Yun's voice fell, and AI's figure turned into a lightning bolt. In an instant, he avoided Lu Yun's foot. Then, his feet slammed on the ground. Bang. After the blasting sound, all the ninjas lost AI's stature in their eyes, because the speed was too fast. Such a level of telekinesis was difficult for even the upper ninja to capture. AI's speed actually caught up with Lu Yun. Just now, he avoided Lu Yun's attack. Oh? Has the speed increased? With one kick, Lu Yun stopped. Slowly raised his head and looked at AI on the opposite side, the two guyu in his eyes turned. Don't forget, Lu Yun is not only proficient in physical art. His Sharingan Ergojade cooperated with Taijutsu, the speed would be faster. Reward. Chapter 38, Go All Out for Collection. Sharingan? Damn it! I forgot that he is still a Uchiha clan. AI's heart jumped. Although he could barely keep up with Lu Yun's speed with all his strength, if Lu Yun opened his writing wheel again, his speed would increase again, and he could also catch weak points, making it even more difficult to fight. The more he fought against Lu Yun, the more shocked AI became. What is this little guy? This is simply not human. At such a young age, the number of chakras is comparable to his own, and one new ninjutsu at a time is still original. Lei Dun Chidori, and this mysterious and unfathomable speed, AI felt the pressure for the first time. If it weren't for Lu Yun's powerful ninjutsu that kills with one hit, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Now seeing Lu Yun's blood following the boundary writing wheel, the pressure in AI's heart is really not ordinary. It is said that under these eyes, you can see the opponent's slow speed. The stronger you are, the stronger you will be when you use a writing wheel. And Lu Yun's own speed was so terrifying that he couldn't catch up. With the addition of Shaker, AI even had a shadow in his heart. The one who was abused just now was powerless to fight back, and finally opened. After the ultimate move, it turns out that there is a stronger move on the opposite side. This feeling. It's like a dog at the sun, or a male dog. The ninjas around were also shocked. Unexpectedly, Lu Yun actually had such strength, pressing down on AI who was close to the shadow level. With such a record, speaking out is enough to shock the ninja world. After all, Lu Yun was only 9 years old at this time. There are endless opportunities for growth in the future. Don't you dare to come. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Damn. Dare to underestimate me. Lei Dun Lei Plow Hot Knife. AI's face sank, followed by a. Behind the scenes, with his entire body gathering Lei Dun chakra, he rushed towards Lu Yun at extreme speed, raised his arms, and wanted to use his powerful wrist strength to give Lu Yun a fatal blow. With his entire body covered in thunder chakra, AI's blow, in the original novel, few people can take it with their bodies. He was really angry this time. The ninjas in Union Village are all straightforward, and AI was angered by Lu Yun's contemptuous tone, and was going to desperately try. AI's speed is also very fast, and it has reached a speed that ordinary Junin can't catch. Liu Yun. Be careful. Kusina. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly screamed. The residence of the Uchiha family, in the luxurious mansion of Lu Yun and Mikoto. The several vibrations of the explosion outside made the whole Konoha panic, but the room was always as calm as water, and even the sound of breathing could be heard. A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing the unique fan ninja costume of the Uchiha clan, his face is resolute and calm, just sitting there, he has the demeanor of a high-ranking person who is not angry and arrogant. In the awe-inspiring eyes, Sanguyu. Slowly spinning, the strong pressure makes people unable to help but avoid seeing his gaze. On the opposite side, Uchiha Mikoto was also slowly spinning the Guyu in her eyes. The two looked at each other. The staring between Sanguyu and Sanguyu is a contest of pupil power. Mikoto's delicate and fair face, tiny drops of sweat gradually ooze out. Facing this Uchiha's patriarch, even as this generation's favorite Mikoto, she still couldn't bear his pupil strength. But even so, Uchiha Mikoto stubbornly fought against the man opposite. Did not give up. Hey. After a long time, the Uchiha patriarch sighed and finally closed his eyes. Force can break the body, but it cannot break the strong mind. The Uchiha girl in front of her had a strong will that even he was amazed at. No matter how long it lasted, she couldn't make her yield. Much, thank the patriarch's man, for showing mercy. Mikoto panted, her back was soaked all over, but her eyes were as clear as a mirror, never changing. Why, Mikoto, uncle is doing it for you too, you're not too young. And Fuyu also has a marriage contract, it is time to marry. Uchiha sighed. No. Only this matter, I don't want to. My marriage, I want to make my own decisions. Mikoto's face was serious, her tone was serious, and she rarely showed a resolute side. Hey. Why don't I understand that the age of arranged marriages has long passed, but for the glory of Uchiha, I have to do this. I have already felt that Sanguyu is my limit. The legendary kaleidoscope writes I can't reach it in my whole life, but I can't, doesn't mean my descendants can't. Uchiha. With a kind face, he smiled and said. My incompetent child, Uchiha Fuyu, although he is a little stupid, he has also opened up the three Guyu. Mikoto, you are the same, looking at Uchiha, you two are the most talented, if you can get married, your descendants will definitely inherit the best genes, are very likely to give birth to a genius who opens the kaleidoscope. That will be our last hope for Uchiha. No feelings. I'm not a tool for having children, and I don't want to be a tool. Mikoto gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her tone was cold and authentic. Yes, you. Not a tool, but sometimes some sacrifices have to be made. Uchiha has come to the point of life and death. Now you go out and see how many our Uchiha clansmen have died. Do you know how they died? Do you really think it was done by other village ninjas? I tell you, it's not. This is Umbu in the village assassinating our Uchiha clan. They want to make Uchiha unstoppable. Uchiha said excitedly, is it possible, Mikoto, you have the heart to watch the Uchiha clan be destroyed? As long as you combine, you can give birth to a child with a powerful talent and a kaleidoscope of kaleidoscopes, we will. Uchiha has the absolute strength to negotiate with the village. Mikoto still didn't speak, but her determined expression had already proved that she wanted to refuse. No matter whether it is soft or hard, Mikoto will not eat it. She doesn't want to marry someone she doesn't like, this is Mikoto's attitude and choice. P.S. Chapter 39, Uchiha's Hope, for collection? Hey, Mikoto. Our Uchiha family is suffering an unprecedented disaster right now, don't you care? Do you just want to live with your brother for the rest of your life? Even if you want to live with your younger brother for a lifetime, but we Uchiha's current situation, I'm afraid it won't take 10 years, we will be completely removed from Konoha. At that time, even you and your brother won't be able to have a good life. So, whether it's for you and Lu Yun, or for us Uchiha, this is the only way. If a kaleidoscope can be born, our Uchiha family will have real strength. The real confidence. Uchiha was both soft and hard, and even persuaded Mikoto's younger brother. Uchiha also heard about Lu Yun's talent, he can be called the Uchiha clan, the most talented and gifted boy at present. It is because of Lu Yun's powerful and enchanting talent that Uchiha wants to marry Mikoto and his child, Fuyu, because this will prevent Uchiha Lu Yun from being poached by the 3 generations of Hokage, which is considered a bond. But, I'm satisfied with just living such an ordinary life with Xiaoun, whether I'm married or not, whether I'm talented or not, I'm not here. Almost. Mikoto said softly. When talking about the word Xiaoun, there was a hint of tenderness between her brows, as if even an iceberg could melt. Mikoto, you. Uchiha was about to say something angrily. When he saw Mikoto's expression, his tone suddenly stopped. Why does this expression look a bit like a woman in love? Uchiha also came from a young man. He was young, and he liked girls and fell in love. Mikoto's appearance did not look like a normal sister and brother. A woman's intuition is terrifying, and a man's intuition is not bad either. Uchiha was shocked. If it is as I guessed, this is really a terrifying conclusion. However, he saw another way for Uchiha to rise. Fuyu, this road is dead, you can take another way. The village is now targeting Lu Yun, and even let him go to the battlefield at a young age. Uchiha knows this, and he specially sent several Shangin to protect Lu Yun in secret. Lu Yun is the hope of the Uchiha family. Of course, it is impossible for Uchiha to let him be calculated by the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo so easily. But what the patriarch Uchiha didn't expect was that Mikoto had an idea for Lu Yun, the genius younger brother. So, it seems kind of weird. However, Uchiha suddenly had a bold idea. But there is one thing to explain: in this world, although there are ethics, they are not as serious as Lu Yun's previous life, and although they are not respected, they are not too restrictive. Because this is a world that depends on talent, if both brothers and sisters are very talented, then the clansmen will even admire their combination and give birth to more talented children. To put it bluntly, this is a very small ethics, the Lord. Depending on the world of strength and talent, if it can bring benefits to the clan, they will even force a union. And Uchiha's bold idea is like this. And the plan works well. Because Lu Yun was rejected by the village, no matter how much he loves the village and the will of fire, after this war, he will definitely understand that the village is good, or his own Uchiha clan. At that time, Lu Yun will completely return to his heart, adding this plan. Mikoto, since you don't want to combine with Fuyu, Uncle has another way. I don't know if you want to. If you don't want to, that uncle can only keep you and Fuyu together, because these are the only 2 ways to save us Uchiha. Huh? In what way? Mikoto frowned, wanting to listen first. Uchiha stood up, took a light breath, and said slowly, Xiao Liu Yun has already opened the 2nd Guyu writing round right? He is only 9 years old. Xiaoun was 10 years old 2 days ago. Oh, 10 years old is fine. At 10 years old, he started Ergojade, which proves that his talent is very strong. It is very likely that he will grow into a kaleidoscope, and the minimum will be Sangujade. Mikoto looked at Uchiha suspiciously. It's true, but my younger brother is only 10 years old, so what does it have to do with saving Uchiha? Then, Uchiha suddenly raised his head and stared at Mikoto. Although I don't want to admit it, but compared to Fuyu, if you combine with Liu Yun, the children born will be more talented. Mikoto's eyes widened for a moment. Boom. AI fell to the ground, directly smashed the ground into a large depression, and spit out a big mouth. Blood. The Lei Dun chakra on AI completely dissipated. He was defeated, and he was actually defeated by a 9-year-old Xianin. And it failed miserably. Seeing this scene, the surrounding ninjas even stopped fighting and were stunned. Whether it is Konoha or Yunyan's ninja, they all know AI's strength and the name of Liu Yun Thunder and Lightning Ninja. But no one would have thought that Raiden Ninja could actually defeat AI. Even the elite Junin of the Uchiha clan, who was ready to rush out to protect Lu Yun in the dark, stared at this scene. Big eyes. Lu Yun is so strong. And the use of Sharingan is completely proficient, and even more proficient than some Uchiha Jounin. Quick! This news must be sent back as soon as possible. My Uchiha clan is about to rise. It's about to rise. The Uchiha ninjas who were responsible for protecting Lu Yun couldn't help but screamed excitedly. Afterwards, a ninja took the name and hurried back to the village to report. The remaining ninjas will continue to protect Lu Yun. Although AI is defeated, there is a more powerful Kirabi. This guy is a human column. Power, and can perfectly control the tail beast, is a very dangerous guy. Everyone, Uchiha Liu Yun doesn't have much chakra left now. If we wait a while for Kirabi to take action, we will save our lives to protect Liu Yun. He is the hope of our Uchiha family. He is the one who can save us Uchiha. Yes. P.S. Chapter 40, Kirabi Tailed Beast Transformation, for collection? Big Brother. Kirabi was shocked. A teleportation technique came to AI's side. He quickly lifted AI, touched AI's chest, and found that his heartbeat was still there, and he was relieved. Kirabi handed AI to the two Yunyan village ninjas and asked them to protect AI, and then turned his head to look at Lu Yun, with a sharp light in his eyes. He is angry. The Uchiha ninjas hiding in the dark are tense and ready to attack at any time. Strength and physique are very strong. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. Continuous. After being hit by Chidori and Chidoryu more than a dozen times, AI was only seriously injured, not dead. Even, if it weren't for the consumption of chakra, I'm afraid he would still be able to fight. Lu Yun did not dare to confront AI with hard steel without opening the 6 doors. This guy is too destructive. But if you think about it a little, you can understand that AI's physical strength is many times stronger than some of the elite jounin of Namikaze Minato and Konoha, and it is even close to the limit of human beings. It is said that AI's father is a man who can fight with tailed beasts. Although AI did not reach the level of the 3rd generation of Hokage. But the physical strength is still not to be underestimated. Under the Thunder Dun armor, the defense power is increased to dozens of times the level of ordinary people. Therefore, even if Lu Yun opened the 5 doors and cooperated with the riding wheel, he could not be executed. Lu Yun looked at Kirabi, and wanted to attack him directly, but his movement slowed down. His chakra consumption is also a bit large. He has been driving Chidori, always using Chidori in his hand, and fighting with 5 doors. Lu Yun felt pain in his body. Although he defeated AI who was close to the shadow level and even reached the shadow level unscathed, Lu Yun was also very expensive. Bayman Dunjia. To open 5 doors, that is, to hurt the enemy by 1,000, and self-destruct by 800, he has already felt the damage. Sure enough, if you don't have the body of an immortal, you should try to use the 8-door Dunjia as little as possible. Lu Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his body. We're fighting to the death, but we don't have time for this. While Lu Yun was adjusting, a roar suddenly came from the front. A roar like a beast. Lu Yun suddenly raised his head and looked over. Not far from Kirabi, blood-red chakra slowly appeared on his body, 8-tailed chakra. Ra emerged behind Kirabi, his aura continued to rise, exuding an aura of ferocity like a beast. Is it a tailed beast? Lu Yun's expression instantly became serious. Kirabi has 8 tails in his body, which is the real difficulty. Yes, it's a tailed beast. Yunyan ninja, all back. Back. The Konoha ninja also retreats. Don't enter the center of the battlefield. Everyone be careful. In an instant, exclamations rang out. Tail beast, if Kirabi becomes a tail beast, then it is no longer a battle between normal ninjas. If their ordinary ninjas are still standing nearby and fighting, even their own people may be affected. Damn it! You actually use 8 tails. Uchiha's ninjas gritted their teeth. They were the only ones who didn't escape the battlefield. They want to protect the hope of the Uchiha family with their lives. Liu Yun. Let's go. Kusina cried out anxiously when she saw Kirabi gradually turning into a beast. She knew that Liu Yun was definitely injured, or the chakra was insufficient, otherwise he would not wait for Kira to turn into a beast. We'll attack directly. What's going on? This chakra fluctuation, is it? Tsunade's face changed, and he hurriedly got up and walked out, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Only the sound can be heard, no picture can be seen. But with his super perception, Tsunade noticed that powerful chakra. This is no longer a human chakra, this is a tailed beast. Damn it! Could it be that Kira has turned into a tailed beast? I didn't expect Liu Yun to push them to such a point. But if the tailed beast turned into a tailed beast, could Liu Yun? Tsunade has. Can't think about it anymore. She thought about the past, but she was afraid of exposing her fear of blood. If this weakness was exposed, the ninjas in Konoha would lose confidence in an instant. Tsunade is now Konoha's spiritual support. If something happens to her, even if Liu Yun drags on for a long time, I am afraid she will lose. Tsunade's hands clenched into fists, and he hated himself more and more in his heart. Why is she still unable to overcome this weakness at such a time? If something happened to Liu Yun, would she still have the face to live? Liu Yun is about the same age as his younger brother. Do you have to rely on Liu Yun to protect yourself? Tsunade was angry at his cowardice, but it was the same as a person with depression. He knew he shouldn't be afraid, but he couldn't control himself and couldn't restrain himself. She can't do it herself. Liu Yunjun. Hong Yui, who was busy carrying ninja gear, suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. And she suddenly had a bad premonition. It always feels like something big has happened ahead. Just now, suddenly many ninjas came to get the ninja gear, and there were many wounded. In the middle of the night, the battle actually started. Jun Liu Yun, don't let anything happen. Hong Yui covered her little heart and stared at the place where the explosion came from ahead. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Chapter 41, Fighting Against the Eight Tails, for collection? Xiao Ba, lend me your strength. That's not enough. Kirabi's body has been completely surrounded by the eight-tailed chakra, and the strength and speed of the whole person have increased geometrically. But at the moment it's only the same speed as AI's previous speed. Kirabi feels that it's not enough, it must be enough to catch up with Liu Yun, who has opened the writing wheel. If the speed can't catch up, then his attack is useless. Just like AI, every blow is earth-shattering, and as a result, Liu Yun's body can't be touched at all. This is impossible. Although you have gained my approval, you don't show that you can manipulate my power. The power of the tailed beast is far beyond your imagination. Can you manipulate it? In Kirabi's heart, Yaoi and Kirabi were having a conversation. How do you know if you don't try it? Kirabi said energetically. Also, I want to avenge AI. Okay. As one after another force was instilled into the body, the surging chakra in Kirabi's body rose into the sky, and the power of the eight tails was completely released. The dense chakra escaped everywhere, the air became deep and depressing, the ground cracked countless cracks, and Kirabi's figure melted in the blink of an eye. Made a giant-tailed beast. Dozens of meters high. As the eight tails swayed, the ground swayed and the wind fluttered, like a giant bull with a tail similar to an octopus tentacle. Countless ninjas opened their eyes wide, watching the unbelievable scene in front of them. It turned out to be completely tailed beast. Why haven't you heard of this information? Can the people of Union Village achieve this level? Konoha's ninja looked at the huge eight tails and became worried. Tailed beasts as countries. The ultimate weapon, the power is undoubtedly extremely strong. Even Lu Yun felt the pressure for the first time. After performing 7 or 8 B-level missions in school, and fighting dozens of Chunin and Shangnan, Lu Yun didn't have any pressure. Just now against AI, who was infinitely close to the shadow level, Lu Yun had no pressure. But facing Yaoi at this time, he has a huge pressure. It's not just because the 8 tails are strong, but Lu Yun and AI fought with all their strength just now, and the chakra consumption in the body is too much. With 5 doors open all the time, even Lu Yun's physique is very strong, but his arms and legs are already in unbearable pain. In the original book, when Li Lok played against Gaara, he opened 5 doors and only played for less than 15 minutes, and the whole person could not move. Lu Yun and AI have been fighting for more than an hour, and they have also used various physical and ninjutsu techniques. No matter how strong his physique is, he is still a mortal physique and cannot bear the consumption. If he continued, Lu Yun felt that his hands and feet would be unable to move. This is why Lu Yun is under pressure. It's not that he and the 8 tails don't have the power to fight, it's just that AI has consumed too much. What to do? Lu Yun looked at Haki, who was getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Tai frowned, and looked at the options in front of him at the same time. 1. Get out of the battlefield, heal the body as soon as possible, reward vector operation, LV3. 2. Fight against the 8 tails, try its powerful power, and reward the awakening 3 Hokage riding will I. 3. Defeat the 8 tails and reward the primary immortal body. Seeing this choice, Lu Yun decisively chose the second. Although he really wanted the body of an immortal, with Lu Yun's current body, it's not bad to be able to dodge a blow from the 8 tails, and he doesn't even want to defeat it. This guy's chakra is almost unlimited. How to fight? As for vector operations, if LV5's vector operation flow cloud will not hesitate to choose. But the LV is too low, and the reflection is too weak. In comparison, it is not as good as the 3 Goose Jade riding will I, so choose the second. At this time, Lu Yun was just about to try to fight against the 9 tails, when suddenly several figures appeared in front of him, and directly stopped Lu Yun. The clothes of these ninjas are very familiar, and the marks of the Uchiha clan are printed on the back of their clothes. Are these Uchiha's ninjas? Lord Liu Yun. Hurry up. Let's hold him. You leave the battlefield as soon as possible. A Uchiha elite Junin hurriedly said. Road. At the same time, several other ninjas have a Guyu in their eyes, and even a double Guyu riding wheel is turning, and the seal has already begun, ready to resist the 8 tails. Lu Yun was slightly taken aback. Why is the elite Junin of the Uchiha clan here? Didn't this fight only send some Chunin and normal Jounin? How can there be so many elite Jounin? Elite Junin, even in the Uchiha clan, is relatively small in number. How could it appear here? And looking at this attitude, it seems that he is desperately trying to save himself. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Yun probably also understand, it should be for their own talent. However, no matter what the reason is, they are really good at giving their lives to save themselves at this time. But Lu Yun couldn't leave at this time, all options were chosen, and Sangu Jade riding wheel eyes must be obtained. You back off. With a cold voice, Lu Yun said that the 8 tails in front had completely evolved. Come on, little 8. The completely tailed beast like Kirabi is in excellent condition. With this abundant power, Kirabi feels that he can't lose at all. With a hula sound, the huge figure swept towards Lu Yun at an unimaginable speed. And Uchiha's elite Jounin. The 8 tails swish, attack different Jounin in 8 different directions, and the sharp corners of the top of the head also condense huge chakras, stabbing Lu Yun's chest. An 8-tailed group of Uchiha elite Jounin who have opened their eyes is not wrong at all. This is great power. In front of Lu Yun, the thousands of birds slowly gathered, and the 8 doors, the 6th door, and the Jingmen, opened at the same time. Lu Yun, who was a little weak at first, is full of energy again. Open the 8 doors, that is. You can increase your strength in an instant. Cloud lift. At the beginning, the Chidori in his hand became bigger and bigger, and he came directly to meet the attack of the 8 tails. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas also attacked each with a tail, throwing all kinds of fire escape ninjutsu, as well as the art of fireball. However, their attack effect was not great. For a moment, everyone was knocked out, fighting head-on. Ordinary humans were unable to fight back against the 8 tails. Boom! A loud bang. The powerful attack of the 8 tails collided with Lu Yun, causing a big explosion. The huge air wave blew the surrounding ninjas back several steps. What happened to the heart? With 8 tails on the front, Lu Yun can still survive? P.S. Chapter 42, The 3 Go Jade in the Writing Will I, for collection? Boom. The huge Yao took several steps back in a row. 8 tails were actually repelled? The ninjas all around opened their eyes wide. How is this possible? How could Lu Yun be able to repel the 8 tails? Afterwards, everyone saw another figure. Lu Yun was repelled even more ruthlessly, and flew out dozens of meters upside down. His clothes were a little torn. But even so, the ninjas looked at Lu Yun with deep shock and disbelief. A child actually repelled the monster level 8 tails. This is simply. Even Kirabi raised his head again and looked at Lu Yun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The horror of the power of the 8 tails just now, even Kirabi himself was extremely shocked, did not expect Lu Yun to dare to face it. And it's still coming. This guy is simply too evil. But the shocked people didn't realize that Lu Yun's hand was trembling slightly. No, it's not a level battle at all, unless you open the 8th door. If you can beat the 8 tails, you won't be able to beat it at all. Lu Yun's little hands clenched into fists, forcing himself not to shake. His physical strength was exhausted, and there was blood flowing out of Lu Yun's arms and thighs, but outsiders just didn't see it. It's so terrifying to have only opened 6 doors. If there are 8 doors, Lu Yun feels that he really wants to take his life. As Lu Yun faced Yaoi, his reward also came. Lu Yun's eyes slowly turned, and the double hook jade gradually changed, as if it was divided, and another hook jade appeared. 3 hook jade writing will I? Evolved. Liu Yun. The adults have broken through again. 3 Go Jade writing will I's. It's actually 3 Go Jade. Master Liu Yun has awakened Sanguyu at the age of 9, this talent. No. Lord Liu Yun is our Uchiha's future. It's our Uchiha's hope. He must not die. Even if we risk our lives, we must not let Liu Yun have an accident. Go on. Stop the 9 tails. The elite Jonin members of the Uchiha clan were originally injured by Yaoi's hit, but seeing Lu Yun actually awakened Sangujade Sharingan again during the battle, they actually stood up again as if they had taken stimulants, and rushed directly towards Yaoi as if they were dying. This group. Tai Han Han. Lu Yun wanted to scold, is it a head iron, can't we just run right now? Are you still going to fight? Lord Liu Yun. You go first. We stop it? An elite ninja said something, and quickly formed a seal in his hand, leading the ninjas to attack Yaoi. For such a loyal Uchiha ninja, the Konoha ninjas around him were stunned. To be able to die for Lu Yun, these people. It is said that the Uchiha family is selfish, but how do you look at it now? It seems that it is not like that. Their impression of the Uchiha clan even began to change. Do you think the Uchiha family doesn't seem so scary anymore? Kushina also took advantage of the gap to rush over and support Lu Yun. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Xiaoun, I didn't protect you well. As Kushina spoke, tears fell. He clearly promised to protect Lu Yun, but just now, whether it was AI or Yaoi, let alone power. Just the speed alone, Kusina couldn't see it at all. She rushed up several times to try to make a move, but was stopped by the Umbu ninja arranged by the 3 generations of Hokage. Umbu was afraid that Kusina would be injured in the battle and the 9 tails would explode in her body, so she kept blocking her from Kusina's shot. This is also the reason why Kusina blamed herself. Each of them has someone to protect, only Lu Yun has to fight alone to protect Konoha. This is simply too much. Lu Yun looked at Juxina with a smile, slowly raised his hand, and touched her little face. Don't worry, I'm fine. Clouds did not send. Now, his hands were bleeding non-stop, and the blood stained Kusina's little face. His arms were numb. The blow that Yaoi had just now was not something that ordinary people could block. Lu Yun repelled Yaoi, and he was seriously injured. This time, he definitely didn't have the strength to fight again. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from a distance, and Lu Yun raised his head and glanced. Not far away, a white-haired man riding a big toad and another gloomy man standing on the head of a giant snake. 2 old guys, finally. Here it is. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly closed his eyes. Well, I can finally take a break. Originally, I just wanted to hold off the EPUB group, but who knew that they actually defeated AI, and even forced Kira into a beast with a tail. Lu Yun himself was a little proud. Xiaoun. Xiaoun. Kusina, bring Lu Yun to Tsunade for treatment, and leave it to us here. Jiraiya stood on top of Toad Wenta's head and said solemnly. At this moment, he also felt a little bit towards Lu Yun, this little brat. Although they were driving on the road just now, they also saw the scene of Lu Yun repelling the 8 tails. This little guy is so powerful. Orochimaru glanced at Lu Yun solemnly, and charged directly towards Yaoi. Next, is the real battle. Kusina picked up Lu Yun and hurriedly ran towards the military tent of the commander-in-chief. Tsunade is currently the most powerful ninja in Konoha Chinese medical ninjutsu. She will definitely be able to heal Lu Yun. Certainly possible. Kusina looked at the flowing clouds that were gradually dyed red with blood, and her tears couldn't help falling. In vivo. Nine-tailed chakra actually started to riot slowly. Her mood has been greatly affected. If it goes on like this, I am afraid that the 9 tails may rush out. P.S. This text has deleted chapters, and more chapters are in the hands of the group owner. Share a secret with you old drivers must see? The testimonials are on the shelves, please read them carefully. Share the most Diozy experience. Just ask, is there anyone more awesome than me? In one sentence, use a dream to be lewd. I believe that a few people have had a situation where they knew they were dreaming when they were dreaming. First of all, it must be said that this kind of dream is very unstable. You are not completely asleep, then there are 2 developments in the dream. First, your consciousness gradually wakes up and wakes up. Second, your consciousness gradually sinks into the dream, forgetting that I am dreaming. In this case, I will pay attention to the experience I share next. It is very important. For those who have experienced lucid dreaming, it should be easier to do it. I want to do something in my dream. Prick up my ears and listen carefully. First of all, before going to bed, keep self-suggestion, imagine, use your imagination to imagine that you are dreaming. The location of the dream, set it as the place where you sleep. Attention must be paid. This is the most important. Or set it to your most familiar sleeping spot. Only in this way. The next dream, you can control to the greatest extent. And stay awake. The choice of dream location is above all else. Don't look for messy, unfamiliar locations as dreams. Don't ask me why. Try it yourself. If you can succeed, I will call you Big Brother. Then. Step 2. Move your body with your mind. Imagine yourself getting out of bed. I'm up. I touch the bed. I'm out the door. Mad, there won't be any guy who can't tell the difference between reality and dream. If so, kill yourself. This process of imagining that you just got up in bed requires a lot of patience. Don't rush it, you will be cooked twice once you are born, and you will catch the trick if you do it more often. Sometimes there will be a very confused situation, worried that labor and management are not dreaming? What if it's real? What if there is a real crime? Recommended for inexperienced friends. If you are not sure if you are dreaming, wake up first. Do not impulse. Don't ask me how to wake up. Work hard. Wake up with willpower. Third. The key point is here. If it is a male dormitory, then you quickly run to the girls' dormitory. If it's at home, run out of the house quickly. Awakening from a dream won't last long. Before the consciousness dissipates, go to the first one. The choice of the dream scene is the easiest, but the characters in the scene are not easy to control. Even a master like me can hardly improve the hit rate. So, before you dream, you have to plan and think about where to run in your dreams. If possible, at a location. A place with more girls is even better, so that when you enter a dream, girls will also appear in your subconscious dream. Of course. Again, the place to sleep takes priority. This makes it easier to manipulate dreams. The first step starts here. You see, and I was impressed. After I remembered it, I would like to share my experience of Diozi. Following the previous article, the choice of location, imagination, and suggestion, this is the key. After these two are skillfully manipulated, move on to the next stage by yourself. Choose the person of your dreams, and even choose the location. For example, I have the coolest dream memory so far, such as having sex in class. Just in the classroom. This kung fu has been abandoned for a long time. I haven't tried it for a long time. I can try it again when I have time. Dreaming of prostitution is a bit of a drain on energy, but if you're skilled, it's no worse than watching porn. Moreover, to tell the truth, it is less harmful to the human body than watching movies. As for why, you can understand it yourself. If nothing else, at least it doesn't hurt the eyes. P.S. If any awesome Diozi has a more awesome way to use dreams to lust, don't forget to leave a message in the comment area. Author Jun Zhang. Your own secret method is taught to all readers, so please readers to give the author a subscription. 3 o'clock on the shelves, ask for a wave of automatic subscriptions. Please subscribe. Ask for collection. Chapter 43, Tsunade Self-Harm Behavior, subscribe. Tsunade Terran 1. Quickly save Liu Yun. Kushina rushed in with Liu Yun in his arms. The ninja on the side did not dare to stop him. Because there is a powerful red chakra fluctuating around Kushina, as if it will explode at any time, very terrifying. This chakra is definitely not human chakra. So scary. This is. Tsunade was stunned when he saw the flowing clouds that were gradually dyed red with blood. The arm of the cloud is bleeding, the legs are bleeding, and even the face is bleeding. While not a scary wound pad, if left untreated, will definitely leave serious sequelae. However, Tsunade didn't start looking at Liu Yun for a while, and her body couldn't help trembling. See the blood on Liu Yun's body. She was terrified of blood. Fear. Endless fear haunts Tsunade. Even the chakra in the body can't be controlled. Tsunade 2. Treat it quickly. 593_ Hina called out several times in a row. Tsunade didn't respond until the end. She sounded angry. Come. The red chakra in front of him is getting more and more violent. Umbu, who was hiding on the side, glanced at each other. Suddenly, there was an ominous premonition in his heart. If Tsunade Terran is not treated again, Kushina will definitely go berserk. It will be troublesome then? Master Tsunade. and Umbu walked out directly and called out softly. However, Tsunade didn't move at all. She just stared at Lu Yun blankly, her eyes revealed a look of horror, and her body was shaking. Seeing the blood, especially Lu Yun's blood Liang Hong, she thought of her younger brother who was dead without a whole body. The younger brother who wrong can't see. The more you think. Tsunade is getting more and more scared. The scene of her brother's death at the beginning was the most heartfelt knot in Tsunade's heart, which was also the reason why she suffered from hyperphobia. Tsunade wanted to save Lu Yun, and seeing Lu Yun getting weaker and weaker, she really wanted to take action. However, no matter how much she cheers herself up, she can't run chakra, and she can't even lift her hands. Can't move. One of the three dignified endurers, seeing blood, he couldn't move. Hi bastard! Hurry up and treat Lu Yun. Kushina couldn't help crying out in anger. Lu Yun's injury cannot be cured by ordinary medical ninjas, because it will leave sequelae, and only Tsunade who is proficient in medicine can do it. But Tsunade didn't move. 19 Jujuzina was very angry. Doesn't she want to save Lu Yun? Is this also the order of the third Hokage? They colluded in a good conspiracy, just to kill Lu Yun? Kushina didn't know Tsunade's hyperphobia. The more she thought about it, the more certain the conspiracy theory was in her mind, and the more anger she felt in her heart. If it wasn't for the dozen people from Umbu who stopped him just now. If she makes a move. Even if Lu Yun was injured, it would not be so serious. These bastards. Go. He's just a kid. Why do you calculate like this? Kushina's heart gradually twisted. If she had strong enough power just now, even a dozen Umbu couldn't stop her power. Would she be able to protect Lu Yun? If you have the power. Mountain. If there is power : power. Want power. Suddenly, Kushina's mind sounded. Deo couldn't distinguish male and female voices. Want to save him? Want to protect someone you love? Want the power of 11? The voice entered Kushina's mind like a perplexing, and her expression gradually became dull. Power. If there is power. Want to. Just as Kushina was about to answer this voice, Tsunade in front of me suddenly picked up kunao and thrust it into his shoulder. The blood splashed out, instantly awakening Kushina. Gangmu 1. Almost. Kushina. Looking up at Tsunade, she gritted her teeth and pulled out kunao. She stabbed her shoulder again, and stabbed it several times in a row, and even the surrounding Umbu members were stunned. What's going on here? Me, I can save him. 1. Tsunade muttered to himself. Pulling out the kunao again, it was too late to stop the bleeding. Raise the trembling hand and slowly run the chakra. Finally. This time, chakra came out. Tsunade stared at Lu Yun's body, and actually relied on self-harm. And the powerful thought in his heart overcomes the fear of blood. But also, it can be seen that Tsunade is shivering. There is still a lot of pressure in his heart. It's just that she didn't want to watch Lu Yun die. Lu Yun was about the same age as her younger brother, and once she had no strength to save her younger brother. Now if even Lu Yun can't be saved, Tsunade may not have the confidence to survive. Yun went alone with EPUB for his own sake, and he was seriously injured in order to save himself. So, even if you are afraid, you must restrain this fear. The intense pain in his shoulder irritated Tsunade. She still kept her eyes fixed. She gritted her teeth and treated Lu Yun seriously. Kushina sees the stream. Yun's blood stopped. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and the red chakra in front of him slowly dissipated, as if his mood had calmed down. Seeing this scene, the Umbu members slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In case of violent violence, they simply can't stop it. The power of the 9 tails. It is the strongest of all tailed beasts, even the 8 tails who seem to be very powerful on the battlefield now. He is also a younger brother in front of Jiwu. the event of a riot in Liyue, they simply can't stop it. Fortunately, Kushina restrained her rage. However, they didn't know that just now, Nine Tails. After breaking through some seals, he was able to talk to Kushina. If this continues, the Nine Tails may pop out sooner or later. Dal new book for collection L for flowers _L for evaluation ticket L for comment 1, for monthly pass. Chapter 44, Menglong, Kungana Kamui, for subscription. Illustration for Kona Kamui _ 2. Time flies, another 3 days have passed. The Kingdom of Thunder completely lost its combat effectiveness because of the failed night attack on Union Village. Exit the battlefield directly. Konoha's pressure is less. However, the battle is not over yet, because there is still Union Village. And the 2 strong enemies of Sandian Village have not been resolved. In short, although Benya is a lot more relaxed at the moment, there are still famous enemies to face, so he can't relax his vigilance. Of course, none of these matters have anything to do with Lu Yun. Because he is a sick number 1 _ Konoha camp, in a military tent. Tsunade-sama, the strength in your hands is a little lighter. I have small arms and legs. What if something happens? 2. Sister Juxina, get me some sugar and water. Thank you. In the military tent, Lu Yun was lying on a soft chair, enjoying Tsunade's massage and Kushina's service. Look comfortable. Seeing Tsunade being so obedient for the first time, Lu Yun even felt that the injury was worth it. His injury was not originally injured by AI, but by using 8. Door Dungia. Hurt yourself. Bayman Dungia, using it too harshly is equivalent to self-harm. However, this battle Liu Yun must have made a profit. 3 Hookjade riding will I, one more step to reach the kaleidoscope riding will I, and it will definitely explode when the clouds are flowing. Lu Yun is looking forward to it. Looking forward to what ability my Wanhua abbreviated will I will be? I hope it is 2 awesome skills L. Forget it, it's useless to think so much, let's live a happy life in front of us first. Lu Yun glanced at Tsunade and Kushina being dressed by 2 beauties. Waiter. Of course, enjoy it first. However, just when Lu Yun had this idea, the page selection appeared in front of him again. 1. Turned his head and kissed Tsunade. And confessed that I love you. Rewards the elementary immortal body. 2. Bow down and kiss Uzumaki Kushina. And confess, say I like you reward, vector operation, 1v20. 3. First kiss Kishao Tsunade. Kiss Uzumaki Kushina again, and say righteously, I am the man who wants to be the king of the harem. Reward, Psychic Beast Kana Kamui. This option. Look. Option. For the first time, Lu Yun was in a tangled situation. There were also entanglements ahead, but they all passed in seconds. And this time, he was really confused. Even if the body of an immortal is a primary immortal body, it is very useful to Lu Yun and the front, which makes her very tempted. But this choice is not a good one. He kissed Tsunade in front of Xian Junkai. He also confessed, isn't this forcibly forcing himself into the Shura field? As for the first vector operation, Lu Yun also wants vector operations very much. Because the skill is realistic and comfortable. 2. Although a very strong computing power is required. However, the first Metku was the same as the first 2, kissing Kushina in front of Tsunade. With the relationship of the 3 of them, if this is a kiss, it will be a confession, a proper Shura field. In fact, Lu Yun was most tempted by the third option. Psychic Beast? The 8 Tails before. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru use Psychic Beasts, and they don't even need to do it themselves. But Lu Yun, I haven't found the Psychic Beast that I like and want. Toad. Not too ugly. Snake too. No, 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 still. Too ugly. It seems that in the ninja world, there is no psychic beast that is cute and strong in combat. But the psychic beast of this choice reward. Kona Kamui. 1.1. This cute dragon can be said simply. In the name of cuteness, with cuteness as an attack technique, such as dragon glaring, hungry dragon roaring, etc. Kong Na is not only cute, but also very powerful. As a hungry dragon who has lived for 14,000 years, although she is still a child in the dragon clan, her strength is definitely strong. Don't be fooled by Menglong's appearance. The past, when Liu Yun browsed the website, the words I heard the most were is trying to adopt, only Kona. Although ordinary people may not be able to afford it. Liu Yun once thought so too. Now the system has sent a conner to itself. That's really not that great. Thinking of Kong Na's cute and strong ability, Liu Yun was very happy. But this choice is really a bit too dead. Liu Yun glanced at the person who was massaging and relaxing his muscles, raised his head, and took advantage of her not paying attention. Stretch. 10 kissed up. Tsunade, who was overwhelmed by the kiss, stunned. The first time she forgot to push Liu Yun away, or slap him. 2 ask for flowers. Tsunade didn't seem to react. Why is the first kiss gone? And by a child? Liu Yun. Kushina looked complicated, watching Liu Yun kiss Tsunade actively. She felt a little uncomfortable. Perhaps, Kushina will also face up to his own heart. Since Liu Yun likes Tsunade, she should support L. Although their age difference is a bit too big, Liu Yun is a very precocious child. It should be fine. After. She regards the clouds as. When the younger brother is healed, he is like Messer, just turn Liu Yun down as if he were his younger brother. Thinking of this, Kushina felt relieved and uncomfortable at the same time as the name of the tomb. Humans are emotionally entangled animals. If they can let go so easily, they may not be emotional animals. Fortunately, Kushina didn't think that he liked Liu Yun. Maybe it was just that he was not used to it. Just when Kushina stood up and was about to leave, leaving some private space for Liu Yun and Tsunade, Liu Yun suddenly stood up again. Pulling Kushina's hand, she was not crooked. Lowered down. Liu Yun took the opportunity to kiss her. Moreover, the little tiger tooth also exerted a little force and bit it. Very clear feeling. Kushina was stunned. Look at the face a few centimeters away from yourself. Slowly opened his eyes. Unbelievable _ Unexpected mountain? An unexpected expression. 1. Tsunade behind him also suddenly widened his eyes, and that expression was even more shocking than Liu Yun kissing her just now. What happened? 3. Just as Liu Yun took his first kiss, he actually used this mouth again. Run over to kiss Kushina 11? Is this a typical scumbag? It was obviously the first time for Tsunade and Kushina to experience such a thing, and the two girls didn't even react. If he had reacted, Liu Yun would have been kicked out long ago. Even if he was sick. And at this moment, Liu Yun let go of Emozine, and then stood on the chair, looking at Tsunade and Kushina. Little hands raised. He said loudly, Lord Tsunade. Sister Kushina _ I am going to be the man of the 5th harem. PS Please subscribe L, ask for automatic subscription, ask for evaluation ticket, ask for comment 1, ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for support L, ask for monthly ticket, ask for reward. Please remind me. Please leave a message, _1. Chapter 45, Uchiha Secret Letter, for subscription. I'm the man who wants to be the king of the harem. When Liu Yun shouted these words, Tsunade and Kushina's pretty faces darkened at the same time. This little brat. 1. Kissed them, took away the first kiss. How dare you say such an irritating thing? The king of the harem? You didn't go to heaven yesterday. This education. It's really time to educate. Uchiha Ryuyun. One small. Two thunderous roars came out. It resounded throughout the Konoha front, and even ACI, who was carrying the ninja tools behind. Ma and Jirihong also looked up at the same time. This voice full of anger, it seems that something extraordinary has happened, eh? The other ninjas were also dumbfounded. Beijabo Ryuyun? Ryuyun. Could it be that he defeated Yunyan Village AI? The Thunderbolt ninja who saved the situation, is Ryuyun Terran. August 20th it should be Lord Ryuyun. I heard that he also opened the 3-hook jade riding wheel in the battle. The future is unlimited. But this sound, it sounds like Tsunade-sama's voice. It sounds like you're angry. What's going on? This. Not quite sure. Blink of an eye, I was in a daze. I was immersed in Wenro Township, and another 3 days had passed. Lu Yun finally recovered. 6 days in a row, nearly a week of rest. Lu Yun's body completely recovered. Terran Liu Yun, there is news from the Patriarch hoping that Terran Liu Yun can go back to Konoha. Something happened in the village. In a sparsely populated place, a ninja wearing Uchiha clothes. A secret letter is being conveyed to Lu Yun. Something happened _1 is my sister okay? Lu Yun frowned and asked S. Please rest assured, Mrs. Liu Yun. The Patriarch specially sent the local elite, Joinin, to secretly protect Mikoto-sama. Nothing will happen. That's good. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the bowed head in front of him, the Uchiha elite Kanin Liu Yun with a respectful face sighed slightly in his heart. Sure enough, the world needs strength. The Uchiha clan were very enthusiastic when they met him, but they were only called geniuses for 10 days at most, but now an elite Jonin, even in Motoba, has a very high status. I still have to call myself two-man. As a matter of fact, because of Lu Yun, even Sister Maisel has been elevated in status and is called for adults. Maybe this is the benefit of strength. Well, I know I'll be back as soon as possible. I don't like being stared at. Yes. Lu Yun said Zone, then turned and left. You want to go back to Konoha, you must first say hello to Tsunade, and by the way, you must also bring Kushina and Hong back together, otherwise, Lu Yun will be a little worried if they are on the battlefield. After all, Kushina and Hong only went to the battlefield for their own sake. Do you want to go back to Konoha? All right. Then you pack up now, Anju. Sina. And Red, Asma, get up and go back. You are in one class. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun and nodded slightly. Well, thank you Tsunade-sama. Lu Yun smiled. Tsunade is good if he is his own person. There is no restriction on Lu Yun's actions at all. He will go to the battlefield if he wants, and if he can't, he will not go. Even if Lu Yun wants to go back to Konoha, Tsunade will not stop him. No thanks. Looking at the smile of the child in front of him, Tsunade's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of tenderness, as if he saw the shadow of his younger brother. His younger brother died in the war. Flowing cloud. The current age too is 10 years younger than when Tsunade's younger brother died, and he should have been enjoying his childhood. Fun time. In this war, children like this should never have participated in it. Lu Yun not only participated in the war because of Konoha's dark politics, but also became the mainstay of the war. Block the cloudy night attack. Defeat AI. Repel the 8 tails, 2. With such a great responsibility and hope falling on this little child, an unspeakable self-blame emerged in Tsunade's heart, as the sun itself. Can't do anything in war, L can only pin everything on this child. On __. But fortunately, Tsunade passed through Lu Yun's injury. She finally got over her fear of blood. Now she can continue to fight. However, Tsunade did not mention this to anyone other than Lu Yun and Kushina, because she didn't want to keep fighting. Tsunade was a little tired seeing the dark side of Sarutobi-sensei and Motaba. Tsunade wants peace, but doesn't want such peace. Some people may say Tsunade Tai virgin. But she was such a person, otherwise she wouldn't focus on researching medical ninjutsu. Tsunade Akira. Shirarutobi-sensei's troubles, but whether you can accept it or not is another, _. Tsunade, I hope we can meet again. Don't forget that you are responsible for me. Lu Yun looked at Tsunade's expression _ already knew what she was thinking. I'm afraid, when this battle is over, Tsunade will be leaving. Lu Yun doesn't know where Tsunade is going, or maybe go back to Konoha. Maybe go somewhere to hide and have fun like the original. Who knows? Tsunade just smiled and touched Lu Yun's head, but didn't say anything. Say hello to Tsunade. Lu Yun is about to find Kushina. On the way, he suddenly remembered something. 2 days ago, I chose the psychic beast Kona Kamui, but because he was educated by Tsunade and Kushina, he hasn't received it yet. Standing in a relatively hidden place, Lu Yun clicked to receive it. Then, a seal appeared in my mind. Like a seal of summoning. Could it be that you want to summon a seal? A psychic beast? Lu Yun was puzzled for 10 days, and then according to Naoshin's seal, he began to form a knot. Soon, after the printing was completed, a white light flickered in front of Lu Yun. A figure slowly appeared in the center of the white light. First of all, what catches the eye is a tiny tail, like a hairball. Then came the petite body. Just like a primary school student, with white silk on his calf and a cute face with baby fat. Pink and white meat 1, 2 hair, and a pair of white dragon horns on top of his head. Huh. None expression. She turned around and saw Lu Yun's eyes suddenly light up. Then he snorted softly, rushed over, and hugged Lu Cloud, like a child. Obviously, Lu Yun is also a child. In such a scene, it looks like a cute little girl holding a little lady. However, Lu Yun is a little taller. Kong Na rubbed her head twice, and she was so cute when Lu Yun wanted to say something. Connor spoke first and spat out 2 es. I'm hungry. P.S. Please subscribe please subscribe automatically, please ask for evaluation ticket, please comment 1, please ask for monthly ticket. Please reward please urge more. Chapter 46, Prepare to return to Konoha, subscribe. Illustration for Kana on _. Look at holding yourself. Cute face. Connor who wants to eat? Flowing clouds helpless one. A hungry dragon indeed. The first time I saw myself, I actually wanted to eat first, without even mentioning my name. However, Lu Yun also found out that Kong Na seemed to know him, and Lu Yun seemed to know her. Needless to say they are intimate with each other. It's like Connor jumped right up. Perhaps. This is also produced by the system. It must be a premium edition. Kong Na is Lu Yun's psychic beast _ so Westerners have a good impression on the first face, and are in the stage of master and pet. Isn't Kong Na a cute little pet dragon? Okay. Wait a minute. Let's grill some fish. Lu Yun touched Kong Na's head and smiled. Before returning to the village, feed Kona. 7 But then Kana will have trouble scraping and eating. Kona nodded earnestly. Although she didn't know what grilled fish was. However, as long as you can eat it. Lu Yun takes Kong Na to the river. Take out the kunao. Start to fish in the river. 28 __. I just inserted 2 fish. Liu Yun put it on the shore. I want to put it down first, and put in a few more fish to bake together. After all, Kong Na is a big foodie, and 2 small fish are definitely not enough. While Lu Yun went to catch the fish, Kong Na came over, squatted down, stared at the fish stuck in Kiwashang with big eyes for a long time, and picked it up with a small hand without hesitation. Directly into the mouth. Kona wait. Shut up. Lu Yun just caught a few fish and turned around to go ashore. Just saw this scene. Before he could wait, Lu Yun hurried over and snatched the fish out of Kong Na's mouth. However, it is a pity that she has already eaten a fish and cow. Eaten raw too. You bastard. Lu Yun sighed helplessly. It really is a hungry dragon, too. It doesn't matter whether it is raw or cooked, eat it. Kong Na stared at the other fish in Lu Yun's hands, and there seemed to be some magical light flickering in her eyes. Don't rush for the little Kona, wait a while. I'll make it better when it's cooked. Delicious. Yeah. Roasted is much better than raw. Lu Yun nodded and began to collect wood and set fire to it. Liu Yun is very skilled in the process of grilling fish. When I was a child, I went out to play with my sister, often it was Liu Yun barbecue. A fish, grilled golden, tender and beautiful, and very fragrant. Lu Yunkai even brought some seasonings to prepare for emergencies. Don't vibrate on the battlefield and prepare weapons, while Liu Yun only prepares seasoning packets. B.in. Kong Na basked in the grilled fish and couldn't help but shed saliva. 062 looks delicious. Eat 10,000 times more than when I was born. Want to eat? Want to eat? Don't wait a little longer, it's soft inside, it's better. Lu Yun looked at the lovely Kong Na and showed a drowsy smile like an old father. Soon, dozens of fish were cooked. Sprinkle with seasoning. It looks, not worse than the regular grilled fish restaurant in Konoha village. Kana is drooling watching this. Okay. Let's eat. Falling with the sound of flowing clouds. Kong Na grabbed a fish, ignoring the thorns, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. She didn't seem to be afraid of being scalded. Don't be afraid to prick your mouth. Lu Yun wanted to call at first. She was careful, then turned to think. Kona is a dragon, how could she be pierced by a fish bone too? Think too much. Liu Yun ate half of the fish. The rest of the force was eaten by Kong Na. Why do you say 9.5? With the first one, there are 10.5 fish in total and 10.5 fish are eaten. Kana is still not satisfied, she still wants to eat. Sure enough, ordinary people really can't afford to support such a hungry dragon. Let's go home first. Go home and eat slowly. Look. With Kong Na's cute expression, Lu Yun smiled helplessly. I feel that raising this pet is as satisfying as raising a daughter. Because of the reason why Kangana's appetite is so bad, Lu Yun can probably know through the contract. Kangana Kamui is a dragon that has lived for 1,400 years. Although it is only a young dragon, the dragon family has a nature. Dragon sex Ben Harika 1. Kona is naturally the same as other dragons. The libido is very high one, but, because she is still underage, plus some special reasons, sexual desire has turned into appetite, which is why her appetite is so terrifying. Don't look at Kona who turned into a human. Height is not even meters, but her belly is not so big. Knowing this, Lu Yun had to make some arrangements. Connor's appetite must be satisfied. Otherwise, something will happen. While thinking, Lu Yun quickly came to the rear base. Saw Asma and Hong. Seeing Lu Yun, Hong hurried over, ignoring the ninjas and Asma around, and threw herself into Lu Yun's arms. Hong also knew about Lu Yun's injury, even in the past 6 days. Hong has always wanted to see Lu Yun but the battle ahead is too tense, plus Mr. Kushina told her that Lu Yun is still recuperating and try not to disturb him. Therefore, Hong Ji directly restrained his inner worries and did not look at Lu Yun. Missing and worrying about this emotion, restrained for a long time, burst out suddenly. What happened now? In front of a stranger, Hongda dared to hug Lu Yun directly. Lu Yun paused for a moment, raised his hand to touch his red head, and said with a smile, "It's all right, I'm fine. However, if you hug me like this again, I might have an accident at 750. Yuri Hong's little face was slightly red. She hurriedly let go of Lu Yun, as if she was really afraid of Lu Yun's accident. Same. Innocent and cute little girl, this character is really pure. However, the shy Hong did not notice that L was behind Lu Yun, and there was a hostile gaze staring at her. Lu Yun sighed inwardly at Lolita's character and looked at Asma. He smiled at him. "Let's go. We went back to Konoha today and heard that something happened in the village." What happened in the village? Asma frowned slightly. I couldn't help sighing. As the gift of the 3 generations of Hokage, Asma is relatively precocious, and has already understood it at a young age. Out of the village. Matter, said from Liu Yun's mouth, I'm afraid. It has something to do with the Uchiha family. Looking at Lu Yun's expression, L can also guess a. If it was before, Asma might not be too worried. But after 2 days of fighting. After he saw Lu Yun's strength, he was inexplicably panicked. Defeated only 10 AI who is close to the shadow level. This strength. 1.L. I hope we never meet on the battlefield in the future. 111111Z11__. DSL, please subscribe 1, please subscribe automatically _ please comment L, please comment. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a reward. Ask for more. Ask for support. Ask for a message, _L. Chapter 47, the situation is tense, seeking automatic subscription? Lu Yunjun, she, who is she? Hong followed Lu Yun out of the base, and then noticed that he had been following Lu Yun's ass. His eyes are constantly vigilant against his little Kona. Lu Yun touched Kong Na's head. She is my psychic beast. What? A psychic beast? Asma and Kushina suddenly turned their heads and stared at Kong Na. They had already discovered Connor. I just thought it was some kind of ninja. So I didn't pay much attention. But even Kushina didn't think about it. The cute little girl is actually a psychic beast. So, she's not human? Seeing Kushina's surprised moonlight, Lu Yun nodded and explained. Yes. Little Kona really isn't a human. She's a Z-dragon. Only 14,000 rounds. Still a baby dragon. Only 14,000 years old. 11. Kushina, and Sarutobi Asma. The 3 ninjas stared at Lu Yun with their eyes wide open. It seems that I thought myself. I heard wrong. But Connor nodded herself. Show that they do not. Heard right. Xiao Kongana is indeed over 10,000 years old. However, in the Dragon Clan, it is also a child. Equivalent to 2 or 3 years old. Not surprised because he has watched the anime and understands that age has nothing to do with the Dragon Clan. But Kushina, your eye is red. The 3 of Asma are different. Don't say what kind of creature a dragon is, it's just 14,000 years old, it's unbelievable at all, isn't it? If one day, your friend points to a young girl and tells you she posted more than 10,000 posts can you believe it? Impossible. The worldview is different and incomprehensible. Lu Yun smiled. There is no force to explain anything. Sometimes one requires proof of strength. After returning to Konoha, let Kong Nyo test his abilities. Well, it just so happened that Lu Yun also wanted to know how strong her power was. The dragon, even if compared. He is small, and his strength is definitely not weak. Wearing the mask of Umbu, when they heard the names Haibo Liu Yun, Ju Kikai raised his head and looked at Liu Yun. A subconscious action. A lot was revealed. The dark part generally does not show any feeling. Love, but when I look at Lu Yun, I show my feelings. What does this show? Lu Yun's reputation has spread back to Bao's Haibo in the village. He is from the Uchiha clan. Lu Yun had already received the secret letter from Uchipai before. There was an accident in the village, and it was related to the Zhaiha family. A little bit of union will understand. It seems. This time it's really big. Xiao. Lu Yun muttered to himself, and took Kang Na into Konoha village. It is worth mentioning that Kang Na was not blocked at first and was forbidden to enter the village because she had no identification. Do not. However, due to Lu Yun's special status, he wanted to bring Kang Na in, and Umbu also hesitated. After a while, after recording Kang Na's name, he was released. Have to say, it's good to have power and a name. Himself on the battlefield this time, Umbu would definitely not have done it so easily. After all, they are still afraid of Lu Yun's reality. Defeated AI who was close to the shadow level. You can also retire the 8 tails. This proves that Liu Yun has a near level, and its strength reaches the shadow level. A shadow level powerhouse, who dares to stop him? You can't stop him if you don't want to die. Now Uchiha is worried that he can't find someone to fight. If there is a conflict with Lu Yun, it may be the beginning of the battle. Yes. At this time, Konoha village is already at the peak of civil unrest. War may break out at any time. Uchiha Ichi clan does not have the combined power of the Konohashia clan, it can definitely be ignored. Then let's part here first. Then, sisters in A, see you tomorrow. Xiaoun, although your physical injury is much better. But take a break. After opening with Kushina and Hong, and Asma, Lu Yun came straight to the house. Already, 2 more. I haven't seen my sister for a week. Lu Yun's heart is still a little inexplicable. However, on the other hand, he also found that the 4 solids are different. For example, when he walked near Uchiha Station, Lu Yun's powerful mental perception found that there were actually many ninjas staring around him. Is this surveillance? Afterwards, when entering the Uchiha Station, Lu Yun discovered that the defense king inside Uchiha was actually more strict and even sloppy, and patrolling ninjas were everywhere. Even Bulletin and Bug Ninja participated in the patrol. This tense look of preparation. It seems that the conflict between Uchiha and the village is not generally big. Lord Liu Yun Mountain. Is Lu Yun Terran back? Quick. Inform the Patriarch that Lord Liu Yun has returned to L Mountain. Master Liu Yun, please come this way. Uchiha's A actually knows Lu Yun. And they call him an adult one. This made Lu Yun himself stunned for a moment. Who is promoting his reputation? So hungry. While Lu Yun was thinking, Kona beside him pulled Lu Yun's arms, face, pitiful expression. Lu Yun wait, pause, I just remembered that because of the busy journey, one person didn't eat much. Kang Na endured it for a long time, I am afraid she is already hungry. After all, Kana's hunger is the same as that of ordinary people. Lu Yun touched Kang Na's head. Say, then let's speed it up. We'll have something delicious when we get home. The rice and stir-fried dishes made by Sister May are as fragrant as the fish, Li Deseo, grilled by the upper clouds. __. Kana nodded excitedly and instantly cheered up. El Pai Dion followed behind Lu Yun. Soon, the two returned to Lu Yun's treasure house. When walking to the door of the house, Lu Yun's powerful spiritual power once again felt the ninja hidden in Jo. However, these are all Uchiha's forbearance, which should be to protect her sister. Lu Yun made a gesture. Let them all open, and then walk in. The door turns inward and locks the feathers 3. Lu Yun paused for a while, but with his skill and a little skill, he could open the door quietly. He wants to surprise his elder sister. My sister still doesn't know about her coming back. DSL ask for subscription, L ask for automatic subscription. Ask for support. Ask for evaluation ticket, L ask for comment. Ask for reward. Chapter 48, a slightly embarrassing scene, subscribe. Uchiha Mizu is 19 years old this year. It is the most fragrant season in a woman's life. She has the delicate skin unique to a girl, and the graceful temperament of a mature woman. The figure is extremely perfect. Known as the first beauty in Uchiha, she definitely deserves her name. Compared with Kusina, Hong, Xian, etc., who are still in girls' generation, Mikoto is obviously more feminine in terms of femininity. Coupled with her tall figure, gentle and somewhat stern style of a royal sister, she has just stepped forward. Men Liu Yun, his eyes fixed for an instant, and he couldn't take it away, he was about to leave. It also turned into a dull stare, ___. Xiao Xiaoun. Mikoto had just finished taking a shower, and was preparing her body, but Liu Yun quietly opened the door and walked in. The door was supposed to be locked. But Liu Yun was also the owner of this house after all, and it was too easy to use some tricks to hold the door open without making a sound. But the door opened and the embarrassing thing happened now. I didn't expect my sister to come out of the bath just in time. The two siblings looked at each other awkwardly. They were stunned for a while. Liu Yun's head lowered slightly, and he saw a clean scenery. Sister has no hair? Ah, Shang Xiaoun. Why are you back at this time? Messer screamed, and hurriedly picked up the clothes next to her and put it on, blocking Liu Yun's sight. Was spotted by my brother. Mikoto's pretty face turned red for the first time. Although the younger brother also peeked at his bath before, but that was just a peek and couldn't see anything. And just now, their sister and brother looked at each other, from top to bottom, they were all seen. No, not right. Not only was the younger brother looked at, the younger brother. There a little girl behind my brother? Mikoto's pretty face turned even redder, this time it was really too embarrassing. Who knew that Liu Yun would come back at this time? He even secretly opened the door and walked in without making a sound at 2 o'clock. Whenever he made a footstep, or knocked on the door, Mikoto would never have such an embarrassing scene. Shame 1. This time is really too humiliating? Ahem, that. Sister, you should get dressed first, I'll wait here. Liu Yun coughed, covered Kong Na's eyes and pulled her to the side. Aside. Kong Na was actually curious about Sister Mikoto's body, and she looked astonished by a little baby. Eyes are even straighter than Liu Yun. However, Kong Na is just pure curiosity and Liu Yun is a little dirty in her heart. After living together for so long, Liu Yun didn't know that his sister was still a white tiger. No. She's a sister. You can't think about that. Liu Yun took a deep breath. Although Liu Yun came from the soul, if you think about it carefully, he and Uchiha Mizu are not really siblings. So long. In proportion, Liu Yun also slowly treats Mikoto as a real sister, the kind of sister who doesn't mix in any other ideas. I believe most people are the same. Been together for a long time. If you have been in a relationship for a long time, it will gradually replace the relationship of a. If I hadn't seen my sister today, I'm afraid Liu Yun would have done the same. However, the taboo between siblings is just like that. Because of a shameful thing and then completely out of control. It's like Liu Yun now. My mind is full of white tigers, all kinds of weird ideas. Still a little virgin. Survive this scene? Liu Yun's mood is very complicated, and his mind is even more complicated and complicated. He didn't even notice that Connor was stealing the fruit from the table. He didn't come back to his senses until his sister's cry came. Sick, Xiaoun, are you hungry? Sister will cook for you first. Hungry. Lu Yun has not replied yet. Connor nodded anxiously. Mikoto was stunned for a moment and looked strangely at the cute and adorable little loli in front of her. Xiaoun, she is : 3. She noticed this cute little girl just now, and she seems to have a good relationship with her brother all the time. Her name is Kang Na. It's my psychic beast, Lu Yun explained with a smile. Psychic beast, Mikoto was slightly stunned. Psychic beasts, aren't they all beasts? Psychic beast L must be an animal beast. How come there are still people? And it's still a little girl? It doesn't look as big as my brother. Well, Kang Na is not a human, she is a dragon, sister. You should cook first, and I will explain to you later. Release. Kona, she hasn't eaten for almost a day. Lu Yun originally wanted to explain the meaning of the dragon race, because most people in this world probably don't know about dragons. But Kang Na looked so hungry that she couldn't move, and Lu Yun couldn't explain it any further. Well, good. Mikoto, seeing Kang Na's appearance, knew that she was hungry, and turned around to prepare to enter the kitchen. That's right. Sister. The name of the meal is doi. Kang Na has a big appetite. Mikoto was stunned for a moment, looking at Kang Na's belly, she had a hint of suspicion. Such a small girl can eat less . But Mikoto didn't ask any further, nodded and went into the kitchen. Lu Yun sighed softly, sat on the chair, quietly watching her sister's busy body. Such a beautiful life, so good. However, Lu Yun sighed that it had not been 3 seconds. Suddenly, a loud noise like a bomb exploded. Bang! Lu Yun looked up, and the sound of fang shui seemed to be in the Uchiha station. What's going on? This kind of sound doesn't sound like normal. Appeared in front of Lu Yun. 1. Go out to explore the cause of the explosion, the reward, the mental power will be tripled, and the physique will be tripled. 2. Ignore the sound of the explosion, ignore L, and don't make trouble for yourself, reward, A-level ninjutsu, spiral pill. 3. Sister Kuma, about the cause of the explosion and the battle between Uchiha and Konoha, reward, a random A-level wind escape ninjutsu. Host, please choose. DSL. Ask for subscription L, ask for automatic subscription. Ask for support, ask for evaluation ticket. Ask for comment. Ask for reward. Ask for support on the evaluation ticket and ask for a message, _I. Chapter 49, The Shaker's Eye was gouged out, for subscription. 1. Go out to investigate the cause of the explosion, reward, triple the mental power, double the physical fitness. 2. Ignore the sound of the explosion, ignore it, and don't make trouble for yourself, reward, A-level ninjutsu, spiral. 3. Force sister, the reason why Guanwang exploded. And the battle between Uchiha and Konoha will be rewarded with a random A-level wind escape ninjutsu _. Glancing at the options, Lu Yun chose 2 without hesitation. He silently accepted the A_rank ninjutsu spiral pill. The second option is rewarding, and it can save trouble, and Lu Yun doesn't bother to trouble himself. Neither Konoha nor Uchiha has any feelings for Lu Yun. It's just to take advantage of it. Even if it was on the battlefield before, those elite jounin rushed out to save themselves. It's just for profit. If there is a chance, Lu Yun can repay them a benefit. But let Lu Yun cause trouble for himself, sorry, impossible. Unless rewarded with eternal kaleidoscope. Otherwise, Lu Yun would never take the initiative to post it to find trouble. And Sister Mikoto also heard the popping sound, but she was used to it. Not the slightest surprise, it doesn't look like this explosion has happened once or twice. Lu Yun was lying on a chair. Close your eyes. I always felt that there was going to be a big battle soon. Let's first adjust your own state to the best. Superior. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Sister Mikoto made the dishes. The smell of the aroma made Lu Yun feel a little hungry. Xiaoun, wash your hands first. And Kong Na, go wash together. Mikoto said seriously. Lu Yun was helpless, so she could only hold on to Kong Na, who was staring at the dining table without turning her eyes away, and went out to washi. Sister is too strict about hygiene? It's cloudy. Dare not resist. Because my sister is angry. Just don't let him go to the table? But this kind of thing really should be done. Players, clean up before eating. After the selection was over, Kong Na rushed in without Lu Yun being polite, sat in her seat, and ate without being polite. Even Uchiha Mikoto was taken aback. Because Kong Na's eating action, although it is also eating one by one. But she, mouth. Approaching a plate of dishes. At first, Mikoto thought that Kong Na was hungry because she hadn't eaten for a few days. So that's how it was eaten in the first place. But if you look carefully, you will realize that she can't remember. I've been hungry for a few days, I'm afraid I haven't eaten in hundreds of years. In less than 3 minutes, a table of meals was completely cleaned. Mikoto and Lu Yun held the cutlery and stared blankly at Kong Na, who didn't seem to be full. It was Lu Yun who was also stunned. No wonder it's said on the internet that Kong Na can't be afforded by ordinary people. This guy, won a meal for 10 people, she can solve it in 3 minutes. This Xiaoun, is she really not human? Mikoto turned her head to look at Lu Yun, and said in a daze, that's the question. At first Lu Yun said that Kong Na was not a human being. Lei Mikan still didn't believe it, but seeing this scene, she believed it. Because of humans. Even adults. It is also impossible to empty a table of meals in an instant, and there are still fish in these dishes. She didn't even spit out the fish bones, she ate them all. How can a normal person eat like this? Lu Yun sighed helplessly, put down the tableware, and said. Yes, she is my psychic beast, an animal that can transform into a human. It's called a dragon. Looking at the empty table, Lu Yun's stomach rumbled. He only ate 2 bites, and was just about to start enjoying it officially. Sister Xia. The craftsmanship, Kong Na is like a hungry dragon attack, cleaning everything up. Yun didn't want to educate Kong Na, after all, this is her nature. If even Kana can't afford it? He didn't even prepare for this, he wouldn't choose to summon Kong Na in the first place. Since he was summoned, Lu Yun naturally wouldn't teach him a lesson. At most, a little tune-up, because this is the rush to eat at the table. A little rude. It turned out to be Xiaoun, the psychic beast one. You sit down for a while, and then my sister will make the order. Messer saw Lu Yun's expression said actively. Before Lu Yun spoke, Kong Na nodded excitedly. It could be seen that this guy liked Sister Mikoto's food very much, and his expression became much more docile. I saw Hong and Kushina before, she wasn't this cute and cute. Just now, Kong Na was staring at Hong with alarm. It's like facing a strong enemy. Ask for flowers _.2_. Even the owner of Liu Yun doesn't know the reason. After dinner, the siblings were going to whisper something, but Mikoto hadn't stopped clearing the table. Outside. A knock on the door interrupted them. Lord Liu Yun, Lord Mikoto. Uchiha's elite Jounin. Straight. Master Liu Yun, the patriarch has asked Master Liu Yun. I want to talk about something very important. It's not convenient to talk about it here, but I would like to ask Master Liu Yun to move. Lu Yun frowned slightly. Uchiha's patriarch, Uchiha's strength should be quasi-shadow level. He should be looking for himself to win over. After all, Lu Yun's strength had already been shown in this battle, and it was even more powerful than the Sunin of the past. To be famous, Uchiha's win was expected by Liu Yun. However, Lu Yun noticed that her sister's expression was a little strange. Especially when she heard the patriarch calling Lu Yun to discuss important matters. Her expression seemed to be grabbed. The little face is also inexplicably a little red. The appearance of my sister made Liu Yun inexplicably shocked. Xiaoun, you can go, sister, clean up the room first. Yeah. Kona. You're staying at home with your sister too, waiting for me to come back. Lu Yun nodded slightly and said. Kang Na hesitated for a moment, her eyes in the clouds and beauty. Qin turned around, then nodded her head. After walking out the door, Lu Yun realized what was going on outside. Not far from Gao Liu Yun's house. A house collapsed directly. There was also a thick plume of smoke that looked like a battle had just happened. The elite Junin saw Lu Yun looking at the place where the explosion occurred, and took the initiative to explain it for 10 days. There was a battle just now. An enemy invaded. We are killing our Uchiha clansmen. And every one of the killed clansmen is a person who has opened the wheel. Lu Yun frowned, and then Junin's next sentence made Lu Yun frown deeper. And, dead people, their eyes have been gouged out. All gone. PSL, ask for a subscription, ask for automatic reading, ask for support, ask for an evaluation ticket, ask for a comment, ask for a reward, ask for a reminder. Chapter 50, Taking Over as the Patriarch, for subscription. Killing and Digging Shakers 3. Of Thing. I'm afraid it was also made by Danzo. As for the reason, Lu Yun doesn't know. But he probably knows, maybe he's researching something. Uchiha's eyes are not ordinary eyes. Even Danzo, who is the enemy, is scolding Uchiha while still studying the shackles, and even wants to get shackles. Lu Yun didn't have any good feelings for Danzo, because of himself. Most of the reasons for going to the battlefield this time were caused by Danzo. Although Lu Yun himself wanted to go to the battlefield, it did not mean that he would forgive. Group possession. It's good that this dark guy doesn't touch him, if he still wants to plot against him. Liu Yun will definitely kill Danzo. Soon, the elite Junin brought Lu Yun to the place where the Uchiha clan would meet. There are many Shangnin guarding here, very strict 660. After walking in, only Lu Yun knew why there were so many guards here. Because the few people here today are the most powerful elders of the Uchiha clan. There are 4 elders in total, as well as the patriarch Uchiha. There is also a boy who looks younger, about 20 years old, but he has 2 pairs of eyes are open 3 Goyu. In the entire Uchiha family, there are very few young people who open 3 Go Jade. Lu Yun's sister Uchiha Mikoto is one, and the other is the son of the patriarch, Uchiha Fuyu. And the young man who can appear here and stand beside Uchiha should be Uchiha Fuyu. Patriarch. Lord Liu Yun brought S. After the elite Junin finished speaking, he consciously withdrew. The next words are not suitable for him to listen to. But the name Jiaonan is very excited one. Lord Liu Yun has already. With a strength close to the shadow level, he also defeated Ai of Union Village. With such a strong strength, he opened the 3 Go Jade Riding Will I at the age of only a few years old. If this continues, the legendary Wanhua abbreviated Will I is absolutely you can come out. And at that time, it's time for their Uchiha to rise. After introducing each other, Uchiha and the elders and Lu Yun talked a lot about the recent assassination of the Uchiha family. The dead ninjas are all Shangnin, Chunin, or elite Jiaonan. And their riding will one has been dug up. This kind of thing, has. After thoroughly angering the Uchiha family, adding the 3 generations of Hokage Sui closed one eye. It's just that the number of things has made Uchiha even more angry. Recently, the Uchiha station is so heavily guarded that they want to catch those who attack Uchiha. It's just that after being arrested for so long, they can't even see a human figure. Every time I heard the screams, and when the victim's body was found, the enemy had disappeared, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. This ability L is probably close to the shadow level. In addition to the shadow level ninja, even the elite Junin, it is impossible to station in Uchiha. Come and go freely. Is it a movie class? Lu Yun muttered to himself for a while. He probably guessed a person A. Being able to freely enter and leave the Uchiha station without being discovered, only he can do it. The scheduled 4 generations of Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who is proficient in the art of flying thunder god? Although this speculation is unbelievable. After all, Minato's character is very kind and friendly, so he shouldn't do such a thing. However, Lu Yun's hunch told him. This incident is inseparable from Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato returns to the village. The Chibo family just happened to be attacked, which is a bit of a coincidence, right? So, what do you mean by calling me here? Lu Yun suppressed the conjecture in his heart. Looking at Uchiha, he asked. For the high-level Uchihas, Lu Yun is not as respectful as other Uchiha clan members. After all, they only want to use themselves, and Lu Yun's current strength is stronger than that of Uchiha, so there is no need to be low-key. That would make people look down on. Uchiha and the other 4 elders looked at each other, and seemed to have made eye contact with each other. They agreed to agree. Then they all looked at the clouds of blood. Flow. Yun, your talent is the strongest in our Uchiha clan, and Tasui has a strength close to the shadow level. In addition to the 3 hook jade riding will I, as long as you cultivate more, it can definitely evolve into a legendary kaleidoscope in the future. Kaleidoscope Sharinan. For the current Uchiha family. Is a legend. Because it has been a long time since no Uchiha was born, one who abbreviated will I. And Lu Yun was the man who was most likely to become a shorthand for one who a month ago. After all, he is already a native of Sanguyu now. With such talent, it is no exaggeration to call Uchiha the strongest one. Lu Yun did not speak. Quietly looking at Uchiha. Waiting for his next sentence. Uchiha took a breath and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lu Yun to be so courageous. Facing the 4 elders and himself as the patriarch, not only did he not have the slightest fear, he was alert, but he also looked indifferent. He had this mentality at a young age. The future can definitely be a big event. Uchiha pondered for a while. He raised his head, stared at Lu Yun, and the 3 hook jade slowly turned in his eyes. A powerful mental attack swept over E. The 3 hook jade in Lu Yun's eyes also turned, and the eyes of the 2 looked at each other. One share. The powerful pupil power swept out. Before writing round eyes, before it evolved into a kaleidoscope, it was all about spiritual power. And the longer the awakening time, the stronger the spiritual power. Of course, one by one. There are some monsters with exceptions. Just like Lu Yun, although he is young and has a short time, who let him have a plug-in. Lu Yun's spiritual power is strong. It's no worse than Uchiha. And it's even stronger than Su 3L. Uchiha originally wanted to test how strong Lu Yun's pupil power is. As a result, L was even more shocked by this test. The 3 Guyu, is actually stronger than myself. Uchiha's forehead between 0 and 5 gradually began to sweat, and he hurriedly put away his pupil strength and did not dare to test it. Lu Yun did not continue to attack, but looked at Uchiha with a half-smile. Test your pupil strength 3. He want to do? Uchiha took a deep breath. He didn't show his failure. It would be embarrassing to make such an appearance in front of several elders and sons. Uchiha family. Best face. Lu Yun, the reason why I told you so much this time is, after discussing with all the elders, I decided to make you the next Uchiha patriarch. Uchiha raised his head, his face more serious than ever. PSL, ask for subscription, ask for automatic reading, ask for support, ask for evaluation ticket, ask for comment. Chapter 51, have a baby with, and my sister, for subscription? Lu Yun was slightly taken aback. Hear Uchiha Ma's words. At first Lu Yun thought he had heard it wrong. Let yourself take over the position of patriarch? Lu Yun originally thought that Uchiha asked him to come here, mostly to discuss about Guangan and win him over. As a result, he actually wanted Lu Yun to become the next patriarch 22. The conditions that this gives are really not as generous. Liu Yun. You are our Uchiha's hope now, and only you can lead our Uchiha clan to survive and even rise. So, even if we give up the patriarch, I am willing, willingly. Uchiha said seriously. All of this is for the Uchiha family, without any other feelings. Uchiha is only for the rise and prosperity of the Uchiha family. Hearing this, Lu Yun can be considered to understand, let himself become the patriarch, so even if Lu Yun wants to stay out of the matter, it is impossible to abandon the entire Bao's Haibo, right? It can not only give Lu Yun the greatest benefit, but also allow Lu Yun to pay the most to the limit. Is this why the elders agreed that Lu Yun would be the next patriarch? Not to mention whether Lu Yun can awaken the kaleidoscope, even if 28 can't wake up. With Liu Yun's current quasi-shadow level strength, he will definitely be a shadow level powerhouse in the future, and he is still the strongest Uchiha. Moreover, Uchiha still has a big plan that he hasn't said yet. He needs to deliberate first, down. Then tell Lu Yun, so that Lu Yun can't accept it for a while. There was some silence in the air for a while. The four elders were all staring at Lu Yun. The same goes for Uchiha. The teacups in their hands were turning gently. It proves the complexity of several people's hearts. Even the elders, just ordinary people, will have complicated emotions. Flowing clouds drifting slightly. Silence, down. Raising his head, his eyes swept across the few people on the opposite side to see their expressions and attitudes. It seems that the four elders and Uchiha have made up their minds. They should have discussed this matter for a long time and have completely determined this matter. However, there is one other person who doesn't seem to be satisfied. He is Uchiha Fuyak, standing behind Uchiha, the son of Uchiha. It was supposed to be the next young patriarch. Uchiha Fuyu's expression was a little gloomy, his palms were clenched into fists, his head was lowered, he didn't know what he was thinking. It is reasonable for Uchiha Fuyu to be angry. After all, what kind of generous person is someone like Minato, who originally belonged to his patriarchal position, was robbed, such as the county Uchiha Fuyu not taking it seriously? That's Iron Man. However, Lu Yun is not afraid of people like Uchiha Fuyu. Because he's easy to deal with jealousy and anger written on his face like this. On the contrary, it is the kind of people who are hidden behind the scenes that are difficult to deal with. 6.A. Lan Yun was thinking. Uchiha opened his mouth again. Oh yes, Lu Yun, in fact, we have prepared 2 other ways to improve the strength of our Uchiha clan. Oi 5. Huh? What way 3? Say. Before this plan, I hope you can be mentally prepared. Uchiha put down the teacup. Talking. Take a breath. The doubts on Lu Yun's face grew even stronger. What's the plan? It feels so awesome. This plan is : Uchiha said, his face slightly condensed. Let you and your sister Uchiha Mikoto combine, with your first 3 Guyu's riding will eyes, the descendants can definitely surpass Sanguyu. If such a powerful talent can be inherited, The next generation will be when our Uchiha rises. Uchiha's words made Lu Yun stunned on the spot. What do you say, old man? Combining with my sister, still have children? Is the next generation rising? This Nima : is the plan so long term? Lu Yun was really stunned. Combine with my sister, combine with my sister. Combine with my sister. The words flashed repeatedly in his mind. Then there was a flash of the beautiful scene of my sister taking a bath and getting out of the bath . If it can be combined, it seems to be acceptable. Thinking about it, Lu Yun suddenly thought of the strange expression on his sister's face when he went out. Tangled. Pretty face blushing, this. Did my sister already know about this? Lu Yun's mood became more complicated. Looking up at the four elders in front of them, their expressions and eyes were all in agreement. This plan must have been discussed a long time ago. Are these guys actually calculated to this point? However, fortunately, it is to promote the relationship between himself and his sister. If it is replaced by someone else, I am afraid Lu Yun will be angry on the spot. But there is still. Someone is angry. He is Uchiha Fuyak. This guy is angry and jealous. He almost popped out. Even if the position of the patriarch to be determined is taken away by Lu Yun. Now, even the second beauty of Uchiha, Mikoto, who has already been engaged, is going to be robbed . If jealousy can kill, Lu Yun has been killed 100 times by Uchiha Fugaku. Until a choice is presented in front of you. That's when he made up his mind. 1. Silently, listen to the arrangement between Uchiha and L. Reward chakra tripled. 2. Refuse to accept Uka because he is too young. The position of the patriarch of Bo refused to combine with my sister. I decide my own feelings. Rewards, S-level ninjutsu, lay done, likey. 3. Accept the position of Uchiha's patriarch, agree to combine with his sister, and let Uchiha help match. Reward, a level 860. Ninjutsu. Lay done, Chidori sharp spear. Host, please choose. Pondered for a while. Looking at Ukanamamai, he said, I'm too young to be the patriarch. Let's forget about it. As for the affairs with my sister, you don't need to interfere. I don't need anyone else to intervene in the affairs between our sister and brother. Ding. Earn rewards. S, class ninjutsu _ lay done. Chidori. Lu Yun's mind clearly emerged about the use of Rachel, as well as the knot seal, etc. Rachel is an upgraded version of Chidori. Kingbird and Rachel are both spells that change the nature of thunder. When these two spells are used, the output chakra has changed to have the nature of thunder, which can generate a large amount of offensive current and voltage. Its power is too small and can be adjusted by chakra output. And the power of Rachel is enough to cut off the thunder and lightning in nature. Therefore, Rachel is an S-rank ninjutsu. It's okay to be young. I have discussed with the four elders. And before you don't have to inherit the position of the patriarch, after 3 years, you will mature in all aspects. Can be inherited. How is this? DSL asks for subscription, asks for automatic subscription, asks for support 1. Asks for evaluation tickets, asks for comments. Chapter 52, Charge with Thunder Escape Chidori, subscription. Illustration for Kona charging diagram. Lu Yun was really speechless about Uchiha and these 4 Uchiha elders. The head still has to force himself. It's really troublesome to be the patriarch. Liu Yun is helpless. At this time, Uchiha opened again. As for the matter between you and Messer, we can try our best not to interfere, but you have to remember one thing, that your sister must never be with others. Her talent and genes are very strong. Only with a genius like you. It is possible to have a kaleidoscope writing, will I? It's Everyone else is a waste. Bao's Haibo seriously instructed Dao Liu Yun to put his head in the queue. This guy completely treats his sister and himself as tools. This made Liu Yun very uncomfortable. Okay. Since it's alright. Then I'll go back first. I just came back today. I'm a little tired, I want to rest well, next. Liu Yun said. Stretching, no. I want to chat with Bao's Haibo again. Well. Go back. Rest early. Bao's Haibo nodded with a smile. A kind uncle who cares about his back. Liu Yun pouted, these guys pretend to be. It's a set, a set. Liu Yun was too lazy to snort, turned around and left. Looking at the back of Liu Yun's departure. He didn't put away his hypocritical smile until his figure disappeared between Uchiha at the door. Turned. Look at the four elders. Next. Just trying to get that guy out. A ferocity flashed in Bao's Haibo's eyes. Their Uchiha also has a powerful formation. Even the shadow-level powerhouse can survive. What happened recently? The Uchiha family has suffered a lot, and they are going to come up with this formation. Catch the bastard who attacked the clan. Well, let's get ready. Bar. The four elders nodded in unison. This time. They're ready to go. 2. Liu Yun originally wanted to test his sister's thoughts on him. It seems hopeless. Forget it. Go to bed early today. Tomorrow. Go and test Kana's strength. Liu Yun glanced at Kang Na, smiled slightly, and lay beside her. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. It's just that Liu Yun didn't know. Messer didn't fall asleep. She lay on the bowl and couldn't fall asleep. The image of her younger brother kept appearing in her mind. The more. It is the shocked look of Liu Yun standing opposite his younger brother during the day. I feel so cute. No, no, no. Xiaoun is my brother. Can't think of such a thing. Messer shook his head vigorously, expelling the unclean thoughts of the brain worm. But even if she is expelled several times, Liu Yun's figure will appear in her mind every day. Even Mikoto was thinking, my brother was called over by the patriarch today, so he should have said that. If he talked about the union. What did the younger brother think? Him too, will he not like me? Mother, time is tangled again. Liu Yun liked her words. Mikoto felt that it was not suitable. But Liu Yun didn't like her words. Mikoto felt that she had no love for life. So, women, even female ninjas, are also incomprehensible creatures. 1. Night was silent, the sky soon brightened. Mikoto woke up early today. The meal is ready early in the morning. Start early. Rather, she hadn't slept at all last night. Brother thing. Ethics and morals constrain Mikoto's mind, but her complicated feelings make her not know how to communicate with her brother normally. Sister, Kona, and I are going out first. I have an appointment with Kushina to practice today. Xiaoun. Come back early in the morning and I will prepare the meal ahead of time. Motoba village, a separate kanta training ground. At this moment, Liu Yun and Kang Na were standing next to each other and Juzinkan was opposite them. Hong Yui stood outside the training ground. Watching. Hong is also very curious that this special psychic of Liu Yun was once famous. 14,000 years old, it should be very powerful, right? Kona, can you fight like this? Flowing Cloud touched Xiaokangana's head and asked. Sister Kang Naka is a dragon. It stands to reason that the combat power of changing back to the dragon body should be stronger. As for whether Kang Na in human form has combat power, Liu Yun is not quite sure yet. That's why I came to test. Connor's hairball like little tail wagged. Explained. Words need energy, otherwise there is no way to attack. Energy. Liu Yun paused slightly. he remembered that in the original book, Kona needed to be recharged for energy. It should be like this. But how to charge it now? Hey one, there is a mountain. Is it a cloudy chakra? And there are several thunder-type ninjutsu. Wang Gran Kangana can be charged through the electricity of the socket, so it should also be able to absorb Chidori and Chidori flow. And Rachel's battery, right? As long as Lu Yun controls it, don't use his wife's damage. In theory, it should be able to charge Kong Na. Do it when you think of it. Test Z no more. Lu Yun directly used Chidori. Gathered a ball of lightning in his hands. Kona. Put your tail over here and see if you can replenish your energy. Quantity. M. Kong Na saw the electric current in Lu Yun's hand. I can already feel the familiar energy. This current. Recharge yourself with energy. Kana handed her little hairball tail to Lu Yun's hand, and a current came, which was absorbed as expected. And very comfortable. Kushina and Wenrihong next to them saw this scene. Stunned for a moment. Didn't understand what this was doing. What surprised Kushina was that Chidori's power could kill even Jounin. This little girl's tail can actually absorb birds. Awesome. Fox L. And this absorption. It took a long time to absorb it. Lu Yun grabbed the tail of Kana's little furball. Pretty mushy. But she catch. Kong Na's originally three-nun little face turned red slightly and subconsciously made a sound. Lu Yun was stunned. 111111Z11__. DSL ask for subscription L ask for automatic reading. Ask for support 1 ask for evaluation ticket. Ask for comment. Ask for reward. Chapter 53, Electrical Attack, subscribe. Master Liu Yun 1 don't pinch anywhere. Kong Na's lovely voice came out, clearly passed into Lu Yun, as well as Kushina and Red Ear. The Red Loli blushed slightly and lowered her head. Kushina raised her eyebrows, what the hell is this guy doing? And what does it mean? Kushina's face gradually darkened. This little bastard had only snatched his first kiss before, but now he is with a little girl younger than him. Babies get together _ could it be that he really wants to open a harem 3? The second thought of the harem, the thought of sharing Lu Yun with others. Kushina's heart was burning. This is absolutely impossible. If Lu Yun opens the harem, she will definitely not care. Both men and women are selfish in love and do not like to share with others. Of course, in Naruto world, 3 wives and 4 concubines are still accepted. After all, some national names are 3 wives and 4 concubines, or even more wives. This is why Lu Yun dared to shout in front of Tsunade and Kushina, I want to become the king of the harem. The man. Reason. If it is in the past life, it is impossible for the future. But in this world, if your strength is strong enough, no one dares to force you in 2338, no matter if you have 2 or 3 women, you will not be told. On the contrary, I am afraid that someone will send women. This is a world where strength is respected. Soon, the charging is over, and Kong Na is full of energy. After Kong Na finished speaking, she directly retracted her little tail. Being pinched by Lu Yun made her feel uncomfortable for a long time. This kind of feeling L is not uncomfortable, it is a very strange feeling. And after being pinched a few times, Kong Na was actually addicted. She was afraid that she would be too addicted, so she hurriedly pulled it back. Well, then go and fight with all your strength. Lu Yun coughed lightly and said seriously. Kong Na went straight to the opposite of Kushina. Kushina. Get ready, let's get started. You don't need to tell me. Just let the horses come. Kushina directly scolded Lu Yun without even looking at him. I do not know how it is. Seems to be inexplicably angry? Oh woman. Really big pig trotters. Lu Yun didn't speak either, but started to observe the battle to see how strong Kang Na Pai's battle, CIBC, was when he returned to the dragon shape. Electrical attack. Kona raised her little hand and wagged her tail. A blue-purple thunder and lightning sword slashed towards Kushina, and the lightsaber had a live current, and it felt very powerful in the sky insect. This feeling, as if it can penetrate everything, it makes people subconsciously feel very dangerous. Kushina, who was still slightly contemptuous of Xiaokangana, suddenly became serious. This attack. It doesn't look any weaker than Lu Yun's original Chidori. _2 done, 2 Liubi. Kushina hurriedly sealed the seal. An earth escape defensive ninjutsu is thrown. However, what shocked her was that Kang Na's attack hit the dirt wall. It actually destroyed the defensive ninjutsu in an instant, and this attack was still eyeing and rushing towards her. Kushina didn't have time to think about it at all, so she hurriedly used a substitute technique to hide away. And the wood of the stand-in was instantly shattered by an electric attack. Then Kona's electrical attack disappeared. It has the destructive power of a level ninjutsu. The skills are not bad. Lu Yun nodded slightly. The red loli on the side gradually showed a surprised expression when she heard Lu Yun's words. A level ninjutsu? I didn't expect this little girl younger than me to be able to use a level ninjutsu. This instant. Red feels like he's been beaten. But the next blow is really hard. Because Kang Na appeared in front of 5 attacks with electric current again. Continuous electrical attack. Kona's tail moves. All attacks are as if they were ordered. In an instant. Kushina rushed over. 2 done, Earth Flow Wall. 2 done, Tulio City Wall 1 _. Kushina threw out 2 defensive ninjutsu in a row, and even used it on the wall of the city. A tall and generous defense like a city wall appeared directly in front of her. However, the 5 attacks came together. It still shatters the earth flow wall in an instant. Then it directly hit the wall of the soil stream. A burst of dust and snow erupted, and I couldn't see what happened inside. Not much. I just heard a scream. It seems that Kushina was attacked. Connor tilted her head. Looking at the tall city wall in front of you, ready to attack again, this time 10? Wait 1. Kana doesn't need it, enough is enough. Lu Yun hurriedly stopped Kang Na. 5 attacks have already surpassed rank ninjutsu, so if you do more than a dozen attacks, you will definitely have S rank power. I didn't expect Kang Na in human form to be so strong. In addition to the need to replenish energy, Kona's combat power is at the shadow level, _. Because she's more than that kind of attacker. Kona can also transform into dragon form. As for the fighting power of the dragon form, Lu Yun looked at the injured Kushina and decided not to experiment anymore. Kushina is an elite jonin. And there are 9 tails in the body. Chakra is much more than ordinary elites, but even she can't stop Kang Na, which shows Kang Na's strength. The power of this psychic beast has been recognized by Lu Yun. Sister Kushina, are you alright? Lu Yun came over, and Kushina was using basic medical ninjutsu to heal herself. It's alright. It's just a small injury, I can handle it myself. Kushina shook it. Heal some minor injuries yourself. But El Jusina was very shocked when she looked at Kang Na. Such a little guy. Is he even stronger than himself? That kind of attack just now, what kind of ninjutsu is that? It can be fired without a knot, so it's too late to stop it. This is actual combat. Kushina felt like she was dead. Seeing Lu Yun fondly touching Kang Na's little head, Ju Xian Nai's hand could not help but squeeze slightly. Before on the battlefield, because his strength was too weak, he couldn't help Lu Yun. Now even such a little girl can't beat Kusanagi. He didn't even think he deserved to be by Lu Yun's side. If I also have the power, he should be, 1. Kushina once again had a thirst for power. This is the first time. PSL ask for subscription, L ask for automatic subscription, L ask for support, L ask for evaluation ticket, 1 ask for comment, ask for reward, L ask for reminder, 1 ask for monthly pass, ask for evaluation ticket and ask for support. Please leave a message, _1. Chapter 54, Peace is coming, subscribe. Do you want 9 weights? If you want strength, give me your body and I can give you strength. Beyond all the diabolical measures. Power. Kushina, who was sleeping, woke up suddenly, and sat up from the bed. Breathing heavily. There was panic in her eyes. It was as if he had seen something terrible just now. It's it? It can actually talk to me? Kushina knew what the terrifying thing she was talking to was, but she didn't dare to say it. She is afraid. Afraid that this incident will expose E. Because of Kushina's desire for 9 quantities. The seal is getting looser. That thing seems to be coming out soon. Of Konoha recently, Dfi and Rizan themselves were too busy, not to mention checking the seal. Kushina sat on the edge of the bed, bowed her head, rubbed her head with both hands, her face was very pale. She saw what Liwei really looked like. I also felt the powerful force of Liwei. Although Liwei, not a good thing. But its power L is really strong. In particular, Kushina raised her jade hand slightly. A red chakra slowly rises in the center of the palm. It looks like there is only a little bit of red, but the power contained in it. It's hard to think about it. This is power. The power that Kushina wanted for a long time. In fact, many people in this world want strength, some people want strength for comfort, or there are important people who want to protect. But Kushina is different. She just wanted to prove herself in front of Lu Yun. Let Lu Yun notice him, and let him look at him. And she finally had a friend. A person she likes and also likes herself. Kushina doesn't want to miss this sheep beast to fall in love with a soil-year-old child. But love is like a storm, and it can't stop it when it comes. What's more, Lu Yun took away her first kiss, so she didn't care. It proves that Kushina has acquiesced. However, Kushina was struggling. Debating whether I should use this power or not. She knows very well that although this power is powerful and incomparable, she must pay a considerable price to obtain it. There is no free lunch in this world. Don't worry, you can use this power as you like. If you want more power, you can call me at any time. A charming voice sounded. Farther and farther slowly disappeared in Kushina's mind. Kushina closed her eyes. Fell into silent contemplation. Liu Yun Taran. I want energy. Kong Na grabbed Lu Yun's clothes and cried out cutely. Since the last time. Training ground. After Liu Yun used the bird to charge Kong Na once, she has been pestering Liu Yun for the past 2 days to continue charging. Recharging isn't just about using skills. It also makes Kona very comfortable and seems to be growing. She can actually absorb Chidori and Rachel's energy infinitely to make her body grow. This made Lu Yun a little surprised. Is it? By absorbing energy, can Kangana grow into an adult dragon? He was so powerful when he was young. If he were an adult, wouldn't it be true that even Kagaya Tatsutsuji would not have beaten him? Kona is a dragon after all. Who knows? Will there be any dragon-specific inheritances or skills that will be awakened when they grow up? As a dragon, except for the 4 legs called dragons in the West. The other dragons are very powerful creatures. Especially the otherworldly dragons. All kinds of opening and hanging do not explain. You may be cute when you are young, but you will definitely be fierce when you grow up. If that's the case, then I need to replenish energy often after I let Kong Na evolve as soon as possible. Lu Yun thought to himself. He grabbed the tail of Kong Na's little hairball in his hand, and let her absorb it. Cultivate a strong person of your own. Also, it is the second part of Lu Yun's power. The current ninja war is just a small fight, and the real power is Madara Uchiha, Heiju, and Deijian Mukagaya, _. It's so comfortable. Kona closed her eyes as if she were bathing in the sun. Enjoyed it? Lu Yun and Chaikin couldn't help but smile when they saw it. For flowers _____2. Kong Na is really cute. Except for her huge appetite, she has almost no faults. The three of them are like a family of three. When Messer thought of this, Xiaolian couldn't bear it. Live read. What the hell happened to her? Why do I always have such unethical thoughts in my head? Mikoto shook her head and didn't dare to think about such a thing again, just because the patriarch Uchiha said it once. She can never forget. Lu Yun also noticed that her sister was distracted from time to time. But I didn't take it too seriously, I just thought my sister might be too tired. All have dark circles. However, such a happy life is really a sun. This is the warm day that Lu Yun wants. He was originally a salted fish. He didn't want it at all. Zhibo rises and works hard. He will not work hard for the will of fire. However, the more you want to be leisurely, the more you cannot be leisurely. Lu Yun didn't know. A big plan revolving around him. In the discussion between Danzo and the three generations of Hokage, it is slowly implemented. 1. An unfortunate life always comes to an end. It's like 3 wars. After a year and a half of fighting. On the battlefields of Laiyan village and Yuyan village, the 3 major countries were gradually getting tired. Benyeto took the lead in proposing a truce. Jiping, the head coach of the 3 major countries, agreed without hesitation to sign an armistice agreement. And then each withdrew the ninja. Although the Ninja World War has not completely ended, but in the Yuyan village battlefield, the fighting has gradually subsided. Countless ninjas were overjoyed to finally be able to return to the village to gather with their family and friends. The 3 big countries do not participate in the battle, and other small ninja villages and ninjas can't turn over any big waves _ I believe it won't take long. The war will end completely and enter an unprecedented period of peace. Of course, if you want peace to come completely, in addition to success, you have to manage it well except for the end. The end of the foreign war is the time of the civil war, all the unstable factors in the one will enter the peace period, and there will be no more .bs. El Shui Tum and Shuas Haikian 11 Garden Blind Comments 151 Seeking support, seeking evaluation tickets ______3 things cmdy.7 sansiayok.com 7/6.1 This year's 3-1.0.com Original Works Unciang Reading. Chapter 55, Kaleidoscope Writing. Will I subscribe? I can finally go back to the village. I've had enough of the damn weather in Yuyan village. On the way back to the village, Jiraiya had an expression of relief. Most of the people who died here, including many familiar ninjas that Jiraiya knew, also died in this war, and they were already depressed. Coupled with the bad weather in Yuyan village, it makes people feel breathless and dull, and it's really nice to be able to get out of here so soon. Along with Jiraiya, there are Orokiban, Uchiha surviving clansmen, and many Konoha ninjas. They serve as the strong force of Yuyan village's battlefield. These ninjas. Leave _ officially announces Konoha's retreat from Yuyan village. Jiraiya-sama, may I ask why Tsunade-sama hasn't come back? Naomi was treated by Tsunade. The ninja who saved his life, Blood Jiraiya, is also away. He originally wanted to thank 660 face-to-face, Mr. Tsunade, but after the war, he didn't even meet Mr. Tsunade in person. Jiraiya also glanced at the ninja and fell silent for a while. Why didn't Tsunade come back? In fact, he himself doesn't know. After the armistice was declared in the Land of Thunder, Tsunade left a few letters without saying goodbye. 1. To the 3 generations of Hokage and Mr. Sarutobi. 1. One is for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and one is for Liu Yun. No one knew where she went. Disappeared without even a single shot. Xiao Liu Yun, I know you are thinking of me. Although I miss you a little too, but now I don't want to go back to Konoha. Don't come to me either. I want to live a leisurely life for a while. The war has already made me a little rough, and I don't want to repeat this kind of life. Don't come to me, remember. Don't come to me. And the world is so much. You can't find mine either. And you're still young, so don't waste your time on this old woman like me. Lu Yun read Tsunade's letter. Especially the last 2 paragraphs, he deliberately read a few colors repeatedly. Tired of war, this sentence must be true. At that time on the battlefield, Tsunade had already expressed his meaning. She doesn't want to be in the fight anymore. I don't want to kill. I also don't want to watch people in my village get killed too compared to war. She prefers to drink a little wine and occasionally gamble with friends. This is life. Forward. It's normal to say a few words in front of you, but it's a little strange after that. She repeated it 3 times in a row, don't come to me. 3 times, is this implying that Lu Yun is looking for her? And in the last sentence, Tsunade is the most annoying when others call her old, but this time she actually calls herself mistress. He told Lu Yun that it was impossible between them. Repeating one thing in a row, and the strange words in the last 10 days, Lu Yun thought about it for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Lu Yun, come and find me, if you find me, be your girlfriend. Well, that's what it should mean. Lu Yun put down the letter. Serious point. Whether she meant it or not. Anyway, in Lu Yun's eyes, Tsunade means this. It's like a sentence from a previous life, you come to catch me? I'll let you li. Thought here. Liu Yun is suddenly full of power? Pack up, just leave tomorrow. Of course, before leaving, Lu Yun had to settle Kang Na well. If he goes out to find Tsunade, Liu Yun can't care about cooking for Kang Na, so he can only leave it at home to let her sister take care of her, and by the way, Kang Na can protect her sister. After all, Kona. But have a movie level. Even more than the strength of the shadow level, there is no need to worry about the safety of her sister in S. And Lu Yun also found a very useful way to summon Kang Na at any time. Kang Na is a psychic beast, as long as Lu Yun forms an array, no matter where Kang Na is in this world, she can reach Lu Yun in an instant. Very quickly. In other words, it would be much more convenient if you could do the Flying Thunder God technique. Lu Yun thought about it for a while. Fei Lei Shen's strength. Whether fighting, fleeing, or moving is one of the best skills. When Lu Yun was thinking, in front of him appeared long-lost option. In the past 6 months, options will occasionally appear, but they are all optional abilities, as well as some chakra pills that can increase the number of chakras. The best reward is that the chakra has been doubled several times. There is also physical and mental strength. A year, Lu Yun's current chakra number and strength have reached the shadow level or even stronger. If you meet AI again, Lu Yun can defeat him more effortlessly. Not only that, he has the power to fight even against the 8 tails. Without further ado, let's look at the options. 1. Don't go looking for Tsunade. Women can't get used to it. What should I do? Wait for her to come back. Reward, the title of Straight Steel Man, worn by girls from different dimensions. Covers in 8 colors, a total of 101. 2. Bring Kusina and sister Cheiko. Let's go to Qianshao Tsunade together, and come to a harem to unite. As a reward, The S-level sealing technique sealed all the ghouls. 3. Go out of the village alone to find Renchao Tsunade. Reward, awaken the kaleidoscope writing will I. Host, please choose. Lu Yun's spirit suddenly shook. 10,000 flowers abbreviation will I? It's finally here LL. This half year. Liu Yun has been waiting for the option to appear kaleidoscope shaker. He didn't want to awaken his eyes because he lost some important talents, so he could only rely on options to get the chance to awaken. If you want Lu Yun and Uchiha Itachi to destroy all relatives and friends to get to the kaleidoscope, then he absolutely won't. Clan members can kill, but elder sister Lu Yun will not start anyway. It's impossible to kill my sister and prove it in this life. After waiting for so long, the kaleidoscope writing wheel has finally dried up. Lu Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the 5.6 excitement in his heart. Kaleidoscope 1. I don't know what ability my kaleidoscope writing wheel will awaken. Lu Yun was inexplicably excited in his heart. This time, the reward is indeed a bit rich. Example, 100 : Why? Liu Yun means the first S-rank sealing technique, one by one, the ghouls are sealed. This trick is really powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that even a shadow-level powerhouse can be sealed at will. Of course, ghoul sealing is too expensive to use once. The price of life Lu Yun abandons this option without hesitation. Therefore, it is still the most practical kaleidoscope. PSL ask for subscription L ask for automatic reading ask for support L ask for evaluation ticket L ask for comment. Ask for reward ask for reminder. Ask for monthly ticket. Ask for evaluation ticket ask for support L ask for message, _. Chapter 56, Bug Level Ability, subscribe. Sister, Kushina, and Hong Xian. You don't have to send it away. Just stay here for a month or two, if you really can't find her. I'll be back soon. Well, Xiaoun, be careful on the road. Don't worry, don't you know my strength? And don't forget that my eyes are. Lu Yun confidently pointed to his eyes. Kushina and Sister Mikoto have already known about the awakening of the kaleidoscope. After all, I get along with my sister under the same roof every day. How could not be found? So Lu Yun directly told my sister S that he had awakened a kaleidoscope. Lu Yun still remembers clearly. At that time, her sister's shocked expression. His younger brother awakened the legendary one who abbreviated will I. Mikoto was shocked at first. Then she cried with joy. Brother is so talented. If parents have spirits in heaven. Must be very 28 hin. This is the legendary kaleidoscope writing will I? L. Okay, I'll go first, Kong Na. You have to listen to your sister. When I come back, I will bring you something delicious. Lord Liu Yun, kid on the road. Kong Na has gradually become more talkative recently. She has become sisters with Sister Mikoto for half a year, and she is also called sister and sister. Xian Xiaoluli and Yuhi Hong Xiaoluli also wanted to go over and say hello to Liu Yun. But seeing Mikoto's sister L, they still gave Mikoto the time to say hello. Kushina quietly watched the back of Lu Yun leaving, hesitated for a while, and finally did not follow. Walking out of Benai village, the confident expressions and smiles on Lu Yun's face were all gone. There was no smile, but a little more silence. Lu Yun's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes awakened, and at the same time, both eyes awakened their respective abilities. Blood and these two abilities are very bulletin. However, the price is too high. Lu Yun looked ahead, his eyes slowly rolled. Getting clearer. Pupil strength is getting stronger and stronger. The kaleidoscope of Liu Yun is very beautiful, and it is possessed when viewed from the front. The splendid colors are like shooting stars, and when the eyes move slowly, the trajectories that are both real and illusory are rippling. Most of the stars. It's like it's all there. The moment the perfect pattern is formed. The overwhelming pupil power rushed in quickly, and the whole world was in the eyes of Lu Yun. It was completely different from the time of Sangguyu. Things that Sangguyu can't see can now be clearly seen. Clearer and more concise. Everything around, in the 360-degree corner, all things are presented in Liu Yun's mind like a three-dimensional 3D image. Not only the local observation power has become stronger. This is more, a kind of grasp of the overall situation, the control of the surrounding world. Nothing can elevate one's own observation. As if reigning. God of all things. With the eyes of a bystander, observe everything between heaven and earth. This is the kaleidoscope writing will I. The world in kaleidoscope observation. And the kaleidoscope is even more powerful. Each person who awakens to the kaleidoscope has his own unique attributes, his own life, and his personality. Beliefs are closely related. Writing will eyes. The eyes of spiritual portraiture. Reflects the desires and pursuits of the human heart. Kaleidoscope writing will eye, not to mention that it can be big. It's just these perverted eyes with strong L. It's no wonder that in the original work, Uchiha Itachi would be so dangling after awakening the kaleidoscope, and now he can understand a little bit. Kaleidoscope does not only rely on ability, of course, the most important thing is ability. But even without the ability, these eyes are still bugs. And the power of his eyes is right eye _ analysis of all things. Probably, see through everything in the world. Parse everything you don't understand, even to find the weakness of such a thing. The writing wheel of Lu Yun's right eye started to run rapidly. In Lu Yun's eyes, everything in the world became more and more clear. The whole world is in Lu Yun's eyes, and there is nothing to hide Lu Yun's pupil strength, looking into the distance. It is even possible to observe the tiny components of this tree, one by one, and even a little smaller, and finally, molecular particles can be observed. Hundreds of billions of information poured into Liu Yun's brain, and all observations made by the will eye the information that arrived, Lu Yun is all clear. And on this tree, there are actually many densely packed lines, beating in the air. Different lines outline a beautiful and flawless trajectory E. These lines have no color. They don't even exist in this world. But Lu Yun's eyes were able to see, and the brain worm actually showed the purpose of every line. For example, time, a space, cause, destiny, etc. Lu Yun took out a kunao and threw it at the thread called karma, life, and death. Brush. Kunao just passed through the tree. It was as if something jumped out in the air. Ordinary people can't see and hear anything. Only Lu Yun's writing wheel saw it. That line was cut by kunao. Immediately afterwards, I saw this towering tree, crashing to the ground. Without the slightest warning, it began to shrink directly. Died in seconds. 1. This terrifying ability is just like the magic eye of the two rituals. In the same way, as long as you can see the cut off the line, even 923 gods can kill L. However, as Lu Yun said before, although his eyes are incomparably powerful, he has a fatal flaw. Lu Yun had just used it for a while, and his right eye had already begun to bleed. It hurts. That's the price, ma'am. If you use it continuously, I'm afraid it won't last long, and your eyes will be worn out. Lu Yun muttered to himself while wiping blood. I was also a little shocked. This is an attack against an object with a weak line of life and death, and there will be such serious consequences. If it is against the upper shadow level powerhouse, or the stronger person, I am afraid that with a few powers, the right eye will be completely blinded. The ability of this eye is very busk _L, but compared with the eye of straight death, the price is too much. There is no sequelae of the devil's eye of death. It seems that this ability can only be used in the future. Use L as a whole card and can't use it casually, otherwise, if you are blind, it will be a big loss. If the eyes are blind, Lu Yun's strength may be directly reduced by 50%. If only I could think of a way to avoid blindness. 11111111 PS. Ask for subscription, ask for automatic reading L, ask for support, ask for evaluation ticket, ask for comment. Ask for reward L, ask for reminder. Chapter 57, The Price of Terror, for subscription. To keep your eyes from being blind. In fact, the Uchiha family really has such a method, that is to write a kaleidoscope to the eye. Evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope. But want to evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope? It is necessary to transplant the eyes of the blood of the close relatives, and it is also a huge requirement. According to Uchiha's genealogy records, the evolution method of the eternal kaleidoscope is very harsh. After the host itself has opened the kaleidoscope, another pair of kaleidoscopes needs to be transplanted, and it must be the eyes of a close relative. And in addition to these two requirements. In addition, there is another point, Lu Yun's talent must be strong enough. Otherwise, the eye transplant will be useless. It will even kill Lu Yun. In other words, this thing still depends on talent. Lu Yun carefully felt the feeling in his right eye. After using it once just now, the vision of his right eye dropped by about 5 quetzales%, that is to say. This ability is the most famous and can be used 9 times, and it is not necessary to face the strong. If it is a 6 level, or a shadow level powerhouse, I am afraid that 2 or 3 times will be blind. However, if the kaleidoscope is never used again in the future, the blindness speed will be reduced a lot. It is estimated that it will last about 10 years. Yes, Lu Yun's eyes are too terrifying, even if he doesn't use his abilities. Vision is impaired. Every minute, every second, every day is weakening. This is why Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh that the price of Zbus ability was too great. As for the ability of the left eye, it is also a --bus ability. But Lu Yun hasn't dared to test it yet. Because he doesn't use his strength, he will lose his vision. If he uses it, it will be fatal. In short, the right eye can be used less in the future, and use it as little as possible. Especially when observing life and death and the line of cause and effect, do not use it directly, otherwise the vision will almost plummet. The left eye is still normal. But Lu Yun made a comparison based on the right eye. If the ability of the left eye is not used, eyesight is only about 25 to 30 years old. After 30 years, you will be blind. This is the overview of Lu Yunxian's eyes. As long as the kaleidoscope is not used indiscriminately, the time is still relatively abundant. The bottom line is 30 years, 3 soil years should be enough. Within 30 years, find a way to restore eyesight. Uchiha has a lot of information, all of which are the research materials of the Uchiha people from generation to generation. Countless cases of writing will are reserved. With Su-Ming, it has a great effect on Lu Yun. Of the writing will from the point of being poor and white, it is estimated that it will take many years for this alone. It may not be effective. After all, eyes are no better than other parts, so you can't do experiments on your own eyes, right? If it really doesn't work, you can only go on the road of human experimentation. 2.2/ On the way to the land of rain, Lu Yun sighed deeply. After this year, I will only be 40 years old, and I will be blind at the age of 4. Lu Yun is a little unwilling. He doesn't want to be blind. I don't want to have my sister's eyes transplanted either. So there is only one way to do research with all the information of Uchiha. It really doesn't work, Lu Yunkai has to use Uchiha's living people for experiments. It's like Tai Shiwan. For strength, test with living people. And Lu Yun is to keep himself from being blind. Of course, this is the last resort, not a last resort. Lu Yun didn't want to be the kind of person who was too snaky. Although he is a little more selfish, he has not reached the point where he has no bottom line. Lu Yun's bottom line is, 1. Don't hurt others until you are not blind and there is no crisis. But if you are blind, still maintaining the heart of the virgin, Lu Yun can't do it. As a traveler, he still has a lot of dreams to fulfill. How can you be blind? Ah! It's really confusing. Why is this ability so perverted? Lu Yun thought about L and couldn't help but sigh. Nengju is strong, but the price is too high. However, Lu Yun had to give up this kaleidoscope ability to analyze everything. He is reluctant. Such a strong trump card after all. It's a pity to miss it. The best and worst strategy is to experiment, and Lu Yun's best strategy is to get the eternal kaleidoscope writing will I from the options. A so that you don't have to be blind. In the tangled thinking, Lu Yun's speed was much slower. 5 days. Lu Yun arrived at the land of rain slowly. For the past 5 days, Lu Yun has been researching how to keep his eyes from becoming blind. In addition, he also took out the scroll that his sister gave him a long time ago and looked at it several times. But this is recorded above, some of Uchiha's ninjutsu, there is no way to make the kaleidoscope writing will I vision not good at all? Right. Throughout the entire Uchiha family, from the first generation to the last generation, even the strongest Uchiha Madara, he felt. When waking up to the kaleidoscope, the eyes will definitely not lose sight by themselves. Like a cloud. If you don't use the kaleidoscope, you will lose your eyesight. This is the only one. If you want to get the corresponding ability, you have to pay the corresponding price. Lu Yun couldn't help but think of this sentence. Little mad, no more. Lu Yun shook his head, used a fireball technique, and destroyed the scroll at will, heading towards the land of rain. Ninjutsu Liu Yun on the scroll has learned it? It's useless. So I just burned it? As for the eyes after finding Tsunade, let her help check it out. Next, there may be a way to treat it. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is very strong. In the Naruto world, it is also the top column. If she can't do anything, then there's really no way. Originally, Lu Yun was looking for Tsunade just for he, but now, there are more goals. Eye treatment. Entering the territory of the country of rain, the pattering rain kept falling. The land of rain is also famous for this, and it rains all year round. And this time, the kingdom of rain, of Lees, is also very unlucky. Because of the battle between the kingdom of fire and Yunyin, the small country of the kingdom of rain was involved in it, causing a lot of losses. The traces of battles can be seen everywhere, and the Konoha ninjas have not retreated for a long time, and the kingdom of rain has not even had time to rebuild their homes. The rain in the sky seems to convey the country's Jinghao. This, Liu Yun had to sigh for 10 days. Konoha's peace and justice. Also just for Konoha. Konoha for his own peace. Caused too many deaths in other villages. But this is war, this is reality. Strong strength. You are just for peace and justice, weak strength, you have to be graceful and flatter others when you are carried. 111, 111, 1211. PSL ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for support, ask for evaluation ticket, L2, ask for comment. Chapter 58, The Trio of Nagato, Yahiko, and Zionan subscribe. The reason why clouds come to the country of rain is Tsunade is Lu Yun who disappeared on the battlefield of the land of rain and wanted to look for it. Maybe she is still in the country of rain. By the way, Lu Yun also wanted to ask Zillet. Maybe this guy knew where Tsunade went. In short, the busy search is definitely not as fast as such a pressing question. Zillet also heard about it in the land of rain because of some things. It seems that on the way back to the village with Tai's heli, one accidentally met 3 little kids, and then took them as apprentices, and then Jirei stayed in the country of rain and taught them. 3 wimpy kids. Lu Yun seemed to have thought of something. If you guessed correctly, it is likely to be Vortex Nagato, Midu. Xionin 3 people. If it is really these 3 people, Liu Yun would like to see it, mainly to see the Eye of Reincarnation. If you guessed right, Uzumaki Nagato has already been transplanted by Uchiha class. Lu Yun wants to go and see Samsara Eye. Ask Tsunade for information. By the way, learn about the Eye of Reincarnation. But it seems that this guy is hiding very secretly. Liu Yun has been in the country of rain for about 10 days, and Tsunade's figure has disappeared. I didn't even find it if I saw it or said it. Strange. Where is this guy hiding? Stand tall. Looking at the endless wilderness, Lu Yun felt a little helpless. Especially in this country of rain, it often rains, which makes people very annoying. Lu Yun was helpless, so he could only use the writing wheel to start a wide-ranging search to find the trace of 073 Zilla_ye. Fortunately, the country of rain is not very big. While walking, I searched. Liu Yun searched almost all over the country of rain, and finally found Jirei's position. The residence of Ji Lai and his 3 apprentices. It is a very remote area in the land of rain. It was once devastated by war. Now there are 10 rooms and 9 empty spaces, and there are not many people. Jirei has taught Nagato here and few people have found it. If it is not for Liu Yun kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, the insight is very strong. I'm afraid I haven't found this guy yet. Lu Yun looked at it carefully, and the location was indeed good. There are several occupied houses, and there is a large open space in front of the house. Just suitable for a few people to use as a training ground. There is also a forest not far away, and there are many wild beasts in it, which is also the second reason why there are few residents here. But for Jiraiya, say, that's fine. It can be used as a place to practice actual combat in the wild, and can also be used to catch some prey to eat. After all, in the country of rain now, almost all the dealers are deserted. Not much to eat. Arrived, several people from Zilla were also walking outside the house. Jiraiya is still the same carefree look. He had long silver white hair like a bad boy, wore a forehead guard with the word oil written on it, and walked out of the room with a few people in casual clothes. But they are actually steady. Chakra cohesion. The amount of chakra is very powerful. By Qian Liu Yun couldn't find such a situation even if he looked at Zilla, because Sanguyu's insight was not as strong as one who is abbreviated will I. This time, I used a kaleidoscope to observe Jiraiya Liu Yunmu to discover his true strength. At least it is close to the strength of the movie level. Of course, there is no Lu Yun strong, and there is no Lu Yun's chakrado. A little observation, you can see it below. Just after Lu Yun's observation was over, another red-haired boy walked out. Standard red hair, this should be the Whirlpool Nagato. That is, the leader of the Akatsuki organization later. Little kid. Force from him. Is this power : reincarnation too? Lu Yun muttered to himself for a 10-day period. At such a young age, Uzumaki Nagato will definitely not have shadow level strength, so only Samsara can have such a strong power. Nagato's reincarnation eye should have opened. And Nagato was covered by red hair. Lu Yun can feel the powerful pupil power, the chakra in Nagato. Also very large, with no Kusina, who has the power of a tailed beast, is comparable to that of the Yoga clan, and his physique is really not an ordinary pervert. If they were fighting for their lives, it would be Chunin, in Nagato's hands now. I'm afraid it will be defeated quickly too. What he lacks may just be combat experience. Nagato. Wait for me, I will surpass you today. Another orange-haired teenager ran out. Cheerful Yang. Chid, This is Nagato's friend, Yahiko. The strength is indeed strong. Even if not as good as Nagato, but still a genius. In the later Xiao organization, I can serve as the leader, so that everyone is convinced that L has no two brushes can't do that. Coupled with its unique charisma, it can be said to be a very qualified leader. While patting Nagato on the shoulder, Yahikoichi, smiling, the relationship between the two is obviously very important. Young children are lively. Behind a few people, came out a little girl with blue hair. The little girl is very quiet and cute. With a gentle smile on his face, even though he is very young now, he has already seen a bit of beauty. It is a pure and gentle queen like daffodils. This should be Angel Xiaonan. I didn't expect Xiaonan when I was a child. It's so cute. Not too cold at all. Looks warm. Very innocent and cute. At this time, Xiaonan was really innocent and cute, she was an innocent little girl. After observing a few people for a while, An Liuyun came out. Jiraiya, I finally found you. After Liuyun saw Jiraiya, he smiled and said, Liuyun. Jiraiya was stunned at first, and then a smile blossomed on his face. You boy. There has been no movement for half a year, and there have been several news from the village. They said that your treasure is not going out at home. I thought you were sick. What? If I get sick so easily, I'll have to underscore. Liuyun said with a smile, looking at the three children behind him. Liuyun pretended not to know him and said, Zillet. They are the apprentices you hired? I heard that you are here for these apprentices. They don't even return to the village. It seems that they have good qualifications. The three children were also looking at Liuyun at this time, with doubts in their eyes. They had also seen some Konoha ninjas before, and they all came to persuade Zillet to go back. But they were all carried by Jiraiya, they didn't even dare to fart. But today this ninja actually let Jiraiya, so kindly. Wait, it must be very unusual. Haha, of course. They are all my apprentices. Jiraiya also smiled smugly, especially when he thought of Nagato's samsara eye, let alone sing in his heart. Nagato is the legendary son of prophecy, although others do not know the son of prophecy. But Jiraiya can also know very clearly that L has a mysterious reincarnation eye. With great talent. Accepted like this, an apprentice. Of course, Jiraiya will get in the way get off. Turning around, Jiraiya and Nagato introduced, this is Uchiha Liuyun. What one? He is Raiden Ninja, Uchiha Liuyun 9. Underscore. The three of Uzumaki Nagato stared at Liuyun, suddenly showing a startled and curious expression. Obviously, they have heard Liuyun's name and title E. DSL new book for collection 1 for flowers L for evaluation ticket for comments 1 for monthly ticket. Chapter 59, Idol level people, subscribe. Are you really Uchiha Liuyun? The ninja who defeated the shadow level AI. And repelled the eight-tailed ninja, Uchiha Liuyun. Nagato and Yahiko stared at Liuyun. There seems to be a mysterious light shining in the eyes. It's me. Liuyun nodded. He didn't think that he would be so famous that even Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko knew him. I'm afraid she has heard her name. Is he really that famous? But think about it. Zillet is also their teacher, and he must have been involved in the matter of Liuyun. Battlefields of the Three Wars. It's possible that Nagato and Midu have heard about their reputation in the Land of Rain for so long. Raiden Ninja, that really doesn't sound good at all. I don't know who took it, although Liuyun started using Thunder Dun Ninjutsu, but his real power is actually Taijutsu. And now there is one more whole card. One who abbreviated will I. The artifact of seconds. Of course, the price is too high, so the whole crew should bear with it. Use normal ninjutsu to deal with it. Zillet also turned his head, looked at the curious trio on his face, and explained with a smile, "Don't look at him as young. I think the name Raiden Ninja is fake. His real name is better than mine. It's much stronger. I just saw that scene when I fought back the 8 tails, and I was able to fight back the 8 tails while dragging my seriously injured body. Boys. I want to see it." "What? Much stronger than Jiraiya-sensei? Besides, the severely injured body repelled." 3 children suddenly widened their eyes. They stared at Lu Yun with horror on their faces. "I thought Lu Yun was just repelling the 8 tails. But I didn't expect to drag the seriously injured body to repel. It seems that the news they heard is not true. Reality is even crazier than legend. Yes. Lu Yun's name is now a legend. At the age of 9, he defeated a ninja who was close to the shadow level. And it can also have 8 tails on the front. Looking at the whole world, no one can do it. 1. The 3 children were surprised and admitted that Lu Yun was much stronger than him, and there was a reason. "How strong is Jiraiya?" The 3 children have been together for a while. Probably got some. During the period of teaching a few people, L has a lot of wanderers. Ninja attacked here. But under Jiraiya, it's almost solved by dividing 3 and 5 by 2. It's not a grade at all. Whether it's Joinin or Chinin Jiraiya, it's easy to solve. This shows his strength. And Jiraiya himself is not a modest and shy type. Even in front of 3 children, he is still too outspoken to repeatedly promote his outstanding performance in several ninja wars. The messenger who defends the peace, the hope of the future of the ninja world, the immortal Jiraiya, etc. All the names that can be added, Jiraiya uses E. Therefore, Jiraiya admitted that he was not as good as Lu Yun, which shocked the 3 of them even more. Because in their eyes, teacher, Jiraiya is no worse than AI, and even he and Yaoi can get on with each other. Here is the key point: it can be seen how tall the image of Jiraiya is in the hearts of the 3 children, although it is blown up. But Jiraiya's strength is still there. Mainly let to little Gentai. A little Loli is shocked that Lu Yun is still so young. She is even younger than Nagato. At such a young age, yet possessing such a powerful force, this is what is truly incomprehensible. How did he cultivate such a strong chakra? And create a level ninjutsu, and continue to create? Several are the most terrifying. The reason why the name of Liu Yun Thunderbolt Ninja was spread out was because he used the original sword Lei Dun Chidori and Lei Dun Chidori Ryu continuously. Both of them were Thunder Ninjutsu, and they were still a level underscore, so they were called Thunderbolt Ninja. Of course, if they knew that Lu Yun still had an S rank Likey in his hand, they would be even more shocked. After all, Rachel is far more destructive than Chidori. S-class is not just talking about it. 3 little kids took a long time. This is how I recovered from the shock and confusion. Several people are curious about Liu Yun, and worship. But Nagato and Mei felt a little ashamed in their hearts. Talent and strength of others are so powerful. They are people who are in the next year, but they are not as good as half of Lu Yun. How can such power bring peace to the world? Nagato and Midu, who were hit hard, were determined to practice harder. Double your practice. At least catch up with Lu Yun's 2.5, seeking flowers. Among the 3, only Xiaonan is more normal. After all, it is a little girl who is very innocent and can be faked, and is not as competitive as a boy at all. Zilla also saw this scene, clapped his hands, and said, "Okay. You go to the daily training first. Didn't you finish yesterday's task?" "Yes. Let's go." Of Nagato and Yahiko's answer made Jiraiya stunned. When did these 2 rebellious little guys become so obedient? After thinking about it, Zilla also glanced at Liu Yun inexplicably, and seemed to have found the problem. However, this kind of attack is still very good, At least these two stinky boys can train hard, and they can save a lot of tongue and time. Liu Yun, let's come in and talk. You should have something to do with me, right? I have something to ask. Zilla also talked to Liu Yun and entered the room. Nagato and Yahiko went to daily training, while Konan, a little girl, was in charge of serving Liu Yun and Jirayako. Konan is a girl after all, so the amount of training is much less than Nagato and Mai. Please use tea. Xiaonan said in a soft voice. The little face was still a little red, and he placed the steaming teacup in front of Liu Yun. Although Xiaonan is not competitive, he is also a ninja, and there are also Xiaoli who worships the strong. And Liu Yun and her age difference. Not a big S has such a powerful force, one worthy of worship. Xiaonan even regards Liu Yun as an idol. In this era, idols are not stars, but powerful ninjas. Liu Yun made a small move. Chong Xiaonan smiled and took the teacup. Suddenly he had a plan in his mind. Arrangements for the future. Since I happen to meet the Nagato trio, let's arrange it by the way. Liu Yun, what's the matter with you? It's not because you want to call me back to Konoha too. Zi Lai also took a sip of tea, looked at Liu Yun, and asked. DSL new book for collection 1 for flowers, L for evaluation ticket. For comment. For monthly ticket. For reminder and for reward. For support please leave. Chapter 60, Reincarnation I, Terrible Feeling, subscribe. No, not for this. Liu Yun shook his head, put down the teacup, and asked, do you know where Tsunade went? I have something to ask her for help. Eyes can't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, the time is 2 o'clock longer. Tsunade may not be able to heal. However, the answer that came from the ground made Liu Yun disappointed. Tsunade. That guy disappeared right after the war and when we were still signing the peace pact, except for a few letters in the room. Nothing was straight and the clothes were gone. Also helpless. With a sigh, she may have packed up long ago. When the war is over, we'll leave without saying goodbye. Jiraiya originally wanted to wait for the end of this war, and make a good deal with Tsunade. Yes, Jiraiya likes Tsunade too. And I've said it many times. It's just that Tsunade never accepted it and didn't like him. Only when 080 he is an ordinary friend. This made Jiraiya very uncomfortable. But he didn't give up. This time he was going to make a confession while the war ended. Tsunade left without saying goodbye. Liu Yun sighed silently. If so, be blind. When to find. There is no need to delay the matter of the eyes. If you can't find Tsunade, it's really troublesome. However, Liu Yun now has another important thing to do. Uzumaki Nagato is a transplanted reincarnation eye. He wants to observe Nagato's reincarnation eye. Because just now, when Liu Yun used his kaleidoscope to look at Samsara eye, he felt a strange power. That is, unclear. Unexplainable power, like, your eyes need it? Liu Yun didn't know what was going on, this feeling was very strange. So, he wants to arrange a visit, and find a way to get close contact, take a look at Nagato and feel it carefully. Liu Yun always felt that his own writing wheel seemed to be able to absorb other writing wheels, including Samsara L. But, isn't that related to the ability of the right eye? Why does the left eye feel too? Liu Yun was very puzzled. This is guesswork without knowledge. It is very troublesome and must be tested by yourself. Jiraiya, are you going back to Konoha? Liu Yun asked. Back to Konoha? Jiraiya's face is full of sadness, and the joke just now relaxed and gradually fade away. It seems to be thinking about something. After thinking for a while, he continued to say, come on. Get up. No. Right now, I have more important things to do. Liu Yun, although Konoha won the ninja war this time, but watching so many people die, I can't be happy in my heart. Obviously they all yearn for peace, but in the end, there is still an emergency, for profit. For hatred, for various reasons, and for various reasons 22, when is the world of ninjas like this? Jireya's eyes were a little tired. It is not so much that Jireya did not return to Konoha because he taught 3 disciples. It would be better to say that Jireya is tired of the never-ending battle, and is confused about the future of the ninja world. So I stayed and wanted to be alone. Jireya also wants to think clearly about the future of the ninja world and the future of ninjas. Then, you can know what kind of goal you want to move towards. There are many smart people in the world. Jirei is not smart either, he is a smart poisoner. And then, have you found the answer? Lu Yun pondered for a while and asked. Not yet. But. Jirei looked at Nagato in the distance, his eyes filled with relief. Said. Look. Lu Yun. It's that red-haired kid. He'll find out the answer for me. Jirei had high expectations for Nagato. Even, compared to another apprentice of Jirei, Namikaze Minato is taller. Many years ago, Jirei also received a prophecy from the immortal Tatode of Miyamu Mountain, and in the prophecy, Jirei would also become a novelist. Traveling around, there will be an apprentice who will bring unprecedented changes to the ninja world. That change could be new life. Could also be destruction. The child of destiny in that prophecy. The future of the entire ninja world is fixed. Jirei also shoulders the arduous mission of guiding the son of destiny. For so many years, Jirei has been looking for the child of destiny. Now, Jirei also believes that he has found it. Vortex Nagato. A boy with eyes like the 6 paths immortal. Zilla also believes that this is by no means accidental, but some kind of destiny. This child is the key to changing the world, and he, Jirei, must do everything he can as a master. Guide this child on the right path. This kid, you said? Won this kid's eyes. Lu Yun did not reveal the slightest flaw. As if he had just noticed Changdor's eyes, he showed a look of surprise, That's right, it's the eye of reincarnation. Even Lu Yun is very surprised if it is you. The first time I saw it, I thought I was dreaming. These are the eyes of legends. Zilla also sighed. Endless S. So you believe that this child is the son of prophecy? Lu Yun asked. How about you? Jirei asked. If it is the eye of reincarnation. I have nothing to say. That's right. This is the eye of reincarnation. Zilla also said. Reincarnation eye, the eyes of the 6 path immortals have the power to create and destroy the world. For so many years, I have never heard of anyone with such eyes, and everyone has always regarded it as a legend. Even if Minato's talent is above Nagato, he once thought that Namikaze Minato might be the son of prophecy. But, see. When Nagato's reincarnation eye, Jirei was convinced in an instant. Nagato is the real son of prophecy, that can be changed. Become a ninja world. I awakened, he even killed Ichinin cleanly. You know, Nagato wasn't even an ordinary shinin at that time. Call it God. Lu Yun then cooperated with Zilla to discuss a lot of content. Especially with regard to Nagato. There are quite a few questions. 4.9 Among the clouds. The state of reincarnation, the awakened ability, etc., Liu Yun has all changed a lot. Originally, these questions still needed Lu Yun to study slowly. But Jirei also said it. Then he just happened to steal this information. Lu Yun always felt that the perception of his eyes to the eyes of reincarnation was very unusual. It's like his kaleidoscope writing will I want to rush up and eat the reincarnation eye. That's what it feels like. Lu Yun himself thought it was incredible. But what was the reason? Why is my kaleidoscope writing wheel like this? Is it really so terrifying to mutate? Can't figure it out. PS New book for collection L. 4 flowers _ for evaluation ticket. Ask for comment L, ask for monthly ticket. Ask for more updates. Ask for reward, please support and ask to stay. 1 collection, recommendation, and sharing. MX _ shiu, _ support Filu Novel Network, //b.fa_100.com, original works, do everything _ enjoy the joy of reading. Chapter 61, This Choice. Subscribe. When did the reincarnation eye of the door awaken, famous and strong? What is the capability and what is the future development? In short, as long as it is all the information about the eye of reincarnation. Flowing clouds all over again. And Jiraiya also told Lu Yun everything without any precaution. He thought that Lu Yun was only concerned about the growth of this destiny child, and did not hide it at all. Just told Lu Yun about everything. In the end, Lu Yun even went so far as to look at the qualifications of the owner of Samsara Eye and help Zilla, saying that he was planning to stay here for a while and he had no doubts, so he agreed. After staying for a few days, Lu Yun and the 3 children also got together. They did not regard Lu Yun as a friend of the same age, but as an elder like Jiraiya. After all, Lu Yun is not a child in every aspect of his speech, tone, and strength. They didn't dare to treat Lu Yun as a child of the same age. Just like there is a good saying. Get in touch with children, in addition to toys and delicious food. And it's just pretending to be forced. Especially for those who have experienced the baptism of war. Precocious children. Only in coercive words. In order to show their own great personality, charm, force. So the clouds are gone. What kind of heaven will come down to too much responsibility, so people must first work hard on their hearts and minds. 3 people must have my teacher. Do not do what you want to do. Learn from the past. Without a single step, there is no way to travel 1,000 miles. Lu Yun shamelessly brought out the words of those sages and saints in another world. Be yourself. A great understanding of the world. The 3 children instantly admired Lu Yun incomparably. These words seemed to be a great drink. Deafening. 3. Could a child have heard such profound and pleasant words? He was even more respectful towards Lu Yun's attitude. Worship even more. To be able to say such profound and thought-provoking words. It proves that Lu Yun does not only possess strength, his views and interpretations of this world are really amazing. Especially U Vortex Nagato, who inspires children who want to change the world. After Lu Yun's words, he was shocked, as if he understood the true meaning. I have been researching my own eyes and reincarnation eyes. He needs to know. What does this feel like? Why does my kaleidoscope writing will I want to eat the reincarnation eye? This. It's too beatable to be, this feeling. Let Lu Yun be a little afraid, don't be afraid. Oh. But at the same time scared. However, he was curious, trying to find out. Where did this feeling come from? Why did he eat the eye of reincarnation? What will happen after eating it? This eat? Not eating eyes, but similar to one. Pupil power? It should be like this _ if the power of the eyes is the pupil power. Lu Yun's kaleidoscope writing round eyes, what I want to eat is this kind of pupil power of samsara eye. A few days. Coupled with Lu Yun's various pretentious high-level tomb surveys. Finally, there is a chance to get in touch with Nagato at close range and down. Flow. Senior Yun. My 8 eyes. Can I really achieve my wish? Nagato raised his head. He looked at Lu Yun, who put his palm on top of his head to check. I don't know what's going on. I feel a little pain in my eyes. Is this the sequelae of the examination too? However, Nagato trusts Lu Yun very much. Didn't suspect anything else. Just thought it was a sequelae. Although Lu Yun is only 10 years old, he is much taller than Nagato. Even taller than many 15 or 16-year-olds. Lu Yun felt it for a while and slowly opened his eyes. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. Seems to have found something. Then the clouds grow. The door smiled, yes. But eyes are only the second part of your ability. If you want to change the world, you need more than eyes. You also need strong enough strength. MMMML. I will work hard to cultivate. Thank you, Senior Lu Yun. Nagato nodded earnestly. Reel 9, whether good or evil. All need strength. He also taught Nagato a few packs. Only then did Lu Yun separate from him. I didn't expect I didn't expect to be able to rely on such a method to restore vision. While walking, Lu Yun took a deep breath. Surprise. The color is on the face. I finally felt the reason why my eyes wanted to eat pupil power. If the opponent's mental strength is not as good as Lu Yun's eyes can absorb the opponent's pupil 9. Just like checking Nagato's eyes just now. That's it? Eyes evolved but can restore his sight. In just 1 minute just now, Lu Yun's left eye lost 0.5% of his vision. But actually recovered 0.3% LLL_. Lu Yun's most troublesome problem. Found a solution. But this is only temporary. To solve the problem completely, it must be upgraded to Eternal 10,000 Flowers Shorthand Will I. Now. Just waiting for options. Maybe there will be the Eternal 10,000 Flowers Shorthand Will I. But the odds are too small. The reward of the option is not something that Lu Yun can control. Otherwise, he will directly adjust himself a super invincible divine body reward. Directly invincible. But that's fine. At least there is a way to prevent myself from being blinded. 803 has a lot more time. Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief. The recent 2 periods of observation have not been in vain. Just when Lu Yun found a way, the long-lost option appeared in front of him again. 1 kill swimming Nagato. Gouge out his reincarnation eye. Later. To supplement your vision. Don't let your eyesight drop. The reward is not as good as the title of the beast, an AC level random body technique. 2 Follow your heart. Follow your heart in everything, don't change yourself because of one thing. Reward, 100 chakra pills. 3 Dig out a reincarnation eye of Vortex Nagato to supplement one's own vision. Reward, 1 B level wind escape ninjutsu. Looking at the options for rewards. There is no eternal kaleidoscope writing will I in it. Lu Yun is not a little bit forward looking. But it was also expected. If it is so easy to get the eternal kaleidoscope writing will I, Liu Yun will not be so accurate. Prepared. Even deliberately studied nearly half of the knowledge of writing round eyes. Are already few options. If Liu Yun doesn't make some preparations by himself, what's the difference between relying on the system and a waste person? However, the 3 options this time are a little bit. D. L new book for collection, L for flowers, L for evaluation ticket, L for comment, 1 for monthly pass. 4 subscription, 1 for automatic subscription, L for support. Chapter 62, The Art of Flying Thunder God, 4 subscription. These 3 options. Liu Yun is silent. The first option is indeed a bit vicious. No wonder that a title that is inferior to a beast is awarded. Although I don't know what effect this title will have, it doesn't seem to sound very good. And Lu Yun can't do anything to obliterate Nagato now. Nagato is just a little boy, and he is very righteous. Lu Yun is not a big villain, how could he do it? If Nagato goes bad in the future, Liu Yun will kill him without hesitation. So, think about it a bit. Lu Yun chose the second. By obeying your own heart, you can not only get 100 chakra pills, but also make yourself comfortable. Why not do it? Chakra pills are used to increase the number of chakras, and Lu Yun can't use them now. But he can use it for his wife and sister. Just like Hong and Xian before, Lu Yun obtained 4 chakras Maruyama gave to each of them, and the number of chakras for the two almost doubled. And now he can build his own ninja army with 100 chakra pills. 1. Don't say it, Liu Yun really has this. Ideas. Of course, it's just an idea. If it's really going to be implemented, it's more difficult, and I'll talk about it later when I have a chance. Now, Lu Yun has one more thing to solve. Although Lu Yun won't kill Nagato now, it doesn't prove that he won't do anything. However, Lu Yun knew very well that Nagato would deteriorate after one. In order to prevent this, Lu Yun needed to make some preparations. For example, put one next to Nagato. If Nagato changes this kind dream in the future and wants to destroy the ninja world or do something else, then Lu Yun must have solved him by himself. At that time, the reincarnation eye will still be yours. Watching the Naruto plot, Lu Yun naturally understands the changes after Nagato. If the Golden Finger who knows the story of Naruto doesn't make some arrangements in advance _isnt it Tai Han Han's behavior? Lu Yun was not originally from the Mother of God. He didn't kill Nagato because his original intention was not to kill. But that doesn't mean he won't kill Ae. As for the spies in the Liu Yun plan, it was Yahiko and Xionan. Lu Yun chose between the two choose one to be his spy, and later join the Xiao organization to be responsible for monitoring. Look at the door. Walk aside. Lu Yun thought for a while. At this moment, the page selection just now appeared again. 1. Accept the disciples, and monitor Nagato. Prepare for the future. Reward, a rank A wind escape ninjutsu. 2. Apprentices accept apprentices Nagato. He instilled the concept of justice in him from an early age. Let him not become bad in the future. Reward / level Lei Dun ninjutsu, Lei Dun, Chidori Rujian. 3. Welcome the disciples Ionin and monitor Nagato. Prepare for the future with L rewards, S rank Chronospace Ninjutsu, L Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Please choose the host. Lu Yunwei. Meal. 2 choices in a row? Rarely. But Lu Yun looked at the rewards and options, and already had an idea in his heart. The first one, accept Yadu as an apprentice. This is a bit troublesome, because the relationship between Yahiko and Nagato is a little too good. It seems to be better than Konan and Nagato. Want to change his mind? Make him his own spy. Not flyable at all. As for the second item, it is even more difficult to accept the long disciple as a disciple. The first is that Nagato can't be so good, otherwise Jiraiya, who is the teacher in the original book, will not be killed. And more importantly, Lu Yun is the kind of lazy A. He doesn't want to seriously teach his disciples. This is making trouble for yourself. Then, only Xionan can choose. Xiaonan herself has a mentality of admiration for Lu Yun, and she is still a little girl who is easy to be fooled. Besides, this choice reward is exactly the time and space ninjutsu that Lu Yun needs most, the technique of Flying Thunder God. In this case, just South 1. Then let's go and have someone with Jirei, Ziju. First of all, Xionan must be completely dependent on himself, so that he can complete his deployment plan. When Lu Yun found Jiraiya, he is training Nagato, Midu, and Konan. Lu Yun stood aside and chatted with Jiraiya. Probably about the reincarnation eye. After chatting for a while, seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Yun looked at the 3 children in front of him. Opened up. By the way, Jiraiya, I also like these 3 children, it's a little itchy. How about you give me one? Lu Yun smiled. Huh. Zilla was also stunned. Itchy hands? I mean, it's very difficult for you to teach 3 by yourself. I'll share one for you. You should believe in my strength. Lu Yun said. Of course, but you have to ask them yourself that. They have to agree. Of course he didn't object. But Jai Zhe has always let his apprentice make choices, he will not predict much. Good teacher. However, Jiraiya himself still agrees. After all, it is really difficult for the 3 apprentices to teach, especially Nagato. Jiraiya must let him as soon as possible grow up and guide them to establish correct values and outlook on life. This is a matter related to the fate of the future ninja world. It cannot be sloppy at all. It is far from being as easy as educating ordinary disciples. It would be nice if Lu Yun could share a disciple. As long as Lu Yun is not separated by the vortex Nagato, it will be fine. 1 Zionin. How about being my apprentice? Lu Yun smiled and turned to look at the little loli on the side. Master Jiraiya. One by one Xiaonan looked at Jiraiya with a forced expression. Zilla also waved his hand. Don't worry about me, I have no apprentices. With so many rules, it doesn't matter if you are my apprentice or Lu Yun's apprentice, don't care about seniority or anything. Zilla also paused and continued, moreover, these days, I have learned about the personalities of the 3 of you. Xiaonan, your personality is too kind, and you don't like to practice powerful destructive ninjutsu. Many of my ninjutsus are not suitable. Lu, Zhao Li Zhao, Yun, this evildoer. There are many self-created ninjutsu. Maybe one of them is suitable for you. Said also. Xiaonan thought about it. The cute little head nodded and agreed. Xiaonan really doesn't like the kind-hearted Xiaonan who fights and kills. Even the weapon is the paper of choice. If Lu Yun can create a ninjutsu by himself, it is indeed the most suitable for Xiaonan. Lu Yun smiled, reached out and touched Xiaonan's little head, that is. Come on, call the teacher. Teacher. Xiaonan's lovely voice is sweet and soft. Pure and moving. Lu Yun smiled. Okay, start learning ninjutsu with me today. I will train you to be a first-class ninja, absolutely no worse than Nagato and Yahiko. 11111111. PAL new book for collection. 4 flowers L for evaluation ticket for comment 1, for monthly pass. For subscription. For automatic subscription. For support please leave a message L. Chapter 63, Lu Yun's plan, for subscription. Ha! How is it possible that even your teacher is better than Jiraiya's teacher? I will also work hard, will not be worse than Xiaonan. Me too. The words of Yahiko and Nagato made Jiraiya raise his brows uncontrollably. What? These 2 stinky boys are starting to despise themselves. 1. Nagato, Yahiko. You 2 stinky boys. Double the training volume today. No, triple it. Don't sleep until you finish training? What? Isn't it? Jiraiya-sensei, you are. Kill us. Lu Yun and Xiaonan walked a long way. The screams of Yahiko and Nagato could also be heard. Xiaonan couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing, these 2 friends are really, 1. Lu Yun glanced at Xiaonan, who was innocent and cute at this time, and couldn't help but sigh, time can really change a person. Regardless of appearance or personality, can change. Xiaonan in the original book is extremely cold, although he is known as an angel, but he is not the kind of angel that everyone understands. Xiaonan slowly put away his smile, his face was a little red, and Lu Yun kept staring at him. Look. Little girls are shy. Lu Yun coughed lightly and said. It's a little late today. I won't start practicing. Zionin, go back and have a good rest today. Get up early tomorrow, and we will start special training. Lu Yun's tone was very serious. Xiaonan couldn't help but be moved. 26 _ Originally, Xiaonan wanted to say Z10. I can practice without taking a rest today, but seeing Lu Yun's extremely serious eyes, Xiaonan thinks that it is probably a very strict training. Let's take a good rest and come back again. See you tomorrow. Teacher, you should rest early too. Well, go. On. Xiaonan's voice is very soft, as expected of a cute little loli. After Xiaonan left, Lu Yun studied the rewards that Xiaonan had just received, the S-rank time-space ninjutsu, and the technique of flying thunder gods. S-class time-space ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. Belongs to the instant body technique. 1. You can use the spell to achieve teleportation. The caster will leave a flying thunder god spell where his body can touch, so that the caster or objects that are in indirect contact with the caster's chakra can teleport. The caster can be full of energy and chakra. Time to transfer Pangtai target many times. Flying thunder god spell, just touch. Leave the spell on a person or object to teleport. In addition to teleportation, there is also the flying thunder god slash. That is, throwing Konao with spells already marked in battle. Then teleport, EPUB, to Qiushang, look at the moment when the opponent thinks he has succeeded, and give him a fatal blow. The enemy A can't react as well as it is difficult to defend. Fei Thor's second stage casts the Konao marked with the spell in battle. Then Shun Run moves to Fang Wushang to cooperate with Spiral Maru to attack the enemy too, making it anti-F and difficult to defend. In short, after obtaining the Flying Thunder God, Lu Yun already had several fighting methods in his mind. Governing the Supreme Court by means of distribution. No wonder that AI doesn't want to face Minato Namikaze _Minato Namikaze, who has the technique of Flying Thunder God, is so difficult to deal with. By the time he finished studying the Flying Thunder God technique, the sky had already darkened, and Lu Yun was ready to go back to rest. Tomorrow we'll officially start training Xiaonan, take a good rest today, let's talk about it later. Lu Yun stretched his waist, his figure flashed and disappeared into place out of thin air. Reappeared. Has returned to his room. The technique of Flying Thunder God, he has explored clearly. Have such a skill. 2 is comfortable. From the neighboring country, the country of thunder, to the country of rain. Such a long distance. It is a blink of an eye. A night of silence. The second silence is coming soon. Had breakfast. Nagato and Yahiko. 1, as always, follow Zilla and learn to endure longevity. As for Xiaonan, he followed Lu Yun together. Xiaonan, today is the first day I accept you as an apprentice. It's too tiring for you to start training directly. How about I give you some rewards, teacher? In the woods. Lu Yun took Xiaonan's small hand, because Lu Yun's height is relatively high, this appearance. It's like a big brother pulling a sister. Cute little loli, pure and feminine, I like it very much. In the original book, this is an angel-like bright girl. Although he is young now, he can already see the future. Such a cute little loli, Lu Yun really felt that he had chosen the right person for his apprenticeship. As for the deliberate separation of Konan and Nagato Yahiko, it was Lu Yun's intention. If you don't separate, how can you train Xiaonan well? Don't teach Xiaonan how to complete the future. How to deploy. If the 3 of them keep getting along, they will be brothers in the future. Inseparable, it is very unfavorable for Lu Yun's plan. Although there is no bad impression of Nagato and the 2. However, according to the situation of the original work, the end of Xiao's organization was very miserable. In addition to Lu Yun's plan, it is better to separate. Reward. What kind of reward do you mean, teacher? Xiaonan said with some anticipation, after all, a child's temperament. Hearing the word reward, Xiaonan couldn't help but rejoice. Well, you'll figure it out soon. Come on, grab my hand and make it harder. Don't let it go, you know? Lu Yun smiled. Well. Xiaonan nodded obediently, believing in the teacher Lu Yun's words. Okay, let's start 1 or 2. Just a momentary gong. A moment ago, Xiaonan was still in the luxuriant woods and there was a drizzle in the sky. But the next moment, he appeared on a noisy street. Xiaonan Shui Lingling's eyes looked around, and her small mouth opened. Very surprised, this is a completely different world. People come and go on the street, traffic. Malone. Smiles on their faces. Or you are bored and want to sleep. Or the child you chase after me is playing with balloons. In the distance, there is Gao Tai's pavilion, as well as many shops, which are magnificent and prosperous. Here and the view of the world where Conan lives. It's completely like two worlds, one with such a beautiful world. The smell of wealth and luxury is everywhere. Owners of various stores is attracting tourists with various characteristic slogans. Roast chicken legs, sell roast chicken legs. Clearance is too much to sell. Buy one get one free. Don't miss out. Selling steamed buns, Zhengding crab roe soup is not delicious and doesn't cost money. The movie of the famous actor XXX is showing in the evening. If you pass by, don't miss the largest theater in the Kingdom of Thunder. Welcome you tonight. For Xiaonan to recover from such a bustling scene and raised his head. He looked at Lu Yun in shock. Teacher, this is 3. PSL new book for collection, L for flowers, L for evaluation, ticket 1 for comment 1, for monthly pass. 1. Chapter 64, Abduction Trilogy, subscribe. Teacher, weren't we in the woods just now? Why did we get here all of a sudden too? Xiaonan asked Lu Yun in surprise. This is the time-space ninjutsu of Urfei Thor's jutsu. As long as I leave the coordinates, I can reach it instantly. Lu Yun rubbed Xiaonan's head and smiled. It's amazing. Xiaonan's eyes are full of little stars, and teacher Jiraiya said that Lu Yun is more powerful than him. Xiaonan really believes it now. This skill alone has far surpassed Jiraiya. Xiaonan originally admired Lu Yun's strength. This time it's more honorable. By 11. If there is a die-hard fan of star chasing in this era, then Xiaonan is now a die-hard fan of Liu Yun. First step impression plan. Our promotion completed. Lu Yun secretly gave himself a point in his heart. It's worthwhile to go to the country of thunder yesterday to leave the spell. Next, there's more. Lu Yun said with a smile, come on, Xiaonan. You have always been in the land of rain. You must have no idea of the prosperous world outside. Today I will show you. Lu Yun pulled Xiaonan to a small place. A variety of specialty snacks, wafting refreshing fragrance. Xiaonan pursed his lips. Tu Shui Lingling's eyes stared at the poor and delicious dim sum, and the moonlight would never turn on again. The country of rain has been chaotic for years. Ordinary people have a problem with food and clothing. Where can they eat all kinds of delicious food? Only the country of fire, the country of thunder, and the cities of these big countries can be so prosperous. When she smelled these fragrances, Xiaonan's stomach actually growled. Those beautiful bright colors of red, green and green. It looks so appealing. What does it taste like? There are also fragrant buns, the thin skin seems to be broken when touched. Shui Lingling's appearance even glows with luster. 1. Everything looks so delicious. Xiaonan, do you want to eat? Lu Yun looked down at Xiaonan. Asked with a smile. Xiaonan hesitated for a while, but her stomach was rumbling, her face flushed and she nodded slightly. Kid. Just shy. Boss, how many copies of each? Liu Yun used the banknotes directly. As the Tianben of Uchiha, Liu Yun never lacks money. Liu Yun is a rich man. He took Xionan and started to eat all over the big city of the country of thunder. This is actually, it's the second step of Liu Yun's plan. The first step is to let Xiaonan worship himself to let go of his guard. The second step is to let Xionan rely on himself to feel completely healthy. As long as you complete the two-step twist and turn plan, you will be successful, half. Then go to the third step. You can completely end. Of course, Liu Yun was also looking for Tsunade's trail while he was pointing through the corners of Xionan. If you can find the gang along the way. Hands, kill two birds with one stone, much more comfortable. It may be the first time that Xiaonan has gone out with a stranger. She is very annoying, and she is embarrassed to ask Liu Yun for food or nice clothes. When shopping, Liu Yun observed Xiaonan's expression and offered her gifts and food, as well as some children's jewelry. Xiaonan had envious feelings in his eyes, but did not dare to ask Liu Yun. After all, they didn't know the time and Liu Yun was also his teacher. Ask the teacher for something. Xiaonan is not that kind of girl. It's true to like good food. Envious girl. It's true that she wears beautiful clothes, but Xiaonan will not give up her dignity because of envy, and she has to eat with Liu Yun. If it is the earth in the previous life. I am afraid that children of this age do not understand what dignity is. Still small after all. I think it's just a big brother's love. But in Naruto world, even the pure and innocent Xionan, at a young age, he has learned a lot. This made Liu Yun's plan more difficult for many galaxies. But it's okay, such a small Nan, once completely subdued. She will be one of Liu Yun's most trusted subordinates. The idea of his own power, there are so many chakra pills. Adding him. There are also a lot of ninjutsu. So there is a shortage of people. I just thought about it before. But now, Liu Yun really wants to get a cushion. Of course, Liu Yun's so-called power is not a ninja village like Konoha. He wants to get an elite organization. Just like the Xiao organization, although there are few people, all of them are elites. Say it out loud. More important things, many things, can be handled by this force. No need to do it yourself. Come on. Boss, give my apprentice 2 more copies of this bun. Liu Yun smiled and said to the stall owner. Okay, wait a minute. Objectively, the boss said cheerfully. Xiaonan and Liu Yun were sitting next to each other. Xiaonan's expression was still looking forward to it. Although she had eaten a lot of delicious food just now, she couldn't help but want to eat it. Because these look good. The delicious food is very fragrant, and she has never eaten it before. The country of rain is in perennial war, and ordinary people are not bad if they eat bad food. Before meeting Jiraiya, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan couldn't even afford to eat. They relied on begging for a living. So, seeing this kind of food, small Nan, a little lowly, naturally she can't hold back. Come on, eat slowly. There are still more good things. Liu Yun sighed softly. He also saw Xiaonan's experience. Such a cute and beautiful little loli is really endearing. I haven't eaten anything good for so many years, so let her enjoy myself, fan it, too. Mr. Liu Yun, you eat too. Xionan's face, red. Then I thought that Liu Yun had not eaten yet. 1. Okay, let's eat together. Liu Yun said with a smile. He also picked up his chopsticks and slowly tasted the food. The food there is really good. Even Liu Yun, a picky person, thought it was pretty good. Yeah. When you go back, come to the land of thunder and bring something to eat for Kong Na. Liu Yun remembered that he had promised Kong Na that he would bring her some gifts. If Kong Na needed a gift, of course it would be food. Come on, Xiaonan, try this. Zhangzhen underscore ahahaha writing. Lu Yun put a small bunful of meat into Xiaonan's mouth. Xiaonan's face was red. Come on, try this. Xiaonan. Lu Yun took another vegetable bun to give. Xiaonan. Teacher, I will feed you too. And then quickly started feeding Lu Yun with food. Xiaonan, who was so young, could not think about the ambiguity in the act of feeding each other. DSL new book for collection 1 for flowers, L for evaluation ticket. For comment 1, for monthly pass. Chapter 65, gradually fall. Subscription. 2, wink. Happy day is over. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Yun took Xiaonan's little hand. On the way to the accommodation hotel. Xiaonan, are you happy today? Underscore. Teacher, happy. Then go back and rest for a while, and continue tomorrow. Xiaonan paused slightly, she didn't understand what the teacher said to continue tomorrow. What means? Do you want to start practicing? Or keep playing? Although today's fun, eating and drinking is very happy, Xiaonan still feels that although this kind of life is good, she can't give up cultivation because of a good life. But Xiaonan didn't dare to question the teacher, I can only watch tomorrow. Soon, the two came to a very luxurious accommodation hotel. He has returned to the land of rain. He just used Flying Thunder God to go back and greeted Jiraiya and said that he can't go back, so he will stay in the land of thunder first. The plan has not been completed, so don't go back for the time being. Jiraiya didn't have any objections. After all, Xiaonan was Lu Yun's apprentice now, and Jiraiya would not be involved in Lu Yun's education. He didn't know how Lu Yun educated him. He didn't ask either. Soon, walking into the hotel room, Xiaonan was once again shocked. Here. This is so luxurious, underscore. The soft quilt is as soft as a dream. There is still heat in the house. The temperature is the most suitable for the human body. Xiaonan, who has been running around for a day, is very tired to see this luxurious decoration. Cozy room. Drowsiness struck L and Lu Yun said hello. After the election, he fell out of bed and fell asleep. In his sleep, Xiaonan showed a happy smile. For the first time in years, I slept so well. Stable. Today may be the most comfortable and enjoyable day she has ever had in her life. The next day. Xiaonan originally thought that Lu Yun would start teaching her ninjutsu, and Xiaonan enjoyed the experience of nothing yesterday. But he didn't expect that Lu Yun was still just taking Xiaonan to play around. And after eating delicious food today, Lu Yun took Xiaonan to buy new clothes again. Xiaonan's previous clothes were relatively old, and her originally beautiful face was not so good looking because she was entrusted with it. So, start by changing your clothes. If Xiaonan can wear it. Store of beautiful clothes. You must be very excited. 6. He went to a luxury clothing store, and Lu Yun and Xiaonan stopped in their tracks. Xiaonan, come in. Lu Yun waved his hand. Xiaonan cautiously walked into this clothing store. 22. So pretty. So many clothes. Each piece is a style that Xiaonan has never seen before, and each piece is so beautiful. The floor is as smooth as a mirror, and even the surrounding walls are beautiful. Those clothes are more beautiful and attractive under the backdrop of the crystal-like hangers. Xiaonan is also a girl. But who doesn't love beauty? It's just that in the land of rain, a country where even security is difficult to guarantee, carrying the word pretending has nothing to do with girls. But seeing so many beautiful clothes today, the strong desire in Xiaonan's heart has been awakened again, wearing beautiful clothes, this is also Xiaonan's dream. Pity. Xiaonan, who has no parents, has problems with ordinary clothing, food, housing, and transportation since he was a child, not to mention wearing these luxurious clothes that can only be worn by princesses. However, teacher Lu Yun, did Ling Tian bring her here to dress her properly? 3. However, a casual dress. Xiaonan glanced at it, and found that the price behind it is actually 5 or 6 zeros or even 8 zeros, and there are 11. Xiaonan's heart suddenly resigned. This amount of money is enough for Konan and Nagato Yahiko for 1 year. No, 3 years of living expenses and still eating well. Teacher, this is very expensive. Xiaonan whispered, for fear that he would cause trouble for the teacher. A random piece of clothing here is sky high. Too terrifying. It's okay, the teacher has a lot of money. These are all trivial matters. Lu Yun smiled. He was telling the truth. I have actually reached the stage of the movie level, and the money is just a number, as much as I want. Not to mention, Lu Yun is still the next patriarch scheduled by Uchiha, and the entire Uchiha's resources can be used casually, MN. And Bao's Haibo is the largest clan of Konoha. Will I be short of money? That's not a joke anymore. Xiaonan, look at this dress. Do you like it? Lu Yun found a snow-white dress. Point to the road. I like it, I like it. Xiaonan. Deo, look at this beautiful white princess dress. Shui Lingling's eyes are full of envy. Then this one, it suits you well. Go to the fitting room and try it, it's there. Don't hesitate, go ahead. Lu Yun pointed to the nearby fitting room. Remove clothing. Lu Yun handed the clothes to Xiaonan. I brought another pair of new shoes to Xiaonan. Under Lu Yun's gaze, Xiaonan turned back 3 steps at a time. I went to the fitting room with my clothes in my arms. For the first time wearing such beautiful clothes, Xiaonan felt like a dream. Dressing up Xiaonan as a cute little loli like a princess is one of Lu Yun's goals. After wandering around again, Lu Yun found a pair of black stockings, a pair of white stockings, a pair of mesh socks, and some other kinds of clothing. There are also a few very kawaii girls' clothes. Everything is ready, inside and out. Since you have to dress up, then dress up Xiaonan beautifully. After walking around for a long time, Lu Yun bought everything. It turned out that Xiaonan had not come out of the fitting room. Xiaonan, are you okay? Lu Yun came to the door of the fitting room and asked. It's been a while. It's been a while. Mosquito Sounds 4.1. Teacher, this dress, how to wear this dress, this is the first time I wear this kind of dress. I don't know the back. What, how to button it, and here, well. I don't understand a lot of things. Lu Yun swallowed his saliva, Nima. The scene in the anime actually allowed himself to meet. Small voice L. Why don't the teacher go in and help you? Inside Xiaonan hesitated for a while. Whispered. Well. Look around. After making sure no one found him, Lu Yun quickly got into the fitting room X2. P.S. New book for collection L for flowers _ for evaluation ticket L for comment 1 for monthly pass I for subscription 1 for automatic subscription for support for message. Chapter 66, Xiaonan's Change 4th. Teacher, this. Xiaonan Shui Lingling looked at Lu Yun, she seemed to be complaining that she was too stupid. I don't even know how to wear clothes, which makes the teacher worry again. Lu Yun looked around, and the place that Xiaonan didn't put on was the zipper on the back. And on the arms of the skirt. There are also many gadgets that are very complicated. This is a princess. There are also clothes that can only be worn by women who are too famous. And this skirt. Originally, it was only necessary for someone to serve and wear it. It is true that it is not good for one person to wear. Not to mention that Xiaonan is still a little lowly, and she can't reach the back with her hands. This dress is millions. There are also some small crystal and diamond embellishments on it. For a little girl like Xionan, who has been living a hard life, it is indeed a little confusing. Xiaonan, come here. The teacher will help you wear it. By the way, wear this too. Lu Yun took it out of the bag, double white silk. Teacher, these socks are so long. Xiaonan said suspiciously. Cough cough. This is for Xionan, an angel who wears 28. After that, Xionan will become more beautiful and cute. Teacher will help you. Lu Yun sits on a chair on the side. Zai Shang, leaning Xiaonan back against his arms. In Lu Yun's hands, the snow-white long sock slowly slipped onto Xiaonan's legs. There's another stocking, come. Xiaonan's legs are raised. Lu Yun said. Yeah. Lu Yun's pair grabbed Xiaonan's legs and slowly put them on. Also, you should wear this too. Xiaonan. After about 10 minutes, Lu Yun finally dressed Xiaonan. This doesn't clean up after I don't know one to clean it up. Even Lu Yun himself was taken aback. If we assume, before changing clothes, if Xiaonan was a lovely girl, she is a real angel after changing into this princess dress. People rely on clothes. Even if a beautiful person wears ordinary clothes or even clothes that are dirty, too small, and do not fit well, it is difficult to show her beauty. The previous Xiaonan was indeed a rare beauty, but that was when she was wearing an outdated and ill-fitting clothes. Now Xiaonan has completely changed after completing the clothing. After wearing this princess dress, Xiaonan seems to have really become a little angel. Snow white. Long skirt. Snow white stockings. There is also a white flower, inserted on Xionan's head, as pure as winter snow. Xiaonan came slowly, with jade arms and legs. All wrapped in white, dreamy colors. The skirt flutters gently like the ripples on the lake. Coupled with Xionan's slightly red face at the moment, it is even more lovely. Liu Yun had just walked on the ground. Some customers in the store, the clerk, and many customers outside the door suddenly widened their eyes. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone seemed to have seen something incredible. All eyes moved here. This is an angel. My day one? Shouted a clerk. Breaking the silence. This is the first time he has seen such a beautiful little girl, and there are many supermodels among his regulars. Famous actor, but with a little girl of this age, then. All overshadowed. All white from head to toe. Like a spotless angel, Kong Yun came. Light blue hair swaying gently, quiet and soft, The petite body, as if it will shatter if you touch it lightly, makes people unable to take care of it. Even if it is a scholar. The unforgivable will feel pity when they see it. Whose girl is this? Could it be Her Royal Highness Princess Nine of a certain country? So cute. Let me see, get out of the way. Get out. Let me see first. Get out of the way, don't get in the way, What are you looking at? Crowded over. Everyone can't wait to come and experience the fairy spirit. This is just a little angel, little lucky star. Xiaonan grabbed Lu Yun's hand with some fear. Hide behind. Lu Yun smiled and gently took Xiaonan's hand, his figure flashed and disappeared directly in place. Seeing the disappearing two people, everyone was stunned. Disappeared out of thin air. This is really an angel. I don't know who screamed, and the whole crowd of cited riots. Even the land of thunder in the future, will, DC spread about today's things. Angel appeared. And then disappear in front of everyone. Eat delicious food and buy nice clothes. Buying beautiful jewelry and having fun for over a week. Xiaonan and Lu Yunche became intimate. The current Xiaonan has already developed a small psychological dependence on Lu Yun. Not as bad as it used to be. He also listened to Liu Yun's words even more. The second step of Liu Yun's plan was successful. Then, he is now about to start the third step, into the practice mode. Xiaonan, today we are going to start practicing. Liu Yun looked and stood in front of him, _re. Xiaonan, who had changed into simple clothes, said s. Yeah. Teacher, I'm ready. Xiaonan nodded seriously. This week's beautiful life did not let Xiaonan sink. She is always preparing for 293 for the practice. Xiaonan has not forgotten teacher Liu Yun's words, but the teacher said that he would train himself to be more powerful than Nagato and Midu. The teacher is so kind to himself. She must work hard to cultivate and not embarrass her teacher, _. Seeing Xiaonan's serious expression and firm eyes, Liu Yun felt satisfied for a while. People who have been trained by themselves, how? It? Liu Yun took out 2 chakra pills. Looked at Xiaonan and said, this is a medicine that can improve your chakra, as long as you stick to it every day, no. In a week, or 2 weeks, you can catch up with Nagato. Up. Chang is a vortex physique. If you want to catch up with him, the first is the number of chakras, and the second is ninjutsu. Go to the teacher, go to me, I will work hard. Xiaonan nodded seriously, and was moved in his heart. Although I don't know where the teacher came from this medicine that can improve chakra. But the teacher's intention to use such a precious thing for himself proves that he is very interested in himself. The pets. For the first time, Xiaonan felt tender love in her heart. It feels so good. DSL new book for collection 4 flowers. For evaluation ticket 1 for comment 1 for monthly pass. For subscription L. For automatic subscription 1. For support please leave a message L. Chapter 67, All the Ideas hit Kaguya at Satsuki 5th update. P.S. Let me tell you, Wang Jiao's left eye's ability has not been revealed yet. But it has already been hinted. We'll write later. The idea of Liu Yun is, let Xiaonan take 2 chakra pills a day. Because this thing has no sequelae, as long as it is taken, it can increase chakra. But Xiaonan's body is still young, and if he takes too many pills at one time, the chakra will swell. I'm afraid something will happen. Therefore, it is necessary to practice and take it at the same time, so that the chakra can be completely transformed into its own power. Liu Yun taught Xiaonan the cultivation method he used when he was a child, a control method of chakra E. While training Xiaonan, Liu Yun occasionally goes out to find Tsunade's trail. Unfortunately, I searched the country of rain and the country of thunder, but I couldn't find Tsunade. Either she deliberately avoided Liu Yun, or Tsunade wasn't here at all. The world is so big. It's not easy to find someone. Liu Yun couldn't help but sighed. The main places Liu Yun is looking for are wine shops and casinos, with Tsunade's character. Definitely in such a place. But unfortunately did not find it. 2 months later. L originally wanted to keep looking for Liu Yun, but on this day, news came from the Uchiha clan. There are important things to Liu Yun back. Very important thing L. Jiaonan who came to report the letter looked very serious. Liu Yun pondered slightly. Agreed, decided to come back in a few days. After Elite Junin left, Liu Yun was also a little irritable. If you can't find Tsunade L's eyes, there is no way to treat it, except for Tsunade, other people flow clouds do not trust. Time flies by quickly. Maybe 30 years in the blink of an eye. By then the eyes were blinded. I'm afraid it can't be treated. However, Liu Yun now has a way to maintain his eyes. Prevent the loss of vision. Absorb the pupil power of the reincarnation eye. Speaking of which, since Samsara eye can absorb _, then it should also be possible to turn Bull's eye. I remember Kaguya Tatsutsuki as Tensei-kan. Actually thinking of the plan on Kaguya Tatsutsuki. The ancestor of chakra in the ninja world, if you can get her eyes. That since my own eyesight, I am afraid that I will not be blind within 100 years. Even if he uses the kaleidoscope ability, it can be used for a long time. The eyes of the Atsutsuki clan are definitely strong, stronger than the eyes of Samsara. Ching Hyun thought about it too. Although he does not have the strength to fight against Tatsutsuji Kaguya, he can find a way to be calculated. After all, Lu Yun's biggest golden finger still knows the plot. I have to say, Lu Yun's guts are real. Tien Tu carried the idea to Kaguya Atsutsuki. However, this plan is definitely not that easy, you still have to think about the layout slowly. In this way, Xiaonan's role is even more important. If you want to calculate Kaguya Atsutsuki, Xionan's mission is very important. Teacher, what do you think of my multi-shadow clone technique? Xiaonan looked at Lu Yun with anticipation, like a child waiting to be praised. Yun taught Xiaonan the technique of multiple shadows. The number of chakras of Xionan who have been taking drugs for 2 months has reached the level of elite Jonin. Although all she can use is Chinin. But the amount of chakra contained in the body is very famous and can be slowly developed in the future. And Lu Yun's training plan was completely successful. Now Xiaonan is very attached to Lu Yun, and he is so attached that he doesn't want to part for a minute. As long as we are separated for a while, Xiaonan has no mind to practice. Even if you practice hard. Just to let the teacher praise him. Let the teacher know that he is working hard for him. Xionan has changed. After more than 2 months, nearly 3 months of training, Lu Yun, a perfect subordinate, has been trained. Even though she is still young now, she understands a lot of things. Lu Yun rubbed Xiaonan's head. Laughed. It's very good to be able to unearth several clones at a time. It's all well taught by the teacher. Xiaonan blushed slightly. Said in a low voice. Praised by the teacher. Xionan will be very open. The current Xiaonan was brainwashed by Lu Yun. I feel that as long as it is the teacher's words, that is correct, the teacher asks me to do whatever I want, just do it myself. Because the teacher will never harm himself. Fascinated trust. This is the power of the Lu Yun to Giwei trilogy. From mind to body, let her sink completely. Lu Yun thinks he is special. It's a pity not to do MLM cough. Kidding. Lu Yun brought Xiaonan to the river. This is where they often practice together. Xiaonan thought that the teacher had come to practice with him, so he was ready to practice. But what Lu Yun said next made Xiaonan stunned. Once Xiaonan, the teacher has to leave for a while. I have a very important task for you next. Xiaonan, can the teacher trust you? Lu Yun's extremely serious expression and tone. Xiaonan was slightly taken aback. Teacher is leaving? Why are you leaving so soon? It's not easy, their relationship is better, why leave? The words in Xiaonan's mind were repeated infinitely, and he did not hear the words behind Lu Yun at all. Xionan has a strong dependence on Liu Yun, is attached psychologically, and does not want to be separated from Liu Yun. Lu Yun touched Xiaonan's head. He sighed softly. Actually, the teacher doesn't want to leave Xionan, but something happened in the village. I need to go back and deal with it. Xionan, the teacher has an important task for you next. Listen carefully. Good Zhao Hao, well, _. Xiaonan nodded his head but obviously still didn't regain his senses. This task is. Monitor your friend, Uzumaki Nagato. Midu. Lu Yun said. As soon as he came out, Xiaonan instantly raised his head, with a look of doubt on his face. Spy on them? 2:1 Why? Xionan is very puzzled. Why do you want to monitor Nagato and Midu too? Obviously they are very good. Although no teacher treats me so well. But they are also Xiaonan's only two friends. Lu Yun sighed again. Explained. Now. But the future is uncertain. You don't know yet. Nagato's eyes, but the legendary Samsara eyes. DSL new book for collections, flowers for evaluation tickets 1. Comments. _ Chapter 68, Weirdness is revealed everywhere book subscription. Reincarnation I? Is that something so powerful? Xiaonan looked at Lu Yun in confusion. It is clear. Little Ytou doesn't understand these things at all. The eye of reincarnation. It's not particularly powerful now. But it will be very powerful in the future. Lu Yun said, slowly explaining the eye of reincarnation. Briefly explain. Let Xiaonan understand the power of Samsara eye. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to accept Lu Yun letting her monitor her friends. Although Lu Yun is also very good to Xiaonan, but after all, it has not reached that kind. Let Xiaonan even be the only one, two friends. The point of giving up. In fact, Lu Yun's original idea was to tune in more. After a few months of teaching, Xiaonan was thoroughly educated. But the Uchiha clan was about to fight with Benya, and Lu Yun had to go back. After all, he is also a Uchiha clan. And there are still sisters, Kushina, and others in the village. Following Lu Yun's explanation, Xiaonan couldn't help but open his mouth too much. So his eyes are so powerful. Xiaonan was shocked. She never imagined that her own friend, Uzumaki Nagato, would have such a terrifying power. Lu Yun sighed again and said, so in order to prevent him from doing anything bad in the future, the teacher needs you to monitor him. When the teacher has developed enough power to deal with the 583 Samsara eye. That's it? Well, go to the teacher. I'll be obedient. Xiaonan nodded seriously, this time she had no doubts. Because in Xiaonan's heart, Lu Yun is for the peace of the ninja world. In order to protect himself, Xiaonan not only has no complaints. Instead, he worships Lu Yun even more. As expected of his own teacher. However, he is about to part with his teacher soon. Konan. Not happy anymore. Teacher, when can we meet again? Xiaonan raised his head and looked at Lu Yun with reluctance in his eyes. Not to mention Xiaonan, and even Liu Yun are a little reluctant to give up. For more than 2 months, he also has a great impression of Xiaonan, who is pure, lovely and innocent. Lu Yun raised his hand and lightly tapped on Xiaonan's fair forehead, leaving a black 5-pointed star mark. In this way, if the teacher wants to see you in the future, he can see you anytime. Keep. The next technique. Flying Thunder God's technique can find Xiaonan in the blink of an eye. This is the fastest way. Xiaonan touched his forehead. Only then did he smile again. Yes, she had forgotten the teacher's most powerful ninjutsu. The technique of Flying Thunder God. In this period of time, Xiaonan has long known the history of the teacher's technique of Flying Thunder God. Even if it is hundreds of miles away, it can be reached in a blink of an eye, which is amazing. Teacher, what are you going to do? The day after tomorrow. It's a little late today, and I'll be playing with my little Nan tomorrow. Xiaonan looks at. Lu Yun slowly tilted his head and leaned against Lu Yun's shoulder. Their master and apprentice have done this kind of ambiguous action many times, feeding each other. Then have a drink and so on. Of course, in the pure Xiaonan's heart, this is just a good memory with the teacher. And has no other thoughts. Xiaonan is not yet mature enough to know that he likes teachers. Now it's just attachment, dependence, and trust. Maybe if you wait too long, A's feelings will become inexplicable feelings. Everything is in Lu Yun's plan. Lolita is good, go to L4. Time passed quickly. The next day, Lu Yun played with Xiaonan for a whole day, until in the evening L Xiaonan was too tired, and they ended the game. Then Lu Yun directly sent Xiaonan back to Jiraiya, and the 3-month teaching finally ended. This abrupt end made Lu Yun feel a little melancholy. Forget it? Why do you think so much? Lu Yun shook his head. As a very old man, such a mother-in-law is really not a good thing. Lu Yun and Xiaonan said hello, then turned around and left the land of rain. Back to Konoha. Lu Yun was originally going to go back directly with the technique of Flying Thunder God, before he left the technique on the Uchiha Elite Junin. However, what Lu Yun reached after using Thor's Operation S was not Konoha village but a tree. And it depends on the situation. It doesn't seem to be Konoha here? It's not even in the land of fire. What's going on here? What about this Uchiha ninja? Lu Yun frowned, an ominous premonition in his heart. Lu Yun looked around with the kaleidoscope writing will only in the underground, I saw a leaf guard with blood on the forehead of Konoha. This. Lu Yun picked up the forehead guard and glanced at the previous technique and left it on the forehead guard. The forehead is here. Will Lu Yun come here? But why is his forehead here? And there is blood on it, although the blood is a bit king. It looks like it was blown by the wind. At least 6 or 7 hours away. And the corpse is not here. However, Lu Yun found that the ground here was a little soft. There are also signs of damage to the surrounding trees. It depends. Not long ago. There was just a fight. The body is probably buried in the ground. But, who would dare to kill Uchiha's elite Jounin? Lu Yun frowned and thought. Now that the major powers have just signed the peace contract, it should not be their assassination. Wandering ninja? Shouldn't be possible. A's Uchiha's elite Jounin. Open the 2-hook jade writing will Even in the face of ninjas of the same level, the elite Jounin will definitely crush and win. Writing will is not just talking. This thing. It's real. Hang, _ Even if it is 1-on-3 at the same level, there is hope for negotiation. Unless it's caught in the first place. Then plotted. But if it was targeted at the beginning, it might not be a wandering ninja. It was. Konoha. I hope it's not like that. Lu Yun muttered to himself. At this moment, an explosion sounded in the distance. Lu Yun turned his head and looked at Fanguo, who exploded. Chakra is not strong, insect ninja 9 or lower ninja. Lu Yun felt it for a moment, and went to the explosion. Direction. In the depths of the forest, several figures were fighting, and Konao was flying around, very startled. As soon as Lu Yun arrived here, standing on the tree at first glance, he saw a few familiar figures. PAL new book for collection 1 for flowers _L for evaluation ticket 1. For review, for monthly pass. For subscription L for automatic subscription L for support for flowers. For evaluation ticket 1 ask for support and ask for a message L_1. Chapter 69, No Hararin, Kakashi, Obito Trio. Lu Yun stood on the tree, hiding the figure L quietly watching the battle. Below are a few wandering ninjas and a few ninjas who are 1 or 2 years old. They are wearing Konoha forehead guards. Moreover, Lu Yun also knew them, they were all former classmates of Lu Yun Karad. Uchiha Obito, Heitake Kakashi, and Lu Yun's previous cute little roommate Rin Nohara. I didn't expect Lin to grow taller in half a year. It seems to be more beautiful. Her strength has also grown a lot. 1. While watching the battle, Lu Yun muttered to himself. Get up. Haven't seen in a while. Lin's change is really too much. There is also Uchiha Obito. The changes are also quite big. Become more, a 31, on the road. From a distance, there is always a sense of self-confidence. Among the 3, the one who has changed the most is Kakashi. Especially strength. Kakashi's chakra count has exceeded the average Chunin looks. Almost the strength of a quasi-elite Chunin. As expected of a genius, at such a young age, he has already reached the number of chakras in the elite Chunin. Although it is far inferior to Lu Yun's hanging force. But still great L. Obito Sami Minato teacher said we are waiting for him on the spot. If there is a battle, it is enough to repel the enemy. Don't pursue it deeply. Be careful that the opponent has an ambush, which will be very dangerous. Kakashi, you're too timid to be afraid of an ambush. With me, Uchiha Obito, and just a few wandering ninjas, it can be settled easily. Rin Nohara and Kakashi were speechless. Among the three, Obito was the most dishonest. But he was the most arrogant in his speech, alone. Originally, the three of them were performing an ordinary sea-level mission, a mission. Who knew that I happened to meet a wandering ninja? Even if you come across. But the wandering ninja and Kakashi had a conflict with Obito, and then there was a frictional fight. However, it was originally a trivial matter. But Obito didn't know what to think. He actually wanted to show his strength in front of Nohara Rin, and then the current battle happened. As for why several people are in the country of fire, it is because of their teacher. Feng Shuman took a few people out to perform the task. It was supposed to be a small task, but it ended up halfway through. Namikaze Shui came and teacher said to leave for a while, and then a few people separated temporarily, which also led to the incident that Uchiha Obito chased out. How could Uchiha Obito dare to be disobedient with the wave of wind and watermen still by his side? The wandering ninjas on the opposite side don't talk nonsense to them. I thought it was over. Unexpectedly, these little ninjas of Konoha are still chasing after them. The clay figurines also have a three-pointedness, let alone say that they are the famous wanderers in the rain country. Generally, when Chunin and Jinin meet him, he absolutely has to run away. It's like these little brats, actually chasing after them and carrying them. Too much. Kill them. Several wandering ninjas looked at each other. The handworm held the kunao and rushed directly to the three of Uchiha Obito. Come over. Uchiha Obito was still showing off, trying to make Lin notice him, but he didn't realize it. Lin didn't look at him at all, but stared blankly at a tree behind a few wandering ninjas. That figure. He is Uchiha Liu Yun. Nohara Lin hadn't seen Liu Yun for almost a year. After Liu Yun graduated. First on the battlefield, then on the run. I don't have time to meet Rin Nohara at all. And Nohara Lin also has her own tasks, and occasionally goes to Liu Yun's house to look for him, but Liu Yun is not there every time. Almost a year. That bastard Liu Yun stole his first kiss, he hasn't come to him for a year. At first I heard Liu Yun go to the battlefield. Nohara Rin was very worried about her, and did not understand why the 10-year-old Liu Yun was arranged by Hokage-sama to go to the battlefield. Totally incomprehensible. However, later I heard that Liu Yun was not injured on the battlefield, but also repelled the shadow-level powerhouse and repelled the Eight Tails. Fame in 2 strokes. Nohara Lin was relieved, but also happy for Liu Yun. It's just that she's not happy. Liu Yun seemed to have forgotten himself. He never contacted him, nor did he find her. Could it be that what he said before was a lie? You obviously took your first kiss, but don't care at all. And now, after a long time. Seeing Liu Yun again, Nohara Lin was stunned for a while. Forget even dodging attacks. Ask for flowers Q_. Lin. Little. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Hurriedly shouted. Originally, they could have avoided a frontal attack like this, but Lin didn't know what was going on, but she was in a daze during the battle. Is NT this courting death? Uchiha Obito and Kakashi are anxious to come and save Rin, but the distance is a bit far. It's too late. Nohara Rin also reacted, and hurriedly called to use the substitute technique to escape. But it took time to seal the seal. Too late. Nohara-Rin's pupils shrank, and her face gradually became terrified. At this moment, a bird chirping sounded in the air. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning slashed through the air faster than the three wandering ninjas. With three screams, the three wandering ninjas fell to the ground and died. Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi were stunned for a moment. What a powerful thunderbolt, underscore. Kill 3 combat experienced people at once. Rich wandering ninja, this thunderbolt is definitely not a normal attack. The two of them thought of one person at the same time. Raiden Ninja Uchiha Liu-yun. Yes. The rather shameful name of Liu-yun has long been passed down to Motoba, let alone Obito and Kakashi. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child might know the title of Liu-yun. By Yi, he alone defeated the shadow-level powerhouse underscore to block the 8 tails. By time for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and by time for Konoha frontline. Konoha suffered heavy losses at that time. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi raised their heads together. With Lin's eyes, she looked in the direction of thunder and lightning. Sure enough, it was him, Uchiha Liu-yun. As classmates in the same class, they all remember Liu-yun's appearance. Although almost a year has passed, Liu-yun has grown tall and mature, and is much more handsome, but the general appearance has not changed. He is the one. He used to be called a monster at school, a student of the enchanting level. Uchiha Liu-yun. At the same time, he is also Obito's strongest rival in love. PSL new book for collection underscore. Ask for support, ask for a message plus. Chapter 70, The Hostility of Minato Namikaze, book subscription. Uchiha Liu-yun, why are you here? Kakashi looked at Liu-yun suspiciously. This is not the country of fire, it already belongs to the boundaries of other countries, how could Liu-yun suddenly appear in this wilderness? And he also saved Nohara-Rin. If it wasn't for Liu-yun's shot just now, Nohara-Rin would definitely be hurt. Even if you don't die, you will get hurt. I went to the land of rain to deal with some things some time ago, I was going to go home, but I was on the way. I came across this. Liu-yun is also not polite, and will directly bring. The blood for it was taken out. The Uchiha elite Junin who contacted him was killed. Related to this leave 32. This is _1. Kakashi and Obito were stunned, obviously not knowing what was going on. Their expressions seemed to have nothing to do with the 120 of these 3 people. But how could it be so coincidental? It just so happened that Uchiha Ninja died in the woods ahead, and the 3 of them appeared here? Moreover, 3 ninjas who are not even Chunin, why are they here? Flowing clouds. It took a while to find out. It turned out to be on a mission, and Minato Namikaze led the team. However, the question that made Liu-yun even more puzzled came. Kakashi said. They were performing a sea-level mission, but a few of them obviously didn't know that a level mission would not leave the country of fire. After all, those who perform sea-level tasks are a group of ordinary people. No matter how powerful it is a normal Chunin. How could Konoha let the ordinary ninja leave the village at ease during this period? So, how can anyone run so far to perform a sea-level mission? Liu-yun Xiaoli was puzzled, but did not say anything. He probably also understood. The death of this elite Jonin is really likely to be inseparable from Konoha. Why kill a Uchiha elite Jounin? Just because he contacted himself? It seems that the ninjas said it well, and the village has begun to undergo earth-shaking changes. Uchiha is probably about to turn against the village soon. Liu-yun. Haven't you been back to the village recently? While Liu-yun was thinking, Nohara-Rin's soft voice came. Originally, Nohara-Rin was a little angry, because He took his first kiss for Lu Yun. But don't take it seriously. But she didn't know what was going on, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them. Blame Lu Yun? No, Harolyn saw Lu Yun at this moment, and it was too late to open the mountain. How could she blame her? It's just that Lu Yun's changes are so big. Not just physical changes. Character more age. He was just a prankster before, but now he's mature like an adult, not the same type as Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. Is it? This is the ninja who has experienced the baptism of war. No, Harolyn even felt that she was getting further and further away from Lu Yun. Lu Yun tilted his head. Looking at No Harolyn with a smile, I'm about to go back. Rin. Long time no see, you are so beautiful again. No Harolyn, this little boss is the first girl Lu Yun kissed. He took No Harolyn's first kiss, and it was also his first kiss, so Lu Yun naturally remembered this little loli. Although she is still a loli now, she has matured a lot. She is also a qualified ninja. She is no longer the IL she used to be. Where? No Harolyn's face was slightly red. Bowed his head, not knowing where to put his hands. This scene, watching Obito, is both envy and jealousy. He pursued Lin so much that he couldn't even make her laugh. But just a word from Lu Yun made Lin feel so embarrassed. Sure enough, Lu Yun is his biggest rival in love. Even if it's been a year. He is still the biggest and most dangerous rival in love. Damn. How can I beat him? This guy seems to be a lot stronger again. Uchiha and 11 people are sulking. Thinking. Question. Lightning strike just now was definitely an elite chunin. Or the A-level ninjutsu that can only be used by Shangnin. Originally, I heard rumors that Obito didn't really believe in Lu Yun's strength. After all, they were all in the same class. Even if Lu Yun was stronger than him, he wouldn't be strong enough to defeat the shadow-level ninja, right? It might be a hype. But reality gave Uchiha Obito a slap in the face. The strength Lu Yun just casually revealed just now has already crushed a few streets of Taishi. Even Kakashi, who Obito regards as his biggest competitor, is far from being a liar. Gap MRS. After a few chats, they returned to the previous station for a while. Namikaze Minato is back. Namikaze Minato was stunned when he saw Lu Yun. Liu Yun 3, why are you here? After all, Minato and Liu Yun hadn't seen each other for more than half a year. Since Minato was suddenly called back by the village during the last 3 world wars, he hadn't come out in front of everyone and seemed to be very busy. By the way, he was busy with his own business. Still busy chasing Kushina. But very nice. Unfortunately, Kushina has already been attacked by Liu Yun. Originally, she still had a slight affection for Minato. But after the last battle, Kushina had no affection for Minato at all. Someone that even children can use. What is kindness? Kushina has a 2-point impression of Minato because he has always been kind and prides himself on being kind. Minato was rejected by Kushina without knowing anything. However, the current Watergate also has no time to talk about the relationship between children. Although the 3 wars are over. But Konoha is now facing one of the most powerful civil wars yet. The war between Uchiha and Konoha. Civil War L. In fact, it wasn't just Konoha who fought in the Civil War. Several other ninjas. At this time, I am afraid they are solving internal problems. Every village has a family who are unwilling and wild, so civil war is certain. I just came back from the land of rain, and I'm going back to the village. Lu Yun looked at Minato Nami Feng. One who abbreviated will I looked up and down. Namikaze Minato is indeed stronger than AI. If AI is a quasi-movie class, then Fengshuman is a movie class L. It's no wonder that he was selected as the heir by the 3 generations of Hokage so early. This talent is really good. Powerful. However, Minato Namikaze looked at him a little strangely. How it seems, a little hostile too. Illusion, his one who abbreviated will I is very observant, and he will never see it wrong. Dal new book for collection 1 for flowers L for evaluation ticket. For comment for monthly pass. Chapter 71, Prepare to Rebel, for subscription. The feeling of flowing clouds is indeed not wrong. Namikaze Z Minato is hostile to him and has deep hostility L. Because Minato found out after investigation that the reason why Kushina rejected her was because she had someone she liked. And the person Kushina likes is actually Uchiha Ryuyun. 1. When he heard the news for the first time, Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it. After all, Ryuyun is only 10 years old. Even if L is a little older, he is still a 1-year-old kid. Kushina is a noob, and he actually likes a 1-year-old kid. But after Kushina's own admission, Namikaze Minato was completely quiet in despair. She did. I really like a child who is so much younger than me. This is really. The hostility of Namikaze Minato also came from here. Ryuyun is his rival. It's also kind of funny. The team of Namikaze Minato actually has the love of two Ryuyun. There is also a Kakashi, although not a rival in love, but also regards Ryuyun as the strongest competitor, and is also hostile. These three masters and apprentices really have an inexorable grievance with Ryuyun. Ryuyun and the others chatted for a while. Then they went back to 28 Konoha village together. Nohara followed Ryuyun's ass along the way. All kinds of greetings, talking about things in the village, etc. It seems that even teammates and teachers have forgotten. Uchiha Obito felt even more uncomfortable. To say that jealousy can kill too, I am afraid Ryuyun will be killed several times. In the chat room, about a day's time when the sky darkened. Ryuyun and the others returned to Benyet. At the entrance of the village. After Ryuyun and Nohara said goodbye and separated, they came directly to Bao's Hibo station. Ryuyun did not go home, but first came to the place where the clan meeting was held. Although there is little evidence. But Uchiha's elite Jounin was killed. And he was killed after contacting him. Even more coincidental is that the place where he was killed actually happened to have Namikaze Minato. You said it was a coincidence. Of course, there are not many problems in this. Ryuyun came to the room. It was still guarded by layers of defense, the lights were bright, and it looked like someone was plotting something. When Ryuyun came in, the four elders and Bao's Hibo were. Chi-Chi looked over. Ryuyun. They were obviously stunned. I didn't expect Ryuyun to come back suddenly. Because the elite Shangjin sent out to contact Ryuyun has not returned. Several elders guessed that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, Ryuyun came back at this time. Ryuyun didn't explain much, just took out the blood-stained forehead guard and threw it on the table. He's been killed. But it's not clear who did it. Uchiha looked at his forehead was silent for a while. Ryuyun, since you're back, I'll also. I want to tell you in advance. Ryuyun nodded. Uchiha sighed and stood up from the chair. He walked to Ryuyun and picked up the blood-stained forehead guard on the table. He reached out and touched L and said. The matter that I was discussing with the four elders just now is about this matter. You have seen what happened in the last year. Our Uchiha clan was targeted by the sinister Sarutobi and Danzo because of our powerful abilities. It would be fine if it was just resource suppression. They still wanted to cut off our powerful elite Jounin. Don't let our Uchiha clan accumulate strength. Uchiha said. He looked up at Ryuyun. I believe you have the deepest understanding of this matter. Because you awakened Sharingan in advance and may awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan, so Danzang and Sande let you, who was only 9 years old, go to the battlefield. This is to make our Uchiha clan unstoppable. At such a time, if we Uchiha remain silent, we will be weakened just like the Qianshao clan, and we will slowly move towards extermination. Therefore, now we have to resist. Uchiha's remarks are quite infectious. Although Lu Yun is a person who likes a leisurely life. But Uchiha is right. If this continues, let alone a leisurely life can you survive? Come is a problem. So, what's your plan? Lu Yun thought for a while and asked. Konoha and Uchiha Ichi, clan, you must choose your own clan. After all, he is the next patriarch, no matter what, he must think of his own clan. When Uchiha and the four elders heard Lu Yun's words, their expressions brightened. When Lu Yun asked this question, it proved that he had already made a choice. Lu Yun has shadow-level strength. With him helping Uchiha, they don't have to be afraid of that old guy Sarutobi. As for another so-called, the ninja of Banyebya, he is dead. It was killed by Uchiha and the four elders. It's the last formation. And because of this, the relationship between Motoba and Uchiha has been completely broken, and both parties are ready to fight at any time. Uchiha is ready to rebel. Here we have to say something about White Fang in the original book, that is, Kakashi's father died very early. But it may be because of the passing clouds, that White Fang did not die early. But some time ago, White Fang inexplicably became Konoha Rebellion. 177_ then for Uchiha. A family shot. Specializes in hunting Uchiha tribesmen. It happened to be a rebellion at this time. And it happened to only hunt down people from the Uchiha clan. Such an obvious conspiracy. A fool can see who arranged it. Danzo's arrangement, Sarutobi's default, led to such a situation. Use White Fang to drain Uchiha's power even if he dies, it's fine. This old guy, Danzo, can use any insidious tricks. As for the reason why the righteous White Fang agreed, he was probably brainwashed by the so-called will of fire, and he also had a son. Must not. Do not obey the arrangement. Poor people like that. But not worth being pitied. Uchiha took a deep breath and started talking about the plans they had prepared during this time. To go to war with Konoha. Of course I have been preparing for a long time. Naturally, it cannot be a matter of 1 or 2 days. We are going to use our strength to negotiate with Sarutobi with our strength, our Uchiha clan. We want to be Hokage too. Uchiha said here. He raised his head suddenly. So, this time a bloody battle is needed. Only the battle can make us Uchiha rise up. 11111111 PSL new book for collection 1 for flowers L for evaluation ticket for comment. For monthly pass. For subscription L for automatic subscription 1 for support for message. L_. Chapter 72, Dragon Nature Times, subscription. Lu Yun stayed in Uchiha's clan meeting place for a long time, until the next day, when the sky was slightly bright, he came out. Last night, they had been discussing about the battle. Now that you have decided to go to war with Benya, you will naturally have to do more and prepare yourself for war. The location to be attacked, the personnel to be arranged, etc. The time was set, just 6 days later, on the wedding day of Uchiha Fugaku. That's when it's time to attack. Uchiha Fugaku has too. It's time to get married when you're in your teens. Since Messer isn't with him, just find a woman to marry him. In short, his marriage is not a simple marriage. It is a marriage to cover up Uchiha's behavior. When Uchiha Fugaku got married, he invited the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo. Time to catch the turtle in a urn. As long as Danzo is killed, the 3 generations of Hokage can be coerced into surrender, at that time. It doesn't even require Mrs. Faye's strength to complete the battle. And the content of the plan is: Uchiha dragged Neke's Minato, and the 4 elders of Uchiha trapped the 3 generations of Hokage with an array. Liu Yun took the opportunity to kill Danzo. Only. If there is no Danzo. With the cowardly character of the 3 generations of Hokage. Absolutely will not take risks, and Baoji Boyi, clan will lose both. Sarutobi Hizen is a smart man. Wouldn't do such a stupid thing. So. The focus of this plan is on Liu Yun. If the cloud is successful, then the plan succeeds. If Liu Yun is killed by Danzo, I am afraid that the Beijibo family will be exterminated by then. This time, the Uchiha family put the heavy treasure on Liu Yun, which shows their trust in Liu Yun. Although I don't know where this trust comes from. However, since the next patriarch is me, that's right to do something for Uchiha. Liu Yun took a deep breath. However, it's better to do more than two-handed preparation. Liu Yun thought about it. It is better to push my sister and Kushina to a safe place in advance, otherwise the battle will begin. Who knows how dangerous it can be? Of the house. His footsteps slammed and he suddenly remembered something very important. Liu Yun promised to bring food to Xiaokona, but because of Uchiha, it's a bit of a hassle now. Flowing Cloud rubbed his brows. Slightly distressed. At this time, the sky has not yet lighted up, and it is estimated that the famous shops are not open. Otherwise, he can use the technique of flying thunder gods to visit the country of thunder and get some delicious food. Shaking his head, we can compensate Kong Na next time. Liu Yun knocked on the door alone. Soon, the door opened. The elder sister in pajamas appeared at the door. Sister, I'm back. Mikoto was still a little sleepy at first, but when she saw Liu Yun's figure, she instantly woke up. Xiaoun, come in quickly. Kong Na, who was sleeping in the room, also heard Liu Yun's voice. I opened my eyes instantly. I didn't even have time to put on my shoes, so I ran out. Lord Flowing Cloud. Kong Natai looked at Liu Yun without blinking and said hello. Then he searched behind Liu Yun. Seems to be looking for something. 3. After looking around, Xiaokongana's originally excited face gradually changed. The happy expression lost her small mouth and pouted. A little unhappy. Seeing this scene, Mather naturally understood what Kong Na was looking for. Seeing that Liu Yun was empty-handed, he probably forgot to buy something. Xiaoun, you haven't eaten yet. I'll cook for you first. Well, I haven't had time to eat yet. Liu Yun smiled and nodded. Messer's words were originally intended to attract Kong Na's attention. In the end, she remained unmoved, staring at Liu Yun with a pair of watery eyes, and her aggrieved expression gradually rose. Liu Yun is helpless. I walked up to Kong Na and touched her little head. Sorry, Kong Na. I was too busy back today, I was in a hurry. I forgot to bring you a present. Otherwise, I will take you to have a good meal today. To eat? Kona paused for a moment, then nodded her little head hard, and then slowly put away her aggrieved expression. Looked like she was about to cry just now. This little Kongana, 1. Kana has been looking forward to your return every day for the past 3 months. Every day she is talking about that you will bring her something delicious. But you actually forgot. That's why she is like this. Explained in a low voice. Well, Liu Yun smiled helplessly, this girl is no one anymore. Then I'll cook first. Liu Yun looked at her sister's back, temporarily. Didn't say anything about Uchiha's rebellion. Talk about it in 2 days. I just came back today. Let's live a warm life for 2 days. After a warm breakfast, the clouds flowed as promised. Holding Xiaokongana use the flying thunder god technique to go to the country of thunder, which is the city that took Xionan to eat, drink and have fun last time. Let Kong Na have a nice meal. You can eat whatever you want. Liu Yun did not hesitate to buy, and satisfy Kong Na's appetite today. Usually in my own home. Although my sister knows that Kang Na has a big appetite, she will cook some food specially, but after all, it is only according to the appetite of normal human beings. Every time Kang Na is estimated to be fresh. Delicious for one half. Barely not hungry. And today Lu Yun took her out to let go of Chi. Kang Na really let go. A whole food street, Kang Na, personally ate all the stalls, all kinds of food. As long as it was edible. Originally, the stall owner wanted to give Kang Na something to eat because she saw that Kang Na was so small and cute. But after seeing Kana's appetite, the whole person was stunned. No, not just this one boss, but all the bosses in the whole street. Too, and the people who just came out to buy something to eat, all sluggishly looked like a hungry dragon coming out of the cage. 7 money is good. Connor. This is no longer a meal, this is a small part of the election? Not to mention ordinary people, even Lu Yun was surprised by Kang Na's appetite for the first time. Didn't expect Kang Na to have such a big appetite. No wonder she always said that she was not full, and she stuffed her mouth whenever she saw something she could eat. After working for a long time, she is not greedy, but she is really not full. It seems that in the future, we will have to find a chef who will cook for Kang Na, so we can't make her hungry. Kangana's little baby is just a little dragon girl, and she will grow too much in the future. I'm afraid it's the appetite. True spoon horror L. Wait. Kana grows up, will her appetite become lust? Dragon nature is X. PSL new book for collection L. 4 flowers L for evaluation ticket L for comment 1, for monthly pass. Please subscribe L for automatic subscription 1 for support please leave a message L2. Chapter 72, Dragon Nature Times, subscription. Lu Yun stayed in Uchiha's clan meeting place for a long time, until the next day, when the sky was slightly bright, he came out. Last night, they had been discussing about the battle. Now that you have decided to go to war with Benya, you will naturally have to do more and prepare yourself for war. The location to be attacked, the personnel to be arranged, etc. The time was set, just 6 days later, on the wedding day of Uchiha Fugaku. That's when it's time to attack. Uchiha Fugaku has to. It's time to get married when you're in your teens. Since Messer isn't with him, just find a woman to marry him. In short, his marriage is not a simple marriage. It is a marriage to cover up Uchiha's behavior. When Uchiha Fugaku got married, he invited the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo. Time to catch the turtle in a urn. As long as Danzo is killed, the 3 generations of Hokage can be coerced into surrender. At that time, it doesn't even require Mrs. Faye's strength to complete the battle. And the content of the plan is: Uchiha dragged Neke's Minato, and the 4 elders of Uchiha trapped the 3 generations of Hokage with an array. Liu Yun took the opportunity to kill Danzo. Only if there is no Danzo, with the cowardly character of the 3 generations of Hokage, absolutely will not take risks, and Baoji Boyi clan will lose both. Sarutobi Hizen is a smart man. Wouldn't do such a stupid thing. So, the focus of this plan is on Lu Yun. If the cloud is successful, then the plan succeeds. If Lu Yun is killed by Danzo, I am afraid that the Beijibo family will be exterminated by then. This time, the Uchiha family put the heavy treasure on Lu Yun, which shows their trust in Lu Yun. Although I don't know where this trust comes from. However, since the next patriarch is me, that's right to do something for Uchiha. Lu Yun took a deep breath. However, it's better to do more than two-handed preparation. Lu Yun thought about it. It is better to push my sister and Kushina to a safe place in advance, otherwise the battle will begin. Who knows how dangerous it can be. Of the house, his footsteps slammed and he suddenly remembered something very important. Lu Yun promised to bring food to Xiao Kona, but because of Uchiha. It's a bit of a hassle now. Flowing Cloud rubbed his brows, slightly distressed. At this time, the sky has not yet lighted up, and it is estimated that the famous shops are not open. Otherwise, he can use the technique of flying thunder gods to visit the country of thunder and get some delicious food. Shaking his head, we can compensate Kong Na next time. Lu Yun knocked on the door alone. Soon, the door opened. The elder sister in pajamas appeared at the door. "Sister, I'm back." Mikoto was still a little sleepy at first, but when she saw Lu Yun's figure, she instantly woke up. "Xiaoun, come in quickly." Kong Na, who was sleeping in the room, also heard Lu Yun's voice. I opened my eyes instantly. I didn't even have time to put on my shoes, so I ran out. "Lord Flowing Cloud." Kong Natai looked at Lu Yun without blinking and said hello. Then he searched behind Lu Yun. Seems to be looking for something. 3. After looking around, Xiao Kongana's originally excited face gradually changed. The happy expression lost her small mouth and pouted. A little unhappy. Seeing this scene, Mather naturally understood what Kong Na was looking for. Seeing that Lu Yun was empty-handed, he probably forgot to buy something. "Xiaoun, you haven't eaten yet. I'll cook for you first." "Well, I haven't had time to eat yet." Lu Yun smiled and nodded. Messer's words were originally intended to attract Kong Na's attention. In the end, she remained unmoved, staring at Lu Yun with a pair of watery eyes, and her aggrieved expression gradually rose. Liu Yun is helpless. I walked up to Kong Na and touched her little head. "Sorry, Kong Na. I was too busy back today, I was in a hurry. I forgot to bring you a present. Otherwise, I will take you to have a good meal today." "To eat?" Kona paused for a moment, then nodded her little head hard, and then slowly put away her aggrieved expression. Looked like she was about to cry just now. "This little Kongana, 1. Kana has been looking forward to your return every day for the past 3 months. Every day she is talking about that you will bring her something delicious. But you actually forgot. That's why she is like this," explained in a low voice. "Well," Lu Yun smiled helplessly, "this girl is no one anymore. Then I'll cook first." Lu Yun looked at her sister's back, temporarily. "Didn't say anything about Uchiha's rebellion. Talk about it in 2 days. I just came back today. Let's live a warm life for 2 days." After a warm breakfast, the clouds flowed as promised. Holding Xiao Kongana use the flying thunder god technique to go to the country of thunder, which is the city that took Xionan to eat, drink and have fun last time. Let Kong Na have a nice meal. You can eat whatever you want. Lu Yun did not hesitate to buy, and satisfy Kong Na's appetite today. Usually in my own home. Although my sister knows that Kong Na has a big appetite, she will cook some food specially, but after all, it is only according to the appetite of normal human beings. Every time Kong Na is estimated to be fresh. Delicious for 1/2. Barely not hungry. And today Lu Yun took her out to let go of Chi, Kong Na really let go. A whole food street, Kong Na, personally ate all the stalls, all kinds of food, as long as it was edible. Originally, the stall owner wanted to give Kong Na something to eat because she saw that Kong Na was so small and cute. But after seeing Kana's appetite, the whole person was stunned. No, not just this one boss, but all the bosses in the whole street. Too, and the people who just came out to buy something to eat, all sluggishly looked like a hungry dragon coming out of the cage. 7 Money is good. Connor. This is no longer a meal, this is a small part of the election? Not to mention ordinary people, even Lu Yun was surprised by Kong Na's appetite for the first time. Didn't expect Kong Na to have such a big appetite. No wonder she always said that she was not full, and she stuffed her mouth whenever she saw something she could eat. After working for a long time, she is not greedy, but she is really not full. It seems that in the future, we will have to find a chef who will cook for Kang Na, so we can't make her hungry. Kangana's little baby is just a little dragon girl, and she will grow too much in the future. I'm afraid it's the appetite. True spoon horror L. Wait. Kana grows up, will her appetite become lust? Dragon nature is X. PSL new book for collection L. For flowers L for evaluation ticket L for comment 1, for monthly pass. Please subscribe L for automatic subscription 1 for support please leave a message L2. Chapter 73, Kushina's Amazing Changes, for subscription. Samaliyulayuyun. This is delicious. And this grilled fish is also delicious. But it's not as delicious as Liu Yun Taran's grilled fish. No. Lord Liu Yun. I still want to eat that floury thing 1_1_. Come on, baby, that's not for food. Kana's mouth is full of oil, this time may really be the most filling she has ever eaten. Not to mention how powerful Kang Na is, in short this appetite is really the number one in the Naruto world. Speaking of Kang Na's fighting power, Lu Yun thought of 2 days of fighting. Should we let Kona in the fight then? Kona is very strong. But Lu Yun did not want her to join the battle. After all, she was still a little girl. So naive and cute. Lu Yun didn't want her to kill, it was easy to defile such a pure girl. However, Kona is her own psychic beast after all. If she doesn't fight, it seems a bit unreasonable. Forget it. Let's see when the time comes. If it really doesn't work, let Kang Na play again. Kang Na is also Lu Yun Qiang. Strong, a whole card, 567 when it is dangerous. Definitely use her L. However, dealing with a mere Tuanzang Liu Yun is not enough to let Kang Na be on the battlefield. If there is still a little pressure on the last 3 generations of Hokage, after all. Now is the period when Sarutobi Hizuchi is the youngest and the peak of his strength, so he cannot be taken lightly. Lord Liu Yun, let's go, let's eat in front. Come. Lu Yun smiled helplessly. It seems that today is going to be a good day alone with Kang Na. Coincidentally, their master and servant hadn't seen each other for a long time. Increase today. Feelings, too. A day's life, too much is spent in Kang Na's eating, and even Liu Yun also eats. A lot. But honestly, the taste of the food here is really good. Except for some of them being unpalatable, the 2-part is still delicious. It wasn't until the afternoon, about 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, when Kang Na finally finished eating. Holding her belly, she softly said to Lu Yun, she was full. It was the first time I heard her say she was full. This was the first time Lu Yun heard these words, and the first time he saw her contented expression. When we're full, City, let's go back. Before leaving, Lu Sang brought some delicious snacks for Sister Mikoto and Kushina. He came to a place where no one was there. Lu Yun picked up Xiao Kangana. He disappeared here in an instant. Come back again, it is already Konoha village. Liu Yun's home M. Xiao Kangana blinked. She was obviously still curious about Lu Yun's skill. How, wink. Can you go this far? Xiaoun, you are, 22:3 Flying Thunder God technique. Messer opened her mouth in surprise. She never thought, my brother actually learned the technique of Flying Thunder God? No one except Namikaze Minato can use the entire Konoha of the Flying Thunder God technique alone. How could Minato Namikaze become famous in 3 battles if anyone can use the technique of Flying Thunder God, and also got a yellow flash, gold flash. Title 3. Not to mention where the younger brother got the ninjutsu of the flying thunder god jutsu. Just hearing the news from Kona that they had just returned from the land of thunder, Messer was shocked and could not speak. From Konoha village, the land of fire to thunder. The country L is so far away that L's younger brother can come and go freely with the flying thunder god technique. Definitely not worse than Namikaze Minato. Originally, Lu Yun was only Mikato's pride. She was full of pride to have such a talented little brother who was like a monster. But as I get to know my younger brother more and more, I understand the ninjutsu that my younger brother learns. And abilities in all aspects. The more Messer felt, she didn't know her brother at all. It's like, when did the younger brother learn the art of multiple shadows? When did he create several original ninjutsu? When did he learn the art of flying thunder god? Even the kind of pills that my brother took out, the pills that can increase chakra, have no side effects. Actually there is 5L in the world. Can be taken indefinitely, as long as the physical fitness is good enough, the amount of chakra can be increased without any restrictions. L. Xiaoun, when did you become like this? I even feel as if I only met you today. Messer looked at Lu Yun's figure, muttering to himself. I don't know if I'm asking or talking to myself. Cloudlift started, looked at Messer, was silent for a while, i.e. Huh? What's the matter, Xiaoun? Sister. You help to call Kushina, I have something important to tell you. Lu Yun's expression was serious. Seeing Miser, she couldn't help but get serious. This expression of my brother is rare, unless there is really something important. Mather nodded and turned to leave. Kushina's house is not far from Liu Yun's house. Because Mikoto and Kushina are best friends, no one will stop Kushina from entering or leaving the Uchiha station. Not long after she went out, she brought Kushina with her. Kushina was just recuperating at home recently. I don't know what the reason is. She actually took sick leave. Jushina, are you okay? Lu Yungener asked. Sick leave. Mostly there is a physical problem. However, Lu Yunhua abbreviated will I, and after subconscious observation, he found that there was nothing wrong with Kushina's body. Not only that, Lu Yun also found out she is not only healthy, and it's still a little too strong. This is the case, Lu Yun will never see the past again. His fountain writing will I observation is very strong. Even if it is subconsciously checked, can still be seen. If the previous Liu Yun might not have noticed the changes in Kushina's body. After the awakening of the kaleidoscope, the power of observation has improved many times. This would found something strange. If it is said that Kushina's previous combat power was elite Jounin. That's her strength now. I am afraid it has reached the quasi-movie level. And this violent force, if it really fights, I feel that Kushina can break through the physical limitations. What's going on? How did Kushina become like this? Haven't seen her for a while, how is her chakra? Can it become so violent? And there are so many L. Lu Yun slowly frowned. PSL new book for collection L for flowers for evaluation ticket for comment. For monthly pass. For subscription. For automatic subscription. For support. Chapter 74, The Eve of the Battle. Subscribe. Sister Kushina. You seem to have changed a bit recently. Lu Yun said with a smile. Really? Has my sister become pretty again? No, that's not what I meant. Huh? That's... Kushina's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lu Yun found his underscore? It shouldn't be possible, I haven't used this kind of power yet, he shouldn't find out. It's your two things. Get bigger. Lu Yun stared at Kushina's chest and said seriously. This sentence is not really a lie. I haven't seen it for a month, It seems to have grown a lot. Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then showed a helpless smile. This little bastard, as expected every day, is thinking of some unclean things. Okay. Say you called us all. Is there anything important? I was going to take a shower just now. Originally, Kushina was going to take a bath and rest, but Yuxi and Liu Yun asked Mikoto to come over to call him, and said that there was something very important. Kushina was itching for it all the way. She is the kind of girl who is very curious about everything and is very curious. Particular, Kushina will be even more curious about the man who is a child of her own. Liu Yun first observed the surroundings of the room with one who abbreviated round eyes, and found no listeners. Then he closed the door. Liu Yun looked vigilant. It made Mikoto and Kushina even more curious. They rarely see such clouds. Inexplicably, the two women had a hunch that Liu Yun might say something shocking next. The two women also made psychological preparations to be concubines in advance. However, when Liu Yun really said that, the two women were still stunned on the spot. Sister, next, I'm going to take you out of the village. For a while, the location has been found. When Liu Yun was looking for Tsunade in the Land of Thunder before. By the way, he bought a courtyard, where he was going to send his sister and Kushina first. Xiaoun, why did you send us away? Messer asked suspiciously. Kushina, who was beside him, also looked at Liu Yun suspiciously. Because, there's going to be a war in the village soon. Liu Yun took a slight breath and said. The two women were stunned on the spot. War? Is it a? Underscore. They are not stupid women. The elite joinin who can be called Konoha. Naturally very smart. Miser and Kushina have also heard a little about what happened in the village recently. Although they don't know what happened, they can understand it after a little thought. Probably the problem is between the Uchiha clan and the other clans in the village. Not even the other tribes. It is estimated that other than the Hinata who will tend to the 3 generations of Hokage, other clans will not intervene in the battle. Because they all know that if Yubo 8 successfully seized power, if you settle accounts after the fall, they simply can't bear the anger. And if the 3 generations of Hokage successfully hold their rights, although they will not get any reward, they will not be held accountable. So, this account is easy to calculate. No matter what happens, if they don't participate in the war, it is. But, we're leaving. What do you do, Xiaoun? Mikoto asked worriedly. Looking at Liu Yun's attitude, it seems that he is not ready to leave the village. Does he want to intervene in the battle too? Nodded, I am also a member of Uchiha. In addition to my strength. This time I will definitely choose the faction A. How to help Konoha to pacify Bao's Haibo, or help Uchiha to seize power, there is no third way. Yes, Liu Yun does not have a third option. In love and reason. He is also a member of Uchiha, and he has taken Uchiha's famous resources since he was a child. In addition, last time on the battlefield, it was the people of the Uchiha family who gave their lives to save themselves. At this point, if Liu Yun still chooses not to camp, I'm afraid it's really Tai Han Han. Moreover, this seizure of power was successful. Best for whom? Except for the Uchiha family. Point 2 is of course the most beneficial to Liu Yun. By Yi, from now on he will be Uchiha's patriarch, the most powerful person. To the dry you said that the Uchiha one family will not be overhead. If Uchiha knew that Liu Yun had awakened the kaleidoscope shaker. Don't say it's an overhead, I'm afraid they are begging Liu Yun to be the patriarch. Because of this, Uchiha's rights can be consolidated. 11. Uchiha want to do with such great power? Liu Yun thinks about it carefully. It is really nothing, they are just for their own family and children. It's been better. Ask for flowers 0.0 underscore. To say the dark, Something is that the Uchiha family has always been very proud. Doesn't like being trampled on the head. Item, it's that simple. As for other reasons, none of them. In the Uchiha family, except for the pervert Uchiha Madara, no one thinks about the stupid things that destroy the ninja world. This may be the reason why Lu Yun chose to help Uchiha. After all, everyone is for a good life, why can't Uchiha be better? Lu Yun is also a little selfish person. Uchiha has rights. Is equivalent to own rights. As a man. Do you dare to say that you don't have a wild child? Anyway, Lu Yun has ambitions. And it's huge. The two women were silent for a while when they heard Lu Yun's answer. Yes, it is impossible for Lu Yun to leave. Unless he doesn't want to go back to Konoha in the future. He doesn't want to be involved in anything. Otherwise, this battle must choose Fangi. If Lu Yun had no power, he might not have to choose. But he has power. And he is powerful enough to turn the tide. Uchiha clan. Until now, I didn't know about Lu Yun's awakening of the kaleidoscope shaker. In the whole Konoha, except for Mikoto and Kushina, Yanran knows about Lu Yun's eyes. If the three generations of Hokage knew. With Uchiha. After all, as a person who came over during World War II, Sarutobi Nippon is very aware of the power of the kaleidoscope. That is the power to reverse the battlefield. I know, Xiaoun, we will. I'm staying here to help you. Before Chaikin could finish her words, Kushina's sudden answer interrupted her. Lu Yun and Messer looked up at Ju together. This time, Kushina didn't flinch or fear. Instead, staring at the firm L in Lu Yun's eyes. Even Lu Yun can see it without writing round eyes too. I don't know what's going on, but Kushina has changed so much this time around. Is it? What did she figure out by herself? 11. DSL new book for collection 4 flowers L for evaluation ticket 1 for comment, 4 monthly pass. Please subscribe L for automatic subscription 1 for support please leave no comments _L. Chapter 75, Uchiha Fuyu's wedding, subscription. Lu Yun's first reaction was to reject Kushina. But looking at her eyes, seeing the incomparably determined look in Kushina's eyes, he was a little unable to speak for a while. It's like if she refuses Kushina, she will be very disappointed, and it will be a kind of feeling that Lu Yun doesn't want her, and feels that she is still using it. Lu Yun didn't know why he could see such a name with just one look, but it was indeed true. Kushina's change. Kushina's eyes stretched. And her sudden firmness today. It's like a completely different person. Obviously on the battlefield last time. Kushina is still a bastard and even has to rely on Umbu ninjas for protection, so she doesn't have to shoot at all. Kushina. Although what I said is unpleasant, but with our strength, staying here will only cause confusion for Xiaoun. We should listen to Xiaoun's words 0 and 1 soil. Leave Konoha. Mikoto advised. She didn't know what happened to her best friend, she was obviously not so determined before. This time. How is it like a mindless firmness? Kushina should usually be very smart, so staying with her strength L can't help Lu Yun at all, maybe it will be a disservice, after all, she has the seal inside her body. 9 Genus. In case of battle. The Nine Tails riot is too much of a problem. Mikoto, don't worry, I have enough to help Xiaoun, can I ask you one thing? Before Chase had time to see what power Juzine had, Juzine made a direct rebuke. It is clear. She didn't want to explain. Miser sighed slightly, looked at Kushina with a little helplessness, what's the matter? When you leave Konoha, take Hanja out. I'm afraid of this war. When it unfolds inside the village, it will affect many innocent people. People. Kushina said seriously. The number of people she can help is limited. The most famous is to protect her own students. As for another student, Asma. He is Hokage's son. This time it is likely that Kushina will face the enemy. That's fine. Mikoto nodded without hesitation. Mikoto also knew Hong. That little girl still likes her brother, and I heard that she took the initiative to kiss Xiaoun. Mikoto, I have a deep memory. Compared with Lu Yun, Miser was more worried about Kushina. After all, Kushina's strength. But, Kushina. Do you really want to stay? But you, 12. Messer, please let it go. Since I dare to stay, I will definitely be able to help Shang Liu Yun, and I will never cause him any more trouble. I will never be a useless bystander again. In the next 10 days, it was Kushina who added in her heart. She has gained strength, and strong strength. This time, I can definitely help Liu Yun. Lu Yun and Mikoto looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Mikoto couldn't understand why Kushina was so confident. And the cloud is a little puzzled. How did the powerful power of Kushina come from? Nine-tailed beast? However, Lu Yun checked it, and the tailed beast didn't wake up, so what's going on? It stands to reason that, except for the 9 tails, there should be no one who can give Kushina such a powerful power. However, if the 9 tails really gave Kushina the power, then Kushina would definitely have to pay. In terms of price, this was not what Lu Yun wanted to see. I hope Kushina doesn't do stupid things. Then, sister, go and prepare now. I'll use the Flying Thunder God technique to send you, Kong Na, and Hong away. Lu Yun said, and suddenly remembered, a person. Mao and Shi Yan. This little loli is still an orphan. There are no relatives at home. I'm afraid that this war will affect her. Can you help her? After all, she is a childhood sweetheart. Sister Mikoto packed her luggage. Lu Yun took the opportunity to go out, found Xian Xiaoluli, and chatted with Yun for a while. Suddenly she said that she would take her out on vacation for a while, and then directly sent the Moon Flying Thunder God technique to the Kingdom of Thunder, and then Lu Yun came back to pick up her sister and Kong Na. Sent 3 times in a row. Only Mikoto's sister and Kong Na. There are also Red Loli sent to the Country of Thunder. It seems that the use of this long-distance and high-level Flying Thunder God technique still consumes a lot of chakra and spirit. Lu Yun rubbed his forehead. From the land of fire to the land of thunder, Lu Yun ran back and forth 3 times in a row. 6 times. It's scary if you don't feel it. While Lu Yun was sitting in a chair and sighing, Kushina came over. Gently raised the jade hand. Rubbing his forehead for Lu Yun. Thank you. Lu Yun closed his eyes. Enjoyed it? Before on the battlefield, Kushina and Tsunade often took care of themselves like this, and Lu Yun was used to it. But Kushina's massage is still not as comfortable as Tsunade's massage. Tsunade is a medical ninja, and his techniques are very different from ordinary people. It's a pity, Tsunade doesn't know where to go, otherwise I can help myself at this time. Of course, this kind of thing can't be said in front of Kushina's face, otherwise it will be too straight. Little cloud. Kushina looked at the tired flowing clouds, and couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. He was only 10 years old. Now, at the age of 11 at most, it must be very tiring to bear such a lot of pressure. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Kushina wants to, after the power, want to protect the flow. At this time, Konoha, Sarutobi Hizen's home. Sarutobi Hizen just received an invitation from Uchiha. Is Fuyu getting married? Sarutobi Hizen looked at the red invitation letter on the table and took a deep breath. He has a feeling that this time the wedding may not be a simple wedding. And at the time when Uchiha and Konoha's relationship was stiff, they got married and invited them to be guests. It's not that simple. But unfortunately, as the 3 generations of Hokage, Ape, Faragian can't help but go. After all, he is Hokage. 232 whether Uchiha wants to show his favor or fight, he will go. This is Hokage's responsibility. I also feel a little guilty about the Uchiha family. After all, on the battlefield, most of the people who died were Uchiha's clansmen, and the ones who resisted Konoha's fighting power were also Uchiha and Hinata clans. No way. For Konoha, for peace, and for the will of fire, Sarutobi Hizen had to agree to Danzo's approach. This is the only way to suppress Uchiha. Talent can balance the forces in the village with each other. To be at peace. Sarutobi Hizen so comforted himself. PSL New Book for Collection L for Flowers for Evaluation Ticket 1. For Comment. For Monthly Pass. For Subscription L for Automatic Subscription 1. For Support.